Hello? Hi. Well, let's try this again. I tried the stream last night, but the thing is, it wasn't the best idea because I hadn't slept for over 24 hours when I decided to stream last night. So I was very sleepy on my stream. So I unlisted that one. It wasn't a very long stream either, it was like an hour and a half. I think I was getting tired. So I decided I'll just stream tomorrow. And so I'm doing that. I'm streaming now. It's early. I got a lot of sleep. I went to sleep immediately after I finished that stream. So I've been asleep since then, and I woke up like an hour ago. Just had some sushi. I need to drink something though. My throat is really dry. And get something to drink. I got some tea. All right. I got my beverage. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Oh man. All right. It's ice cold green tea. It's in a bottle, a fancy bottle. It's pretty good. Um. All right. Yeah, I had this game on though for a long time. I might as well play it. It's fine. My system runs cold, so it's not going to mess up any. Although I will be getting a new. I'm going to get a new setup pretty soon, hopefully. Probably by the end of June, once the DLC comes out, I'll have a better, like at least a slightly better setup, and then I'm gonna make another setup that'll be better than that. But anyway, yes, I found this Ever Gel, and it is jail. That's how you really pronounce it. It's just another way of writing jail. It's some weird old timey way of writing it. Um, but yeah, these spirits are apparently in prison here, and you get to fight them. Is what I think the lore is. But yeah, it's a type of prison. I found it in Altus, and I found it randomly, and I might as well just fight them now. But also, we're going to be listening to something in the background probably, because depending on how many times I die on this boss, this will be a while. So I'm going to have something on in the background. I did this yesterday too, because like I can only say fuck shit so many times if I'm stuck on a boss. Like I've been fighting bosses way longer on these streams because of my soul level 1 um, challenge. I die easier, so I'm gonna be dying more than usual to these bosses. Um, so I'm gonna be listening to something in the background, probably something lore related to Elden Ring, pretty much. Let me find it though. Oh, I thought I had it up. Fuck. Where is it? I lost it. All right. Well, I'll just scroll until I see it. It should be in this list somewhere. Oh yeah. I mean, we already watched this, so I'm not going to react to the same thing. Even though I unlisted that stream, I'm not going to react to the same shit. I watched another video from this guy. Okay. Oh, who is Saint Trina? Oh, this is one we didn't watch. All right, we'll watch this one.
Alright, what's going on, guys? Throughout the entirety of the lore of Elden Ring, there are very few things that are entirely understood, which is no surprise considering From Software's history. However, Elden Ring in particular makes this much harder, playing with many concepts such as metaphysics, dual identities, illusions, and history of its world that's been overwritten by the victors. Some things are just not meant to be entirely understood, and the topic of today's video is one of those. Today we're taking a deep dive into one of Elden Ring's most mysterious mysterious character
I think this is where
that we
fake
only hear a handful of things about, that being the enigmatic deity of sleep, Saint Trina. And now that it has been confirmed by Miyazaki himself that Saint Trina will appear in the DLC, we need to go through everything we know about this character. That way we have a foundation of understanding when more becomes unraveled. So first, let me give a shout out to the sponsor of today's video, V Rising, a one-of-a-kind vampire survival action RPG that is out now on Steam, but coming to PS5 very soon. Your journey in V Rising begins rising from your grave. In a search for blood to restore your vampiric power, you'll explore a vast open world in a fight against humans, monsters, and even worse, the sunlight. V Rising offers both a solo adventure along with co-op play in a very unique aspect and allowing you to build your own gothic castle. There's something for every type of player in V Rising, and with overwhelmingly positive reviews across the board, this is definitely a game you'll want to check out. What stands out to me about V Rising are the unique abilities, allowing many different creative ways to play and making the combat look like an absolute blast. So you can get in on the action today and challenge Dracula yourself by checking out the links down in the description and the pinned comment. And once again, V Rising is out now on Steam and coming to PlayStation 5 just around the corner. So join me in saying a big thank you to V Rising for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get back into it. To begin our discussion today, we need to figure out where the references to Saint Trina come from. Fairly rare throughout the world, we'll find these glowing white flowers. These are Trina's lilies, and our first exposure into who this character is. The description of a Trina's lily reads as follows: a pale purple water lily that is on the verge of wilting, material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find. A symbol of faith in Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation, and much like its namesake, instances of references to Trina are also exceedingly rare. But this Trina's lily is a key ingredient in crafting items associated with sleep. Sleep is one of the most powerful status effects in Elden Ring, rendering even some of the strongest enemies in the game unable to fight for a key moment. Now, in order to actually craft these items, you will need a series of cookbooks known as
those are the main items I'd be
in the accompanying description of these reads a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in
Saint Trina's Mikula.
So this tells us a few interesting things, namely that Saint Trina is an entity able to visit people in their dreams, and we have an instance of someone becoming utterly captivated by Saint Trina. Now we'll come back to Fever and his cookbooks, but we learn the most about Saint Trina from the Saint Trina sword. There's a location in the early parts of Caelid called the Forsaken Ruins, where we find a large bounty of Trina's lilies, and in the hidden chest of these ruins, we find the sword of Saint Trina. It's a very ornate straight sword with lots of Saint Trina iconography, which we'll discuss further, but its unique ability is the Mist of Slumber, which sends out a cloud of purple mist that inflicts the sleep ailment. And we also see petals of Trina's lilies fly among the mist. The sword is also coated in this ailment and inflicts the status effect fairly quickly. But as for the design of the sword, we can see that the guard is two Trina's lilies, and the handle actually has a depiction of Saint Trina, a figure in a robe with long hair looking away. And the description gives us further details. It reads, silver sword carried by clerics of Saint Trina. Saint Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl, others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Now the sword states that it's carried by clerics of Saint Trina. However, we find this sword in a chest, and we don't see anybody in the entire game wielding one. So whoever these clerics of Saint Trina were, it seems they've since disappeared. But the other point to note in that description is that
the reach is
Saint Trina appears, they're almost like a ghost, gone as soon as they arrive, with those visited being unable to determine their gender, arguing among themselves whether they're a boy or a girl. And that will be a key factor in determining the identity of Saint Trina, so keep that in mind. We have one other depiction of Saint Trina in the game, this time on the Saint Trina's torch, which can be found in the consecrated fields inside the chest on the back of a coffin card. Saint Trina's torch is a fascinating tool, and it lights the area with purple fire and allows the wielder to breathe that fire outward, burning with the same purple mist as seen with the sword, and those caught in this blaze are also put to sleep. But by far the most fascinating part about this torch is the description along with its appearance. It reads, "Candlestand torch that burns with a light purple flame. The carving depicts Saint Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The light purple flame induces sleep." And this is the carving on the torch. A very odd depiction of a face with
this game is like a Dark Souls
eye on the forehead.
It's made by the same people.
Description,
but it's not the same series.
Now this raises quite a
some different things.
Why do they feel the need to specify
different gameplay
adult
mechanics
form? And why would Saint Trina in adult form be unnerving? Why is this a torch that induces sleep to begin with? Currently we don't have any of those answers, but one thing that can take us closer is unraveling the identity of Saint Trina.
My timing is way off.
In the lands between that a keen eye might notice is the similarity between Trina's lilies and Mikkela's.
I'm listening to some lore of this game.
Are virtually identical save for their color. Now, granted, they are both lilies, but they're a little too close to not raise some eyebrows. So, based off that, we can start exploring connections between Mikkela and Saint Trina. And for one of the most striking, let's remember
is he out of date? Everybody knows that
Mikkela uses Trina's lilies. The description tells us that he became obsessed with Saint Trina and spent his
This is a new video, though.
Recording his findings in the cookbook.
So it's like he's just discovered
of Fever's cookbook in Elden Ring. The first two we find naturally in the world and create sleep items using Trina's lilies as ingredients. However, the third stage of Fever's cookbook is entirely different. This cookbook only creates one item, that item being the Bewitching Branch, which is made from Mikkela's lilies, features the Halig tree sigil, and has this description: tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Pierce a foe using FP to turn them into a temporary ally. The Empyrean Mikkela is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. And he received this cookbook after reaching Mogwin Palace and finding the supposed body of Mikkela. And now the story with Fever starts to make a bit more sense. Fever was utterly captivated by Saint Trina, something we don't really see in the other accounts. He went on this journey to find Saint Trina, but ultimately that journey led him to Mikkela. And
there was cut
captivation that spurred this journey was not an ability of Saint Trina, but an ability of Mikkela. Now let's look at something else. Following the path to Mikkela's Halig tree in the consecrated snowfields, where throughout this area we find the wolf-riding Albinaric archers. And one of the unique aspects of these archers is that they shoot Trina's arrows, which themselves have a very interesting description. Arrow carved to resemble a withered water lily, afflicts targets with a powerful sleep effect. Priests of Saint Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. So here we have the guardians of the Halig tree path using arrows of Saint Trina. With all these connections, though, let's go back to a question we had about Saint Trina's torch and why it felt the need to specify that the depiction was of Saint Trina in adult form. Mikkela, in particular, has a very unique curse. He was cursed to forever remain a child, and every depiction we see of him in-game is of a child needing to be comforted. So based on all of this, if we entertain the idea that Mikkela and Saint Trina are one and the same, well, that answers our question of why they specify adult form, but it would also explain how the gender gets confused. If Mikkela is this young boy with long blonde hair, and they were only seen for a brief moment, then it would be very easy to assume they're a girl. It's entirely possible that Mikkela and Saint Trina have a similar dynamic to Radagon and Marika, given that Mikkela is an Empyrean, and Empyreans are known to have some sort of fluctuated existences. However, as we covered in the last video about Miyazaki's interview on the DLC, that exact question is something we'll be exploring in the DLC. But so far as the facts are concerned, that is all the information we currently have in-game about Saint Trina. A few big questions still remain. Why is adult Saint Trina unnerving, and why are they depicted as this sort of monster? Are Mikkela and Saint Trina actually two separate beings, and are their wills aligned? There's a lot of routes we could go for speculation. However, for now, I think it's best we stick with the facts as to not get our own headcanon screwed up, or go in with some predetermined theories that aren't true. Which is also why I chose to leave out cut content in this video, and only stick with what we currently have in the canon of the game, because for those of you that are unaware, there is a very big Saint Trina quest line that was cut from the game. It goes bit further in the lore and outright confirms that Saint Trina is Miquella, but it's very likely that the DLC could overwrite that and take the relationship in a different direction. But for now, with all the information in this video, you are up to speed on who Saint Trina is, and ready to meet this character in the Land of Shadow, as we now know we will, whether that be as a friendly NPC, a scarcely mentioned name in more lore, or as a major boss we'll have to contend with. Only time will tell, and I for one am very ready to get some of these mysteries finally solved. But anyways though guys, that is going to do it for the video today. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to leave a like on it and subscribe if you're new around here. But with all that, I will catch you in the next one.
Right, I'm gonna listen to another one from him. Oh, this fucking key is messed up. 1 second. This is another reason why I'm gonna get a new CD. My keyboard is not good in this setup. I want to try that, yeah, Hades 2 came out. I want to try that Hades 2 game because that music reminded me of Hades for some reason. That outro music. I wonder if it's from Hades. Is it? Might not be. It just reminded me of it. Yeah, Hades 2 I heard is okay. It is much bigger than the main game of the original game, the first game. And it's not even done with its the content. There's more content coming. And it's only like $20-something, which is a pretty good deal for that much content. All right. Did you know 8 awesome secrets in Elden Ring? No, I want to find those secrets. Will you like this? Major problem with no rest for the wicked. Oh, I heard about that. Somebody I know was streaming that. I didn't watch it though, because I missed it. Every new area in the Elden Ring DLC so far. The next big mecha game is FromSoft making it. I want FromSoft to make more mecha games. Armored Core or even Metal Wolf Chaos, because they did kind of publish that game. I think they made it actually. And it was published by some other people. But whatever we can do to get more Metal Wolf Chaos, that'd be great. Keep it just as cheesy as the first. Just as hilarious as the first game. Volcano Manor has big DLC secrets? Sure, dude. You didn't even see Volcano Manor in that trailer. The big DLC mystery of the Godskins. A lot of his stuff is clickbait, I gotta say. Why are people so mad about Dragon's Dogma? Because Dragon's Dogma sucks. That's the first, I mean, not the first one, the second game looks like shit. Just the stuff I've been saying about it. Yeah, I don't want it. The modders are gonna have to do a big job with that game to make me interested in playing it. Some weird convergence mod to make it worth my time. I'll just play the first game. It seems the first game is better. Oh yeah, I heard about this Ghost of Tsushima stuff. I'll watch this video. You gotta have a PSN account, so they removed it from Steam. Like, sure, guys. I'm still gonna. Well, it's removed from some Steam. So you can still, I think you can still get it on Steam if you're in America and some other countries. But you gotta link it to a PSN account if you want to use the multiplayer feature it's gonna have. And I'll just play I'll play a cracked version of it if I want to do that. I'll buy the game, but I'm gonna crack it if I want to do multiplayer shit. I'm not getting PSN for that. Goddamn keys fucking up. Okay, 1 second. Yes.
I can't believe this is happening. Truly. Yeah. Listen. I think these corporations and video games are playing a really weird game of hold my beer. And that's That's the only
Hold
way I
my
can
dick
describe
more
this
like-
right now. Between Xbox
They
closing
really
down
cocky.
4 studios, throwing their entire brand into complete disarray, to now having PlayStation basically just lie
They getting
to
real
everyone's faces and throwing all their developers under the bus to face the wrath of basically every PC gamer on planet Earth.
This is why I can't wait till the first party just go
What am I
away
talking
with their
about? Well, if you
console
don't remember last week,
corny nonsense.
everybody got together and became actual Helldivers to basically protest the fact that Sony was removing Helldivers 2 from 177 countries on the planet Earth from sale, and then requiring the fact that PSN is going to be needed to actually play that game, even though you already bought the title. Everybody fought back,
Fuck outta here,
downvoted Helldivers
I'm not
2
buying
to
it.
oblivion, and then they reversed course on the decision. Only kind of. You see, what they did was they said, okay, PSN is no longer going to be required to actually play the game. What they didn't go back on was the fact that those 177 countries that were blocked from sale, they haven't returned the ability for those countries to then buy the game.
I'm glad the PC
now.
players
You see, you can still no
made
longer buy
Sony
Helldivers
deal.
2 if you're part of those
But some other
177
countries
countries
did
that
not
do
benefit
not
from
have access to PSN.
Still,
So Sony has
only
already
worked
had
in the
that
Western
game
countries.
delisted in those countries, which means if you haven't bought it, you're basically screwed right now because you can't buy it. So hey, way to go. But you see things? Things get even better because Ghost of Tsushima is going to be releasing very soon, and we had Sucker Punch come out and say, hey, you don't need a PSN login to play the single player game, but you do need it for multiplayer. So everybody thought, okay, great, this is awesome. So people in those countries who couldn't get PSN could still buy the game and play it, right?
Nope. Got delisted.
Right? Pirate Software tweeted out the Helldivers 2 community was tricked by Sony. Sony declared having a PSN account would be mandatory to play Helldivers 2. The community revolted and trashed the game's review score to 13% positive. Sony walked it back and stated they wouldn't be making PSN mandatory. Declaring
Good Lord.
victory, the community undid the massive wave of negative reviews, yet Sony did something sinister in the background. They still restricted Helldivers 2 from being purchased in all 177 countries where PSN isn't available. They fooled you, and the devs are still fighting to fix it. Here is a screenshot from the Helldivers 2 Discord from
177.
Palstead saying, sorry, no, I'm speaking to our partners at PlayStation
that
and
what it
Valve and pushing for it to be undone. Getting the account linking took a Herculean effort, but I won't rest my desire to have it available everywhere. So now
I haven't
we
even
already
started
see the fact that
Helldivers. I was
Sony
gonna
still
wait.
has not removed the restrictions
Good thing I did
for
wait.
Helldivers 2.
I almost wasn't able to play
It
it.
gets
This
worse,
fuckery
though,
going on.
because here's what happens next. Pirate Software
But the
continues,
PC players
saying
pushed
for
back, but
those
still,
claiming
177
these
other
two
countries
actions
not
were
gonna be
not
able to.
associated, and trying to community
that
note
kinda
me,
sucks.
Sony restricted sales at 22 UTC on May 4th, and sent out the notice of walking back the PSN requirement at 4 UTC on May 6th. These actions were 30 hours apart. The wave of downvotes started May 3rd and continued until Sony announced the PSN requirement was dropped on May 6th. You can
kneel,
review this in the package
as they
information and via Steam's customer
But
reviews
not
tool,
completely.
and he provides the proper links. So now we've got fanboys trying to actually community note somebody
No,
who is
yeah.
literally an ex-developer, and he also
I don't
used to
understand
have nuclear power plants for
company
the government.
fanboys. It's
If anybody knows anything about computer
Like,
software
you're not getting any
and
of
what's
this money.
happening in
Why are you
stats
gonna
on
fanboy it like
databases
that?
and PCs,
For something that's
it's gotta be pirate
anti-consumer.
software. You're really,
Anything that's
you're
bad
really
for,
barking
like,
up
the
wrong
audience
tree. You
and the customers, they're gonna
truly
cheer
are,
on
because he's
as if
not
they're
gonna
getting
come
paid by the.
once. He's gonna come correct, but it,
You're not getting paid by Sony, motherfucker.
but
Why
now
are you
we
defending
go
this?
full circle back to Sony's bullshit behavior. Sony has now also blocked all of these countries from purchasing Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, and then links the Steam DB. I had to go check this for myself, because not only is Sony lying to everyone, not providing the product back for purchase, even though they no longer require the PSN login, let's take a look and see if Sony is still throwing the developers under the bus to fall on the sword and if they really did do this. Here I am on the Steam DB website, just letting you know this is live right now. There's no hiccup about this, no magic being happening in the background, no editing surprise. We are listed here at the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut page. Known restrictions. This package cannot be activated or purchased in specified countries. Everything from Afghanistan to even Japan cannot buy this version.
And I mean, I would assume they're going to discriminate against Afghanistan, but I didn't expect Japan to.
For Japan, so that's why it's listed here. So even though everybody's ragging on Sony about that, that's pretty much the reason why. But here we are with the 177 countries.
It shouldn't be discriminating at all, but still,
because they are
I'm surprised.
Do you know what? Do you know what this is telling every single person, Sony and PlayStation? You know what this is telling everybody in these 177 countries that cannot purchase the video game that you want to sell them, that people actually want to buy?
This is some bullshit.
You're basically telling them to go ahead and pirate it.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what I did.
We don't care about
it's justified at that point.
We don't care about the sales. We'd rather have the monthly active users instead of actually just getting the money from these countries. You could simply just not add the multiplayer
Put on that pirate hat.
Simply say, hey, your region cannot have this.
I left everything in one piece.
Here's a single player part.
Go do it.
There you go. Here's your $70, $60.
Yo ho ho.
You could have just done that. People would have still bought it. You would have had a few refunds, whatever.
This is what I also recommend for anybody who's like getting price gouged in their country. They don't want to use your local currency. They want you to pay in dollars. Your currency is volatile up against because of our fuckery, our corrupt rulers fucking with your currency, fucking with your economy, making it volatile just to make their dollar stronger, our dollar stronger.
That are literally going to buy your game.
Yeah, I would recommend. I would encourage pirating. I encourage it.
The sales and the actual metrics of that game.
That's what that's for.
What is happening in the gaming industry? I need to know. But you know things? This channel does one thing and one thing well. It always shows that things can absolutely, unequivocally, always get worse.
Yeah, I don't think Ghost of Tsushima is going to have
2 restrictions were updated to add.
A lot of Sony releases don't have the new road, so they're easier to pirate if you want to.
Purchase restrictions. Sergeant Dan,
I wouldn't recommend pirating if they're giving you a fair deal and access to the game.
I knew this was coming.
They're locking you out of the game. Go ahead and pirate it.
Good. You live in a hellhole country nobody heard of. Then you deserve to not have nice things, and yay.
Was he reading a response? He's reading a response
to somebody. Nobody is forcing you to live/stay in hell.
That's a terrible comment. Fuck that. Fuck that dude. It's very bigoted. That's like a really bigoted comment. You know, a lot of these fucking spoiled degenerates don't care.
If what I'm reading about you and your actual Twitter handle says you live in New York City, then you literally are living in
I would say
hell.
New York is a hellscape. So I don't want to go there. I don't want to live there anyway. I'd visit, sure. I don't think I would ever want to live there, at least not in the city.
The fact that Sony is now removing the ability for people to buy a game.
I don't like the state either. A lot of the state laws. Shit. It kind of rubs me the wrong way.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with this fan base? What is wrong with these people who guzzle down come from this corporation on a daily basis? But if you thought that one was bad,
you would think the cops there wouldn't be as racist as in Texas either. But it seems they're more racist than where I'm living right now.
PC community is throwing a hissy fit and pretending
what did he say? Wait.
Helldivers
What did he say?
Will not be available in much.
1 second, let me go back. Let me rewind on that. I missed what he said.
This is remedied, but please don't let these PC terrorists weaponize.
What the fuck? This guy is unhinged. This comedy's reading is unhinged. These are what fanboys are like, though, man. A lot of these fanboys are unhinged, and they will like talk about anyone who speaks against a company in this disparaging way.
to not
This
have
very
that
sensationalist way. They're terrorists if they don't suck off the corporation and disagree with what they say.
Nobody is forcing you to live/stay in hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my brain hurts.
You know, oh my God, bro! If what I'm reading about you and your actual Twitter handle says you live in New York City, then you literally are living in sewage-infested hell. You're just doing it in the United States. I don't know why you would say something so absolutely consistently about this, or that you would defend the fact that Sony is now removing the ability for people to buy a game because they want to have a monthly active user base. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with this fan base? What is wrong with these people who guzzle down cum from this corporation on a daily basis? But if you thought
They
that
literally
one
are.
was bad.
They're gulping it down by the gallons.
What's that line? Sticks is stoned tweets out the notoriously racist PC community is throwing
Dixon
a
Stone.
hissy fit and
He
pretending
called
to
us
care
racist.
that Helldivers 2 will not be available in much of the global south. As a Nigerian, I do hope this is remedied, but please don't let these PC terrorists weaponize people
Okay,
of
this
color
guy is probably
to
LARPing. He says he's from
further
Nigeria,
their
but I'm
own
doubting it.
agendas. I'm so confused at all of this. Sticks, are you...
Like, Nigeria doesn't have access to the game. So
What
is he talking
agenda
about?
what agenda do you think people are trying to push? Having the ability to buy a video game? You know, the thing that you've always talked about, where everybody says on the PlayStation side, you should support
Because they don't have
developers.
PSN.
You should buy the game.
For some reason, they don't allow
Apparently,
Nigeria to
PC
have
gamers
PSN.
are racists and terrorists. Even though you don't know anything about Pirate Software or who he is, you then talk about how you're Nigerian and your country and the people there can't buy the fucking game, but
Oh,
yet
he's
the
saying
agenda that we're trying to actually push
No,
is
that's
to let
Sony's the
people
reason for
in other
that.
countries
It's not the
buy
gamer.
the game, yet somehow we're the racist ones and we're the terrorists.
I don't know. He's confused.
This country is completely fucked. Not country, this planet is fucked. Everybody here is... I don't...
No, this is one person, dude. Let's talk about a whole country because of what one person said. Stupid.
I wish your mother would have swallowed. I really do. I feel like we would have been better off as
That
a
comment
species
is weird.
if
I
that
think he's
happened.
probably
But
confused.
Honestly, this cannot continue.
There's probably like a
Sony is
loss in
basically
translation.
telling everyone flat out up front,
They are
if you are
Nigerian.
not privileged enough to live in these specific
So,
countries where we want to
maybe
sell the game to
it's
you,
a language
then
barrier.
obviously you can go ahead and steal.
They're probably being
You see,
told
that's
that
kind of like
the reason they
why
don't
I
get it is
support
because
piracy.
people
The
over
thing
here,
is,
the
it's not
customers.
about just taking the game because you don't want to pay for it.
And not
In
Sony,
reality,
the
what it is,
corporation.
it's that companies try to screw you at every possible opportunity. They either delist the game after you've bought it, they remove it from sale from the country that you could have bought it from, that you were saving up money for to buy it. They want to take every piece of your information and biometrics, like Sony does with other countries as well. I'm looking at you.
He has a better
United
chance of
Kingdom.
playing the game if he's
Or
on
they
PC
want to have
because he
full
just
control
pirated
of
it.
something that doesn't
I
have a
would tell him
physical
to just
copy,
get
that
a
is
PC,
purely
dude.
digital,
Fuck Sony.
and then they want
Fuck
to
the
actually
PlayStation.
determine who can and cannot play their video game, but also charge you
I mean,
more money to play
just
the
pirate it.
video
I mean, you
game
probably
and
already
to buy
have
it
PC.
because they
Yeah,
don't have
pirate
enough
it.
sales, while also restricting where the game
Pirate
can be
Ghost of
sold,
Tsushima.
where they could just make more money to sell it to more people, but they want to have MAUs and multi-active users to show their shareholders we're doing a good thing, even though they're doing
I only
a bad
pressed the
thing,
button
because
once,
they're not actually
dude. What
making
the
any
fuck
more
is
fucking money
this?
off the game.
What the fuck is
Do you
going
see
on,
why
game?
piracy is easier than just buying the game? When stealing the game is easier than simply buying the game,
Yeah.
that is a problem. That is why
Yeah.
I will endorse
It is a
piracy
problem.
every
But I would
single
recommend doing it.
time. Ladies and gentlemen,
They're
do
not
not
letting you have
buy your video games.
Do it.
Pirate them. Especially pirate them if you live in
But you
any
wanna
of these
give them money,
countries
they're not
listed
letting you.
here. Just take them. Because clearly,
Fuck.
if they think your money is not good enough for them, then that game is not good enough for your money. That's how I see things.
Yeah.
And the more insane thing
All right.
is these fanboys defending
I'm just
and
gonna pirate.
swallowing all the cum that they possibly can from these companies and corporations and trying to use race baiting tactics in order to say, hey, let me defend this company and corporation. That is the lowest of the low of behaviors you can actually
I don't know.
provide
He should probably be told
anybody
something different
on
over
this
there.
planet,
That's
and
why
you should
he
be
thought
fucking
it was
ashamed of
about
yourself
that.
by doing that. You know what this does? This
I would
just
say
proves to
Sony's
me
probably more
the gaming
racist
industry is
in this
totally
situation.
fucked. I tweeted this out the other
They're
day.
denying
That
access
people are
in
saying
global
that,
South
Game
countries
Pass is unsustainable, when in
for
reality,
greed reasons.
the entire gaming industry is unsustainable.
They're making it
and
harder for
people
them.
get at me all day. Well, you just only say that because you're an Xbox. I don't have an Xbox. You only say that because Xbox closed studios. Microsoft is closing studios while PlayStation also closed studios. And on top of that, they're now selling their games on PC, but then
Consoles are not
those games because
really
of
the
content that
future,
they
I
wanna
don't
show
think.
with their PSN accounts for
That's
everyone.
why this is happening. Their
The
models just
entire
not working in the current day
industry is
anymore.
completely fucked
It's
from head
outmoded.
to toe, tooth to
I can't
ass.
wait
The
till it
whole
goes
thing
away.
is
We don't really need
beyond
consoles
reproach.
anymore.
Honestly, at this point, like I said before, you're better off finding
you're getting
yourself an Xbox
worse
360,
performance.
a PlayStation
Prices are
2,
going up
a
even more.
GameCube,
So it's like,
and
what's the
just
point of even?
playing that?
It's
and
like
just
no
finding
good
all the old
point to even
games
have
you
a
can at
console
a decent
anymore.
price and playing those.
Games are
or
getting more
learning how to do
expensive
emulation.
on
Because the way
console.
this
Like, what's
industry
the
is
fucking
going,
point?
the second crunch is absolutely
You're eventually
coming
just paying
when a company like PlayStation
about as much
can
as you
go
would
around,
for like
lie
a
to
better
your
PC
face
at this point.
after turning around
Might
and
as well just
saying
get a
we're
PC.
sorry, and then do it again in front of you, expect no repercussions, and then have these morons defend these companies again.
This
I
PC
keep
I
thinking
get
to
a
myself,
fucking
like, maybe I'll
discount
have
in
a day
no
off.
time.
Maybe like I won't have to do this.
Most of the
every
games
day.
are
Maybe like,
pretty inexpensive.
Maybe like at some point I can make content
Below
for
MSRP
another type of thing that I want
price
to do, a more
most of the
passion
time.
project-oriented content. But no, every single day we're living in the cloud world of video games. Here's the deal: if you were going to buy Ghost of Tsushima, don't.
Like I didn't bend the knee to like $70 games
refund it.
like when
Do it.
Tekken came out.
Just
I
get
waited
rid of it.
till that was
I'm very
like
lucky
more than
that
half
my
off.
community bought me a copy
Got it.
of that game, and I will be testing it. But once I do, it is being
Bitch.
refunded immediately. So yes, I will play that game for a few hours, make a video, make a
Gonna review
review
it,
off
yeah.
that video, then refund the game
What
and
the
send the money
fuck?
back to the person who bought it for me, so that way they can get their money back. I can make the revenue off the video, and I can say fuck you to Sony. You absolute pieces of shit. That's what you've always been. Ever since the
Sony can eat a
PS3,
dick.
you've totally taken that entire brand
1 second,
and
I'm gonna get up real
flushed it down the toilet. Because every single time somebody goes around and says, PlayStation's the best place to play, I literally have to go back and pull out a PS2 and be like, bitch, where? It hasn't
Wait a
been the
sec,
best
I'll be
place
right
to
back.
play since the
I'm gonna mute right
PlayStation
quick.
2.
It might go to
Fucking
another video,
morons out here defending a
and I'm sorry
goddamn
if it's
company
a-
and corporation just because they like the brand,
offensive
the
or
box, and the
whatever.
logo, or they have their
Just
entire
for
life just
one.
dedicated
I'll
to
be
it.
right back.
Absolute garbage. Stick up for yourselves for once, for Christ's sake. You might actually get some balls one day. Actually, you know what? You already have balls. They're slamming against your chin while Hiroki Totoki grabs the back of your head and just pounds away like he's got nothing to do the rest of his fucking life. So let me know what you guys are going to do with Ghost of Tsushima. You're going to go ahead and pirate it like I recommend? I recommend you pirate it. Go ahead, take it. If Sony doesn't want your money, they don't deserve it then either. That's my motto. But after you pirate it, let me know what you guys think in the comments section down below. Is Sony going to keep doing this? I think so. And if they do, you know what? They don't deserve our money. Simple as that. But as always, if you like this content and you want to see more, subscribe to the channel. We've broken 69 nice 1,000 subscribers, and I just want to say thank you guys so very much. Now, tonight, we are going to be doing a live stream on the channel at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. It is an actual show. You've got to come down and hang out because around 800 people will show up and do the most horrible things to me through TTS. Trust me, it's going to be a great time. You can also subscribe if you want to see more of this kind of content, more fanboy videos, more PC port reviews, gaming news, Steam Deck content, and those live streams as well. If you want to support the channel even further, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes during live streams and access to the Discord. But you know what? Don't spend too much. It's only $1 a month at its lowest tier, and you get all the other benefits from every other tier as well. So if you can only afford $1, that's perfectly cool. I appreciate your patronage. If you can't afford the $1, don't worry. Come on down to the live stream. People are generous enough to gift members. You still get Discord access. And even though you lose that membership for that month, you still stay in the Discord. You do not get kicked. So if you make friends, you can keep them. But with all that being said, everybody, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you have a great one, and I'll see you next time.
There's been a lot of conversation recently about like Xbox and like people thinking Xbox is like dying. I was going to watch a video about
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
Wow. Wow, it's an X.
Stop me if you...
By the way, Xbox went so hard whenever it first came out.
Heard this one before. Xbox stepped on a rake again. For the umpteenth time in the past decade, Microsoft has found itself on the wrong end of bad news. And as usual, it's self-inflicted. Just as Team Green was starting to gather some positive momentum, Fallout is the biggest show on TV, boosting all the Fallout games along with it, the upcoming launch of Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and that may be the very kind of prestige, single-player, narrative-driven, third-person action-adventure that the brand has long lacked. The next Xbox Showcase was also announced for June 9th, where we might finally see the long-anticipated next entry in the Gears of War series, the next entry in Call of Duty, and more. Xbox brass torched the morale of customers and quite possibly its own developers alike by announcing the closure of 3 studios, Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, and Alpha Dog, and the consolidation of a 4th, Roundhouse. Fans were quick to point back to recent and now hypocritical seeming quotes from Xbox executives, such as marketing boss Aaron Greenberg saying last year that just axed developer Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush was, quote, a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. We couldn't be happier with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with this surprise release. And in the 2021...
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, it seems it's very odd that they did that, but I don't think that Xbox needs to... Like, trying to appeal to really vocal fans on social media really isn't a good decision. I think that as long as they're... I think that Xbox, like, people think about, like, Xbox. Like, Sony, I think that for making games and PlayStation... Sony is very narrow in their vision. I think that Xbox has a much larger vision for that because they are able to monetize PC users uniquely because they also, monetize through having Windows, right? So, and I think also there's going to be cloud gaming and other things like that too. Xbox is useless, yeah.
Xbox documentary Power On, Sarah Bond said the leadership team asked themselves how to learn from and not repeat the same mistake of acquiring a studio, in this case, original Fable developer Lionhead, only to later shut them down.
Yeah, well done.
And 1 year ago, in the wake of Redfall's disastrous launch, Xbox boss Phil Spencer said, quote, one thing I won't do is push against the creative aspirations of our teams. When a team like Rare wants to do Sea of Thieves, when a team like Obsidian wants to do Grounded, when Tango Gameworks wants to do Hi-Fi Rush, when everyone thought they were probably doing The Evil Within 3, I want to give the teams the creative platform to go and push their ability, to push their aspirations, end quote.
I don't think that Xbox can win a console war because Xbox isn't releasing their games on console only. The reason why people generally, I would say, buy a PlayStation is because there are games that you can only play on a PlayStation. That's not true with Xbox. That right there, they don't have exclusivity, yes. And like, I hate exclusivity. I think it's awful. There's no benefit for the customer that they have exclusivity, except for maybe the games come out like slightly faster because they only need to be optimized for like one device. Other than that, exclusivity is extremely consumer unfriendly, right? Because like a lot of people don't have $500 to drop on a new console whenever the fuck there's a new game that comes out that they want to play. So I don't think Xbox can compete. And I don't think that they should try to. They should just have the Xbox. People will keep buying Xboxes forever, but don't invest a lot of money into this. It's over. Yeah, it's over.
At best, those once reassuring quotes ring hollow today. At worst...
Because, like, again, like, I bet also, like, the PlayStation, like, the PlayStation Network Pass or PlayStation Plus or whatever the fuck it is, like, basically PlayStation's version of Game Pass, I bet Game Pass probably outsells it 10-1. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. And I think that pretty much for sure it's more in general. So yeah, I think that Xbox, like, they are, the way that they're monetizing is different than Sony. It's totally different.
they're outright lies. We've come a long way from Xbox fans once proudly decreeing "In Phil we trust" and posting photoshopped Dark Knight-esque "I believe in Phil Spencer" buttons online. Awfully, Bloomberg reports that Microsoft might not be done making cuts, so this may very well get...
Oh, yes. The firings will continue until morale improves, or until actually profits improve.
Worse.
It's going to keep happening for sure. 100%.
For developers, that would mean further job losses. And for gamers,
well, yeah, of course,
that might mean another possible Xbox Game Pass Ultimate price increase. So how did we get here? Why can't Xbox stop tripping over its own 2 feet? And with the Xbox organization growing so massive over the past half-decade, and its reach extending not just to consoles, but to any device capable of playing video games, can the soul of Xbox even be saved?
No. No. They've got probably 2 more generations left in them, and then it's going to be completely irrelevant. And this is a good thing, because technology evolves. It's the same as like how we don't get Game Boys anymore. Like, there isn't really a new Game Boy, right? Because now you just have a Nintendo Switch. That's it. 1 at best. You think it's 1? I think they can probably... I think they'll try to do 2. Yeah, phones have cannibalized that. The Switch has cannibalized that. Bad example? No, it's just like... No, I think it's a perfect example, because what people used to use a Game Boy for, now they're using a phone for. Now they're using a Nintendo Switch for. So, like, you're seeing this market for, like, consoles become shrinkingly smaller, right? And it's becoming that more and more and more.
Spoke to 2 former longtime Xbox employees separately, and both lamented the current state of the brand. One told me prior to this week's awful studio closure news, quote, "I had lengthy conversations with a bunch of Xbox founders, and we all came to the same conclusion. It's no longer Xbox, but Microsoft Gaming."
That's good. That's a good thing. I understand if you're an Xbox fan, you're not going to like that.
Okay, I'm back. This started playing while I was gone. I'm going to rewind it, go back, because he said some stuff that I probably want to comment on. It went to an Asmongold video. So I might as well listen to it in the background. It's pretty long. Like a half hour almost.
Xbox went so hard. There's been a lot of conversation recently about, like,
I got a muffin too.
Like, people thinking Xbox is like dying. I was gonna watch a video.
Got a sweet tooth.
Xbox.
Didn't really eat breakfast. I did kind of.
It's an X.
Some sushi, but it wasn't.
By the way, Xbox went so hard whenever it first came out.
Heard this one before. Xbox stepped on a rake again. For the umpteenth time in the past decade, Microsoft has found itself on the wrong end of bad news. And as usual, it's self-inflicted. Just as Team Green was starting to gather some positive momentum, Fallout is the biggest show on TV, boosting all the Fallout games along with it, the upcoming
I saw a lot of people playing Fallout
Hellblade 2,
after the show came out.
that may be the very kind of prestige, single-player, narrative-driven, third-person action-adventure that the brand is
I might
long
not
lacked.
like some parts about it. Just from the preview, I knew
The
some
next
shit that I'm not
Xbox
gonna like.
Showcase was also announced for June 9th, where we might finally see the long-anticipated next entry in the Gears of War series, the next entry in Call of Duty, and more. Xbox brass torched the morale of customers and quite possibly its own developers alike by announcing the closure of 3 studios, Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, and Alpha Dog, and the consolidation
Arcane
of
used to have a studio here.
Roundhouse. Fans were quick to point back to recent and now hypocritical-seeming quotes from Xbox executives, such as marketing boss Aaron Greenberg saying last year that just axed developer
Id
Tango
Software used to have
Gameworks'
a studio
Hi-Fi
here
Rush
too, actually.
was,
I think they still do.
a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. We couldn't be happier with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with this surprise release. And in the 2021...
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it seems it's very odd that they did that, but I don't think that Xbox needs to. Like, trying to appeal to really vocal fans on social media really isn't a good decision.
What?
I think that as long as they're... I think that Xbox, like, people think about, like, Xbox, like, Sony, I think that for making games, and PlayStation, Sony is very narrow in
Wait a
their
minute.
vision. I think that Xbox...
How are they appealing? What does he mean?
Xbox, like people think about
21, such as marketing boss Aaron Greenberg saying last year that Just Axed developer Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush was, quote, a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. We couldn't be happier with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with this surprise release. And in the 2021...
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it seems... It's very odd that they did that, but I don't think that Xbox needs to... Like, trying to appeal to really vocal fans on social media really isn't a good decision.
What?
I think that as long as they're...
I don't get it.
Xbox, like people think about like Xbox, like Sony. I think that for making games and PlayStation, Sony is very narrow in their vision.
Their success.
I think that Xbox has a much larger vision for that because they are able to monetize PC users uniquely because they also, monetize through having Windows, right? So, and I think also there's going to be cloud gaming and other things like that too. Xbox is useless, yeah.
Xbox
No, Asmongold. The fucking Xbox division they're not related. Xbox division does not get profits from people having Windows. That's not how that works. That's a separate department of Microsoft. It does not benefit the actual Xbox division. They tried to make it do that back when games for Windows Live was around, but that got kiboshed due to customer pushback on PC. PC players push back against that shit because having Windows is not profitable. It's not profitable to Xbox or gaming. This is why they're doing shit like the Game Pass. Just having Windows is not enough. It's not the same department making the money. And not everybody uses Windows for gaming, obviously.
Power on.
I'm gonna switch over to Linux pretty soon, though, because fuck Windows. They're just removing more features with every new installment. I don't want to upgrade to Windows 11. I just want to go to Linux.
Said the leadership team asked themselves how to learn from and not repeat the same mistake of acquiring a studio.
Cloud gaming and other things like that too. Xbox is useless, yeah.
Xbox
cloud
documentary
gaming.
Power On. Sarah Bond said the leadership team asked
cloud
themselves...
gaming is another thing. With cloud saving is cloud servers. That's just a general thing that Microsoft does, kind of like how Amazon also does that. Microsoft makes money off of Sony with their servers, cloud service. Sony buys from them. They give Microsoft money for that. But it's not necessarily Xbox that's getting that money. It's just another department of Microsoft. It's not going to save the Xbox division just because that's happening, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Not repeat the same mistake of acquiring a studio, in this case, original Fable developer Lionhead, only to later shut them down.
Yeah, well done.
And 1 year ago, in the wake of Redfall's disastrous launch, Xbox boss Phil Spencer said, quote, "One thing I won't do is push against the creative aspirations of our teams. When a team like Rare wants to do Sea of Thieves, when a team like Obsidian wants to do Grounded, when Tango Gameworks wants to do Hi-Fi Rush, when everyone thought they were probably doing The Evil Within 3, I want to give the teams the creative platform to go and push their ability, to push their aspirations." End quote.
I don't think that Xbox can win a console war because Xbox isn't releasing their games on console only. The reason why people generally buy a PlayStation is because there are games that you can only play on PlayStation. That's not true with Xbox.
Which is not a good selling point anymore.
They don't have exclusivity, yes. And I hate exclusivity. I think it's awful. There's no benefit for the customer that they have exclusivity, except for maybe the games come out slightly faster because they only need to be optimized for one device. Other than that, exclusivity is extremely consumer unfriendly, right?
Instead of optimizing the hardware,
to drop on a new console whenever the fuck
making money off of hoping a game costs.
So I don't think Xbox can compete.
Which is not
and I
why
don't
you
think
should
that
buy
they should try
hardware.
to. They should just have the Xbox. People will keep buying Xboxes
You
forever.
should buy hardware because it's
but
good hardware.
Don't invest a lot of money into this.
Not because of the software
It's over, yeah.
it's holding hostage.
At best, those once reassuring quotes ring hollow today. At worst,
Because like again, like I bet also, like the PlayStation, like the PlayStation Network Pass or PlayStation Plus or whatever the fuck it is, like basically PlayStation's version of Game Pass. I bet Game Pass probably outsells it 10-1.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. And I think that pretty much for sure it's more in general. So yeah, I think that Xbox, like they are, the way that they're monetizing is different than Sony. It's totally different.
they're outright lies. We've come a long way from Xbox fans once proudly decreeing "In Phil We Trust" and posting photoshopped Dark Knight-esque "I believe in Phil Spencer" buttons online.
That's weird.
Awfully, Bloomberg
Don't understand that
reports that
type of behavior.
Microsoft might not be done making cuts, so this may very well get...
Oh yes, the firings will continue until morale improves, or until actually profits improve.
worse.
It's going to keep happening for sure.
Our developers
They shoulda got rid of
that would mean further job
Bitch
losses.
ass
And for gamers,
Todd Howard.
that might
But
mean
no.
another possible Xbox Game Pass Ultimate price increase. So how did we get here? Why can't Xbox stop tripping
They
over
sacrifice
its
those
own
other
2 feet?
studios to save
And
Todd
with the
Howard's
Xbox
bitch ass.
organization growing so
in their lazy
massive
team.
over the past half-decade, and its reach extending not just to consoles, but to any device capable of playing video games, can the soul of Xbox even be saved?
No.
The soul. What soul?
They've got probably 2 more generations left in them, and then
soul
it's
do they
going to be
have?
completely irrelevant. And this is a good thing,
Because
because
consoles are
technology
irrelevant.
evolves.
They need to go away.
It's the same as like how we don't get Game Boys anymore.
Yeah.
Like there isn't really a new Game Boy, right?
Nope.
Because now you just have a Nintendo Switch. That's it. One at best. Do you think it's one? I think they can probably. I think they'll try to do 2. Yeah, phones have cannibalized that. The Switch has cannibalized that. Bad example? No, it's just like no. I think it's a perfect example because what people used to use a Game Boy for, now they're using a phone.
Yeah, phones mostly.
Now they're using a Nintendo Switch for. So, like, you're seeing this
Nintendo
market
Switch can't
for,
even
like,
compete with
consoles
phones.
become
This is why-
shrinkingly smaller, right? And
This is why
becoming
Nintendo
that
only
more
released
and
a
more and
Switch
more.
and not
Spoke
another
to 2 former
console.
longtime Xbox employees
can't afford to.
separately, and both lamented the
They just
current
decided
state of the
to,
brand. One told me
cannibalize
prior
their
to this
entire
week's
mobile
awful studio closure news,
division
quote,
and not even
I
release
had lengthy
another
conversations
console.
with a bunch of Xbox founders, and we all came to the same conclusion. It's no longer Xbox, but
Because they can't afford
Microsoft
it.
gaming.
They're already
That's
in a
good.
big
That's a
market
good
with
thing.
phones.
I understand if you're an Xbox fan, you're not going to like
But that's
that.
the only way they're even going to make money
But
is with the
I think
mobile,
that's good.
strategy.
Ouch. The other
Thank
chatted
you.
with me at length after
Because it's
the
too expensive for them to make
and believes
dedicated
Xbox
console.
is now too big to quickly or easily get its house in order. Oh, there's
Nintendo
just
always made
too
most of
much
their money from
surface
their
area. You
handhelds
have
anyway.
effectively 3 huge companies at
So
play,
they decided
and
to put all the
Microsoft
chips in
never
there.
really finished the integration with Bethesda. And Activision is like 3 times the size Xbox was.
Yeah.
They added, quote, Xbox 360 launched
Well,
with a
Activision
few
has a
hundred
bunch of other
people.
divisions like Blizzard.
Last I heard, Xbox is now almost 30,000 people.
And 30,000 people. I wonder how many people it will be by the end of the year. How about by the end of next year?
Quarter?
Maybe 20,000.
Not a quarter.
Maybe 25. Of course
Yeah,
this is going to happen.
that's about
They're
right.
trying to hold on to an antiquated
Pretty sure
model.
like a
I
few
think that
thousand more
Sony can keep doing
will be
it,
fired.
but they are doing it at the expense of the consumer. Like, Sony is winning this war because they're doing things that are consumer unfriendly, whereas Xbox is not.
That growth has led to, in the opinion of the Xbox veteran I spoke to,
Yeah, they
increased
can artificially get their
oversight
numbers
and
up by
meddling from
trying to
further
make
up the
people on
Microsoft
another
food
platform
chain.
And I
sign up
also
for
want to say,
PSN.
too, that even if Xbox
Things
did
aren't as
the exact
great
same thing that Sony did,
at Sony as they're
would
claiming.
still wipe the fucking floor with them because every Xbox exclusive right now is fucking trash. Like, Halo sucks.
What
Gears
exclusive
of
does
War
Sony even
is
have anymore?
non-existent. Redfall was a disaster. Hi-Fi Rush, again, popular game, a lot of rewards, but people aren't playing it to say, like, there's more people playing Skyrim than people playing Starfield. They have failed in basically everything this year in terms of games. Every single game that they tried to put out has been a failure. Think about how awful that is.
Quote, the reason this seems so inconsistent with previous Xbox leadership team statements is that these decisions probably aren't being made by Phil. This is all getting dictated by Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella
Bullshit.
and
Phil?
Microsoft CFO Amy
I don't
Hogan,
know.
and it all stems from
I think
the
they're giving
Activision
Phil
acquisition.
too much credit.
Yeah. The long-tenured Xboxer continued, quote, the situation Xbox was in when they made this call was much different. They couldn't keep consoles in stock, making money hand over fist with Game Pass growth. The Activision acquisition seemed like a no-brainer. Now console sales are down, post-COVID recession, Game Pass slowing. The acquisition was more costly and time-consuming than anyone expected. And the focus on fighting the FTC probably cost them time
Yeah, that's
they would
stupid
have
shit.
spent thinking through the people and studio implications.
Because Activision,
I think that
or not
they're also
Activision, I'm
worried about
Sony didn't
getting
want them
regulated.
to acquire
I think that after the
Activision.
FTC thing, like, that's the same reason why I think that they're moving a lot of games onto Steam. I don't think that Xbox is moving the games onto Steam for any other reason other than avoiding the accusation that they could be a monopoly. That's what they're really trying to fight against. And I don't think that they really care. Because you think about, how much more cataclysmic that would be than them losing
Wasn't
a console
Starfield
war.
already on Steam? I'm
Which
pretty
one is
sure
worse?
it was.
Getting
It wasn't
determined
exclusive
as
to
a
Game
monopoly
Pass.
by the FTC and
They've
getting the
always
entire
been
company broken up,
Releasing on Steam.
or you lose the console war. Again, right? Xbox is functioning on a level that Sony doesn't have to worry about.
Yeah, Starfield was on
100%
Steam.
believe this is a board-level decision.
Like day one,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Xbox was a huge
If I was on the board of Xbox, I'd do the same thing. I think
I
they're
decided
right.
to get it on Game
profit
Pass
center,
because
so
I didn't have
Satya
to pay for
approved
it.
a huge merger. Now games are slowing.
That's why
and
you use Game
Microsoft's
Pass, so
stock
you don't have
is
to buy it
skyrocketing,
outright.
and there is no way Satya is going to let Xbox drag it down.
Yep.
This is all my opinion, of course, but I'm fairly certain these are not decisions being made only by Xbox leadership.
You can be 100% certain about that. Yeah, of course.
We don't know.
That's not to absolve
Why
Spencer
wouldn't it be?
Not even in the console war, and yet
You
he
can't
still wins.
confirm that.
for his role in all of this, unlike the tone
What is he
deaf.
talking about? Oh yeah, Phil just doesn't agree. He's just wringing his hands. Sure, guys, that's coke. Sounds like coke to me.
Spencer is, after all, the person in
he
charge
didn't agree,
of the
he'd quit.
entire
Shut up.
organization. The buck stops with him.
Yeah.
The Bethesda and Activision Blizzard acquisitions happened on his watch.
Yeah.
As such, he is no more shielded from criticism for being, by most accounts, including my own for the
Yeah,
record,
why would he?
a
Why
very
should he
nice
be?
guy, than the
Like, why would you
star
even consider
professional
that?
athlete
He
is
should have
for
been.
Well, this is what happens, right?
Like,
Whenever
what
you're
are
in a
they-
leadership position,
what is
you
this weird
own the successes of your team, and you also own their failures.
Copium about him being
We all know that it
reluctant
probably
about
wasn't
this.
Phil Spencer that was in there programming Redfall to make it bad.
Well, yeah, he doesn't make the games. He gives the
But
orders.
It's still his responsibility, even though it's not his fault. And
What?
it's the same thing with any of this.
Yeah, let's just say
that's
it's
what
not
being
his
in a
fault.
leadership
Sure,
position
guy.
means. It means taking shit and also getting shit.
Just 'cause he doesn't
for
program the
things
game
that
doesn't
in
mean
a lot of
shit isn't
cases
his
weren't
fault.
entirely your doing. And this is
He
just
hired the
another example of
motherfuckers
that.
to make the
Underperforming
game
on
and
the
make it
field
shit.
or court, despite regularly signing
He should have known they
autographs
weren't
for
good at their
kids before
job.
games.
Yeah.
But no matter who's to blame
Or he
for
should
the
have
weight
gave
of
them better
Activision
orders.
Blizzard seemingly tipping Xbox's scales out of balance, it's now fair to wonder if and how Spencer can save Xbox's soul. Is Xbox a gaming
Gave them better
brand that
direction.
means anything to gamers anymore? Can it stand toe-to-toe with Sony and Nintendo? And if the answer to those questions...
No, it can't. I think that the way that they need to market Xbox is they need to market it as a tool in the same way that Steam Deck is marketed almost like a tool. Like, Xbox needs to effectively function as a PC Lite. I think that's what they have to do.
I mean, that's
As
what
a
all
service.
consoles
Yeah,
are.
Xbox
That's what they
becomes
are
a
anyway.
service rather than a console. And people
Consoles
will buy
are
the console for
outdated.
ease of access to the service.
There's no reason to have
the
a
same as
console
people would
anymore.
buy an iPod
I don't think
so they can use iTunes. That's
They're not
like,
the future.
So they can interface.
They're getting
better
more
with iTunes.
expensive every new release.
That's,
It costs
I think, the only thing they
more
can
than
do.
$100
That's what they're
more.
doing. Of course, right? I
Every
mean,
new
people who work
release.
at Microsoft are really smart. Like it's like you have to understand like these decisions.
And then the games are getting more
stupid.
expensive. They want to start charging
Yeah,
$90
say
for
that, but then
games,
they
not
also
just
release
$70.
Redfall. So maybe they're not
So-
that smart. But I feel like they've got to at least know
What is the
fuck's up and
benefit
what they're talking about
of a
whenever it comes to
console?
money, right?
It's just a shit version of a PC.
Giving away so much credit?
Is it
I don't know,
Xbox Game Pass?
It's getting more expensive, though. You're paying more for a shit PC. That's what's going on.
Gears of War,
That's 100%
Fable, and maybe, should they end up being exclusive, the Elder Scrolls, Fallout,
Like,
and Doom.
I mean, like,
Is it
even
gaming
having games on
anywhere
disc anymore
seamlessly through
isn't even a
PC,
benefit,
mobile,
'cause the whole
console,
game's not
cloud,
on
and
disc
handheld
anymore.
support that's invisible to the end user?
You gotta
Can it
get
be
the rest of the
all
game.
these?
It's really just
Should
a
it be
fucking
all of these,
glorified
or
check-in
does
disc.
Xbox then become a jack
If
of
you're
all
just
trades,
linking to a
master of
fucking
none?
server with
After
a
all,
disc.
when you think of either,
I think that what they could maybe do
That's how Dragon's
is
Dogma 2
if
works.
they were able to create a device that could
It don't matter if you have the
stream
disc for
cloud
that
gaming
fucking game.
at a 99% lossless ratio, they would probably outsell Sony and PlayStation. I think that's the only way that they could be successful in that market. The tech isn't there yet.
What?
I know, but I'm saying that like theoretically, a cloud gaming device that's an Xbox,
Oh,
I think would be the
Cloud
only thing
gaming.
that could work.
PlayStation or Nintendo,
yeah, theoretically.
you arguably think
In a place with
Yeah.
better infrastructure, maybe that could work in Beijing.
consistently incredible.
I don't think it'll work so well in,
That's
you
it.
know, shitty capitalist America, though.
Maybe should have.
There's a lot of our
If the
infrastructure
board
is
is pushing
deliberately
Xbox
neglected.
in this direction, will Spencer push back? These decisions, no matter who's making them, are costing Xbox an incredible amount of both talent and community trust. Spencer knows that, and it's up to him to fix it. To this point, I would have argued that up until this past week, Spencer's 10-year term as head of Xbox could be summed up as such. Gamer-first initiatives like backwards compatibility,
Yeah, that's good.
accessibility,
So that's good shit.
Keep in mind that backwards compatibility and accessibility were only arrived at because of Sony putting market pressure on them and then outselling them with the PlayStation 4. So
Yeah, that
this
was years
actually
ago,
never
guy. That's like
happened
over a
because of
decade ago.
Microsoft. This was completely because of Sony. So in a weird way, right? It's like the thing that we're thinking is so good about Microsoft is actually because of Sony.
Play and
Does it
Xbox
matter?
Game
Yes, it
Pass. But he has yet to deliver either the
Not
single
really. The thing that
blockbuster game
Sony, it was
that
already going to be
captures the
backwards
zeitgeist,
compatible. It was just going to be like
or the
online
steady
was the
flow
issue.
Well, here's the
The always
blockbuster
online
game that
issue.
captures the
Why did they
zeitgeist.
make
I don't think-
Cortana look like that? She looks ugly. She used to be way hotter in the original games. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea?
This is a weird design
stupid.
philosophy. And Microsoft talked, there's
fuck
leaks
are
of
you doing?
Microsoft talk about trying to make women not look as feminine for some stupid ass design reason. I think it's for ESG money. That's the real reason. But it's stupid. I hate this type of
zeitgeist, or the steady
Corporate.
flow of high
That's not
quality
Cortana. Do you think
Oh,
that would
what are they looking at?
change anything about what I'm saying? No.
Oh, this is not
It
even
should
the
be
Cortana. I can't see it right now. I'm just listening to it.
exclusive games that breed
not even
loyalty to a platform.
I wouldn't doubt that they
Now,
want to make Cortana
he
look
will
worse
likely
though
be
in the future.
remembered primarily by how he handles this moment. Can
But,
he
Microsoft
organize
talked
a
about how
five-company monolith,
they don't want-
Xbox, Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, and King.
They don't want
into
artists
a
making
single
women look,
entity that
you
makes
know,
both gamers and shareholders
feminine
happy?
and with curves
Is
anymore.
that
I'm
even
like, okay.
possible?
Well, that's weird.
If he can't,
I think it's only because of
Activision, Blizzard, King
they just want
acquisition
ESG
may
money.
prove to be more trouble than it's worth.
Not for any like
Completely disagree with that.
reason,
I
like they
completely
care
disagree
about
with
the
that. I think
purity
that
of women or
a lot of people
not making
that
or
are like
sexualizing
Xbox
women.
fans
They
are
just want
only
money
thinking about the
from
success
some
of
ESG
Xbox.
outfits like
There's the
Black
video
Rock.
right there. I thought it was a pretty
They're
good video. IGN take? No, I like these videos. I think they're great. I wish they made more of them. They're great content to talk about too. If you can,
Like, women
be
being
synchronized.
sexy
I
isn't
think
really
the only way
demeaning.
Xbox can be
That's like
competitive. I think the only
that's
way
not
that
a
Xbox can
really
be
a
competitive in
good
the market
reflex to
is
have.
if, and you remember this back in the day,
And it's
out of
kinda
Xbox,
contradictory to
GameCube,
a
and
lot of
PlayStation
things.
2, Xbox in
where
terms
we
of
do see that,
graphics
and
and performance was the
it's-
best. And
it's presented
it was
as like
not
empowering.
way
so
better, but it
it's
was
just
better.
a weird sort of a
And
disconnect going on.
Xbox right now is like this. Not really that great. It's about the same.
I
Like
say
PlayStation 5. in
being
my
sexy
opinion,
depends on what type of
but
person
that's
you
just
are.
my opinion.
If it's
Overall,
or this
Xbox
type of
Live was least
situation,
ahead for years. It was, and
you know,
even whenever
you don't
Sony
want to be
tried
like
compete
out in
with them,
public
well, like
and
Sony's
people just
network went
throwing
down for,
dollars
like,
at
3 months back in
some
like
woman you're with,
2009,
like she's a stripper. You know, that's demeaning,
So,
I guess. Even though she's
I
getting
think
money,
they have
it's
to
still
do
like an
something
insult.
that nobody has
You know,
done before, in the same way
they're
that
throwing
Nintendo
dollars
did
at her
with
like
the
she's a
Switch.
fucking
Like
stripper.
the Nintendo Switch,
That would be
and
that would
really
be
the Nintendo Switch.
but
the Wii U walks and Nintendo Switch could run.
trying to cover up
Basically.
a woman and try to hide
So they've
the
already
femininity
done
of a
this. Like
woman.
Nintendo already
You know,
done,
that
has already
could-
done this. And
that's
there are
also
so
not
many
necessarily,
portable consoles right now that you don't really need another one.
not
I
necessarily a
think that
good.
the only way that they could
We're
capture a
respecting
new
the one
market
either,
is
you know.
a actual
Gotta have a
successful
good
version of
balance.
Google Stadia. Or
And it also
cloud
depends
gaming.
on the
And
type of
as
person.
people mentioned, and I think they're right, I don't think
You're
we're
dealing
there
with.
yet technologically. At least I certainly don't think. I don't think so. Right? That's the only thing that I
Like,
think
if a
they
woman
can do
wants to
where
be
they can actually
sexy,
compete
you
in the
should-
console market. Nintendo adapted. Nintendo did adapt, and
Not
they were the best
necessarily
at adapting. And so whenever I see this,
benefiting her by covering,
like,
by
I
saying
think that
she, you know,
Xbox needs to transition to being more. of a
she
service.
needs to be
And I
ambiguous
think they're doing that
between
with
a
the Game
man,
Pass.
you know.
You said Game Boy is dead, but I still
know, she
wish
wants
they
to
were
wear a
doing
dress,
this
let her
portable
wear a
console.
dress.
I don't like the Switch as a portable. Yeah, but
She likes to play
I
as a
can see
character
why
and
you
wear
feel
the
that
dress,
way,
let her
but
wear it.
Game Boy is dead, right? Xbox should be a laptop. Maybe, yeah. Game Pass is bad, to be honest. Well, there's a lot of people that disagree and they like Game Pass. Everybody's going to have their
And
own
women
value
like to
proposition
distinguish
for it.
themselves from men
So the
sometimes,
Sega route for Xbox, maybe you're right, yeah. Because
and
like,
vice versa.
there's no law of humanity that says that Xbox needs to exist in perpetuity. Xbox was Microsoft's foray into the console market inside of a world that was completely different than what we have now. Like a lot of you guys, actually, to be honest, like a lot of you guys, like we're all mostly older guys, right? So you remember the Sega Genesis, you remember
I
the
do.
ColecoVision, the Intellivision, the Odyssey.
We
the
had a
Atari,
ColecoVision. It came out before I was born.
The Neo
But we had
Geo,
one.
Nokia.
My mom
made
bought
a
it.
gaming.
She had every
a
fucking
gaming
console for some reason.
The Game Gear.
She didn't
the
play games, but she
Dreamcast,
had them.
Sega Saturn. Where's some more of them? The Commodore 64. Oh man, the Jaguar. Yeah, that was the portable one.
No,
Lynx, yeah,
Jaguar
the Lynx
was not
also
portable.
I think, as well. The
He doesn't know
NES, the
shit.
N-Gage
He's
was Nokia. Sega CD,
he's a
I have
poser,
that
dude.
one. So back in like
Jaguar
the 80s
was just
and the
another
90s
console
and the
by
early
Atari
2000s,
that
maybe
sucked.
the 80s and the 90s, there were like 10 different
You're probably
players
thinking
in
of
the
the
console market.
you're probably thinking of the
And then
Jaguar
towards the end of
handheld.
the 90s, you had a lot of
That
players
wasn't
coming
from
into the portable console market.
It was like that
And
little
again, like this is just what happened. So
that little thing.
I think this is the way it was.
was kinda
for
like a
actually
Game
probably
Boy, but
longer than
worse.
It is the way that it is now, almost. Game Boy Advance, yeah, I remember that. And so mass innovation, yeah, exactly. So
But there was an actual
Xbox's biggest problem
Atari
was saying
Jaguar
one thing in
console.
an interview and then doing something completely contradictory. Even the mobile store yesterday had an update that made it sound like a coupon page. I disagree with that. The reason why I disagree is because Xbox will never live or die based off of what they say publicly, because 95% of Xbox consumers are not making decisions based off of what they're saying because they're not listening.
They don't. Yeah, they're not listening to any of that shit.
Console gamers are, by definition, less engaged. They're not paying attention to everything that Xbox is saying. They're not paying attention to like statements that Xbox made and like
No, the
cross-referencing
fanboys
them
are.
versus like
Actually.
statements
The
that
people
like,
who are playing on
Xbox
Xbox
said,
are just
like 5 years
playing on it
ago
for
or
convenience.
6
They
months
don't
ago.
care about
Like, they're
any
not
of the
thinking
gaming
about that
news.
because these are casual gamers. The only thing they're thinking
The
about
casuals
is
aren't
I could buy
listening
an
to anything.
Xbox and I could get
The
these
fanboys.
games, or I could buy a PlayStation and I can get those games. And guess what happens? They buy a PlayStation. That's what happens. If they care that much, they buy a PC. Yeah, there you go. So that's in general, like that's kind of what I think is happening. And again, I don't.
You know, it's
really
it's
see,
cheaper to even get a
I don't
pre-built
see
at this point. Like
Xbox-
even
I don't see them popping off, and I don't
even
see
being
them
buying
holding
a pre-built
a
is
big audience
affordable
anymore.
these days.
I just don't see it happening. Their games are way better. Yeah, I think so too. Xbox is transitioning
I'll come back
into
to
a
this
live
motherfucker
service.
tired
Yeah,
fighting.
and I think that's a good thing. Okay,
We'll fight
you
them
can
later.
look them, and then the eyes they lose. It's more fun. Yeah, sure. It's already happening. I think so too. And just in general, that's going to be the new normal, I believe.
The new shut up. I hate that
Trying to
term.
get my friends into PC gaming, but
I
I think
hate
the way I
that
can
fucking
convince
term.
them is my pay for half as a gift. I think really
Spider-Man
the best
brought
way
it
to
up
get
to
somebody
it
into
ruined it
PC
even
gaming.
more. That new Spider-Man
I don't
game.
know. I feel like PC gaming, like you do have to know at least a little bit about it versus console.
Dude,
So
we're in
if you don't
2024.
really care
Nobody
about
don't know
PC
shit about
gaming,
PC
You're
at
probably
this
not
point.
going to stay invested.
It's not
into
like
it.
some niche.
And also, it's a lot of money. Yeah,
sort
get
of,
a Steam Deck. I think that's a
platform
really
anymore.
great idea. Yeah, Steam Deck is
It's
probably
not
the
the
best
fucking
foray
80s.
into it more than anything else. You check investors for friendships, and I'll safe to say that Steam and Windows will merge soon in the future. Cloud gaming.
What are
will
you
be the
talking
excuse.
about? No.
If Steam and Windows merged,
No.
I mean, after I saw what Microsoft
You
did
are
to
stupid.
Skype, I'm a little bit nervous about that. To be
Whoever
honest
wrote
with
that
you.
is an
I
idiot.
don't think that would be a good thing. I would
No, it
prefer
wouldn't.
Steam stayed its own thing. I
And
feel
Steam's
this
already
is
doing work with
definitely, like, really relevant,
Linux.
considering,
They want to bolster that
the
more.
video we just looked at.
They don't want
with those
to
guys,
merge with
you know?
fucking Windows.
Sucks right now.
They like the fucking model they got going. They're doing well this way. They will lose a lot of fans if they even merge with
But for this
Windows.
video, I just want to be very brutally honest.
That would be a bad move.
Gabe
Gaben and friends know that.
And I want people to do something about it.
They're not going to
The
do
first
that.
thing to understand is
That would be
basically every
stupid.
big tech company
This guy's like
the
a-
exact same pattern.
whoever said that's a
One
moron.
guy called Cory Doctorow summarized really well with the term enshittification.
In shitification. I see. I remember watching videos about video games that have in shitification.
See, when
Enshittification, yes, plenty of games that have
The only chance
that.
of succeeding is to go above and beyond for their users
Right.
by solving a key problem. Let's take Uber, for
It's the
example.
bait and switch.
Uber came in 2009, and I remember first using it around that time.
That long ago?
This is the end for traditional taxis. This is far more convenient. The taxis.
Yeah, there's no taxis anymore. That's
the
right.
Drivers are friendlier,
Uber said
cars
kinda
are cleaner, and it did all of that.
get rid of that
and
model.
So much cheaper.
That's the real reason why Uber was popular.
I
It's
used
because
to
it was
go to
really
school
cheaper
in a
and easier to
taxi.
use.
We didn't have like school
Uber at the start
buses.
was 50%, sometimes
For,
40% of the price.
because I
of
went to a
traditional
private
taxi.
school, they
So
didn't
it's
send
not
out school
surprising
buses
just
here.
how quickly people
They did
flooded
for
onto
certain
Uber.
people,
I remember
but not
within
for
just
where I
about a
live.
year of it becoming operational.
It's crazy to think, like, if you go back and you watch Trading
They
Places.
didn't feel
with,
safe.
Is that Eddie Murphy in the movie?
Oh, Trading Places. That was a
how
good
many
movie.
taxis there were everywhere. Taxis
Yeah.
everywhere.
That movie's like over
And, like, you go look at a
40
new
years
movie,
old now.
There's no taxis. It's like one of those things where
There
it
used to be a
like
show
kinda
called
dates a
Taxi.
movie.
You should have brought that
all the way
up.
from a party trick to
That show is irrelevant now.
Everyone
It
should
has no
have.
relevance
Then
to the
things
modern day
changed.
anymore.
As soon as Uber felt like they had the user
That
side
was
of
like one of the
market,
first
they didn't
shows
want
Danny
to
DeVito was
They
ever in.
switched focus to the other side, the drivers. Because
It also
the users
had
aren't going anywhere at this point.
Andy Kaufman.
If Uber can manage to control them and also the drivers.
And the voice of Marge was also
have to stay where the drivers
a cast
are, and
member.
the drivers will have to stay where the users are.
Yep.
So they sweeten the deal for them. Uber started handing out sign-on bonuses for new
And
joiners.
this is what a lot of companies do. Is that they
Get
will
away from the wall,
actually, like,
motherfucker, so I can
basically
run behind you.
sell at a loss in order to break into a market, and then
you
after
slut.
they've established
Okay.
market dominance, then they raise the prices. It's an extremely common business practice, and it happens everywhere, not just in tech. There's actually a lot of like laws against it. Loss leaders, like it's something that's
Yeah,
much greater
loss
than
leaders
that.
is a
like
general
loss leader is something that gets you to go in a store.
company
They started
term.
giving cash back on fuel and discounts
just with
on
software,
maintenance.
that's for sure.
They paid their drivers 80% of what the app made, and the best part of it was surge pricing. Anytime
My
there was
mom
a
knows about
demand,
it, so yeah.
drivers could well earn 2 times,
It's a general
3 times,
thing.
sometimes more. I remember coming out of a music festival once thinking, I don't need to book my car, Uber will sort me out.
Yeah,
Only
and
to
it's
realize that
$45.
because I was coming out with crowds of other people, my only way to guarantee that I
Mother.
would Uber
Yep.
was to outpay all of them, with
That's right.
5 times surge pricing.
Yep.
I paid £100 for a 15-minute cab ride.
Yep.
But there is a third stage to this master plan.
Yeah, that's
What does
crazy.
Uber do when they have the users?
I'll never
when
pay
they know
$100
they're by far the most convenient way to hail a
Taxi.
and they have the suppliers,
Or,
the
any
taxi
type of
drivers, the
similar
restaurant takeaway
service like
drivers, the
Uber.
package delivery drivers. Well, that is when true.
Plus, I got to be going cross country or something.
To make their app essential,
Pay that
also
much.
giving suppliers that surplus to get them all on it, to build monopoly power and make it much harder to get a car outside of Uber. But this is the point where Uber and every other big tech company in this position will take all of that surplus for themselves. Because A, well, they can, but also
Yeah, you can't stop them at that point. Like, there's nothing else that's going to come and change the market. And this is kind of like what I was saying before.
Well,
about
it
how
might be,
free-
but
the
it'll
first thing
be,
the
like,
free market does
more
is
convenient.
stop being free. Because like this
It's
is
got to
the
be
free
something more
market,
convenient.
Really. Uber came in,
Just like how
and
Uber
they
came in
weren't
and took
breaking
over
any
taxis.
rules.
Oh
They
no,
just beat the competition.
nothing will take over
And then after
taxis.
you
It's
beat
just
the
too
competition,
convenient. until Uber
They
came.
changed the rules.
Something else could come
By
along.
the time a company reaches this stage, more than likely,
I mean, we might get better rail service, then you don't have no need for a fucking taxi or a Uber.
But instead, just many shareholders.
It'll be like Beijing,
Shareholders
where they
aren't
just
usually as invested in the
they
long-term
got
health
good
of the
rail
business. They
service.
just want the
They're
business
really
to earn
fast.
quick money so that they can cash
I don't
out.
think they have as many
Their
taxis
objectives
over there,
often boil down to how
or as
many
much need
users
for them.
pay it up until the absolute limit of what they're willing to, but just not past it, and then how to pay the suppliers the absolute least that they're willing to take, but just not less than it.
I think that with a lot of shareholders in publicly held companies, it doesn't even go that far.
Their
They
Belt and
want
Road
the line
initiatives
to go
really
up.
make that convenient.
And if the line isn't going up, then they get rid of the people that are making the line not go up, and they get people that make the line go up. Because a lot of
over
like
here,
shareholders
pussy.
in companies don't really have intimate knowledge in the businesses that they're investing into.
Yeah.
Right? Like they have like general knowledge, like to an extent.
They just
they're not,
invest in
like,
what it's
voting,
making
like,
money, but they don't
really
know about it,
have
yeah.
any vested interest.
It's kind of like Elon Musk, which is what he
Bobby,
does. He
yeah,
tends
exactly.
to ruin a lot
Bobby
of
comes
businesses
in.
he buys. I think it's deliberate with him, though. Sometimes he ruins businesses for deliberate reasons, for the people he's attached to.
Like on Uber, for example.
It's not just him doing it for personal reasons. Like, he's attached to some vested interests, and I think they hire him as like some hatchet man to go fuck up an industry that might be competition for them,
Now that they offer all of these
or might have
options,
influence over a message that they want people to know, and they want
you
him
get
to like
extremely long wait times because
fuck with
no
it.
driver who can charge exact prices is going to take a ride for normal prices. You get all the drivers who don't qualify for high-rated
I don't think
service, and all the
Elon Musk
cars
is
that
acting
don't
as
count
an
new
independent.
enough for comfort. And
I'm gonna be honest. Like I viewed like whenever my car was fucked, I had to use Uber. I have never had a bad experience with Uber once. And
I have.
I've never used anything except
He just
for
doesn't
basic
use it as
Uber.
often.
Every person that I've had has been like within like 10 minutes.
You're a celebrity,
The
though. They
quality
probably
has
know
been
you,
great.
so they're gonna act up.
Like one time, like I had a really bad thing happen. I lost my phone in an Uber.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy drove all the way from North Austin back down to give me my fucking phone.
Yeah, he thought
I
you'll
gave
give
him
you a good,
$200.
you'll give him a good
Right?
tip
I
if
was
you're a
like,
millionaire. That's why he
cannot
did that.
express how much this means, right?
He
I was
didn't do
like,
that out
"Thank
of the
you so
kindness of
much."
his heart.
But like,
Most likely.
yeah, remember that? Yeah, that was a bad day for me. Very bad day.
Let that be
Also,
mine.
those
He
are
would
great
have
guys.
kept
Yeah,
that.
the app's atrocious. Yeah, like I mean, I've only had good
He wouldn't have
experiences
drove across country to give it to
with
me.
Uber. I think the real problem is, yeah, I think it's probably regional. Like I'm in Austin. There's a lot of people that
I'm in
live
Austin.
here, and it's pretty normalized.
And I've
so it's
had
probably
bad
not so bad,
experiences.
but I bet in other places, like
He's a millionaire,
his
though.
experience is probably just as
There's a
valid as
dichotomy.
mine is for where he's at.
trust me when I say the requirements for comfort are not very high. This idea of splitting things up to offer more premium services is not inherently bad.
You'll get
It's
nice
just
treatment
the way
because they
these
think
companies
they'll
achieve
get money
this is
from
much
you.
less about making
That's
the
why.
experience better for the people who are
He
paying
probably
more,
gave him a
but
big old
much
tip
more about
after
just
that,
making it
too.
worse
For all we know.
who aren't. Uber isn't changing the pool of cars on the road to accommodate these tiers. They're the same cars, the same people with the same training, but it's just now
Yeah.
it's segregated in a way that each user pays the maximum they're willing to pay, and the service provided is the bare minimum for that price. Or take Netflix. When Netflix first started, it felt
Yeah, like as I said, I
Let's
think that
go.
my experience with Uber has been nothing
Privileged. Very
short
privileged.
of perfect.
You're privileged.
I have never had a bad experience ever. With Netflix, however, I do think that my experience and quality has gone down tremendously.
Netflix kinda sucks.
Because the breadth of shows that they're able to provide is weaker.
revolutionary.
They do
I
too
paid
much.
$5
Some of the shows
a
that
month,
just
which is
shouldn't exist
cheaper
on
than an
them.
average movie ticket
Just
nowadays.
stop making them.
Yeah.
All of this
All the
ad-free,
movie.
but then
Because they're
Netflix
not good.
introduced 4K quality, which instead of just
Like
being
that
added
Good
to the
Time
base
show.
service
They need to
became
get rid of
part
that
a
shit.
separate
That
tier,
shit's
now
terrible.
being charged at £17.99.
Insults,
Then
even.
they
I
actually
will say that I agree with his overall thesis of this video. However, I do think that 4K is an acceptable upcharge because so few people use it and it costs so much more. YouTube does this
Why
as
do you
well.
have to pay
I think YouTube only does it actually
fucking
for
Netflix
8K.
for
what's
4K?
smart is to introduce
That's
adverts
dependent on your
back into
hardware
movies
anyway.
after the whole deal
You got a
of
4K
yeah.
TV.
to watch movies
Yeah.
without adverts. And unless you upgrade to the middle subscription tier, which is £10.99, of goods.
They better be chipping in for my fucking
isn't even the worst
4K
of
TV
it,
then.
At least their
Amazon
tier is cheaper than the normal tier, whereas Now TV and Amazon Prime, they just stuck ads into the normal tier.
Yeah.
The point is, tiering is not being used to benefit the user. It's being used to charge you more if you're willing to pay more, and then
Tiering is used as a form of what's called anchoring, like price anchoring, where like you create a low value and then you scale up from that value to create a perspective difference in value. It's like a psychological trick.
give you the minimum acceptable experience if you're not. And that brings me on to subscriptions in general. Subscriptions on their own, they can be fine. They can be a way to make services
By the
more...
way, his argument for subscriptions, I bet, is going to be my same argument for battle passes in games, where they're not fundamentally bad, but when everything has them, they become
They
bad.
can be good, but
instead of having to
I've seen good battle
a big upfront cost, they can be
But,
a way to force companies to continue to provide value
a lot of
and
companies
updates over
don't
a period
do
of time. But
Yeah.
the way that these big tech companies are using subscriptions now has meant that we're often not paying those monthly subscriptions instead of the bigger upfront costs. We're paying them both. And you're
Yeah,
actually
they're
getting a
just
worse
double
service
dipping.
now whilst paying for a subscription than you were originally for free. Like,
That's why I
for
just watch
example,
shit
the
for free
entire purpose
anyway.
of Amazon Prime
I
was
don't
unlimited
subscribe to
one-day
Netflix
deliveries.
anymore. I just
So
watch it
why is
on
it that
another
now
site.
we're also
I watch all
having
that
to
shit on
offer
another
paying to get
site.
the fastest delivery? And
That's
for
how I
many
do
products,
movies,
actually
too.
having to hit a minimum
Shit that's
spend
at the theaters.
just to get that perk, which is
I
how
just watch it on
every
another
online
site.
store has ever worked since the very beginning, but without needing to pay a monthly fee. Or for
I've never really had that problem personally. Like my mom, whenever my mom and both my mom and girlfriend lived in this house was an unofficial Amazon warehouse.
Oh yeah,
I swear to
talk
God, we
about
would
that all the
receive at
time.
least 3 packages and usually 7 packages a day. Why the fuck do you think my house is a mess? Do you think it's a mess because of me?
yes.
Fuck no.
It was a mess before all that. Your
It's not
mother
my
never
shit
came up
down
to
there,
your
it's their
attic, dude.
shit. I still got our fucking TV.
No, he was messy himself because his mother never came up to his attic.
I've regularly used to
His
take
attic
Ubers to
itself
go see
is
Russia
filthy.
early on when we were
He doesn't
dating.
throw away
She was about
trash.
120 miles away, and it used to cost about £120.
Now he's just lumping everything
Over the
onto
last few
his
years, I've seen
mom
that
and his
price not
girlfriend.
just creep,
What
but
a fool.
soar up to 150,
He's a liar.
200, 250,
Everybody can look
and now
back at his old videos and see what
Uber's
really
gone
was
from
going on.
half the price of a normal taxi to,
To be fair, a lot of things have gone from that price. Like we've had, as I said, like we talked about this.
We
with
never
fast food
saw
a
his
lot,
mother
right?
in his room.
A lot of things have
She
gone.
might have
up.
come there,
Like
but
2.5
not on
Xing.
screen.
I mean, like for fast food, yeah. I'm not saying it. I'm saying this problem, like his problem, is multiplied by an existing problem. So it feels like
this is
either
actually
worse.
more expensive than just calling up your local cab company and pre-booking a car. And remember, that's for the lowest tier, which
Yeah.
because this tiering exists means that you are specifically selecting a car that's at least 8 years old with a driver who's completed less than
Yeah,
100 trips.
I would trust an
or someone who
8-year-old
just
car more
hasn't
than the
been
newer
able to
ones.
keep a good rating.
That's for
And
sure.
you remember that surge pricing
I could
we
probably
talked about
fix
earlier?
that motherfucker.
That still exists, but now
Instead
you
of
just don't
taking
see
a
it. Instead
newer
of Uber
car to a
telling you
dealership
that you're
every
about
time
to
I
pay
want
3
to
times
fucking
what you
fix
should be
it
paying,
because of all the
so that
proprietary
users
shit it's got
Like
in
if I
there.
was Uber, I would have done that too. It's like we're gonna tell you that we're gonna charge you more money. What fucking idiot thought that was a good idea? Just charge you more money.
using your reference point
Talking about the
what
tipping?
your journey even should cost. And that is where the subscription
I mean, if they're gonna
service
make the
comes in to
tipping
save the
mandatory,
day.
they might as well just charge me the real
I'm
price.
paying for it every single month.
Charge me the real
Usually
minimum
5%
price.
discount on your rides
They got
and
Robert
free
De
delivery
Niro?
on Uber Eats food orders.
Don't
I'll
just
get to that
force
very soon,
me
'cause
to
that is actually
tip.
an even bigger problem in itself.
If you're
But the
gonna,
point I'm trying to
No
make
wonder
here
they
is
ain't profitable.
instead of
What the
just
fuck
charging
are
me
you
the real
in there
price.
for?
I mean, if I
If
have
Uber
the
is just
option to tip,
inventing the price,
but you're
if
gonna
Uber
force
is
me to
just
tip
deciding how much
anyway,
it can
what's the
charge you
fucking
for this
point?
particular journey, as opposed to giving you an actual breakdown of why it costs what it costs, then a 5%
Just charge
discount
the
on
real
the
price. Charge
doesn't
the real
actually mean
price.
anything.
Pay the Uber
This is
driver
actually illegal
a real
in
wage.
Brazil. And I think it's also
They need to do
illegal
this in
some
restaurants
places
too. I'm
in
tired of
Europe.
them like
And I
not
am
paying
not
the
100%
customers and they're
sure
just
on this, but I think
lumping
it's
all the
also
blame
illegal in
onto the
Australia.
customer when they're not paying the server.
You're paying far,
They wanna
far more than you used to just
lump
a few
all
years
the blame
ago
onto
for the
that
same
to
thing.
Naturally, of
the
course,
customer
it's
instead of the
illegal here in
fucking
America,
managers.
right?
paying them a real wage.
And now you have a monthly expense as well.
The fucking corporation needs to pay these servers their real wage. The company needs to pay them a real wage.
And if you're enjoying this rather painful video, then a sub to the channel.
That's how it is in other countries. It's a
ironic.
Mainly American issue.
We do try very hard.
Other countries pay their servers a real fucking wage. And you can tip over there, but it's like not expected because they're getting a real wage anyway. You can tip overseas, but it's not mandatory. You're not an awful person for not doing it. That's what I'm saying. Because they're getting paid a good wage,
once they become the
a living wage.
Start to take all of that surplus away is simply by extracting the largest cuts that they possibly can from every transaction. Let's call this the platform fees.
I love how DoorDash and Uber Eats has like the price of the food is higher.
Yeah.
On the app,
and you
have the service fee.
Yep.
You have the tip.
Yep.
And you have the delivery fee.
Yep. Unless you pay a subscription, the delivery fee is kind of way, but they're just double charging you, triple charging you.
What are you doing with this? What's going on here? You know,
it's scams going on.
That's crazy.
We should Uber Eats for a minute. So I fancy some McDonald's chicken nuggets.
No, you don't. You fancy some McDonald's chicken McNuggets.
Yeah.
They don't have nuggets at McDonald's. They're
McNuggets. He's right.
Right, okay.
Because that's not real chicken.
So the first thing you'll notice
it's a McChicken.
Almost every item of food on Uber Eats is between 10 and, no joke, 100% more expensive than it actually is in person. Mm-hmm. Like 20 chicken nuggets, £6.99.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Nah, bro, like it's expensive even at the building now.
Yeah. Yeah, like, it does. It's like $5.
Because I feel like it's a lot even whenever I go. Like, I went to McDonald's yesterday.
I don't go to McDonald's anymore.
I went to McDonald's the day before that too.
Because they suck.
He's right. Like I feel like the price is higher, but it's like on an app. I feel like the app price is like 20% higher, like 10 to 20.
That seems like an awful lot. Okay.
It's not crazy, but it's just like more.
Oh, look at that. Add £8.01 to save with Uber One. So again, notice, just like with Amazon Prime, Uber is trying to frame this as if I'm
You're saving. You're not.
You have to save money.
They're charging extra and saying you're getting you're saving money.
Well, you didn't.
Because you're not paying.
Asterisk. You see the fucking asterisk.
Yeah.
See that? Oh. Yeah. You ever see one of these? It means you're not getting it. Yeah. If there's an asterisk like this next to some bonus. Oh, it's not really going to happen. It's an asterisk? Yeah, exactly.
An asterisk, yes, exactly.
Which, by the way, always means wastage. I mean,
not an asterisk, an asterisk.
Besides,
that's more better descriptive for it. It should be called that.
Based in America, they don't waste it.
Huh?
They eat the whole thing. Says here I got to spend $20 at McDonald's to save $5. Well,
yeah.
If I only spend $10,
spend
it's
$20.
Like I'm losing $5. So I better spend $10 to save $5.
You'll save money if you spend $20.
If I don't eat it all,
I wasn't gonna spend $20, but now I do, so I can save money.
It's a £600.
You see how they frame this shit?
Let's go to the next page. Oh, people also
they really think you're stupid cattle.
Tempt me into getting those group savings, but no, resist. Next.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh my goodness, would you look at that? Priority delivery.
Yeah.
£2.49. And just to be very
clear,
yeah,
if you want to get it
sort of
on time, you got to pay more for that.
It would very much be worth that price. All it means is your driver.
If you don't want it an hour later, and you want it like 45 minutes later, you got to pay more.
Ever used to work. And this is a great example of tiering.
I'm not sure if that part of his argument is true.
It's cold, but it'll be less cold.
And he would do multiple
if it was an hour
before he went back to the pizza delivery place.
All the food I get, whenever I've ordered from Uber, has always been cold.
It depends. It depends on the delivery place. Yeah,
so they got me thinking they finished that shit like a half hour.
It probably depends on the place.
But it's always cold when I get it.
When Uber Eats first started, it was just an assumed thing that, of course,
these aren't like faraway restaurants. They're like right next to me.
Until normal restaurant takeaway service had
this shit's still cold.
And now, well, you want fast, you pay for fast. So okay, fine. We're gonna go.
I guess if I paid the extra fee
when it gets to me, and
to get it there, and 10 extra minutes,
fees,
10 less
priority delivery, tip, like, and then the
I
price
would've
of
got
the
it
food is a little bit higher.
a little
like,
bit
oh my
lukewarm.
god.
Deliveries actually.
You know what you feel like in these apps? You feel like, you ever see like those fucking nature documentaries where it's like some whale is like dying, or like some big fish is like getting eaten by predators, and they're just taking little bites off of them, and like before you know it, they're just like,
Yeah, so it's gone.
That's basically you.
Like a piranha.
Charged at £4.78, and that's because it's actually on top of an already existing base delivery fee. And then there's just fee. So if I click that, it says part of that is the small order fee, less than £10, because orders less than
nickel and dime.
an extra charge because they're going to cost more to be delivered. What? Because the priority delivery fee is my delivery fee, so why is there a separate delivery fee?
That's interesting. So it's a small delivery fee.
Fuck you. Fuck you up the ass. I hate that shit.
The fact that my order is small, you see what I'm saying? And then there's the service fee, and this is what Uber wants you to think of as their cut. But the truth is,
works? Yeah,
Uber's
get the fuck out of here.
every single part
For
of
an
this
individual,
pie.
it sucks.
McDonald's chicken nuggets price. Okay, so
The only reason I would even bother with Uber is if I can't go anywhere. I don't really want to order from Uber because they are gouging you. It's pretty obvious. I notice it, and I get tired of ordering anything
And this is actually one
anymore.
of the most insulting part of it. It's the fact that
But if I don't have time, I will do it.
Right?
He didn't even talk about the tip. Maybe he did. I don't think he did.
He didn't talk about the tip. I thought he was, but I guess not.
Priority delivery, which says between 10 and 20 minutes. But
Maybe I didn't
when you
hear
click order,
correctly.
Uber
No
will
tips
only
in
get
the
involved and even refunding you.
Yeah, there's no
anything.
tipping in it
It
either.
actually takes
Because
45 minutes.
It's not the
or
cultures. They're getting
more. Okay, so just
paid
to be very
more.
clear,
Let me see
They're
what it would
paying
be
them
for me
more of a
right now.
living wage over there.
Here in
They're not paying them $2
Let's
an
say I'm gonna
hour.
order a milkshake, okay? So large Oreo shake is $7.
I'm pretty sure if they were, they would be encouraging tipping
So
too, like
I
over
add
here.
item, I view cart. I'm looking at $17.
Yes. You're not paying a minimum of $20.
Delivery fee is $5.99.
You're not paying under that.
Fees and estimated tax are $3.62.
You're gonna pay at least
and then I'm gonna
$20
continue
on your
and
order.
then the standard delivery,
Even if it's just
with
some
a
nuggets.
$2 tip,
You're paying $20
is
for nuggets.
$19 for one large Oreo shake.
Yeah.
And that's only a $2 tip. That's crazy. You're paying double? No, you're paying triple.
Yeah.
Because
It's not double. It's way more.
I've been there before. It's like $5.99 or something like that, I think. And so you're actually paying triple.
Special guarantee, just for me, because I'm one of your highest paying customers, is that my order will not take 2.5 times longer than the upper limit of what you just guaranteed it might.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Uber One. It is mortifying.
We're
how
just
much
telling
they're
you that.
exploiting the
Believe it.
consumer here. I mean,
Believe
imagine
it.
what happens if companies like this get
Cattle.
in charge of your medical and
Stupid
emergency
cattle.
services.
He understands he has an international audience, right? And so, like, this theoretical isn't a theoretical for us. We don't have to imagine that.
Yeah, he's probably not talking
Yeah,
about
who's gonna
tipping
tell?
because he is not from
Just as
America.
bad. The other day, Trisha
Maybe
was
they don't
buying
charge for
plastic
tipping
little
over
hampers for
in
some
other
gifts she
countries
put
people
together.
Uber Eats.
£12.99
That makes
gets the
sense.
cheapest you could find on Amazon. And just before
I forgot he did have an
accent.
accent.
Let's just do one
So,
little
yeah,
shop
And this
He's
is
not
the case. I had to buy an inhaler for my dad that was like $400 or something like that. Like, you think about it, how does a person pay for a $400 inhaler? How do you do that?
Well, you're a millionaire.
Sell crack.
Where? And
the only way, guys.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a good argument for doing that, I
It's
guess.
so easy to
If you
fall
have
into the
to.
trap of thinking, well, I've
mean-
paid my delivery fee. That's what I'm paying the subscription cost for. There's no way that this thing.
He's a millionaire, so he doesn't have that
I'm
problem.
not paying a monthly fee to have free delivery from.
That's something I would have to do.
But the truth is,
But,
Amazon is charging for Prime.
I make
Amazon
enough
is
in my
charging
job
extra
to where I
for
could
delivery in
afford
some
that.
cases. Amazon is charging sellers
I could
to
afford
sell
an
on
inhaler
platform,
for
and then they're
$400.
charging you extra to buy
I could
on
pay out of
platform.
pocket.
And
I'd
you
rather
even
pay out of
notice
pocket
this
than
effect.
So
do
one
insurance, 'cause I'm
really
getting
good
ripped off
way
more on the
that you
insurance
can tell
anyway.
that Amazon is making
I'd save
a
more
lot
money
of
if I could just pay out of pocket.
is
But
whenever
some
they have a list of all
some providers
the
don't
richest
let you do
people, Jeff Bezos is always
There's a lot
on
of
that
places here in
list,
Texas
and
that
usually
will.
he's pretty close to the top. So it's like, how do you think he got all that money? Well,
But I don't go to the
what
doctor
do you-
anymore anyway.
like,
They
it's
don't-
obviously
they don't help me.
working, right?
I will only go to a doctor for like trauma.
With free platforms.
Not for any
Social media,
illness.
for example, even though
They're
companies
just
like
making me
Facebook,
sicker with
Instagram,
anything they'll
TikTok,
give me for,
even
like,
YouTube, even though they're
ailment.
not
They're just
directly
giving you more
charging
medicine
you,
that'll
will
just make you
still
sick.
absolutely find ways to
It's not
maximize their
because it's
earnings
not
from
medicine.
you
It's just
once they know that you're in.
Toxins that'll
Once
just
Facebook
cause
has
more
got everyone to
inflammation.
sign up for the first time,
Or
by
will
being
dull
this
the
open
healing
haven
process.
where you come to keep connected with
Which is
every
not
single
what you want.
person you
You
know
want
and
the healing
love.
process
They
to
became very aware that no
play out.
individual person could just leave. That would be social suicide. So
Yeah.
Facebook could crank that
don't
money
wanna
making lever
stop
as
it.
much as they wanted to. They
How
could
many
fit
Farmville ads do you get?
ads.
A lot of people are
Charge
told that
companies as
the
much as
healing
they wanted to
processes
talk
that they're having are bad for them, and they're getting stuff that dulls it. Then they
those ads at you.
end up with longer
Taking
health issues because of that.
The people you follow,
They don't know because the
what
doctor's
you
not
want
telling
to
you
see,
that.
But just
The doctor's just getting a
suggestions that are
lifetime
quite
custody
quickly discarded
at
as
that
soon as
point
Facebook
by
realizes what they can
telling
show
them the
you
wrong
to
shit.
make
I mean, because they're
money
also
out of
taught
you.
that in
Now,
medical
where
school
this all
that
gets really
this
deceptive is the
anti-healthy
dark
type of shit
basically tricks
is
that
actually
deployed to make
the
you do
right
things that you
the
don't
right
mean to
way
do.
to do things.
Chicken nuggets are here.
This is
I'm actually
good
fascinated by
medicine.
what you've done.
Give people shit that dulls their healing process. It will dull pain. I mean, you can get some opiates and some morphine that'll dull pain, you know. But it's not necessarily good for your body. Dulling pain is not actually healing.
Hey Brian, from now on you have to do the worm every single time you say something.
And dulling actual processes in your body that are,
Oh, great. But
you know,
then it's £4.49
restitching things
per
for you in
week.
your body.
£4.49 per week for a game
Reconstruction
that's very
things in
clearly
your
been
body.
designed to be played
It's
once
not a
a
good
month
thing to
for
do.
this.
You don't
And I would have happily
you don't want
bought
to take
it for
toxins that
£4.49
stop
or
that.
even £10 if that's what they charge it as a
You're just going to end up with longer health issues.
I bet you get so many dumb drunk people that get something like that. That's such a good idea. Holy shit. And they're gonna forget.
And then you're going to
about
be
it.
dependent on the medicine. Because you're creating a loop cycle.
That's
When you're
why
dependent on
I
that
need to start doing
I played the
these.
game with my friends.
Poison,
We were drinking,
synthetic
so I
alcohol
specifically
that's not
remembered to
harming you.
cancel it when I woke up the next day. And it took half a year. When my accountant asked, "What is this £4.49
A lot of
every week
antibiotics
Apple?"
do
When he
this.
mentioned it, I realized
Like
I
a lot
had
of people
seen
will
it
have like
times
internal
coming up on my
hemorrhaging
accounts,
and
but
bleeding,
because it was
and
just
then
a payment to
they're
Apple, I
prescribed
assumed,
antibiotics
oh,
for
it must be iCloud
this
or
very
something.
issue.
Then
When
I realized,
antibiotics
yes,
have been known to
absolutely,
cause
but
this issue
I
to
think
begin with.
I forgot once.
It's really
my
fucked up.
penalty for that
This is a
playing
problem when I
Warfare
noticed
game for
in
2
the
hours one
pounds.
night, about
In the pounds, when they're like
£150.
treating dogs that have been strays on the street, they give them a
Awful
lot of
story.
fucked up shit
There
like
are plenty of
antibiotics, and they end up
subscription services I
dying.
have that I think are fair.
Like a
This
bunch
is
of
a
them end
very
up
clear
dying
example
because they
of one
just
that is
pump them
predatory.
full of
One whose
antibiotics that
entire
cause
business model
internal
clearly
bleeding
revolves around charging an unfair
Well, there's a
and
lot
other
of these
issues.
where
And
it's like, well,
They're just, oh, well, I
You
guess
want
that
the
dog
free
was just so
trial?
sick.
okay, well, here's the crazy
And they're not
thing
even
about the
thinking
free
about any
trial.
of the
You're
antibiotics
gonna
you just
get a
gave them.
30-day
Dude,
free trial.
it's that fucking
but on
shit
the
you gave them.
23rd day,
That's what did it.
We're gonna start charging you for the full
They don't think
thing.
nothing of it because they're told not to
So
think.
you have to cancel
know.
before then, but the
I
only
kinda
time
volunteered
you
at
can
some
find
pound
out
on
that we
episode
actually
shit. This
charge
is
you
when I
on
was
the
homeless.
23rd day, and we
So,
are
yeah.
gonna need your credit card for this.
It
for the
kind
free
of
trial.
fucks with me.
Like,
when
one
I
of the
think
things
about it.
that I always ask people whenever they say we're giving out
Like,
free
these dogs
subscriptions
did
or
not have to
something,
die.
is I ask them how much the
You-
free one costs
you killed
whenever
them
I'm
with
at a
this
store
shit.
somewhere. And like, I
You
don't do
didn't
this anymore because I value
make the
my time and I
connection.
don't want to have some sort of like fucking Reddit moment against
Oh, let
like,
me rewind what you
some
said.
person who works at AT&T. But whenever I was younger, I did do this. And I would
Let me
ask
rewind
them,
what he said,
like,
'cause I've been
how much
talking
does the
over
free one cost? And
It's a social or drinking game where it
Piccolo.
says you
Oh,
can't
there's a drinking game called Piccolo. I never heard of it.
charging sellers to sell
Okay.
on the platform, and then they're charging you extra to buy on the platform. And you can even
Yeah.
notice this effect.
so one really good way that you can tell that Amazon is making a lot of money is whenever they have a list of all the richest people,
And they have a
Jeff Bezos is always on that list, and
Yeah.
usually he's pretty close to the top.
Another way you can
So
tell
it's
that
like,
they're making a
how
lot
do
of
you
money is
think
that
he
they have
got all
contracts
that
with the
money?
CIA.
Well, I mean, where do you? I mean, like, it's
They-
obviously
they-
working, right?
They get money from the CIA.
with
Yeah,
free
a lot of
platforms.
content.
Social media, for example, even though companies
In the
like
military
Facebook,
itself,
Instagram,
Department of
TikTok,
Defense.
even YouTube, even though they're not directly charging you, will still absolutely find ways to maximize their earnings from you once they know that you're in. Once Facebook had got everyone to sign up for the first time by being this open haven where you come to keep connected with every single person you know and love, they became very aware that no individual person could just leave. That would be social suicide. So Facebook could crank that money-making lever as much as they wanted to.
How many Farmville ads do you get?
Ads. They could charge companies as much as
I
they
hated
wanted
getting
to.
those. I don't use Facebook anymore. Although I am on Instagram, which is technically part of Facebook.
Get those ads
But I don't do much on Facebook or
the people you
Instagram.
follow, not as commands of what you want to see.
I just follow
but just
people.
Suggestions that are quite quickly discarded. As soon
I
as
did want to
Facebook
put more
realizes
on
they
there.
can show
Maybe
you
this summer
to
I'll
make
put
money
more
out
on
of you.
Instagram.
Now, where this all gets really deceptive is the dark
I want to put some pictures,
tricks that companies employ to make you do
like some
things
art
that
and some
you
actual
mean
pictures
to.
of myself. I'll put it on multiple
I'm actually
sites because I want to put it. I need to use more of my social media. I don't.
Mistake, I enjoyed it about £13.75. Last year, actually, I signed up to using an app called Piccolo. It's just a social or drinking game where it serves you prompts on your phone and then you get those people to do those things. Like, hey Brian, from now on you have to do the worm every single time you say something.
That's stupid. I would hate that.
That's
The game's got a
hard.
3-day free trial.
That's when I'm drinking. I'm not going to remember
It's
all the rules.
£4.49 per week. £4.49 per
gonna
week
forget
for a game
everything.
that's very clearly been designed to be played once a month at boost. And I would have happily bought it for £4.49 or even £10 if that's what they charge it as a one-off.
I should make an app like that. That's a good idea. I bet you get so many dumb drunk people.
You get a lot of money out of drunk
That's
people.
such a good idea.
That's for sure.
Holy shit. And they're
That's why
gonna forget about it?
that's why the drinks are free at the casino.
You know,
Like,
how it used to be
yeah.
before the subscription thing took over.
That's smart. I need to start doing
I played
these.
the game with my friends. We were drinking, so I didn't specifically remember to cancel it when I woke up the next day. And it took half a year. When my accountant asked, what is this £4.49 every week going to Apple? When he mentioned it, I realised I had seen it a couple of times coming up on my account, but because it was just a payment to Apple, I assumed,
have a bunch of
it must be iCloud or something.
Shit going to
Maybe
Audible
mine?
that I don't know
Yes,
what it's for.
absolutely. But
I need to get rid of
I
that.
forgot once, and my penalty for that for playing
I don't know what it
130
is.
for 2 hours one night, about £110.
You could just play Hawkeye Star.
There are plenty of
Yeah,
subscription
go
services
spend on
I have
there.
that I think
On the
are
banner.
better. This is a very clear example.
I never spend in those
one whose
Mahoyo
entire
games.
business model clearly revolves around charging an
There's plenty of shit in the
There's a lot
game
of these
itself
where it's like,
you
well,
get enough to
You want the
spend.
free trial? Okay.
You don't have to pay
well, here's
money.
the crazy thing about the free trial. You're going to get a 30-day free trial, but on the 23rd day, we're going to start charging you for the full thing.
They're charging you
So
already.
you have to cancel
They're just
before
lying.
then, but the only time that you can find out that we actually charge you on the 23rd day, and we are going to need your credit card for this, for the free trial. Like, one of the things that I always ask people whenever they say we're giving out free subscriptions to something is I ask them how much the free one costs whenever I'm at a store somewhere. And like, I don't do this anymore because I value my time and I don't want to have some sort of like fucking Reddit moment against like some person.
Oh yeah,
who
that'll
works
take.
at
You'll be there all
AT&T.
day for a
But
Reddit
whenever I
moment.
was younger, I did do this, and I would ask them like, how much does the free one cost? And they would be confused, and I would be like, well, what do I have to do to get it? And they're like, well, you have to put in your information. I said, okay, so it costs my
Just
phone number.
fucking with
Yeah,
them.
no thanks.
That's kind of funny.
Because there is always a cost. There is.
Price and hoping that people will forget. Another
And
dark
they'll
pattern
sell
I
your
see
information,
so much
too.
of nowadays
Yeah, they do.
is the manipulation of the default.
Of course they do.
Like,
Yeah.
I shop a lot on Amazon, right? And the reason for that is that even though I know they're often no longer the cheapest, is that they're basically the only company whose delivery infrastructure I can mostly rely on. The only company for who, when they say next day, it really does mean that it will come
Yeah,
next
you
day.
can
I've
get
had
it
really good
next day.
experiences
You pay
with
for it.
Amazon, but I've never really had a bad experience. Amazon's great.
I mean, delivery
The
wise,
key
sure.
problem that Amazon first
They'll-
solved for its
they'll get it
users
there.
is what got us also invested in the platform and
Yeah.
what
But,
got me and millions of others to start paying monthly
the payments.
subscriptions to Prime. But now Amazon is oftentimes introducing minimum order quantity to get that free delivery. It also often pre-selects the slower delivery option. With, I've looked into this, no way to stop it doing that. So let me just get this straight. You're charging me a monthly subscription for unlimited next day delivery, but then assuming that
they pre-select you for not next day delivery, that's... You know what, like going back to that first term at the beginning of the video, the enshittification? Yeah, pretty much.
Enshittification, like gamification. Right. That's what gamification kind of feels like anyway.
Delivery that I didn't have to pay for, and this is absolutely an example of a dark pattern. Because
why do I lose stamina?
3 or 4 occasions where
let me see if that happens for me. Give me a minute. I want to see if that happens for me right now. So I ordered some cords, and I'm going to go ahead and just act like I'm going to order a new cord. I'm going to add this to cart, and then proceed to checkout. And it does not do that for me. The tomorrow next day delivery is what is pre-selected, and the
why do you have such a fucking AoE, dude? You shouldn't have that shit.
There's a today delivery that is $3. That is also not pre-selected. So maybe that's true for some and not others. I think this is an instance where, and this is what a lot of companies do, is they have a lot of A/B testing with these things, to where like sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't happen. That way people can't get mad about it.
Look at that fucking AoE, dude.
And then it won't happen again.
Why does that shit have such a big ass AoE?
Like you'll ask yourself, oh, maybe this is like, maybe like this didn't really happen, or whatever, right?
It is
so
let me roll.
It could be like an RNG thing too. There's a lot of there's a lot of ways that.
Why does that shit cover the entire
this
ground?
This experience that he had probably could have happened, but it just didn't happen with me.
Some of the stuff that we ordered for that video hasn't actually arrived.
And when you get that weapon, you don't fucking cover the entire
ground. In a hurry, we didn't realize that Amazon didn't select the fastest option that was advertised to us as the delivery window on the product page. Honestly, at this point, there is an intricate web of dark patterns.
I do feel like that's a scam. Like you're not, and it's not a hard scam, but it's a soft scam. But a soft scam is still a scam.
These companies are using, and you'll absolutely have
class action lawsuit against Amazon. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it going.
Fool or confuse the customer into not.
Or like opening up your battle pass and then accidentally redeeming it with no confirmation box. I wonder who would do that.
That would be awful. For example, it's quite common to have multiple pages you have to go through to cancel, but then what some companies have started doing is flipping the continue and the back buttons between each page. So as you're trying to mash your mouse as quickly as possible to unsubscribe, you're actually being taken around and around the company's pages in a loop.
Around for a ride. You're being taken for a ride. This is going on.
I love this. I think that's so, like, and it's like, I love it in, like, a dystopian way, right? I don't think it's obviously good.
Shut up.
But it's crazy how shameless
You're a millionaire. You probably do this shit with some of your businesses, for all we know.
Naturally. Which always makes you realize how much you are overpaying in the first place.
He's attached to multiple businesses at this point. He's probably sponsored by many of the
6 months or
companies that do this same
shit. Internet people and tell him that he's going to go over to AT&T. He's like, guys, I'm leaving. And they're like, no, you're not. He's like, okay, well, I'm leaving now. They say, okay, we're going to put you on with somebody else. And they're like, all right, we're going to process your request.
Oh, that's worked for me. Yeah.
Like, okay,
I'm saying I'm going over to another company, and I've gotten faster responses.
And then that...
And better rate. That's true. That works.
Yep, retention, exactly.
I'm going over to Google, guys. I don't want AT&T to
resumes after a set period of time, right? As opposed to
I actually got help getting rid of my AT&T service because I said this.
And trying every single thing they can to guilt you.
They made it easier for me to cancel.
continue your
They were hoping
deactivation
I would
only
come
if you're
back.
a boring person who never likes to have fun again. There's a big study
Which is, at least in the US, I remember looking at the dark pattern stuff, is explicitly stated as being a dark pattern. Like emotional and mental manipulation.
email tool tester who found that
That is
the
like, it's
average consumer
explicitly illegal.
encounters over 6 dark patterns when trying to cancel any subscription service nowadays. I mean, imagine talking to a person and they try to mislead you 6 times in the span of a few minutes.
I'm sorry, but I've been on tech support before, and
Yeah.
I'd say that's just about average.
That's so
Like,
bad.
I went to I told a story like maybe like 2 weeks ago.
He did
I
tech
went to a
support.
call center interview, and I failed the call center interview test because I didn't upsell the customer enough
Yeah,
times.
they want you to
on,
do that. It's really just a sales job. You
like
know,
higher services. Like the customer called in with a problem, and what I did is I fixed their problem.
But you
And
didn't
so
sell to
they
them.
fired me. They told me,
Yeah.
well, they didn't fire me. They wouldn't hire
yeah,
me.
if
I
you're if
failed.
you're helping them,
They're like,
you
you're
get
not
fired.
Here to fix problems.
You're not supposed to do
Fix
that.
story. It's not
This is
fix
why
story.
people have bad
was
experiences
the,
with tech support.
It's the
That's why they waste your
AT&T
time.
Off of
They're not supposed to help you.
Ben
They're
White.
supposed to sell you
in
shit.
Austin. 10 years ago. I think it was off Ben White. I'm pretty sure. It was near the Target.
It's hard to wrap your head around. I actually experienced one of the worst examples of this just last week when I found myself with a little bit of spare time and I thought, I'd love to get just 1 month's worth of PlayStation Online play. That should be simple, right? So I opened up the purchase page for online and no, I don't want premium. No, I don't want extra. I just want to play online. But wait, there's no option to just buy 1 month. There used to be. Does it just assume
Yeah,
now
they
that when I subscribe, I want
rope
to
you
stay
in
subscribed forever?
for a
Okay,
commitment.
fine. So I'll just buy the essential package.
You're gonna
and I'll
marry
cancel
your
straight away so that I
PlayStation.
don't get charged in any
Okay.
subsequent months. So I did that. But then, where's the cancel button? You'd think you'd be able to go to the same place you bought it from.
Or whatever he's talking about. What was he talking about? Whatever subscription he's talking about. Yeah, a lot of companies do that with their subscriptions.
This
You can't-
feels like a fucking.
You can't just do a month.
This feels like a movie directed by like Tim Burton. You know, it's like somebody
No,
gets
no.
lost in a house and they keep opening up doors and every door leads them back into the kitchen.
That's just House. That wasn't Tim Burton. Tim
You know, or
Burton
some
didn't make those.
fucking bullshit like that. Yeah, like some House of Mirrors
That's
bullshit.
the House movie, the horror movie
Cancel,
series.
but no. The only thing you can do on that page is to
That happened
upgrade.
in
The
those.
cancel is actually hidden in
I
your
don't remember
console
Tim Burton
settings.
making
But
anything
where in the
like that.
settings? I spent so long looking, I
Maybe he
gave
did.
up, and I actually had to Google to find that you have to go into users and accounts, then you go into accounts, then payment and subscriptions, then click PlayStation Plus. Okay, so then surely you just click cancel and you're good, right?
Yeah, he's talking about PlayStation.
No, because then it asks you if you'd rather change your plan after I've specifically chosen to click the cancel button instead of the change button. Okay, so click cancel. Are you sure you're about to lose these benefits and more?
Yeah, I'm
When you
sure,
confirm,
motherfucker.
Yet another
Let me out.
window asking you for your reasons before it will actually let you cut. But it's not even just about why
I hate when they
one
do that.
company
Just
does
let me
an
fucking
isolation.
cancel.
It's
I
just
shouldn't
the
have to
fact
give you a
that every
reason.
big tech company is doing a subscription is in itself part of the problem. Because
That's the
Yeah,
issue.
that's why I fucking left.
It's
I'm gonna
there's
say
just
that
too
next
many of
time.
them.
Because you're asking me these questions, you're interrogating me. That's why I
the more
decided to
subscription
leave.
services there are,
Yeah.
the worse each one gets. The more that you end up having to
Stop
pay
interrogating me,
just to be able to
motherfucker.
still do the things
Yep.
you want to do. See, you have a limited amount of time, right?
Yeah,
Let's
I don't
say
have a
you
lot of time. I gotta go to
spend
work,
time
dude. I'm on
watch
lunch break
2
doing
movies
this.
a week.
Wow.
Now we're subscribing to
God.
Netflix at its original $5.
Can't be on the phone all day.
Lets you watch all the big
Online all
blockbuster
day.
movies
This
people are
stupid
talking about.
survey.
That's a cracking deal. You're basically paying 75p per movie. But then Disney Plus comes along.
Like,
and
I'll
takes
give
Disney
surveys, like,
shows
to
onto
some
their
people who
own
genuinely give me
platform.
good
Disney
service.
Plus
Like, I did a
comes along,
survey
Amazon Prime Video,
Yeah.
for, like, somebody I
Peacock,
work
and every single one takes
and got
the
service
rights
from
for
at an
one or
actual
two of the
store.
big
And they
exclusive
get shifted
Because
around
it was a
too.
short survey, too. That's another good thing about it. It was a short ass survey.
Like 6 different
And I gave them
subscription
glowing
services.
reviews. I hope they
Combine
get a
that with the
raise
tiering,
next
which means
month.
that if you want the perks and the ad-free experience that you initially signed up for, along with that high quality, you'll be paying mostly between £10 and £20.
And that's when I do want to do a survey, when I know somebody gave me good service and I want to congratulate them.
Hasn't increased. The amount of content you consume hasn't changed. You're just paying movie rent to more different companies.
Yeah,
and
it's
using
a-
each
fuck
service
'em.
much less, amounting to
Why wouldn't I
you're
roll,
paying more
dude?
money.
They didn't let me roll at
And
all.
oftentimes, even it's worse. Because, like, you know, you're paying the low value one, and so you're getting ads now. So before, where you were able to get an ad-free experience on 2 apps or 1 app, now you're paying for 6 apps, and there's ads on all of them.
Yeah.
Or maybe 5 out of 6 of them.
There's an app in the thing you're watching. It's like it's the built-in app,
which
a
is
baked-in.
About what
I mean,
you
baked-in
would pay
ad.
for a DVD in the first place.
Right.
It feels like we've looped
It's kind of
all the way
okay with
around
some
to
things. Some
exactly
content I
the
watch
way we were.
has
Except
baked-in
now,
ads,
you don't
but it's
own
part of the,
anything.
you know, because it's part of the sketch or the content they're making. But it's actually, it's funny. They make it funny. Like,
I was counting up the number of my own paid
like
subscriptions.
this
I had a few
was
days
one
ago
channel
while planning
I
this
watched
video.
called
It's only when I totted it all up that I realized just how ridiculous it's become. Like, just for work, I subscribe to
It's a
Adobe
call.
Sound, Slack, Trello, the entire Adobe Creative Suite, Frame.io, Surfshark, Twitter Blue, Google Drive, Uber One, a whole load of different plugins, and then personally, Netflix, Spotify, Vodafone, Tidal, Apple TV Plus, Apple iCloud, Amazon Prime, YouTube Premium, Deliveroo Plus, PlayStation Plus, Xbox Live.
I hate the YouTube Premium ads, man. They always showing.
So the total I spend on subscriptions
Even with my
in a month,
ad block, I gotta always click that shit to get off my screen. Quit asking me to subscribe to YouTube Premium.
Oh,
I'm not gonna do it.
oh my god.
That's too much.
Now, the truth is, subscriptions and the dark patterns that often come with
That's
them,
a lot.
they're not going anywhere. It's not surprising that every single company wants them.
And to be fair, guys, a lot of those, like the Adobe suite, is like a lot of the money. Is
I don't use
right?
Adobe.
And like these are like things that he's doing for work, right? And so it's not the same as like just an average person.
They give predictable, regular revenue, which
But
is
is Photoshop
basically
Adobe? I
how we grow
forgot.
businesses. I mean,
I don't use
not
Photoshop,
encouraging
though.
to say to
This is
investors,
why I use
"We have
Affinity
1,000
instead.
users and you
They're
can
like
expect
paying a
950
subscription fee for
them to
features
pay
I can get on
next
another
month."
thing.
Yeah.
Than to say 1,000 people bought
It's
a
more
product.
dependable.
I remember when we didn't used to have to
It's
pay
way
subscription for
easier to
Photoshop.
get people in with a cheap subscription.
Oh, but then they
and
found out, oh,
upsell
people
them
can
later
make
on
content
with add-ons
better
and
than
more
shit in
expensive
Hollywood
tiers, as opposed to having to go all
with
in
the
with
Photoshop.
And this
So
happened
maybe
with
we
Twitch,
need to
too.
like
You remember
start
back in the
charging
day
a
when there were no
subscription
ads
fee.
really on Twitch? And
So
then
the
they added
peasants
on ads, but you had Twitch
can be
Prime.
gouged out
And
the
so you could
ads
put
for
Twitch
making
Prime,
content
and then
that
you wouldn't have ads.
that's better than our
And
shit
then after
in the
that, they
industry.
removed the ad-free experience from Twitch Prime. And then they added an incentive for streamers to play more ads. And they even made a lot of streamers play more ads. So now, the quality is worse. You're getting more ads.
Yeah.
And you have to see them every single time.
I really want to pay extra for
You
this.
think about the quality. Still
I'm gonna
have
get
Turbo
ads
stuff.
anyway.
That's what people
I'm
should do.
gonna pay
People should
extra.
buy Turbo. Yeah.
and hard sell on a big purchase.
I heard Twitch Turbo
Also,
gets rid of that
subscriptions
crap.
create lock-in. So the people who are
Yeah.
subscribed, they're not just paying you for the subscription,
I might
but they're also
bother
likely to
with
keep
that.
paying you more while trying to make the most out of that subscription. And then finally, lots and
I don't know. I
lots
don't watch
of
enough
money.
Twitch
I mean, here's
anymore.
what a company's
I
revenue
would have done
looks
that
like
back in
if they sell
2020,
100
I
products
guess.
each
I
month
don't
for
watch that much
£10,
Twitch
and
these
here's what
days.
that same company's revenue looks like if they sell 100 subscriptions for £2 a month. It overtakes the individual purchases very quickly, and it just keeps accelerating. So,
Yeah, but that's not the way the graph ends. That's the problem. And I think that's what's happened with a lot of these services is that that graph has stopped doing that.
It's not the COVID days anymore where everybody's forced to be home if they have a home. I had to be homeless for a while.
Just cancel it straight
I
away.
lost my
You get
income
that first
over
month,
this
and you
bullshit.
can make sure it's nothing past that. If you're stuck subscribing to every single one of the TV services,
But yeah, the
because you
laptop
don't
class
want to miss out
people,
and
yeah,
you
they're
do
not at
want to watch
home as
them all,
much anymore.
you could just try rotating, subscribing to one at a time, binging the thing that you
Or
most
they're not
want to watch
forced to
on
do
that
so.
one for 1 month, and then
Less
moving on to
people
the next.
stuck
But
at home
part of
playing
it
games and
also
watching
has to be
streams.
policy. We should be pushing for governments to enforce smoother switching between platforms, like still being able to contact your Facebook friends without having to be an active Facebook user, and focusing on making platforms continue to
I don't
that-
think they
that
could
bar
do that. I don't know
that
if they
was
could or
going
not.
up
I feel
during
like they
2020
probably
and
couldn't, because if they did, then
up to now
you
is
have
going
all
down now.
scams and like spam
because of
and
that.
shit like that. But I think that really like something that should happen is making canceling your service easy.
Yeah,
That's the
they don't
one
want
that I
to
feel
though. They
like
want to keep.
if you make
charging you.
canceling the service,
They don't want to
last
make it
years,
convenient.
You're scamming people. You're clearly scamming people because
They're literally robbing
if you
you.
weren't scamming people, why would you do it? And if it wasn't working, you wouldn't do it. So the fact that it exists proves that it works.
Well, that's not always
on their initial promises.
I mean, ergo it exists, ergo it works.
So,
it's not always
for example,
the
should
case.
first show you what you signed up to see, as opposed to what will drive
They are
your
doing it
attention.
because they're getting money.
Should first show you the product
That's
it
why they're doing
genuinely
it.
thinks is best matched to your search, as opposed to.
I mean, they still do Denuvo and shit
Google search should first show
for
you
games,
that it thinks best answer your
even though
question.
like
I'm not
a paying
sure
customer
if-
isn't really pirating now, are they?
Like,
Nah,
I'm
pirates
not
still
sure if
gonna
that
pirate
needs
the
to
game.
be, like,
Especially when a Denuvo service
they
is
need to be held accountable to do that. Like, cause, like putting an
a Denuvo
advertisement on the top
is a subscription service, so it's
I
going to
think
go
as
away
long as it's
eventually.
marked as a
Because the dev's
sponsor,
not going to be
it's
wanting to pay
okay.
that forever.
The only problem is if it's
So
not
they'll always be able to
marked that way.
pirate it, even if the Denuvo itself isn't cracked.
They disclose
They'll
it.
just have
Yeah,
to
they
wait
do
till the
disclose it.
subscription fee is done being paid, and they'll be able to correct,
As
pirate
opposed
the
to
game
just
anyway.
assuming that Google's own reviews should always be on top. And also,
But sometimes
keeping
the
consumer
Denuvo
in
itself
mind
is
when it
correct.
comes to companies fragmenting. A lot of attention is given when companies get too big, and rightly so, that's a big issue.
Yeah.
It's also bad for the consumer, especially in this subscription era.
Denuvo
when
is
they
a
get split
DRM
up
for
in ways that make
familiar.
each one a worse proposition in their own right. Now, one of the few subscriptions that I have that I genuinely think flies in the face of most of this is Surfshark VPN, for a few reasons. It actually fixes the mess created by some other subscription services like Netflix.
He's doing an
who don't
ad?
buy the licenses to all
Is
the
he doing
shows
an
in
ad?
all the countries. So every country has a different library, which this lets you access by just flicking your location. It doesn't have any of those weird catches.
Sounds like an ad.
This subscription only works for people so long as they stay in the same household. No, this subscription works for you and every single person you know. They didn't price themselves at $20 or $15 or $10. It's less than $3 a month when you use the code BOSS with 3 months
Yeah,
free
it's an ad.
with a 30-day
Okay.
money-back guarantee.
I thought
and
so.
most importantly, instead
That's
of
his
being
promo
hard on
code.
themselves, Surfshark has actually gotten better. I've been using it for years now, and the app has got cleaner. There are no ads baked in. There's been no price creep, and the number of features included for this one price.
I'll just
it
stick
keeps
to
going
Brave.
up, not down.
Brave's been
Big
working
thanks to
fine
Cory
for me.
Doctorow, by the way. I've been reading a lot of his stuff while planning out this video, and I'll pop his main articles.
And
below if you want
Mullavad
to
is
read.
another VPN I
I'll
use.
show you the next one.
I'm gonna be real, guys. Like, I feel like this is
It's kind of a
this is
quasi
becoming a bigger and bigger problem, and I'm actually surprised that it's taken this long for people to realize it. VPNs get bought and sold by owners. You don't know 100% sell info. I'm not sure, right? I don't know what the details
Who
are.
cares? I can still watch
I think
Region,
that
watch
really
shit.
also, like at a certain point, I think that there does need to be.
I mean,
like, a
it's
certain
not
level
who
of
cares, but
accountability
I can
that
do
the
more with
user
my
has.
VPN than
Because
if I didn't
right
use it.
now, I feel like there's such a focus
I can-
on making these companies
it's easier
do
to
things.
pirate.
And
if I need
think
to.
that really the one
I can
part
watch
of what
Region
he's
Lock
saying
shit.
that I completely agree with is the idea that if it's hard
I
to
can do other
cancel your
things.
service, then that's a scam. Because like everything else is easy.
Like plan my operations.
So why is canceling
No.
hard? Logically, the only reason why canceling would be hard is so less people will cancel. And if making canceling harder makes less people cancel, what you are effectively doing is locking people into a payment because they can't use your system to get out of payments, which is effectively a fucking scam. So,
Yeah,
like, if
sure
you
is.
follow the line of logic, it's a fucking scam, and there's no way to go, and there's no way you can go around it. That's the one thing I do think should be illegal. Like in terms of like placement for products and like sponsored things and like which services you use, I think a lot of that probably should just be decided by the market. But I also think that people need to exercise more self-control and not sign up for a bunch of services and spend hundreds of dollars just because they're worried about missing out on seeing the latest TV show. And it's weird because like a lot of conversations around this, go into the idea of regulation, and in some cases I agree with that even. I'm not even saying that's a bad idea, but at the same time, I also think that there needs to be a certain level of accountability that users have where it's like, you don't really need to be spending this much money.
Second forum
cancel
time.
is easy with a call to their live support. Yeah, but canceling isn't easy with a call to their live support.
Son of a bitch.
It's not. And also, why is canceling easier with live support, but not signing on?
Yeah, I
Because
should be
that's
able to do it
obviously
without
asymmetrical,
support.
right? So signing up is just as easy on the phone as it is
I
on the
shouldn't
website.
have to cancel
but
my AT&T
signing off isn't.
with the agent I should have been able to do it
obvious.
just from
because
my
most people
account.
would want to do a phone call. Yeah, why is it like
Just from my online account.
Back to mental health. Well, I think it's also like it's not just mental health. It's just this is by the way, a great video. Give it a like. That was
Don't
so
just
good.
chalk everything up to mental
people
health.
recommended me to look at
It's
this,
not
and I'm
always the
glad I
fucking
did.
issue. It's just a lazy
Once they use
handwave.
it,
Right?
you're
Whenever
screwed. Well,
somebody
it's
says
harder
that,
to
they don't
do.
even have
Yeah,
like
definitely.
fucking receipts for this claim. They're just saying it. Oh,
to put you in
it's just for this reason.
And I think also
No,
like,
it's just what you assume it's the reason.
if you can,
It's
if
not
you can
always the
sign
reason.
up online, you should be able to
Especially when it's a
unsign up online,
systemic
to
problem.
unsubscribe.
You think
Or
everybody
to,
is just
cancel
having
or
mental issues?
whatever the
Mental
service is.
illness? It's not always the
It's
case.
common sense. And again, like any logic for it is immediately disproven by it's like why does this exist?
You're not going to
Why is it hard
solve
to
the
do?
problem
I'll
just
tell
by
you why
saying,
hard
oh,
to
it's
do,
just
because it makes
mental
people spend
illness.
more money.
So what
That's
is your
the
solution if that's the
reason. You
case?
should be able to block
Oh,
recurring
give
payments in
them
your
more
bank app.
poison
No more dark pattern, just
to
stop
make them
paying.
have a prolonged
I
issue.
think that
Is that what you want to
like
do?
a good idea, but also
Like, they're
it
not
just,
giving a real
requires more work
solution.
from the user. I
Everybody
think
hears a
also
stupid
like
comment.
helping that your bank picks up the slack for like companies
they
that
should
are
go
doing
pay more
something that's
money
effectively
than
fraudulent.
to go see a
Like,
therapist.
I think that's really great that banks
That'll
do
just
that,
keep them there
But at the same
as a
time, like,
lifetime customer.
I'm not like
Paying
super
even more
happy
money
about that. Like, who gives a fuck about that? Why would I care
After
about
they
that?
decided
like, it should be
to
the company
go
that's
there
doing
because
it
they
themselves,
they
I
couldn't
would say.
cope with the ability to cancel their
Platform like
account
Steam, but
on
for
some
movies,
service
TV
because they had to
shows,
pay more
music.
money
Yeah.
for it. they didn't want
You know,
to
also,
keep
call center
supporting
gets a
it.
bonus commission for their performance. For
It's just
example,
a-
like cancellations they prevent.
an endless
Those
loop
student
at that
workers
point.
are going to run around in circles with
Because
your grandparents.
that's the
so that they
conversation
can
we were
afford to
coming from.
exist.
Coming off of a
Exactly.
subscription.
And like that's the problem is
issue.
that they're
And all this-
incentivized to do that. Now
all
maybe
these
not every single place is
microtransactions.
incentivized to do that, but enough of them are to where the experience
And then
is
they're
bad.
getting into mental health.
What do you mean, Slack? You should just be able to say.
No, it's
stop
just a
making
greed
payments.
issue, dude.
Well,
And
what
they're
I'm
not making
saying
it
is
easy
that
for people
your
to just
bank being
cancel
able to
shit.
do it doesn't
And that's a
excuse the
systemic
companies
thing
not
going on.
letting you do it.
It's a
Or making
corporate
it harder for
practice
you to
going
do it. Does that
on.
make more sense? So, like, I totally agree with your point.
They're not able to
but
cancel it not
I
because
think
they have
that your
mental
point
illness.
does
It's
not.
because the corporations it
It
makes
doesn't
it hard.
solve the greater problem. I have a membership to a massage place, $70 a month. Can't cancel online. Can't cancel over the phone.
Yeah.
Doesn't Planet Fitness
But
do
that's
something
just only because you
stupid
have
like that?
mental illness, guy.
Yeah, what about gyms
If you
that
didn't
make
have
you cancel
mental
in
illness,
person?
you'd be able to cancel.
If a gym
Hey,
makes
shut
you
the fuck
cancel
up.
in person, well, I think that if you have to sign up in person, it's fine. Like basically, if you can sign up online but you have to cancel in person, then it's a scam. But if you can only
I don't,
sign up
if
in
you want
person and you
to
can only
cancel
cancel in
anyway,
person,
you should
that's
be
fair.
allowed to do it.
Because some
Get the
places
fuck
might
outta
not be
here.
able to afford phone
None of
lines
this
for whatever
leeway
reason.
bullshit.
You know, they might not have the service for that. But like, if you can get the
What if
money
you're busy
online,
at work,
or you
dude?
can
You
get
can't
the money
go in
on
all
the
the
phone,
time.
but you can't get rid of it, that's a
And
problem.
what if you have like a bill coming up and you can't afford
You have to
just
cancel in person,
auto
yeah,
charge?
exactly.
So you
Like,
got to
it's
cancel
outrageous.
whenever you have the time to.
Yeah, you can cancel through the bank. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would
Yeah,
do.
you can do a lot of shit through
Those
the
are
bank.
racking up
That's
overdue payments and then
I've
even
done
go to
that.
collections. Yeah, like for
That's
me,
that's the last resort if they don't let you.
So I don't have any credit rating, really. And if I do, it's zero. Anything that I like, have I had things go to collections before? Yeah, I've had things go to collections, and I just
Yeah,
never
I got
paid
some
them.
shit in collections.
Because
They'll
a
never
lot of
find
times
me though.
collections don't actually have any ability
Fuck 'em.
to like garnish your payments or take money out of your account. So like I remember there were a
I
few
dare
things
them
that I
to come to
didn't
my
pay,
front door.
and then it went to collections, and I remember I got
I
the bill
dares
from
them.
like some collections agency, and I was like, thank God, right? Because now it's
Fucking
like they're not
parasites.
going to be able to get the
No.
money from me. You know, they can't sue me. And so yeah, can you easily get credit over time? Yeah, you should always do that.
Easily,
Like,
yeah, you
if
can
they're
easily
trying
get
to
it over
scam you,
time.
If
Sure.
they're trying to scam you, then you should scam them. That's it. Yeah, if you fuck around with that, I had an ER bill and Verizon bill go to
Fuck them
collection.
ER
Yeah,
bills.
yeah. I remember my mom had a few of those bills go to collection, and she just ignored it.
Yeah, good.
That scores a scam.
Don't blame her. Fucking good.
I've gone back and forth on thinking that. I'm not sure how I feel about that right now. Doesn't that fuck your
Getting
credit in
ripped
the
off
US?
anyway.
Yeah, why would I care about my credit?
Like in other countries, they don't even
So,
charge
like,
you
if
for
don't care about your
ER
credit,
time,
you're
dude.
buying everything cash,
You're
just
doing
like
it
I always
here.
have.
This
Like,
is
it's
a
hard to
hellhole.
buy- well,
Our
it's
country's
not
a
hard to
real
buy,
hellhole.
like even a car, it's not
It's
hard
a
to buy
hole.
cash, but you're buying shit
Literally,
cars.
they're literally molesting
Like that's what I did back in the day. Like the
public.
car that I had before the Mustang
With these fees,
was
dude.
a $750 car. And the car that I had before that was a $3,000 car or $2,000.
Wall Street just runs everything.
So like, I'm not talking
everything
about
that
things
it
that I'm buying nowadays. Whenever I have like, no, like I'm not
Wall
talking
Street
about
shouldn't even exist.
right? That's a totally different dynamic.
It doesn't serve
I'm talking about like as a person who
the
was
people.
like,
It doesn't serve the public.
like I didn't really have a lot of money.
We'd be better off without it.
So,
it's not the real economy. Wall Street is not the real economy.
And I try to, like now I pay everything and it's
the
not
stock
a big deal.
market is not the real economy.
And I don't really care, but yeah, I would try to, as much as I can whenever I was younger, I would try to scam as many people as I could because I didn't like the fact that they tried to charge me money. And it's like, if I can scam them and I don't have to pay the money, then I can spend that money on Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
So if I just don't pay this
Jack in the
bill
Box,
and they can't sue me for it,
the good
it's not
restaurant.
worth it for them to sue me. Well, then I'm going to do it.
Jack in the Box is so nasty.
it's not even a
It used to be good. I remember when I ate Jack in the Box as a child. The quality was just way better.
A poor person can say for a
Jack in the Box
yeah,
is trash now, though. I don't know what happened.
Scam Jack in the Box instead because you have to pay the money right there. Like if I could, I would. Don't take this advice.
Yeah, those burgers are
no, my financial
like
advice is like the
microwave
worst financial
burgers.
advice that you can possibly.
And I remember
get.
Jack used to have commercials where he'd make fun of microwaving
you
burgers.
steal everything
But that's
you
all
can,
Jack in the Box does
get
now.
As much
So
money
what
as
the
you
fuck
possibly
happened?
can.
They're just
Do
microwaving
anything
shit
that you
all day.
possibly can to get.
Their
Like,
fries are that
there's
way.
a way that you can get a sign up on something that like it's like you get it for free. Anything like that, do it. Steal or always steal often. Yeah, there you go. It's actually not advice at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be. You can definitely scam credit companies. It takes a ton of effort and knowledge, and it's risky.
Scam them.
Yeah,
I approve. I approve of scamming
she
credit
got,
companies.
Like,
Insurance companies
she had
too.
over $100,000 in debt, and I told her like, let's just not pay it. And she's like, well, won't they get mad?
Be
And I was
smart
like,
about
yeah,
it,
of
though.
course they will. And she's like, you think we can just not pay it? I said, yeah. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna shoot you? Well, then you're definitely not gonna pay it. So why would they go shoot you?
Yeah, I can't pay if you shoot me. And then I can sue
like,
you. If I survive.
Never paid any of the money. The companies all wrote
Or
it
my
off.
family can.
Problem fucking solved. Is there an epidemic of loneliness? I personally,
this is another
like
video.
a really weird perspective to have. I think I'm a lot
Wait a
different
minute,
from
wait a minute,
lot of
wait a
people
minute.
in the way that like
He's
I
leading
kinda
into
like
other
being
fucking
alone a lot of
videos
times.
now.
So from my perspective,
What is this fucking video? I don't know if I want to
there's
listen to this. How we became the loneliest generation. I don't know if I want to listen to this fucking shit. This is from 4 months ago. What's next? Oh, NASA's having a SpaceX thing. This is from 3 years ago, actually. This isn't new. Okay. Never mind. He's just kicking. I'm going to go fight Radon. Fuck this guy. See if I do better with Radon. I've been fighting him long enough. I'll come back to him, though. What else do we have here? Well, I just watched this video. What's another video? Oh, that's old. Okay. What's another thing? Oh, that's a horror game? Big Head? I might want to try that. I love refrigerators. Oh, I've seen that already. He really loves refrigerators. Biblically accurate angels. That actually looks like a good one. This is one made with AI. Well, it's one of the better ones, I would say. I might watch that, but it's only a minute long. I'll come back to it. I guess we'll watch another shitty Asmongold video. He's reliable for long form shit, even though I don't agree with everything he says. Oh, BetterHelp? Yeah. Oh, this is one I do want to look at. BetterHelp. Fuck them. Fuck BetterHelp. I don't agree with the online therapists to begin with. I don't agree with like a lot of therapists are just. I don't agree with a lot of therapy practices, I'll say. But yeah, online therapy, the BetterHelp guys especially are just a big old scam. They've been talking about this for years. And like, why are people still trusting them? Yeah. A lot of content creators still show them.
BetterHelp, virus on YouTube is back. Oh.
This video is brought to you by Incogni, which is actually kind of fitting given the subject matter. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire upper echelon community. What is BetterHelp? Odds are a lot of people watching this have actively seen advertisements for the service here on YouTube, maybe Facebook, or elsewhere. Loosely understanding it to be an online therapy application for matching patients with
friends with this girl who had a therapist mom.
The ads paint a picture of something kind or
I had to hold my tongue around her.
Talk about how burnout is a really difficult process. And how help is just a few clicks away, but with tens of millions of dollars pouring into the YouTube ecosystem, hundreds and hundreds of videos promoting the service, rapidly growing list.
What is that? If you are in a crisis, don't use BetterHelp.
This is back when I was in high school.
Okay.
Pouring into the YouTube ecosystem, hundreds and hundreds of videos promoting the service, and a rapidly growing list of creators affiliated with them.
It's just a bunch of depressed millennials. I don't want to see this. This is pathetic. I don't want to see this. I go to my ex high school reunion. I don't want to see this shit.
Yeah.
In the full scope of this service, because it's not quite what
I guess
people
this,
think it
yeah,
is,
that's what
and
this is
prospective
about.
customers need
But
to
they're
be
calling
aware
out the
of that.
company.
To do this, we need to go back
Which is
in
good.
time. 2018 was many things, some good, some bad, but relevant for today's video, 2018 was the time frame when BetterHelp initially found traction on the platform. Sponsoring a
So
very
I remember
large
seeing a
number
lot of
YouTube
this showing.
creators. These creators would very often talk about how valuable the service is.
Yeah, they helped
draw
me,
connections
even
to their
though
own
I'm
personal
lying my
lives
ass
or
off
express their
because
own
I just
struggle.
want money from them.
never did this.
Can promote things that they also believe in.
Yeah. None of these guys got
There's a bit of a
help from
discrepancy
BetterHelp.
between what
They're
was
just
being
shilling it
said
for
about
money.
the company and what
They're
users were
lying out
actually
their ass.
experiencing.
What is
Historical
the
evidence is overly abundant here, but the gist of it then, and still today now, is that many users were complaining about unnecessary fees, difficulty canceling subscriptions,
Yeah.
or problems
Another
with the
issue
service that left them completely
canceling
unsatisfied.
being an
For
issue.
example, users who actively subscribed to the platform often had enormous difficulty canceling that subscription.
Yeah.
They were repeatedly required to confirm their intentions.
Subscription
and
service therapy is the best
things
kind.
like this. Typically, when you go to
Online
buy something or
subscription
cancel something,
service therapy.
green means yes, do the thing I'm trying to do, and red means
That
no,
won't
I
make
changed
you
my mind.
have mental health at
Also,
all.
buttons to the left typically denote cancellation or go back, and buttons on the
That won't
right
exacerbate
signal
it at all.
confirmation or go forward.
Oh, wrong
This
way.
is confusing. I agree. I actually think that the red and green are okay because red is usually to quit and green is usually to go. But they are switched, and I
They're
think that it is
switched.
on purpose. Just
Yeah.
read. Well, the thing is that.
Red light means
So,
to stop.
you ever seen a fat person try to run hurdles? You ever seen them try and do it? And they hit some, don't they? Every once in a while, they'll get one. They'll hit one.
I've
'cause
never
they
seen
can't
a
get over it.
fat person
this
run
is
hurdles.
just a hurdle, and
They
there's
don't
a
do
couple
that.
of
This is not a scenario.
metaphorical fat asses that it's going to stop them. A kid could read it though? Yeah, but what if you're dumber than that kid? Like, I don't think y'all understand how stupid people are. Like, y'all really need to. Yeah, we gotta
Some people
have
just
a
aren't
reality
reading.
check.
They're not
BetterHelp,
stupid. They're
even
just
though
not
this is
reading.
a relatively small item in the grand scheme of things for the video,
66%
would pretty blatantly
literacy,
try to
yeah.
trick their customers into hitting the green button on the right, which would
Because
then
if it
actually
was an
halt
issue
the
of
process
reading-
cancellation, because the goal wasn't convenience or satisfaction. The goal was to manipulate their user base into remaining
the color
on the
wouldn't
platform
matter.
with an active subscription, which would then continue to rack up charges even
Whenever
in their
matter.
absence. Something else we can look at to help showcase this is that even last year, that being 2023, BetterHelp dispersed $93 million in refunds, which constituted 8% of their entire revenue stream. It's difficult.
That's crazy though. That means they made over $1 billion. That's nuts. Holy shit, that's really good. Well, I should do some
Good for them, I
therapy
guess.
shit. This is a good idea.
Yeah, you should do a scam on mental health
depressed
and
millennials.
therapy.
Oh,
direct
man.
comparisons for that figure.
Yeah,
But if
so
you
many
look
of
at
them.
The number of people who actually pursue
All right.
a refund process,
And a lot of them watch
especially
him.
a difficult one, is substantially lower than the number of people
You
who
make
are
a
overall
killing, dude.
dissatisfied with any given service, which begins to put things in perspective. You don't have to look very far to start finding many
Be
more
completely,
clues about what kind of company this
cynical
actually
about
is,
this.
But try this one on for size. After a pretty horrifying tragedy took place at a festival called Astro World in Houston, There's a 1,200
in my
page
state,
report about what happened, which is pretty chilling, honestly. But the gist of it is that a hyped-up crowd compressed in on itself at a concert, and multiple people died as a result of that. After that tragedy occurred,
This is a Travis Scott concert, yeah.
Yeah, the Travis Scott, I know.
BetterHelp partnered up with Travis Scott, who many believe to be partially...
I never listened to him, but I know him.
responsible despite
He was big in that
managing to avoid criminal
Fortnite
charges,
thing.
and offered
For one
a
point.
free month of
And the
online
Travis
therapy
Scott
to all those affected.
menu thing.
Yeah, the subpar remote therapist application in partnership with a negligent rapper who excited a crowd and caused a tragedy.
Oh my
showing
God.
how much they care together by basically giving you 4 free telehealth sessions on an application that breaches your privacy and tries to keep you trapped in a cycle of payments.
Yeah, I love it. I love when my
you
privacy
gotta
is
hand it
breached.
to them. They're really
And I
going
can't
for
cancel.
it, though, right?
My service.
I mean, they're really going for it. Like, they're going all the way.
That's really
That's impressive. Yeah, like, the level of
On top of this,
shamelessness.
as if that's not already enough
That's hard to do.
judgmental opinion of them, there was a bit of a problem with their terms of service.
Motherfucker.
According to archives, their TOS previously contained a segment which said, quote, "We do not control the quality of the counselor services, and we do not determine whether any
We're not
counselor is
responsible.
qualified to provide
We
any
just hook you up
specific
with them."
service."
Huh.
I thought it jumped off my horse, but I didn't.
Yeah.
What? Now, that particular passage
I
has
should've
since
signed
been
up, man.
removed, obviously.
We're a faceless corporation and we're not accountable for anything we do. Okay? What don't you get?
Foundation with the public when it comes to common
It's how all
perception.
corporations
And
wish they
Yeah,
could
some
be.
people's food gets cold.
It's just
We don't want to have anybody
I
you
already
can
talked
point
about
to
how prolific
at our
BetterHelp
company
used to be when it comes to
to go after
But what I
and sue
did
us.
say is that these YouTubers were getting paid
Or
something
to
like
demand any
$100 to
refunds.
$200 per sign-up when they advertise the service. Some affiliate websites show a minimum commission.
We really
of
do wish
$100
robots
per
would take
trial
over,
user.
at least as the face of our company, so we have no one to blame. This is why we want to push the idea of AI and robots and shit. So we don't. We have no accountability at all. We can just blame the robot. Oh, they just
Well,
malfunctioned.
that
It
was
wasn't
then, and this is
our
now. So,
intent.
what precisely is connecting these 2 points in time? Answer: BetterHelp
We-
is
we
connecting
can't
these
blame
2
us
points in
or
time
any
because
actual
they are
individual.
exponentially dialing up their advertising once again, possibly relying on the fact that internet users have a very short.
Oh, it wasn't
attention
us who
span.
did the drone strike. It was the
Probably hoping to
AI.
capitalize on a younger
We didn't
demographic
mean
of
to drone
adolescent
strike your
teenagers
village.
and early young
That was an
adults who have
accident.
been aggressively told
Even though
that
we
their
totally
mental
did,
health
but we want to
is the
just
most important thing
say
ever
the
in the
AI was
history of
acting
the universe for the majority of their living lives, making them not
We wanna
only
have that as an
susceptible
alibi.
to this, but
Yeah,
also
for everything.
relatively uninformed if they didn't pay attention 6
Why you
years
gotta-
ago.
You can't always believe all the
controversy
the AI gaslighting.
which was
They're
also
just talking
You're
out
always
their
going to
ass.
have a new
Yeah, it's not
crop
acting
of
like a
idiots,
falling
and
voice.
there's a new set of stupid 14-year-olds that you can sell and scam every single year.
Yeah, because they're not
Every
familiar.
year there's a new crop of them.
There's a new one.
And
It's like
so
the
if you're
Matthew
scamming
McConaughey
kids out of money,
quote.
or like 19-year-olds too, right? I mean, because 19 maybe they got
Except you
student
saw
loan
my
money, you can
13-year-old
get
at that point.
it's an infinite money glitch. Yeah, it is. I'm a therapist, and BetterHelp should be illegal. It's disgusting in both the client and the provider. Therapy sweatshop. I mean, I've never been to therapy. I've never had a
Never helped me when
inclination
I
to go to therapy.
bothered.
I think that,
All they did is prescribe me some
as
medication,
I said before,
and that
I
certainly didn't
joke
help.
around about how I'm crazy, but I actually think I'm the only person
Like
who's not.
like the fucking therapist is just working for like some pharmaceutical corporation.
Everybody
All they're
else
doing
is
is
crazy.
pitching you
And
drugs
in a world where
and then
everybody is
listening to
crazy,
you,
they're
not
going to
really
think that it's actually you, but it's actually
helping you
everybody
really
else.
though.
COVID.
It's not
which
me.
allows them to
Like, I don't need a
capitalize on
therapist to tell me to go
the
buy some
dramatically
drugs.
increased tolerance people have for
I could
telehealth
make that mistake on my own.
solutions,
This is a
which weren't nearly as popular before that. According to research by the Out Loud group, BetterHelp went from sponsoring roughly 392 videos
That's a
in
lot.
I could at least get some better, more
up to
affordable drugs though. Like
636
if I wanted
in
to
the
make that
first
stay,
quarter,
just go to the
2023,
dispensary right near me. I can go there,
in the second
get some
quarter.
shit.
That's 2,000.
Nearly
That's
2,000 in the third quarter. That's a pretty massive increase over time, on track to be roughly 10 times higher over the span of just 1 year.
It's not literal
Oh my
poison.
That made me wonder why.
Why are they doing this now?
Well, because it makes money. You saw how that, like, the 9 to 8%, like, if 8% of the money you make has to be refunded, like, you're making a huge amount of money. The pandemic must have doubled it. Yeah, pandemic.
Yeah, there are a lot of depressed people there.
Oh my God, bro! Like,
sadly, a bunch of suicides.
Crazy. It did. It turned people nuts, man.
It certainly did.
Still recovering.
I lost a lot of
it's like people,
friends.
People became
people
feral.
saw me as an enemy during that time.
It's like people went hollow, like in Dark Souls. Like, you know, like those things at the beginning of the cinematic. That's the way people are. That was 5 years ago. Yeah, almost.
4 years.
It's the reason to dial up advertising that much on a platform whose community previously
almost 5 years now.
Very little sympathy.
This is half the years.
Today's video is brought to you by Incogni. Incogni is all about online privacy and data protection. That's actually become my hobbies lately, owing to how important protecting your data is in a modern digital world, increasingly so. Every single day, your data is at risk of being sold by third-party brokers or accessed without your knowledge and data breaches.
We didn't hit them? What the fuck is this?
Every day, your data is at risk of being sold. Every day you have PSN, your data is guaranteed to being sold.
People don't care, but they should care.
I don't think I can stagger.
Theft victims has gone up over 41% since 2021. And for anyone who wants to prevent that kind of thing,
so Sony hack.
Personal information.
Sony's always getting hacked.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if it's deliberate or not.
You know about or signed up for on
this
purpose,
is they can always have an alibi for why people's information is getting out there. Well, we got hacked, guys. We didn't totally allow it to happen with our backdoors
because there are hundreds of these data brokers, and it's a lengthy process to contact
to make it easy for the corporations to have.
Yeah.
However, Incogni does all of this for you quickly,
and we can just look like we didn't really want it to
exist. The government should have better privacy protection laws. But anyway, that's not going to happen. So you've got these apps.
The process is incredibly simple.
Yeah.
Sign up for the website.
It could happen if our government cared about our privacy.
They don't. And they need to work.
They want corporations to give backdoors for them to our information. This is the real reason why they got mad at Huawei, because
but they know how to play video
they wanted Huawei to give
all
backdoors.
Yeah, so they just never really
for all this shit
out, right?
Even though the fucking Huawei technology is already open source, but they wanted Huawei to be like, well, you got to bend the knee in a complete way.
Yeah,
it's just not gonna happen. Spy on people for us, not just give us the source code for your app.
Be an all-consuming and nearly impossible task for individuals, which is why so many people have so much information online that they never even know about. Yeah. Using the link down below in the description and code Echelon at checkout, you'll get 60%
I have a
off
Huawei charger.
I could go into a lot more depth on this. The services they offer
one of the phones
is quite large considering, but for the sake of time, I have to keep it trimmed. Again, link down below and promo code Echelon for 60% off your subscription.
Oh, but
big thank you to Incogni.
But if Z's gonna spy on you, what's he gonna spy on me for?
So what?
Will he even understand what the fuck I'm saying?
Is why? Why would BetterHelp come back and throw that much money into YouTube right now?
Because they
I don't necessarily disagree with some shit that he agrees with anyway, so I don't give a fuck.
They know
he'll just see that I agree with him on something. So
every internet drama has a lifespan. And people don't care about internet drama that's old. Even if it's really bad drama. Like, you can think of the worst possible thing.
That's already
Remember
made up, though.
Chris Brown beat the fuck out of Rihanna? Did anybody care whenever Chris Brown was talking about like these like new raps that he was doing?
There's more people in the NSA looking at my shit than Z is.
Because nobody gives a shit about this anyway.
The Chris Brown stuff, I don't know anything about
the internet, and then they go back to their normal life.
I don't trust a lot of things claimed in entertainment, to be honest. Not a lot of it.
Dude's an animal.
CareDash. Now, Rare doesn't know, which is probably...
Whoa, bro. Like, who was it that said it was DoorDash?
They probably just wanted to make Chris Brown look like he's tough.
Everyone. CareDash is a platform meant to connect people to various doctors,
so you could like
dentists, and
get out of pop
music.
He was doing pop music before he
is here.
So they're doing more harder
content. Doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it turns out CareDash was a fraud.
Now I don't know what the hell he's doing. What's he doing now?
Of real physicians,
what's Chris Brown doing now?
Therapists, most importantly,
I don't hear about
their knowledge or consent. That might seem strange.
I barely hear about Rihanna.
It's actually very, very straightforward. CareDash would host the profiles of real therapists, but then if someone tried to use their platform to actually book an appointment with that therapist, CareDash would say, oops, sorry, they're not accepting new people right now, and refer that potential customer directly to BetterHelp.
That's smart.
Try to stay with me here.
Yeah.
I learned through an escalated federal lawsuit.
That's smart. That's what DoorDash does with. Do you remember they had that lawsuit apparently where like they said that like this place is closed or something like that? Yeah, that's smart.
CareDash was operated by a company called NewFit Media, and NewFit Media is a multi-million-dollar startup funded by a venture capital firm called Link Ventures. It's got all the typical bells and whistles, world-class partnerships, and strong and passionate creative teams, etc.
Sure.
But if we compress it down to a basic
Agile workspace,
CareDash was a multi-million-dollar fraud platform driving traffic through unauthorized use of therapist profiles to BetterHelp, which was shut down in the first quarter of 2023.
Well, you have to understand that, like, you have to look. These people have the same ethical guidelines and guardrails as a raccoon does. So
I think a raccoon has more credibility.
Would a raccoon do this?
I trust a raccoon over BetterHelp.
Then they would too.
I think they'd be better therapy, actually. You could just pet a raccoon.
This is where my Chrome window almost
that could soothe a lot of anxiety.
Yeah, turns out that BetterHelp is actually a wholly owned subsidiary acquired by a company called
At least for me.
Teladoc in 2015. Teladoc
I like
is
raccoons.
a publicly
They're
traded
cute.
company, thankfully, which means they have to disclose financials. So theoretically, I should be able to show what's happening, and presto goes the dynamite. Yes, I can. In the second quarter of 2023, shortly after the closure of CareDash, which was funneling customers directly to BetterHelp through a multi-million-dollar startup platform,
I would recommend like a
started
cat over
exponentially
therapy.
increasing their
They're way
advertising
better
push
therapy.
on YouTube here. Teladoc
cat,
disclosed
dog,
that BetterHelp had roughly
they'll do better
476,000
things for your
paying users.
anxiety than a
However,
therapist
in
will.
the fourth quarter of
They won't
2023,
give you
as
drugs.
BetterHelp is approaching a 10 times higher amount of advertising on YouTube, again, according to research from the OutLoud group, Teladoc disclosed that the number of paying users for the platform had actually decreased to 425,000.
Well, that's bad.
That may seem small, but it's actually about 50,000 users.
Yeah, that's
and
a
it's
lot of
over
people.
10% of their entire customer base.
That's
From
a
my
lot.
perspective,
Yeah.
based on the information I've collected so far, it seems like the company is desperately trying to make up for the loss of CareDash, which was benefiting them tremendously as a primary user intake method through.
Why don't they just make another website and call it Dash Care?
Oh, the other thing they wanted Huawei
Like
to
if
do,
I
I
was
forgot to
them
point
now, if I
out, they
was a
wanted
raccoon,
Huawei to
that's what I would
also
do.
censor people. That's the real
I
reason
feel
why
like
they were
that's
going
the
after
first
Huawei.
thing
We
to
don't
do,
want
or have somebody
we don't want you to
else do
allow
it,
people
like
to
South America.
whistleblow with your phones and your platform. You know,
That was taken.
we want to
Just
be able to
figure out
go into
something
people's
else.
back doors.
You know,
And censor any incriminating information they have against any awful shit that we're doing.
I think it's a better.
This is why there was an
Yeah,
artificial
Uber Care, that sounds good.
outrage against Huawei. It's the same reason for why there was
Despite
artificial
not being
outrage against
directly
TikTok as
associated
well.
with BetterHelp as a company.
They just don't like people
I like that, yeah.
whistleblowing on these platforms.
Back into YouTube,
That's all it was really about. They want to censor on every
They
platform, not even just
people
TikTok
gonna
or the
forget.
Huawei phones.
What they should do is they should try to sponsor people that
They don't like people showing cops
think
meeting
it would,
protesters
like,
and
if
shit
I
like
was
that.
them, like who would I try to sponsor?
And
I
starting
think what they should do is they should try to
artificial
sponsor like
riots.
some of those red pill
It'll,
people
like
because like
people
they're
exposing
always
them
looking for
on
money,
these
and so
platforms.
they'll sell out their audience real quick, right? And on top of that, it can be seen as like men's health, so that way like you could trick people into doing that. Yeah, only cares. I like that. Yeah, I think that's a smart way.
Only
that's
care,
probably-
like
that's probably a
OnlyFans,
group of people
but
you could
for
manipulate and
therapy.
get them to give you money. Pretty easy.
I guess that can work.
Probably the most easy. That's devious as
Sometimes
fuck.
some people probably use
so here's
OnlyFans
the
for
thing,
therapy
right?
as well.
Is like you look at a
Oh.
lion, and you see a
I
lion
gooned
chasing
on this.
down a
Now
herd
I
of
feel much
gazelles.
better.
And the gazelle that he gets is usually not the fastest gazelle. In fact, in most cases, it's the slowest gazelle.
Who are you talking about?
That's natural selection, and he just got selected. These
No
people
natural
are lions,
selection.
and they're looking to select some people.
I don't like
That's just the way it
regurgitating
is.
Darwin
The
shit
devious
because
one,
Darwin
yeah,
was
that's
a
just the, that's
eugenicist,
the way the world
and all
works.
of the shit he said is wrong. To be to begin with.
Thankfully, there's a couple more pieces of the puzzle here that tie everything together quite nicely. So,
Like especially his comment about favorable traits. Who's dictating what his favorable traits are not?
BetterHelp was officially charged.
Wait, you're claiming a favorable
sharing health
traits?
questionnaire answers and other
Required to pay
Who told you those were the favorable
so
traits?
7.8 million, and they refunded 7% of their money, which was 93 million, which means that the total amount
Why do you
of
think
money
something
that
that's
made was like 110 million for 10%, so it'd be 1.1 billion. But then they got a fine for 7 million. That sounds
I got to
like
get more into
cost
the
of
conversation about that motherfucker on another stream.
That sounds like that. This sounds like like this is smart. This was smart. They probably made way more than 7 million off this. This was smart.
And his buddy Dalton,
yeah,
Genesis as well. But that was his cousin Dalton.
Affected
And the
users,
Darwins, they're a family
are
eugenicist.
getting less than $10 each. While the company seems to spend more on YouTube advertising in a single year than the entire fine demanded that they pay. But regardless, it gives a foot in the door to see what's really going on.
Okay.
Despite representing to consumers that BetterHelp would keep consumers' information private and only use their information for non-advertising purposes, BetterHelp used and disclosed information obtained from consumers through the intake questionnaire and sign-up
I'm gonna go to a
process
cave.
for
I'm tired of fighting
advertising.
bosses. I might find something better in a cave anyway. That'll help me. I'm dying to these bosses like a motherfucker.
Who the fuck didn't believe this?
So
I know a cave I
they
can't
lied
go
about
to.
the data policies, told their user base, we won't use this information, and then turned around immediately and used it for advertising.
Right, of course.
But it gets better, or it gets funnier, maybe. That's probably the wrong word. These are serious topics.
Well, you have to keep in mind that they probably didn't do that directly. What they probably said is that they would only share their information with their trusted partners.
Yeah, trusted partner. That's an
And
open.
then their trusted partners are another company that they own. And then they send the information to the trusted partner.
Can of worms.
And then the trusted partner uses the information to advertise to them.
Yeah, they don't have to.
You see how that works?
They don't have to police what their trusted partner
What's
does.
next? Pharmaceutical companies lying to us?
Yeah, they would never
That
do
would
that.
be awful.
They would never do that, especially not during 2020 ever. That never happened.
In 2018, CEO
Had people yelling at me,
published
claiming this unironically.
quote. One of the
Yeah, the
favorite
pharmaceutical company's
conspiracy
trustworthy,
theories
guy.
was that our business model is
Why are you
selling data
Why are
to
you not
third
trusting them,
parties.
guy?
Yeah.
They're not getting money from
It's a
this.
conspiracy theory is that it's a third party.
This is such a
You think they're getting money
far-fetched
from all the
conspiracy
shit
that
that's
I
happening
doubt
during
we're
these-
addressing it.
during the
Almost
2020
It's not third
the
party, bro.
lockdown?
It's first party. Yeah, what do you
Companies
mean?
are paid to provide counseling. We are in the counseling business.
No, they're not getting
on the data business.
billion-dollar
There's
contracts
nothing we take more seriously
for
than the
this shit.
security and
Oh, no,
privacy
no,
of
no.
our members.
Pfizer
It also
did not.
goes without saying that
They did not
counseling
make
is a
record
strictly
profits, even though we
regulated
put it in our
space, and
headlines
such
pointing
an
this
ad
out.
would be a gross violation of federal laws.
I mean, they put it in their
and
headlines pointing it out, guy, but you shouldn't acknowledge that.
terms and privacy
You're crazy if you think the pharmaceutical companies
Okay. Conspiracy
are
theory
lying.
hardly even worth
And they're
responding
just doing
to,
this
I
for
guess,
profit.
according to one of the founders. But from 2013 to 2020, according to the now settled FTC investigation,
Get the fuck out of my
docket
face.
C4796, the service was, quote,
Shit.
continually breaking privacy promises, monetizing consumers' health information to target them and others with advertisements for the service.
And that's the thing, is that Elon wasn't lying.
Elon.
And you see, this is one way
Elon?
that you
You
can
mean
catch
Elon?
people that are lying.
I don't know. Maybe
Like,
someone else.
I lie about shit all the time. I don't anymore. I really don't. I'm not really much of a liar. I used to be a huge liar. I used to lie about everything.
You're lying right now.
Because it was just like, it was interesting.
He's lying
But,
right now.
anyway,
For all
one
we
way
know.
that you can tell whenever somebody is
I
lying
mean, he says he never
is
lies. That's a
whenever
lie.
they look for, they create a
You lie
qualifying
sometimes.
variable or a qualifying factor,
I lie to a lot of
like
companies.
third party,
Just
and
fuck
that's
them.
where the misdirection happens. It's whenever you create that
I try to
second
tell
thing.
my friends the truth, but then they think you're lying. So I lost
For
a lot of friends
example,
in
from
2020.
2018 to
They
2020,
think they think you're just
these
literally
consumers'
stupid or
email
something.
addresses and the fact that they had previously
You're a
been in
stupid
therapy
black
to
man,
instruct
I guess
Facebook
that's
to identify similar
That was the
consumers
sentiment I was
and
getting.
target them with
Post-2020.
advertisements for the service,
Yeah.
bringing in tens of thousands of new paying users and millions of dollars in revenue as a result.
It's not a lie.
End quote.
In my opinion, I think that if you mislead people, you're lying to them. If you, at any point, make someone believe something that's not true, if you even lead them to the wrong path, I think that it's just as bad as lying. And it's like, here's the thing, right?
That's not lying. It's just
you go. Heaven's real. You go up to heaven. There's Jesus. Jesus says, "Why you keep lying to people?" He said, "I didn't
just
lie to people.
influencing somebody with your own beliefs. That's not a lie
Jesus
necessarily."
would be like, "Oh, say no more. Come on in." You think he like? I mean, come on. What the fuck? Like, get real.
So BetterHelp is growing just fine while ignoring basic data protection and privacy. But then, after the practice is discontinued, and after an openly criminal affiliate of theirs no longer funnels patients to them with fraudulent profiles, that's when they suddenly take a nosedive and start hemorrhaging customers. Correlation does not necessarily equal causation.
The scrub there.
I mean, come on. It actually goes even deeper. According to an investigation by Jezebel, which monitored traffic,
oh, they don't even exist anymore. Jezebel
compared some of it to associated personal data
they would
records
have
from
been
Facebook.
blocker
The
type
intake
websites
questionnaire was
that
filled out. Quote, BetterHelp
like after
began
that
to silently
lawsuit
slip
with
data
Hulk Hogan or
to
something.
dozens of third parties, monitoring our behavior online and signaling to companies like Facebook, Google, Snapchat, and Pinterest that we were considering BetterHelp treatment. Further down, quote, during a session with a therapist, we found that metadata from every message, though not its contents, was also sent to the social media company, meaning that Facebook knew what time of day we were going to therapy, our approximate location, and how long we were chatting on the app.
Right.
When we asked about this directly, BetterHelp declined to elaborate on why a social media company needed to know quite so much about when and how we were asking for help, details that were connected to our Facebook profiles and thus our identities, end quote. That's a lot, but let's do a summary here. BetterHelp, a prominent and very prolific YouTube sponsor in the 2018 years, was paying enormous affiliate fees and raking in tens of thousands of users until the community caught wind of what they truly were and basically ousted them. In subsequent years, they collected data from their user base, used and distributed that data illegally to advertise with social media companies.
I got a rap.
Caught for
I forgot I had a
and
rap.
paid a fine.
Yeah,
Also
I need some
benefiting
real
from the illegal traffic of a multi-million-dollar medical
Chicken
startup that was
chicken season.
impersonating therapists. The FTC busted them directly for the data. CareDash got taken down by the FTC as well after a complaint by the NASW. And right after all of this happens, BetterHelp starts bleeding tens of thousands of subscribers. Meanwhile, they start massively dialing up their YouTube advertising campaigns, including the number.
Have y'all seen an advertisement for BetterHelp on YouTube anytime recently? Because I don't know if that I have, but I usually have like, a blocker on. So
I don't see them.
Yeah, you guys.
As much because I don't watch content creators show them anymore.
Can you give me an example of a podcast that uses BetterHelp as an advertisement that I can look up right now and find it? Theo Vaughn.
I do remember watching one thing recently that did have a BetterHelp thing, but I'm not a frequent.
Sponsored by Celsius.
Frequenter of the channel.
I'm not seeing it. If I can't see it, it's not real.
Videos that they actively sponsor.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Because, what? Time to try it all again?
I can't see it. It's
the
not
YouTube
real.
community isn't going to remember who you are and what you did.
They won't. They won't. No, they won't. You just have to advertise with different people. Yeah, no, like for sure.
Off of the other stuff you just did in the meantime while trying to make a comeback? Really? That's the plan? I can't say for sure, and
this is the problem. Is like you can never hold people socially accountable for anything because there's so many people in the world, and so many people are so stupid that you can never expect any time for the market to actually hold anyone accountable in the long term. Now, you can have like a, flash in the pan, really everybody's mad, and then it stops
The
for a while.
invisible hand of the
Whenever it
market
comes
is
back,
not going to solve
the problem is that
problems.
there's like a diminishing return about people that are getting mad about it again. So it's like, the other stuff on Android is better help. Yeah, I mean, you need to bankrupt them? Well, no, what you need to do is
It's not about people being
for
stupid.
this, and you need
It's
to
about
hold
people
these
being
people
there's a lot
accountable
of
for doing
predators.
this legally. Like, that's really what you need to do. Because anything short of that won't solve any problems. It won't.
And a
do
lot of people will
anything, it
solve
won't make
issues with
anything better.
violence.
It will just
So if you
make
want to
people
forego
feel good
things like
for
violence as
preventing
the
something
solution,
bad from happening for a very,
you might
very
want to
small
police
period
the
of time.
issue before it,
No, other
you'll
than
have
that,
some
nothing else will
disgruntled
change.
customers or audience
What I see is
who
a
will
company
do
trying
something
to
about
weasel
it.
its way back into the ecosystem and I'm not having it.
Regulation
Please let people
is
know,
kind of
please make
where
other creators
it would
aware
kind of
that
benefit
while sponsorships are
the
perfectly
companies
fine, of course,
that
I
typically
do
fight
understand
against
people
it.
need money.
Because then they won't be greeted with
it's
violence.
probably best to find a sponsor that's a
But
little
the
bit more
greed just
reputable than BetterHelp.
takes over so
Because
hard.
pretty much
Yeah.
any YouTube sponsor is more reputable than BetterHelp. I don't normally ask this, but please share the video around. If you want to support, there's links down below. Protect your data with Incogni, kind of a perfect sponsor for this one. Locals and Patreon for monthly memberships, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything, and have a nice night.
There it is. So, it'll make people find new ways to break laws. Laws are made to be followed, but expected to be broken. Yeah, that's true. But you've always got to stay on top of it, right? And if there's no threat or worry of any level of accountability, then why would anyone actually do something? Why would anybody change what they're doing if what they're doing is working? I'll link you guys the video. I mean, I think that this BetterHelp thing, it's one of the more predatory ones because, like, it's built on the foundation of helping people that are vulnerable. And so it's like, it's just nasty, bro. It's just so nasty. Murder's illegal, people still murder, doesn't mean we shouldn't have laws against murder. Yeah. It's dirty, man. It is so dirty. Targeting vulnerable people. Yeah, it's like what I said about the lions, right? And the raccoons. What measures do you think the government should take to protect people's data and privacy from corporations? I think that a corporation should never be able to transmit any data that you put onto the website unless you give them permission at the time of the transmission. So, like, I don't think that you should be able to sign something that just gives them indefinite
they'll agree to
permission
that, but then do it anyway.
Give your data away to third
You gotta
parties. I think if there's something that they want to sell your data to,
go in and inspect them every time.
Off the top of my head. So, like, there could be problems with this, but I think this is generally
or like,
what I would
you gotta do
want
some type of inspection.
is like something that if they're going to sell your data, you have to
and it
consent
can't be
to
by
that
anybody
specifically, and it has to be separate from anything else. Like that's really what it is. And
there's ways
if it's written in a way that obfuscates or makes it hard to understand what's happening, then they're also liable for fraud. It must be opt-in. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that signing a release at the beginning is enough.
And some of
You're
it
going
is
to make
opt-in.
the internet annoying to use?
Yeah,
I think it would be more annoying if that was the case. It definitely would.
Other means.
But I think that sometimes something being more annoying is better than it being bad. Because nobody's reading the entire agreement. Yeah, exactly. Opt-in for sale, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. It's already annoying to use? Yeah, there you go. And also, I think, like, really, this has been, like, what I've thought about a lot of things, is that if your business cannot operate in an ethical way and make money, then you don't deserve to be a business.
Yeah.
So, like, if somebody says, oh, well, we can't make any money unless we do this, okay, well, then get the fuck out of the market. Like, that's the worst logic you can use. Like, you could use that logic for anything.
Yeah, we gotta do this. We gotta do
like,
this.
oh, well, we'll lose money if we're not scamming people. Well, then you shouldn't exist. It's not even a
exactly.
We have cookies and ads. What's an extra signature?
This has always been my response
for
to
something
scummy
specific
practice.
like that you can decline. And I think also, like, declining it, maybe you can't cancel service with people if they do decline, or cancel or diminish service. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of ways that you can handle something like this. Ban the selling of data altogether? No, I don't agree with that. I think people should be able to sell data with people that consent to it. BetterHelp sponsors
Yeah, consenting data selling is fine.
Okay. Thank you. Right there. Yep.
As long as it's yours, you're selling.
You are right. I didn't believe it. I wanted to see it. Now we see it. And there it is. Oh, here we go. He's going to read it. I got lucky. Usually they're in the middle, and so I just went to the middle. Here we go.
Escaped. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp.
This was from April 30th.
For when you don't know where to turn, or the places you've been turning haven't been helpful, there's another option. You know, I was stuck in a moment one day where I just was dang caught up, and I said, I need some help, and I need it now. And I reached out to BetterHelp.
Bullshit.
And next thing you know, I'm on the line, I'm talking to a therapist. And suddenly I'm just, it's just the idea of saying, hey, I'm going to try something. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
No.
It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and
They need to have him read this shit off a fucking screen. It looks so fucking bad reading it off a sheet of paper.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Just use it.
It looks very cynical.
Like,
to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist.
Look how dystopian. That's a very dystopian type of image.
That's one thing I always encourage. Too many times I was with a therapist that I didn't really think was, it just wasn't the best connection, and I stayed with them.
Just imagining what's on the screen right now. I can't see it, but
afraid to
that
try
doesn't sound right.
or didn't know if I could.
Just get this
Don't
therapy
think about
this
it.
way.
Just try. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/THEO today.
We're monetizing therapy.
That's
we're monetizing your mental health.
BetterHelp.com/THEO. If someone had somebody thinking about putting it into the market, or they're thinking about buying like maybe a small apartment building or something like that, do you feel like that's a good choice for people?
I don't get a partnership.
I mean, therapy is monetized, but I think that's a I really see therapy as very predatory. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, realistically,
and just having ads for it
makes it better
program
in a
is
way,
really
because
fucked
like
up.
you should vet your sponsors, right? You definitely should, and it's negligent not to do it. But like, I don't think that he's thinking to himself, man, I can't wait to sell these rats to Moloch for this
I think that is what he's
therapy
thinking.
Like,
well, not necessarily Moloch, but somebody.
Well, let's read if there's any comments about this. I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna
Moloch
just
is a more
control F
culty
BetterHelp
thing.
and see if anybody in
related
this
to
audience
shit like
is about it, right? Okay. So
I don't know if I don't think that guy's connected to that. He just wants some shekels, though.
And there's 1, 2, 3. Not a single person. Not a single person. I tried it as one word and as two separate words.
There's two hidden paths.
Not a single person called it out. Not a single person said anything about it. I hope that he listens. I hope somebody sends this to him.
Shit.
That way he can stop taking no sponsorship, because nobody gives a fuck, bro. I think that if people knew about this, they would care, but they don't know about it. That's the problem. And that's what I was saying. Is like, I don't know how long Theo Vaughn has been doing YouTube, but I feel like I didn't really hear about him a lot until like maybe a couple of years ago. So he probably hasn't been doing it for that long of a time. So he might not have even been around whenever this first happened. A couple of years, at least, 5 years
That might
ago,
be
right?
true,
So
but
like, he
still,
might not even know about
the
this.
whole
We're gonna get
concept
one
of
more, so
advertising
it's not like I'm just going in on this
for
guy.
mental health is really weird to me.
Arcade's
I couldn't do it on
Evil.
purpose.
Okay, so this is it. And so this is I don't know who's I've never seen his content before. What kind of content does he do?
We're gonna give you
regular old YouTube stuff.
I'm gonna show this.
Okay, so
this subscription
there
service,
it is.
mental health.
Let's see. Do we have the sponsor segment for BetterHelp? Yep. Here we go.
BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist that's trained to not only listen,
Very cynical and
but also
online.
give you helpful, unbiased advice.
People we don't really
just go to
know.
the site you can use.
The license
They're basically
that he's talking
like,
about is a driver's license.
Telemarketer
My link,
therapist.
BetterHelp.com/CodyCo. You answer a few questions, and then BetterHelp will match you to a professional that has years of experience helping people
that's what
with
they say.
struggles just like yours. And the best part is you can do it all from your
You don't know
phone,
who the fuck
your
you're being
computer,
matched with,
your
really.
tablet. You can do it via phone call, video chat, or messaging, however you feel comfortable. It's the easiest possible way to start talking to a therapist.
This guy is
Once
the
you answer
easier
your own
guy.
questions, you'll
I thought
get
it was
matched with a
the
therapist
assassin
usually
guy.
in under 48
I can kill
hours,
him
so
pretty
you can
quick.
get started fast. Let BetterHelp connect you to a therapist.
Oh, you're
who can
jumping. You're a
support
smart
you,
one.
all from the comfort of your own home. Just visit
You're smarter than the average guy.
BetterHelp.com/CodyCo or choose CodyCo during sign up and enjoy a special discount on your first month. All right.
He's got those fucking
Let's see
Everdol. Oh, those
how many people bring
spirits.
up BetterHelp in his
They
comment
suck.
section. I'm not going to look through every comment. He's got a
It's
lot
like
of them, so I'm just
Shang-Chi.
going to go down for a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to go ahead and do it. All right, so let's take a look.
Rolling bones. He's rolling them bones. For real.
The words combined do not do anything. and not a single person mentioned
fuck off
it
me,
in
dude.
his comment section either.
The fuck off me, little dude.
It says one of two matches, and both of the
fuck little
matches
dude.
are from his description. So, BetterHelp, I was right. People forget. And you have a new
you
churn
talked
of an
about them
audience all the time.
Shut up, bitch.
And I think this is just another example of that.
Oh, it's another snail.
Triggered
Fuck
BetterHelp
these dudes,
again. They're up for something? Yeah, they're sponsoring people again on YouTube. And because it's happened...
it's the wrong flash.
Whenever it first happened was so long ago, nobody remembers it anymore. And so it's on cooldown. Like the outrage for it is on cooldown. So
That's
now
what it
you
is. No
see
wonder I
more
keep hearing
people that
about
are
it.
taking sponsors for it again. A new wave of BetterHelp to scam people? Yeah, as I said, there's a new wave of people that are, ready
Like
to be...
Raid Shadow Legends, I thought that
all the
was
time.
already,
Trash Taste 194.
a bad
Is this it?
chill project, but this is way worse. BetterHelp is way worse
It
than
is.
Raid Shadow Legends.
There we go.
But I heard about Raid Shadow
I feel like
Legends
these
scamming
guys
people,
should
but
know.
at least it's not this
I
shit.
mean, yeah, they definitely should know. Come on, guys.
I just said no better.
Yeah. Let me scroll all the way down.
I'm just an innocent
Okay,
little baby
well,
face that know anything
I
about
don't know.
this.
I mean, I'm not going to accuse them of BetterHelp. Okay.
I mean, that's not. You were kind of saying that earlier, though. You were saying, "Oh well, they probably knew, and they just didn't know about
So
it.
this is a joke about the
They
sponsor.
didn't know about the controversy before."
This guy says what history? He doesn't even know.
But I guess he's talking about people who've been on here a
Anyone
while.
that's sponsored by BetterHelp, drop that as soon as possible.
But I wouldn't give any excuses for this. It's bad all around, no matter if you're new or not. It's like just the whole concept of BetterHelp is awful.
Disappointing. There's a
In
few
my
people
opinion.
that are posting about this.
Then
Dude, calm
I also
down.
don't
It's
think
not
highly
their
of
fault,
therapy to
as
begin
most
with.
of the
though.
internet
That's
thought
probably
they
just
were
my,
fine company.
my bias.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of the people from this podcast seem to be aware of it. They know about it, they just don't care. Well, I don't know if I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I wouldn't accuse somebody of that unless I had evidence of it. That sounds like a lot, man. It's people's responsibility to do some research before clicking a sponsor link. It's common sense. Well, here's my take on it, right? It's both. It's the content creator's responsibility, and it's also the user's responsibility. I don't think it's really either one. It's not 100% either way. You should have accountability for what you're spending your money on and what you're spending your time on. But at the same time, the person who's taking the sponsors also shouldn't be getting a bunch of bullshit. So yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, exactly. I feel like everyone has responsibility for their own actions. Well, it's not about whether, here's really the thing. I bet a lot of the people that are taking the sponsorships from BetterHelp don't know that it's happening. They don't remember the history. They have no idea.
Yeah, he's saying what I was saying
happened.
earlier.
And so they're probably just taking it because
He's
they're
just
like, okay, well, they're going to give me
defending
money.
those people
This
who don't
seems
know
like
this.
a good idea because on the surface, BetterHelp seems like a good idea, right? Like, if
No.
you don't know what's going on, it seems like a good idea. So that's probably why they took it.
Never sounded
And,
like a good idea
the
to
truth
me.
is, people do this all the time with sponsors. It's extremely fucking common.
Anything that's
So
set up in this
there's
weird,
and you can
streamlined,
get mad
monetary
about that.
way
I mean, you
always
can. I think it's very
it
fair.
seems very cynical
But
and
at the same
like a
time, it
scam
doesn't really
from the outset
matter
to me.
because it's just going to keep
I never
happening.
trusted them to
Like,
help
Siri on
anybody.
YouTube made a video about it. Rogan reacted.
And look,
Maybe
they're
so.
not.
Look at new rock stars.
It's
They
just
should
a little
know.
money-making scheme
I
going
can
on.
find out 10 different ones, but overall, I just think making people aware of it is the most important thing. I don't think that it's fair to go and crucify people for potentially having
No,
this
they're not
as a
Jesus,
sponsor
dude. They're
and
just
then not
fucking
knowing about it. Because if you do
greedy
that,
money grubbers.
you're
That's all that's
coming
going
in
on.
and going
I'm not
aggro
calling
on
them.
somebody for something that they might not have really
Nobody's
been aware
being
of, and you can
burnt
say
at the
that,
stake for this.
oh well, they should have been aware of it. Yeah, sure, and they can say that you should know what you're spending your money on too, right? You should do your own research. So there's never really going to be a end point where you're justified, and they're also just going to block you or ban you, and that's it, right? Why would somebody let somebody talk to them that way? So the best way to do it is just to spread awareness and make sure that people know that it happens. It's a shitty fucking thing to do. You're being shitty to someone assuming someone's being shitty. Yeah, it's just weird behavior. Yeah, exactly. Should they apologize if they do find out?
Well, I'm not going to go yell at somebody over this. I'm just not going to think highly of them.
The best apology is change behavior. If they don't change the behavior,
I'm not going to think highly of them. I'm not going to trust them.
I don't care.
I'm not going to buy anything from them.
Apologies to me are, like, let's be honest, it's a waste of time. Most of the time, it's just being done to save face. There's no authenticity in most apologies.
Motherfucker, get the fuck off.
Oh my God, and then they keep doing
I'm drinking the wrong glass again.
So yeah, that's what I think.
Get off me, old man.
This guy on
time is now,
CNN,
old man.
I really liked what he was saying, and so apparently he did a TED Talk. And
oh fuck, this guy's still alive.
I appreciate your time.
You're still alive, dude. You're old. You're old. Go home to your family. He's still alive. Look at that shit, dude. I was okay, he's dead.
True story.
At least we got him. I gotta go back to that room. There's another back room behind him too, if I'm not mistaken.
If we want a Jesus thing, if we want to put a cow crop,
damn. Why is that dude so old though?
Not for long.
We killed one boss.
That guy's in shape.
Said we at least killed one.
That's impressive.
I don't see what they look like. I guess they're in shape.
He's jacked, yeah.
Yeah, I got pretty jacked at the gym. Like my arms are heavy, dude. Knees weak, arms are heavy. My knees weren't weak though. I did have heavy arms though. I was at the gym. I think I'm gonna go today after this stream. I gotta decide if I'm going to the.
Essentially what we have here is a telenovela where after a night of unbridled passion between Bill Gates and Malcolm Gladwell, they give birth to their bastard love child.
That's my favorite slash flip.
Okay. I started with a question. Do we love our children?
No.
Sounds like an illegitimate question, right? Well,
you don't have children.
I'm going to try and convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
Essentially, as we go down generations, we're seeing that for the last 2 generations, people are making
my brother loves his children
on an inflation-adjusted basis.
I'll never make that claim against him, but he doesn't.
42? That's real bad. That's crazy.
And the cost of buying a home, the cost of pursuing education continues to skyrocket.
Who's dying down there?
The purchasing power to prosperity is inversely correlated to age. Simply put, as we get younger, we're taking away opportunity and prosperity from our youngest. The social contract that is now no longer in place.
Yeah, this is why kids hate capitalism, by the way.
What?
It's like if you're growing up and you're like 19, and the only way that you can go and go to college
not just kids who hate
is
it.
if you take out a
kids don't even know what capitalism is.
A Faustian pact with the debt devil for $60,000, so you can finally, after 4 years, get a job working at Starbucks.
Yeah, this is fucking sassy bitch.
Maybe communism isn't so bad. I mean, really, if you look at it from their perspective,
there are certain countries that are still practicing communism.
History, a 30-year-old is no longer
doing better than the U.S.
His or her parents were at 30. This is a breakdown.
Like a lot of people just brainwashed by the Cold War. They don't know what communism is. They think it's something evil, and that Rocky had to beat up in Rocky 4
people under the age of 34 feel very good
because they're evil, and they beat up Apollo Creed and killed him.
American. Well,
that's all people know about.
I think America is the greatest country ever. I'm very proud to be part of this country, even though I think
you're a
there's a lot
millionaire.
of things that are wrong with it.
So of course you can say that. You're a millionaire. It's good for you.
Becoming opportunistic and
you're currently a millionaire.
Speaking, young people have a warranted envy. They're pissed off and they're angry that they don't enjoy
but things could certainly be better.
Sure,
there are certain countries that do better things than the U.S.
Like social media, it reminds younger people all the time that they're losers. It's like one thing if you're like 19,
you're not charged.
But whenever
like he was talking about
media,
ER fees. So his mom had to pay ER fees, and then he went to collections, and she just started to. Well, you don't even have to pay those in certain other countries.
Or something like that.
You're not getting charged for ER fees in
let's go back to
China or Vietnam.
Let's take away women's right to vote. Let's be a fucking incel. Like that's how it happens. It does. It happens.
What's he
A
talking
decent
about?
proxy for how much we value youth labor is minimum wage, and we've kept it purposely pretty low. If it had just kept pace with productivity, it'd be about $23 a share, but we've decided to purposely keep it low. Out of reach, median home price has skyrocketed.
Yeah, we kept it
relative
low,
to median
guys.
household income. As a result, pre-pandemic, the average mortgage payment was $1,100. It's
Yes.
now $2,300.
We kept it low, but we're not raising any
1985.
wages.
That's crazy. I wonder
So
what it's going to be like
it's
in
not low,
2030.
is it?
I'm sure it'll be better, right, guys? Yeah, it can't keep going like this forever.
Acceleration in
Well,
interest rates, and the fact that
pull
the
out
average
them
home's gone
guillotines
from
and it won't.
290,000 to 420. By the way, the most expensive homes.
I remember, like, you know what was so crazy? Is that in, like, 2017, I remember going over to Mitch's apartment, Mitch and
Son
Trent's
of a
apartment,
bitch.
and I remember they were paying, like, $3
Oh,
grand
Mitch, the
for
guy's not even his
apartment.
friend anymore.
And I was like, what the fuck?
He had
That is
sexual
so much
allegations.
money. And just in, like, less than 10 years, that's become normal.
In the world, based on this metric, are number 3 Vancouver. Why? Because
You live in
60% of the cost of building a home
Yeah, I
goes
live
to
in Austin.
permits. Because guess what? The incumbents that own assets have weaponized government to make it
Let me go back.
very difficult.
I didn't
for
hear what he
new
said.
entrants to ever get their own assets, thereby
What did he say?
elevating their own net worth. This is the transfer.
Yeah, it can't keep going like this forever.
Acceleration in interest rates.
Yeah, $1 million
and the fact that the
houses,
average
that's
homes
great,
gone
guys.
from
We want that.
290,000 to 420. By the way, the most expensive homes.
I remember, like, you know what was so crazy?
Houses to cost $1 million.
Is that in, like, 2017, I remember going over to Mitch's apartment, Mitch and Trent's apartment,
And
and I
train
remember
wreck.
they were paying, like, $3 grand for the apartment. And I was like, what the fuck? That is
$3 grand.
so much money. And
That's-
just in, like, less than 10 years, that's become normal.
Yeah, that's normal in
In the
Austin.
world.
That's for sure.
Based on this metric,
Yeah,
are
3K
number
for an
3
apartment is
Vancouver.
not-
Why?
that's-
Because
that's mid-
60% of the cost of building a
that's
home
middle
goes to
ground
permits. 'Cause
for an
guess
apartment.
What? The incumbents that own assets have weaponized
Not even a
government to make it
2-bedroom anymore.
very
You
difficult
get that with a
for
1-bedroom.
new entrants to ever get their own assets, thereby elevating their own net worth. This is the transfer I'm going to be speaking about. This has resulted in an enormous transfer of wealth.
No, like, I'm wondering, where the fuck is the money going, guys?
19% of household
This isn't much
income.
better than the
versus
apartment I had in
people
St.
under the age of
Louis.
40 Used to control 12. Their wealth has
Jesus,
been
that's
cut in
terrible.
half.
Holy fuck. That is. Wow. Boomers gotta go, man.
It's not by accident. It's
Well,
purposeful. This is me.
You need to get rid of the
1987. I know
actual
you
source,
first
not
saw it.
just a demographic.
Man.
It's the actual people
I have
who have
pictures of myself
influenced
with a lot of hair, too.
responsible for this
That
that are not
sucks.
letting this go. No matter, they're going to bring it to the next generation. The millennials who took
This
over
is also
from
Mia
them, or
Severio.
the Gen X who
Mia
took
also
over
put
from them,
together these slides. By the way, Mia
and
is
then
26.
the Zoomers who take over from them. They're going to keep continuing the trend. So you got to do something about the people who have that influence with these prices, these price trends.
Everybody here is fucking old as shit. Like, look at this. Like, look. Yeah. Bro, there's no way this dude is not subscribed to AARP. Come on.
The admissions rate was 76%.
Okay, this guy sucks.
Today it's 9%. I received a 2.23 GPA from UCLA after nothing but how to make bombs.
Who gives a
out of
fuck about
household
your
items and every
GPA?
line from Planet of the Apes.
Doesn't mean
And the
anything.
greatest public school in the
It
world,
means you
Berkeley,
followed
decided to let me
orders.
in with a 2.27
And it was probably fake GPA
Wow,
anyway.
And that's what
2.27. Damn. 2.2? I mean, I had it in high school, I was at 2.4.
higher ed is about. Higher ed is about taking unremarkable kids and giving them a shot at being remarkable.
That's pretty low, actually. It's pretty, not like a
And every
4.0.
year, it's gotten more expensive.
I mean, he probably was the same as me, maybe, where, like, I got, like, pretty much perfect scores on my standardized tests, but
Because standardized
I
tests
just
just a
wouldn't
fucking-
do my work at school because I didn't care.
Yeah, I didn't
Like,
do a
that's
lot
what
of
happened for me.
homework. I could do well on
Higher
a
ed
standardized
and
test.
homes
This
and
is
the ability-
multiple choice.
Not only is higher ed incredibly
And you
expensive,
just skip
it's
to the
not
shit you
accessible.
know
Because me and my
more than
colleagues
do
are drunk on
the
luxury,
hardest
and I'll
shit
come back to
last.
that. We've embraced the ultimate strategy. Me and my colleagues in higher ed wake up every morning and ask ourselves the same question when we look.
Oh, these are the things, guys, that people that shouldn't be spending money love to spend money on. Oh man, like if somebody has money problems, guaranteed they've got one of these. Yep.
Look in the mirror.
Like a lot of the issues, a lot of people don't skip shit in their tests because they take longer on one problem or question. And this is why people artificially get lower on their little standardized tests. But they're trying to be honorable. It's not because they're stupid. They're just trying to be honorable, and they're just doing the hardest shit first. And they should just do that last. This is the method I took later in life. I just did the easy shit first.
Make sure that there's no new housing permits. And here
the shit that I knew
a memo to
better.
My colleagues in higher ed. We're public servants, not fucking.
Whenever I do this, he stabs me. So we're not going to charge up the weapon. Fuck this guy.
Harvey's right. He's fucking right.
Here's the best example of this. They've increased their endowment in the last 40 years and have decided to expand their enrollment, their freshman class.
I'm not hitting him at all. Let's just stand at the door.
Huh.
We have a better chance of hitting him this way.
So where's all that money go?
Okay, I see his little feet.
That's a lot of money. Where did the money go?
Any university
went to the football team, of course.
There's also a torch.
Freshman class faster than population that has over $1 billion in endowment should lose their tax-free status because they're no longer in higher education. They're a hedge fund offering classes.
He's listening to somebody talk at a university.
My first recommendation,
I don't know who this is.
Biden should take some of that $750 billion earmark to bail out the 1/3 of people that got to go to college on the backs of the 2/3 that didn't, and give $1 billion to 500.
He's got billions to give to the military, Raytheon,
for three things. One,
some proxy we're funding, and some bullshit proxy.
To reduce tuition by 2% a year. Expand enrollments by 6%.
Got money to bomb Houthis all day.
Non-traditional
money to send missiles over.
This is an idea. This isn't going to happen. There's no way
for Palestine to
There's
get
no
bombed.
way they could do this. Yeah,
can't forgive any debts for education though. That's just too impossible. You can't forgive any rent debt either that happened over 2020.
That doubles the
people lost their job and have to pay rent.
This isn't radical. This is called college in the 80s and 90s. Another transfer of wealth.
Yeah, I remember my mom said that like whenever she was going to classes, it was like less than $100 to go to a class.
Yeah, she
and this was
went
like
to school like 50 years ago.
60s and like early 70s, I guess, because she was born in 50.
Yeah.
So yeah, somewhere around there.
I'm pretty sure she didn't have to pay that.
I was paying $4K a class. How much is each class for you guys?
Thousands
and what school
to go
do
to
you
school.
go to?
The university I used to work at was crazy,
this
dude.
is in the last 5 years. Or what year was it?
You had to pay damn near $100K for a full education.
2030 California.
Or no, you did
Canada,
pay
it's
100K
4K
over
class,
that.
1K euro.
That's for tuition alone, and then you pay for books.
3K per year, 1K per year, 3.5K per semester, 2K over 2K per class. Man.
Certain books you had to get.
Oh, God. That's a big number. Oh. Wow.
Look at what's happened to wages. Oh, they've gone up. Not as much as corporate profits. There's a healthy tension.
That's crazy. Look at that.
Capital and labor.
Wages have not gone up.
Capital's been kicking the shit out of labor.
It has not gone up. The inflation is not keeping up with wages.
Wages, right? They've gone up. Well, if you compare
only
them
cosmetically,
to S&P, they barely register.
Yeah, they haven't really gone up.
Oh my God! Look at that. Used to be. Bro, I thought he wasn't done.
No, dude.
Wow. Invest in the stock market?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess so. No, I didn't even see it. Yeah, I thought it was
invest in that casino.
Yeah, I thought that was the axis, exactly.
Amazing time to own assets, but your attempt to get the certification or the income so you can acquire assets has gotten harder and harder. My class with 300 kids, it's never been easier to be a billionaire. It's never been harder to be a millionaire. By the way, our job in higher ed isn't to identify.
Yeah, because the money is going to the billionaires. It's going up.
Remarkable or
not down.
Parents and turn them into a super class.
So it's easier to be a billionaire. Sure, you're going to get richer.
To be in the top 10.
Just from these predatory practices, that money.
I think that's actually a really good point that he's making.
Siphoned from these peasants is going to them.
If you can't have hope, then what's the point in trying? And I think that's why a lot of young people hate society and they want to have like a revolution and they're like, burn it all down, I hate everything. The reason why is
burn
because
it all
there's
down.
actually no hope.
That's saboteur shit.
For a long time,
no, they want to have a revolution
of course,
for sure,
always
though.
The odds are stacked against you.
And that's not just
and
kids.
Of course, always there are people who rise above the current challenges and are able to make a lot of money. Even this year, tons of people were able to make that American dream come true.
Oh, we just want to burn
However,
everything.
It's a lot harder to do.
That's
now,
some saboteur glowy
and
shit.
It's less common, and you need to
that's
be
not
more
organic.
exceptional. It's not like, you know, for example, you go and you think about a lot of like old TV shows, and like I
make
think
a
if you
movement
go and
look
you watch
bad.
like a
That's what's going on
sitcom
there.
from like the 70s or the 80s,
It's some
a lot of time,
COINTELPRO
like the
shit.
dad in the sitcom is the only person in the sitcom that's making any money, and he just works at some random fucking place. And
Al
they've
Bundy.
got a whole house.
He was a shoe
They're able to
salesman.
send the kids to college. They own 2 cars.
And that was the
and they
90s.
didn't even have a boat. You know, yeah, Al Bundy, Homer Simpson.
Oh, they brought him
Look
up.
at that. And so even in popular
Homer
culture,
Simpson had a better
this is
job than
known
Al
to be
Bundy. He worked
true.
at a power
and
plant.
nowadays,
You can still
what
go
kind of
work
shows
at a
we
power
have
plant
now?
and make
Well, we have
decent money.
Breaking Bad. Oh, I don't know.
He didn't know
about
shit,
that.
though. He just worked there
I think
because
that
they
says
hired
a
him.
lot. Yeah, it's pretty
But he didn't know
problematic,
anything.
isn't it? Peter Griffin, yeah, look at even that. Yeah, it's
Peter
time
Griffin
to start
has
cooking,
multiple
guys.
jobs.
And
He
I
never
think
stays
that's
at
what
one
happens
job.
with a lot of young people is that they basically feel like they can't, like there's no future. I know that whenever I was, let's say, 20,
There is a
this
future.
is definitely the way that I felt.
It's just
I
not
felt like,
necessarily
there's
here,
no
or
way that you're
you
gonna
got to
be
make
able
some,
to,
have an actual
to rise
revolution,
above
like what
this
he's
because
saying.
there's so
He's kind
many
of bad mouthing
structural
that,
things
or
that
making
are
fun
just
of it.
so
Yeah,
oppressive.
but that's actually what needs to happen if you want an actual future
You
here.
know who doesn't need me or higher
Otherwise, you're going to have to
education?
move
The
to
top
another country,
10%.
which I'm thinking
The
about.
whole point of
I'm thinking
higher
about
ed
getting out of
is
here
to give the
for sure.
unremarkables, I, yours truly,
There's no future here
raised by a
at
single
the moment.
mother, a shot of
We don't
being
have enough
remarkable.
revolutionary
Yeah, of
thinkers
course. The
to make any
transfers are
overnight
purposeful.
changes either.
Well, the cohorts
So while the
were
planning is
created-
going on,
Also,
you have to
another
move.
reason for higher
probably.
education is to have an educated public. So a really good example of why an educated public matters is because of the fact that flat Earth is becoming more popular.
Oh, flat Earth. real
And
good.
you can think of the most schizo, stupid, dumb fuck
I don't know what his
thing
reasoning
that
is
you
for
can
bringing
ever
up flat Earth
imagine.
is.
And if you post it on Twitter,
1 second.
there'll be people like, yeah, that's... See, I've been thinking that.
If you post it on Twitter, I don't
Yeah.
think Twitter should be used as a metric because you got a lot of bots on there. There's a lot of glowy activity going on, not necessarily genuine reactions. So you can't use that as your litmus test all the time. Social media is compromised. You're not always getting organic reactions.
You know who doesn't need me or higher education? The top 10%.
Yeah.
The whole point of higher ed
Okay.
is to give the unremarkable.
Let me get out of here.
Yours truly, who was raised by a
Yeah.
single immigrant mother, a shot of being remarkable.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
The transfers
50
been
some
purposeful.
odd years
While
ago,
the cohorts
you're an old
And I
man.
think also
We had
another
it easier
reason for
back
higher
when you were doing
education
shit.
is to have an educated public. So a really good example of why an educated public matters is because of the fact that flat Earth is becoming more popular. And you can think of the most schizo, stupid, dumb fuck thing that you can ever imagine. And if you post it on Twitter, there'll be people like, yeah, that's...
You're saying why
See, I've
there
been
needs
thinking
to
that.
be more investment in
You see,
education.
birds, they ain't real, is they? No, I knew they weren't.
But a lot of the people who believe flat
you
Earth are
see how
people
they
who
move their
did get
head?
education,
that's
then they
fake.
watch something
For real,
online
like,
that
oh, we
convinced
can't
them,
have
or
wind turbines
they went to
because
some
they killing
course
all
that
the
taught
birds.
this alternative idea.
There's people that believe that shit. They believe that, and the reason why is because they're not.
I'm not one of them,
They're fucking
but
stupid.
I can understand.
They
It's
never
not
had the
necessarily.
opportunity
You got to
for it.
look at where the
Politicians
source
hate
is
an
coming from
educated public, yeah.
on anything somebody
Like
believes.
I don't know if I would I would go.
You
this
got
far,
to
but I
observe
think
the
I would.
sources, and you got to
Which is
ask them
saying
why they
that
don't
I
believe
think that it is intentional that the voting
Why they don't
public
believe the
and
Earth is
the
round.
average public user or citizen
and
is
then use whatever
intentionally
evidence you got,
uneducated.
compare and contrast.
And I think
and,
that,
you know,
for
go from
example,
there.
it is intentional that we don't learn statistics in high school.
Well,
That we're
statistics
teaching
are
algebra too and not
influence for one
statistics.
thing.
Because statistics will help people realize they're getting fucked over a lot more easily than algebra
They
will.
can help you
That's
figure
what
that
I
out,
think.
but then some
Maybe
statistics
I'm
are
crazy, okay?
gamed
Hey, maybe
and
I'm crazy.
are not
But
accurate
it sure
themselves.
seems like it'd be beneficial. So maybe it's happening on purpose.
A lot of the statistics that are saying people are getting fucked over are not even pointing that out enough. They're not pointing out enough how they're being fucked over. They're kind of rosy. Those are the statistics they let people see.
Yeah. And it works.
Or
senior poverty is way down, and we should celebrate that.
Or to put out there.
Child poverty is flat to up.
But it's way worse.
Oh, that's bad. That's kind of bad. I mean, it's not awful, right? But I mean,
but a lot of statistics are otherwise not right.
I'm going to talk about Social Security.
A lot of them are influenced too by vested interests. You got a lot of vested interests who control what statistics are out there.
$35 billion a year to Social
So they're comfortable with some things getting out there as like a pressure relief valve or a...
That's because guess who votes? The children vote or the people on Social Security vote?
Well, the voting is rigged anyway. Our elections are not picked by people to begin with. They're picked by vested interests in the Electoral College. Really.
$4 trillion. So
you can influence the Electoral College.
Increasingly doing less well.
Yeah.
To the cohort that is the wealthiest.
You're controlling who really becomes president. The popular vote doesn't decide the president.
I'm not against Social Security, but the criteria should be if you need it, not whether you have a catheter. 80% of you have absolutely no reason to ever take Social Security. It is bankrupting our nation, and we have
fallen now he's saying Social Security is bad.
It's this great
this is a
program. No, it's not.
Milton Friedman type of
wealth from
person.
young to old.
No, you shouldn't have safety nets. That's the real problem.
Less claps for
not corporations being bailed out. Not the wars we're fighting.
Why.
Artificially starting.
Why would that? Why would that possibly happen?
It's the Social Security guys, your safety nets. That's the problem.
It's a mystery.
Bullshit.
Yeah, the only people clapping are she's clapping. She's probably like
the rich people are clapping.
37 or something, a 20, 28.
Yeah, the rich young people are clapping.
I don't necessarily think that Social Security is a bad thing.
Yeah,
I don't think that we should take it away from Social Security.
He has some sense in that, at least.
Like military expenditures. Like I'd rather gut making bombs and tanks than Social Security. And then after you do that, then maybe we can talk about Social Security.
Yeah.
That's my perspective.
He's absolutely right. I thought he would have a stupid take on this, but no. He had the correct one.
Both? Yeah, let's start with the other one first. Yeah,
Washington has become a cross between the land of the dead and the Golden Girls.
Oh, God. Washington's median age of U.S. Congress.
Fuck his Milton Friedman.
A cross between.
Oh, my God. So the the median age in the Senate is 65?
That's the young ones.
Which, yeah, I guess that's probably not a surprise. I assume that the average age would probably be a bit lower because there are some young people in Congress.
But that's not true because AOC is younger than that.
It's still pretty bad.
The land of the dead.
But Jamal Bowman and all them.
Yeah.
Ilhan would be.
Yeah, it's median, not mean.
Quite frankly, this is fucking ridiculous. And if I sound ageist. I am. And you know who else is ageist? Biology.
Yeah.
When Speaker Pelosi had
She's 84. Isn't it crazy?
But he's not the one who's taking the cut. He's going to get money. He's getting money from pushing this idea. He's probably getting kickbacks from vested interests telling him to pitch this stupid idea.
I think it's impressive that she's still going, man. Like, for real, like, it's fucking impressive.
So he's not ageist. He's classist.
It's adrenochrome.
I think he's classist for sure. Because the peasants are the ones that are going to suffer. Not the billionaires, not the wealthy people that he's defending by saying we need to go after Social Security, but not any billionaire assets at all. No billionaire projects like any wars we're fighting.
Tips on dieting and extreme dieting from Facebook. She's supposed to understand the challenges
bombs were making.
Primordial wizards face.
Yeah. We're doing shit in Palestine, we're doing shit in Yemen, doing shit in Eastern Europe. Trying to start some shit over in Taiwan.
Intergenerational theft took place under the auspices of a virus.
Don't need to, but our country's greedy and evil, so they're going to. They're going to try to do that.
Yeah, y'all should see, like, bro, this COVID shit went crazy.
Back from 2008 to 2012, we let the markets crash. And by the way, you need churn, you need
Damn Atlanta
disruption
Sacks.
because
We'll
it
fight you later.
seeds and recalibrates
I thought I was
the
gonna show
advantage
that.
and wealth from the incumbents to the entrants. It's a natural part of the cycle. But wait,
There's more.
No, 1 million people dying would be bad, but what would be tragic is if we let the NASDAQ go down and guys like me lost wealth.
Yeah,
So the
NASDAQ
economy,
is
which
more
again,
important, right?
Increased the massive transfer of wealth. The best 2 years of my life.
Now, I gotta say, I invested a lot of money into stocks
I bet.
at about right here. Yeah. So, it was a great time to invest. I think it really was.
In 2020? Is he looking at 2020 measures?
It's great. Doing okay then? Yeah, I'm all right.
And he blew
More
up
time
during
with my kids,
2020.
more time with
Lucky
Netflix,
fuck.
And my value of my stocks absolutely.
I don't know what they're looking at. I'm just
exploded.
assuming, but
And
yeah.
who has to pay for my
He didn't certainly blow up
prosperity?
either
Not
way.
me.
Okay.
Future
Yeah, like
generations.
my
Another
dad,
queen.
My dad went from, like, basically,
Especially after 2020.
he made so much money in this period of time that now every single month he goes positive, and he doesn't work. He just fucking watches TV and fucks around and
I thought he was
calls
retired
me on
anyway.
screen to call me an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Like that's basically about
It's good
it.
when his father
And,
comes on to call him an idiot.
Yeah,
Those are the best
he just goes
clips.
up and up and up every month because of how much money he's made from stocks.
Yeah.
So
I could
we'll
do
have to
that.
deal
I
with
could make a killing in
unprecedented
stocks
level
if I bought
of
it.
debt. Why am I here?
I might just do that.
Unprecedented
Just
level
working shits for
of
suckers.
debt.
But first things first. Got to get some ducks in a row.
Shit. That's crazy.
At least working in the U.S.
Why
is
do I
for
get the
suckers.
prosperity
I'll
I
work
enjoy?
somewhere
Because
else.
In 2008, we bailed out the banks, but we didn't bail out the economy.
Told you, I said
we
it
let
too.
the markets fall. So as I was coming into my prime income earning years, I got to buy, no joke, these stocks at these prices. This is where those stocks are now.
Fucking
Where does a
headbanger
young
ball
person
over
find
here.
disruption? When you bail out the baby boomer owner of a restaurant, all you're doing is robbing opportunity from the 26-year-old graduate of a culinary
Yeah, it's the
academy
mom and pop
who
restaurant we're
wants her
bailing
shop.
out
We
from
need
the boom.
disruption.
Yeah, the baby boomer.
We're economically
It's not
attacking
Wall
the
Street
young,
we're
but I
bailing
know.
out.
Let's attack their
That's taking
emotional
more
and
money.
mental
They're getting
well-being.
more.
Let's take advantage of the
They're
fact
actually the welfare
that
queen.
The flaws in our species with medieval institutions, paleolithic instincts.
They get
and
so
godlike
much welfare.
technology. I'm just going to say,
They
I think
never
Mark
call it
Zuckerberg
that,
has
though.
done more damage to young people in our nation while making more money than any person in history.
I think social media is probably an overall bad thing for a lot of people, but I like social media
It depends.
personally. I do. I am
It
a social
depends on
media
where it's-
enjoyer. I've always been.
Like,
Even
it
whenever I
depends
was a
on
kid,
region, too.
I
Like,
was
there's a lot
into
of
it.
good things that can happen
But
on
the
social media,
truth
such as
is that
whistleblowing. And then
I
you have
also
better
think that
sort of
I am an extreme.
priorities. Like,
Because I see
like the
how
TikTok
social
in China
media
is way
affects
different
a lot
than
of
the
people
one in
that I
America.
know.
It's not the same at all. It's not China
And
running our
man, they
TikTok.
got you fucked
Even though
up,
that's
huh?
the narrative they're pushing. There's a
Man,
reason
they got
to
you all kinds of fucked up. Like,
ban it because some
damn,
whistleblowing
that's
shit was
crazy.
getting
Like,
out
you're gonna
there.
get upset
But that's the
about
only reason
this?
they wanted to even float the
You're
idea
gonna
of
get
banning
mad?
it.
Like, this is bad.
Like I said. Not because of the
This is
degenerate
really-
shit that's on it, but
I mean,
because of
like,
the real shit that's
just
on
don't get it.
TikTok
Yeah,
that gets
it's
out
like,
there
I
that
don't know.
exposes some shit.
Bro doesn't realize it has him fucked up? Nah, bro, like, back whenever I was, like, 14 and shit, I was still a psycho. Like, if you go and you look at... I have videos of myself when I was 14. You go watch those videos. I was a piece of shit. Nothing's changed.
He still is.
Like, there's very few people that can say that. But there's no fucking change. I was an asshole even before social media.
Ah, this dude, so aggressive.
Oh, well, wait, what would be worse? It's as if you had an adversary implant a neural jack into our youth to raise a generation.
No, none of
civic,
that
military, and
brain
business
chip
leaders
shit.
that hate
Shut up.
America.
I hope he's
I think
joking.
that it's not TikTok's fault that, like, I don't
It's
agree
not TikTok's
that it's
fault.
TikTok's fault that these
It's
people
some
hate America.
actors, some vested
because
interest.
he just went through 10 or 20 different slides of why people hate America. Those slides and those graphs are the reason
Yeah,
why
especially
they
the
hate
countries that are
America,
being
not TikTok.
bombed by America
It's
or
just that
invaded by them.
sometimes
Yeah, they really
TikTok
hate
shows
them
them a graph.
for a pretty good reason, I guess you would say.
Yeah, they just pointed it out.
That's not rocket science
All
here.
right, this all adds up.
You don't
to
need a
bunch of
multiple
graphs all headed
choice
up into
standardized
the
test to
wall.
figure this one out.
What's the first one? Oh, that's self-harm rates, which is...
It's not that hard to figure out if you're being intellectually honest. But if you're not, it's going to be a head scratch for you.
Oh, jeez.
Exploded, especially among girls, since my colleague Jonathan Haidt pointed out it's really gone crazy since social went on mobile. What's the next one? Teens with depression.
Ooh.
The next one, men and women not having sex.
Right here is whenever Wrath of the Lich King came out.
That's the problem.
So I think this graph actually makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of pitting against the sexes that's going on. I notice it seems very.
And right here is about whenever League
very artificial.
Again,
they're just trying to pit the sexes against each other to hate each other for the most vapid, shallow reasons. Very superficial reasons.
So my kids aren't going to get into enough trouble. By the way, my advice
I think that's
to every young
deliberate.
person watching this program is go out and make a series of bad decisions that might pay off.
Keep the peasants fighting amongst each other and not organizing. Especially not having kids, as we don't like the peasants.
Yeah, I mean,
being able to
honest,
outnumber us.
They did
or
not
growing their numbers to even better challenge us and shit like that. This is how they think, though. This isn't just me. Like I've showed that memorandum 200 thing. I have a clip of it. Actually. This is a real concern for our rulers and our wealthy.
Way up. By the way.
They think the next generation will be more anti-establishment, so they want to discourage families and shit.
Of what do you call it? I'll see commercials of back in the day, it's like fast food. Or any commercial, like a video of in the 70s.
That this shit. What is this?
And everybody was skinny.
Yeah, it's true.
And then now I go and I see a video of
very
Walmart,
few obese.
And it's it's not Wally World, it's just Wally. They're on the carts, man. They're on the carts. They're trying to pull things down off the carts.
Oh, I had the wrong thing on. No wonder.
But to be fair, Golden Corral was always it was a feeding trough.
Golden Corral.
Probably even back then.
The Golden Corral's not the best place to be going, I would say.
Then people aren't the norm anymore? Yeah, look at this. That's crazy. And that's fat kids, too. 2 to 19. Now, I gotta say something. I think that if your kid is morbidly obese, that's child abuse.
Yeah. That's something that shouldn't be happening.
That's just the way it is.
Although the parent just might be busy, but still, it's not a
food complex wants to.
It shouldn't be encouraged if it does.
Over to the industrial diabetes
I can understand,
complex. We should not romanticize obesity.
It can accidentally happen
truth. You're finding diabetes.
In a very volatile financial situation. You're not able to watch everything.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a single parent.
Oh my god, I love this. Yeah, dude,
it depends on how fat they are. I gotta say, if they're the size, if they're just pudgy, they got a belly. That's a different story. But if they're
it's animal abuse for pets. Yeah,
if they're they can't get out of bed. That's a different story.
So I've defied this logic. I eat usually 1 meal a day and a few extra snacks.
1 meal a day,
and I try to exercise every single day. To be fair,
he lives a very sedentary life. He can do that because he's not doing anything. He just sits in his chair most of the time.
No stats, way up.
Wait. I want to see if that one fat chick in the front squat.
So he can get away with eating 1 meal because he's not really exerting himself.
Overdose stats.
If he really worked out as much as he said, I doubt he's eating 1 meal.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't work out that long, but we saw him at the gym.
Yeah,
he didn't do shit when he was at the gym last time. We saw clips from there.
I'm trying to
so
think
his workout is very minimalist. But if he worked out like I did, 1 meal is not going to cut it. You can't just eat 1 meal.
Oh, fuck. Me? I never did. I didn't drink.
That dude ain't lifting 300 pounds at the gym. Or anything above that.
I don't think I've ever been in a car with Zach that was drinking and driving.
He ain't doing reps of 300 to 400 pounds, dude.
So at least 2 people I knew that didn't drink and drive. Drinking and driving right now?
He weighs half of, not even
people
half
age
of
30 to 34 able-bodied used to decide to have at least 1 child.
Yeah.
It's been cut in half. It's now less than a third.
Oh my god. It's because of money too.
27%. As a result, people over the age of 60 in the U.S., pretty happy. People under the age of 30, not so much. Some of the lowest in the free world.
Whoa. I'm not surprised that young people are unhappy. I think that, again, like, social media allows people to fucking hate themselves better than almost anything else has.
It depends
and I think also it's especially
how the
true,
social
like,
media algorithm is
I think that,
being
like,
manipulated.
really, like, with girls and guys, it's different, right?
Because
But
I think
it's not like guys
some
have it
big
easier.
tech is kind of
because,
manipulating
like,
some of the
as
a lot of the
guy,
algorithms people see.
seeing other guys on social media, like, with guys, it's like feast or famine. Where, like, the top 10% of guys are doing super, super well.
Yeah, the top
And then
the
if
top
you're
are
in
doing
the bottom, like, 50%, things aren't very good.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, for girls, there's probably a lot of other,
You're talking
like,
about
more nuanced
women
problems
and
you get
men
shit on.
and
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. I
Yeah,
thought you
so
were talking
top
about, like,
10% are getting everything.
income.
Or everyone in this circumstance. And the bottom 50% are getting anime figurines.
What can we do? Nothing wrong with America that can't be fixed with what's right with it. We got the hard stuff figured out. There are programs to address all of these issues. They cost a lot of money. That's the hard part. And we have figured this out.
You should put this into perspective when you talk about like how great the country is, though. Yeah, the country seems great if you're a millionaire, sure.
Yep. We have the money, but we decide not to do it.
But it could certainly be better now, could it?
On childcare in the United
Now, this
States,
guy's talking about taking away Social Security. It's certainly not going to be better after that. Now, is it? It's going to be worse than it was, for sure.
9K, and we're at... Right, okay. Okay.
They want you to just have a 401k that they can rob. They don't want you to have Social Security. They want you to have a 401k though. That's
Things are doable.
That's the compromise they were trying to replace Social Security with to begin with. Then they just had it alongside Social Security, and now they want to just only have you have a 401k because they can rob that easier. You know, if we have a stock market crash, we can just rob that, and you just shit out of luck. Nothing you can do about it. That's what they did at the last crash. That's what they're going to do at the next crash if we have one.
Fucked up. Holy shit, he fucked up. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. Like, yeah, it's like he said based. Yeah, Andrew, I was a big fan.
Andrew Tate?
And I still
Is that what
am.
they're talking about?
Incorrectly, instead of calling it UBI.
Andrew Tate looks like a glowy to me. I think he's like some character that was made. Some shit he said is like a pressure relief valve. They're like a limited hangout type of info, but I don't believe he's a real person. He's like some creation by some vested
Remove
interests.
230 protection for all algorithmically elevated content.
He's not genuine. And he said his dad used to work for the CIA.
Identity verification.
And I don't think the apple falls that far from the tree.
230 is whenever they're not accountable for the content on there.
Identity verification because we have
social media websites are not accountable for the content that's posted on there because they are a publisher and not a platform. Or sorry, they are a platform and not a publisher.
First Amendment. Break up big tech. We have monopolies. We need identity verification. The reason we can have identity verification is because we have a First Amendment. Break up big.
I think a lot of people are against identity verification for the internet, and I'm like
for the anonymity
on it. I feel like there's a lot of advantages and there's also a lot of negatives, and I kind of err on the side of not having it personally because I don't trust the people that would have it. Like, in a perfect world, I think identity verification would be the right decision, but I don't think that I could trust people to have the tools
and then
for
they're going to ban
verification
whistleblowers
and not use them maliciously. Privacy is a right? Yeah, I think that it is. It would get rid of minors on the internet? Yeah, no, it would, but so would good parenting.
Yeah.
So are we going to give up our privacy because people are bad parents? I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not sold on that one.
Tech. We have monopolies that are incurring greater and greater costs on every small business and parents because, again, see above our
it
representatives.
It didn't stop kids from drinking alcohol now, did it? It's having an age restriction.
There's absolutely no reason anyone
that's not it's not going to solve the actual issue.
Media. Anyone under the age of 18 should ever be on social media. There is no business a 16-year-old girl has on Instagram because if you check her DMs, guys.
Yeah, a bunch of creepy people in there.
Come on. Like,
I'm getting scared about my niece who's becoming a teenager now.
What are we doing?
She's going to be on social media.
It should be the age of consent. Like, whatever the age of consent is, that's what it should be.
We need universal pre-K. We need to reinstate the expanded child tax credit. We need term limits. See above Andrew Yang.
I'm not a fan of term limits. I think that if somebody's doing a good job, I want to keep doing a good job.
Exactly. That's why I think
the problem
certain
is
countries
that
don't really get rid of somebody if they're doing
I don't think the problem is actually
They
term
let them
limits. I
have
think the
multiple
problem
terms.
is a badly educated public that doesn't hold elected officials
We have
accountable.
decent countries that do
I don't
this.
want term limits or age limits at all. I think the
They're-
problem is the
they have
voters.
way more.
And
they do way more for their
solution-
people.
Like, term limits will
In
not
spite
solve
of the
this
term.
problem because
Yeah, it's
you'll
not
just have
going
new
to.
idiots come in that are also corrupt
But
as
you're
well.
bought. You know,
That's
you
my
want people who are committed to their job. But you want somebody who's not going to be there long. They're not going to be very committed to their job. They're going to be committed to vested interests who will pay them
vote for
during the
somebody
time
else.
of their job.
The reason why politicians are able to do what they do is because voters don't hold them accountable, because voters are too busy fighting with each other about like social wedge issues like abortion or like
That's the,
transsexual bathrooms or something like that.
That's the bad
And they
faith
don't
shit
think
that
about
a
any
bunch
of
of
these other
vested
bigger
interests
issues because they're harder to understand.
pushing into
so
the
if people
the
were able to
discussion
understand these bigger
to
issues
distract from the
and
real
they
issues.
were able
though.
to
It's not
process
genuinely
them and
coming
learn
from
about
the
them,
actual
then it would be easier to hold the
grassroots,
politicians
the actual
accountable.
people.
It's
the
like, for
actual public.
example, a lot of people think that you're not able to run for president if you are a felon. That is actually not true. You can't vote, but you can run for president. And the reason why you can is that the founding fathers thought there's no fucking way
But,
that a felon would actually run for president, and for it to happen, there's no way.
If a
How can
vested
that possibly-
interest
there's
likes
no
you
way that
enough,
would
they don't
happen.
care if you're like a
It might this
former
time.
criminal, as long as you do.
Invisible signs of affirmative action make no sense at all. You would rather be born gay
do what
or
they paid you to
non-white
be in
in the
that
United
chair
States
for.
today than poor, and that's a sign of our progress and our need to recalibrate who we give advantage to.
Because it's not the
Affirmative
people who
action,
pick
which
the
I'm a
president.
beneficiary of.
It's a bunch of vested
I got
interests. At least in the
Pell Grant,
U.S.,
unfair
that's how the
advantage.
president works.
Affirmative action is a wonderful thing, and it should be based on color. It should be based on green, how much money you have or don't have.
I think that's absolutely true. It's 100% true. The main thing
But that's
that's
how
going to hold people back
it
is
was
because of
working.
money.
But
It's
then
not
people
like
just
when
thought
you're
it's
white or
it's
black
only
or
about
anything else. Like, if you don't have money,
it's only about
that's
your
what it should be
race.
based
It's
off
not
of.
about your background in any way.
I also was a beneficiary of that.
It was. So
Absolutely.
then they got rid. They decided to like
vocational programs, mental health, ban phones in schools, invest in
stop doing it that way, and then they just got rid of it completely.
Faces big brothers and sisters.
I think they
programs.
were deliberately
We need
trying to get rid of
national service. We need to
genuine
tell people
sort
in the
of
United States and Canada that they live in the greatest countries in the world, and we need to remind them.
The reason
genuine
why,
things that
the
kind
reason
of
why not is because I think that if
stopped
you take
a bunch of
privileges
discrimination
away
that
from
was
people,
going on.
you're treating them like children. And
'Cause-
whenever you're
'cause
talking about like
AA originally was a
14-year-olds,
response to
13-year-olds,
actual
16-year-olds,
gatekeeping.
you need to treat them like adults.
You know, people who were
And
qualified
if
not
you
getting
don't treat them like adults, they are children.
not getting the opportunity.
If they're 15, they're not.
And AA originally didn't
You
even
know what?
guarantee you
I
a
would
position.
concede
It was
that I
like
think
you
that
get the
like in
opportunity to
elementary
get your
school,
foot in the door
well, I don't
to
know.
have an
Like,
interview. It was never like a
I
guaranteed
feel like there are more advantages to having phones in
position.
school than negatives.
But then
Especially
they
in
kind of
terms of just
warped
like
it into
real
something
logical
to
things.
make
Like,
it
for
look
example, like
bad.
being able to call your parents to have them pick you up.
how it's talked about in
I don't
public
think that
is
phones
really,
should be banned in
it's really been
schools.
disingenuous for decades.
But I think that also parents should be able to, what do you
But
call
now
it?
it's gone.
Or, sorry,
They don't really
schools
have
should
to
be able
adhere
like
to it
disallow
anymore.
kids from having them out in class.
So they got what they wanted at the end of the day.
Yeah, they should be banned
No
from being,
version of
maybe
AA
this is like
exists.
confusing. You should be banned from pulling it out in class and using your phone in class, absolutely.
Anymore.
But you should be allowed to have a phone with you.
Other great Americans where they feel connected tissue.
People,
We
I
can
heard
do
people
all
even
of this.
shitting on Head Start.
We can do all of it. We have the resources.
Like,
The
Head
question
Start is
do we
bad
have the
now?
will?
Like,
This
what
is
the
my
fuck?
last slide. It is an emotional.
Is this a program that
me more.
let
But it does have a message.
struggling kids
This
be
is
able
the
to
whole
get
shooting match.
better educated? It's not,
Anybody here?
why is
without
that a
kids?
bad thing?
Ask someone with kids. You have
My
your will
brother
of
went
work,
to Head
You have
Start.
your will of friends. You have your
It
will of
really
kids.
helped him out. He's very
Something
successful now.
happens here.
He's not an idiot
your
either.
whole world
He's not
changes thanks to this.
Not somebody who doesn't deserve his position. Because he got what? He got more education?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That's what's wrong with that. You should reward people who got more education.
Here, which is a few questions.
Or gets education at all.
If you acknowledge that our kids are the most important thing in our lives,
they're willing to be educated. They're willing to learn.
Kids' well-being and prosperity is profound.
As long as they have the opportunity.
If you acknowledge
that should be rewarded.
They're doing more poorly than previous generations. If you believe there's a chance that the illusion of complexity has done nothing to provide cloud cover for the unbelievable transfer of goodwill, of well-being, and of prosperity from young to old, and if you believe we can actually fix these problems and we have the resources, then I present to you...
I don't think that we can fix them right now. The reason why is I don't think that the voting population that makes decisions, like the adult population of America, is educated enough to be able to understand what those problems are and vote against them.
Yeah, you want to make that decision.
I genuinely think that people are too stupid to understand what these problems are. Straight up. They're not.
Yeah, when are we going to decide that people are smart enough? You get to make that decision? I don't think one person should make the decision on what people can and can't aren't smart enough to know. Like, you don't get to make that decision. But let me rewind it. Maybe I heard it wrong.
A question that I hope has more veracity than it did 17 minutes and 24 seconds ago, and that's the following question.
Like, the problem in this country, we have too many people who think that certain people just shouldn't know shit and they're too stupid. Like, that's why the country sucks.
Really good TED talk here.
It's very anti-intellectual. They don't want
based. Yeah, I love the graphs, man. I think that, dude, these graphs are.
They don't want to encourage people knowing shit.
Holy shit! Where's like the graph of all 6 of them? I'm trying to see if I can find it here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's the real reason why I didn't want to get rid of shit like TikTok, because of those little those moments where the real shit is actually being posted. It's not because of the. It's not because of those stupid TikTok where people ask, well, if I was a worm, would you still love me, stupid ass worm? Or would you choose a man over a bear and all those dumbass TikToks? No, they want to get rid of TikTok because
people think agenda is a buzzword these days.
Real issues that do come up on certain TikToks. That's the real reason.
Yeah, this guy's great, man. I feel like a lot
people can know a lot of shit.
One of the reasons why people like him is because
there's a very active campaign to discourage people knowing shit,
and
it's very artificial,
like raw way. Without kind of sugarcoating or anything like that.
You'd be surprised what people
he's very real with that, and he doesn't really like insult
do once they're informed.
Audience's intelligence by like trying to like talk around it.
This is what
he cuts through bullshit. Yeah, he
a lot of our rulers
bullshit language. Exactly.
That's why they want to discourage.
I feel like for a lot of
they know they'll be opposed if
like
people
the way that I think, like the big problem that I think a lot of people have is that I don't think people are educated enough to understand what the real problems are and how to solve things like this. And the reason why I think that is how easily people can be totally distracted by like celebrity drama and by just like random
replace
bullshit.
That with real info.
Like people, I think that the problem is education fundamentally, because if you have a bad education system, you are going to keep creating a population.
That's pretending everything we know is gotten from our education system or education.
I think that's the big issue.
Educational institutions.
But
a lot of people get informed by other things, like our media, or social media in particular.
Because of that.
So, just putting out information,
it's a bit of a
putting out awareness on things.
What change have you voted for recently?
Everywhere. Will solve a lot of the things he's saying. Oh, people don't know.
I mean, I don't remember like all the
inform them more.
I voted for or anything, but I
let's stop supporting campaigns about banning certain social media.
But I'll be voting this time in the new
release information we don't like.
I will, and also I think that not voting on something is better than voting on something that you're not educated on. I am not a fan of compelled voting. I think that people should only vote on things that they know and they understand. And this idea
so we'll keep people
voting
dumber.
For random things
that's a way to manipulate
your political party or people
that's a way to manipulate
information.
Party. Like, okay,
I find this.
You're only allowed to vote on this. This is the only thing we're going to talk about now.
So yeah.
All right. So we don't have to tell you about anything else. This is how we're doing it.
Now nearly all grocers
because we want to give you the least amount of ability to influence things.
That's not a surprise.
By saying you can only vote on something that we're talking about.
That doesn't really sell me.
Then yeah. That's a good way to be able to manipulate things and keep people uninformed.
So the city's fallen to a point where if there's something on a shelf, anything, it is a target for thieves who've now set their sights on our food supply, robbing local businesses.
Asmongold just offering out there to makes it easier for us to manipulate the system.
Why?
Thank you, Asmon. There's a lot of corporations saying that. Yes. You can only talk about what we put on your mass media and your social media.
It's almost every
you can only vote on that.
Coffee, cheese.
Well, like anybody who's worked at a store knows that there's like an acceptable level of losses for something like this. Every store accounts for people stealing shit. It's just that usually, what's that accounting? Like 3%, something like that, 3 to 5. That's usually what I hear about a lot. Yeah, now it's 300 to 500%.
Shrimp. Nothing is safe.
Are you concerned sometimes for your safety?
Absolutely.
The retailer is just open game. Walk away with anything. Simple shoplifting has really graduated.
Well, the prices have gone up. I'm not surprised shoplifting has gone up.
What's crazy to me about this
is an incremental increase.
It seems like this should be happening less, right? Because as people have
it's
better
very
surveillance
congruent to
technology
prices
and better facial recognition, it should be easier to find where these people are and who these people are who are stealing things. And go get them. The cops don't care. I think
fuck
that's
those
what it is. Cops don't
biometrics,
care. Because like these guys aren't wearing masks. I get that you're saying they're wearing masks, but they're not here.
Meter. Merchants want increased penalties.
When I see people stealing food, I let it slide. I used to work at restaurants and stores.
I was trying to pause to see if you could.
So whenever I saw that, I just let it slide. Obviously, these people are hungry. They don't got no money. Prices have gone up. So I'm like,
it's the Kia boys.
And this was back during the 2008 crash. I was like, oh, well, I know why they're stealing. They ain't got no fucking money.
Yeah, but
just had a
what's the
crash.
percentage there? $4.5 billion.
I'm going to let that shit slide.
All victims when retail.
So if I saw that now, I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't say anything. I just say that's the cost of doing business. I'm paying more in taxes anyway than what they're stealing. So it's not really that big a deal to me. If I own the store anyway. Like, that's like a tax write-off of anything.
Now grocery stores are closing. Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet.
So almost 100%.
93% grocery.
Shit.
Oh, bro, this is so dumb. That's dumb.
Grocery stores have been shoplifted recently, but nobody's talking about how New York City's latest plan to stop shoplifting won't actually punish the people.
No, bro.
We'll stop it by lowering prices.
Yeah,
that's the way to stop it.
Like, so you have a store. The store's doing business every single day. Like, let's say
lowering property taxes would do it.
So
the mayor could
Christmas
do that shit. The governor could do that.
Or Easter.
They don't want to.
So 360 days of the year. They're probably selling an inventory of 1,000 plus items.
They're not really public.
What is the probability that one thing gets stolen? I think it's like 100%, guys. It is. I bet it's like 100%. So, like, it's not about whether they're stealing. It's about what the degree is. It's like everybody knows people might take, oh my god, somebody stole a bag of Skittles. Oh.
Yeah, Skittles, who cares?
But I'm thinking, like, how often is this happening? Employees stealing too? Oh, that's a really good
they
point.
are. The people who work there are stealing. They can't fucking afford to buy their own
shit. A friend of mine actually wanted me to help him break into the place that he was working at.
They're not getting paid enough with them fucking stores. They're being paid minimum wage.
That they had there.
They can't afford shit.
I told him it was a bad
idea. They can't even afford eggs.
Not doing it. But like, he was an employee.
Shoplift. Instead, it's only.
See, when I worked there, so I was making like $7 an hour back when I was a teenager.
Yeah,
I couldn't afford anything now if I was getting paid
with
that.
organized theft rings running full-time businesses, not just targeting retailers like Macy's. Now they'll rob your local.
Couldn't even afford to feed a dog with that money.
Steal those oranges, boys. I mean, they're just sitting there, bro. Like, it's just sitting there.
It's just gonna go rotten.
They're right there.
Let me take it off your hand. This will go to good use. That's food. They're talking about food being stolen. See, this is what I'm talking about. They're talking about like some fucking Jordans being stolen.
We're Spider-Man.
It's fucking food. People are hungry. They're starving.
So they're harder to make off with.
They can't afford the fucking grocery prices.
At Walmart. So I was at Walmart, and I told you all the story about this before. I'll say it again.
Okay.
So I went to Walmart, and I wanted to buy a pack of underwear. And I tell the lady, I was like, I go to the place where the underwear is, and I can't get any underwear.
because every single
I don't buy
package
underwear
is
from
behind
Walmart.
glass that is locked up.
Is this being stolen? Okay.
So I have to talk to a person, and I thought to myself, okay, like, I really don't want to have to deal with this. This is fucking annoying. There's nobody here. Can I just buy a more expensive one, maybe? And, like, then, yeah, I pay a little bit more, but, like, I don't have to deal with this. Like, I was like, okay, you buy the $9 underwear instead of the $6 underwear. Okay.
Oh, God.
Amazon Pro.
That's
yeah,
way
like,
too
I was
much.
there at the same time, so I was like, I might as well do it, right? And so then I talked to the lady, and I'm like,
Because
okay,
it's
can I
not
get
even
this
better
one?
quality
And she's
underwear.
yeah,
Like,
sure,
you get
can
this
get it.
cheapo
And then I said,
underwear
"Can
that
I
costs
get it?" She says, "No, I
$9
can't give it to
Get
you."
the fuck out of
She
here.
wouldn't even let
That
me
shit, like,
canvas.
gets holes in a week.
She was like, "Are you buying it now, or are you gonna keep shopping?"
Like, I
said,
need some good ass
"I don't-
underwear.
can I just
I'm
have
going to
it
pay
and then I'll
$9.
take it
It's
up
going
to
to
the
be
thing?"
for
She's
some
like,
good
"No."
underwear. Or
You have to
$20.
buy it right
It's
now,
going to be good
or
underwear.
I take you up there and we ring you
Shit
up.
that's fucking sexy,
said,
too.
Okay, well, I guess I'll take it up there. She says, "No. I will take it up there. You will walk with me as I take it up there." She takes the underwear. She hands it to the cashier, and she's like, he wants that one. And I could not even touch the underwear that I was going to buy. I had to be escorted over. I swear to God, there's probably less restrictions on buying a fucking shotgun. How does this happen? Well, no,
I know.
we all know how it happens. It's because
You
people
can buy a
steal
shotgun
underwear.
from Walmart with less.
That's the reason. You know
people
it, I know
watching
it,
it.
everybody knows it. It's because people are stealing all the underwear. That's why they have it like that. I've seen stores, like I've seen like pictures of stores where every single item is behind locked glass.
Stores
Yeah.
that sell them so they're harder to make off with.
Fucking
But the real
underwear's not even
reason
electronic.
shoplifting
Who gives a
continues to
fuck?
surge to levels we've never seen before is because it's still
And if homeless
possible
people
in
are
this
stealing
city.
it, wouldn't you want them to have underwear,
Oh,
especially?
you can see.
You don't want them
Look,
walking in there
see,
in
they
the
got it right
places
up
with
there.
dirty ass
Steal under
underwear
$1,000 worth of
smelling,
stuff
dude.
and not go to jail, which
You
means
know?
any thief can start their own
Shit.
business tomorrow selling products.
When I was
they got,
homeless,
which
I
is
would
a good
always be
idea,
trying to
right?
have
'Cause
clean
you
underwear.
steal,
I went to the
like,
laundromat with the little amount of
worth
money I
stuff
could
every
scrape.
day, and you're fine because you never go over the limit.
Sometimes I had to go without underwear though, because I couldn't always wash
Yeah,
laundry.
people got well, the thing
But
is, with the laundry
I never had
detergent,
dirty
you know
ass
what
underwear.
they do with this is they take two things of laundry detergent, they unscrew one of them, and they pour the other one. They fill it all the way up to the top, and then they take it out there. They still do it. It's like there's nothing you can do. Go, yes.
Smart.
That's also stealing?
I don't give a fuck. I'd rather they have clean laundry. If a homeless
I know
person
this
coming in
might
and
sound
stealing
crazy,
that shit,
but
I'd definitely let that slide. This
I've never
motherfucker's
stolen
making the
anything
effort
out
to
of
try to
a
smell
Walgreens
good,
before.
okay? Why are we going to
I've never
shame
done
him
it.
for it?
I'm actually kind of afraid to steal things out of stores. How about a Walmart?
I would fucking buy it for him if I worked there. I say, dude,
I mean, generally,
I'll buy
like,
it for you.
I
Fuck
don't
it.
like stealing things out of stores because they have cameras.
Shit,
And
those,
so
they're not
I
looking
think
at
that
those,
people-
though. You can still
The people
shoplift
that
pretty
do it,
easily.
I understand what the reason
I did a
is
little bit
behind
of it
doing
when I was homeless, but not all
It's
the time.
because they assume that
And I was
they're not
homeless
gonna get
pretty
caught.
recently, but
That's
I was
what it
able to
is.
shoplift sometimes.
Effectively closing down
Not all
stores
the
they
time,
steal
though.
from, who then have to compete with
I didn't
their
make a
own
habit of it.
stolen merchandise.
But it's
And
pretty
what's
easy to
truly
still
insane
do.
is how thieves are now
The
literally
cameras,
threatening
they're not
the
watching
food
you.
supply of New York City.
What?
A lot
If
of
this
them are just
continues, it
there
could
to
make things
scare
tougher
people,
for some of
but
the
they're not
city's
really looking
neediest
at them.
residents when the grocery stores and bodegas they rely on shut down for good.
Well, it's not just them shutting down, man. It's also the fact that they're going to increase the prices. Like, let's think about it logically, right? So, if you have 100 oranges and you're selling them
They're
for
increasing the
$1,
prices
well,
in
that
the
means
first
that you're gonna
place,
make
and that's why they're
$100,
stealing.
right?
They're
But what happens
stealing
if
because they
50 of
raised the
oranges get
prices.
stolen?
When
Well,
the
you
prices
still have to
raised
make
before people
$100,
started stealing as
so now
frequently as they
oranges
have.
are $2.
There's an actual systemic issue
That's
going
a lot
on.
of money. Jesus.
A lot of the prices went up due to energy volatility that happened, especially after a certain proxy war that the U.S. set off. Things artificially go up when the energy is messed with. The energy,
You
when
remember
you mess
that
with
one
like
video where
a
that dude was trying
commodity
to steal some
or
shit out of the
energy,
store, and then the other guy started beating
it
him
tends
with
to drive
with
up the
mop,
price of a lot of
or like
other
with a
things
rake,
in the society.
just fucking beating his ass. Man, that was so good. God, well, I've watched that video like 10 times.
So lovely.
for my safety, and the employment safety, and it's a way also.
So first it was Macy's, then
Yeah.
it was Walgreens, and now it's the small mom and pop independent stores that sell food who are now being targeted. Which makes sense.
I don't
because
mess with
once
the
you put
mom
the
and
big
pop
chains
shops.
out of
I'll
business,
steal
all you've
from
got
bigger
left are
chains
local
if I'm going
businesses.
to.
And no, that's not the reason why it's happening.
You know?
Because it's easier to steal from the local businesses.
I
Because
steal
they
from a
generally
Walmart for
have
sure.
less infrastructure and less cameras. That's the reason. And also, like, if you steal
Yeah,
from them,
that's
the
also
level
part
of
of why
recourse
someone
they
will
can
do
have
that.
is much less. Like, if you're stealing from, you know, Dave's Bar and Deli.
But I don't steal from mom and
like,
pops.
what is Dave going to do about this? But if you're stealing from Subway
If I do.
or Jersey Mike's, well, they've got a lot more
Yeah,
resources.
fuck them.
If
Fuck.
a big drugstore
I would
like
never
this
steal
can't
from
figure out how
Subway
to
because they
secure its
serve
products,
garbage.
What chance does
I wouldn't
your
even bother
local
stealing
bodega
their
or
food.
grocery store have? Most of what they sell can't even be locked up.
Well, it's
behind-
not that. They assume they aren't going to get caught.
Jersey Mike's
They're
is a
doing
different
it 'cause
story.
NYC cost of living is so damn high.
I'll
all their
probably
money goes
steal
to
from
rent.
them.
They aren't stealing things to resell.
They're
They're stealing
better.
them to survive. Well, if you steal things to survive, and you're stealing them from people that are trying to sell them to survive, wouldn't the people that are trying to sell them survive not be able to survive because they got their stuff stolen that they were trying to survive?
That's why I
with?
steal from
Like,
bigger
I don't think
chains
that's really a good way of
that are
looking at it, man.
insuranced and are not paying their employees anyway. The employees themselves can't even afford the shit there.
Most of what they have cannot
That's why
be
you have
behind
employees
something.
stealing
And
from
when
their
you
own
combine
job.
that with insanely high rent for what in most cases is a very tiny little storefront,
Yeah.
you've got a
When
situation where
Walmart
these
destroyed a
businesses
bunch
are
of
not
mom and
exactly
pop
making
shops, I
millions.
don't feel sorry
for
stealing
a
from them.
can of tuna?
I don't blame
Yes,
anybody who
and
steals
that
from
doesn't
Walmart.
leave
They did the
extra
same
money
thing.
lying around for
They shut down a bunch of
security
mom
guards.
and
But
pop
just as your
shops.
local bodegas
They
are
did it in a
getting
way
bullied,
more
we're doing
systemic
the
way.
same
That's
thing
a
with
real
that.
way.
Also,
They don't.
like, people don't want to have security guards there.
We still allow
You're right,
Walmart
it's
to be
4,
around.
it's not 3. Because, like,
We
for
don't wanna
me,
solve
whenever
the
I go to
actual issue
Walmart,
now,
it
do we?
annoys me. I don't know, like, maybe I'm being unreasonable. But, like, it annoys me whenever I have a loss prevention person come up to me and want to see my receipt. Because it makes me feel like I'm being treated like a criminal.
They don't even ask you for
And
receipts
it's an
sometimes.
annoyance that I don't want to have to deal with. I mean, profile, yeah, no, I mean, if they should check anybody, they probably should check me. But
Yeah, you look
I don't
homeless,
steal things from
Asmund,
stores,
I gotta say.
So, yeah.
He looks like a lot of
Local
homeless I
grocery
met when I was
stores. And when
homeless.
one of these places shuts down, it could take the rest of the neighborhood with it.
Minutes away also is Carlos Collado, 30-year resident, 15 years as the manager at this fine fair on White Plains Road.
Carlos
Setting
Collado?
a surveillance
That's a
video
cool
after
name.
surveillance video while describing a new climate of emboldened shoplifters. They feel like the law protects them, like there are no consequences. Totally emboldened, so...
Now,
They're just, this is
what
their,
happens is
typically
that,
if they're doing
the people
this,
that are
they're
doing
just
this-
really struggling.
Like,
They don't,
if
they
the
know the
police
risk, but it's
wanted
worth
to
it
catch one of these people,
because they're really
they would
struggling.
catch them. But they don't give a shit.
Now, shoplifting is never a victimless crime. This grocery store, it's the only one in the area. Everybody living around here, this is the store that
When
they
you
shop
have
at. If
so
it's
many
gone,
people
where are they
shoplifting,
gonna
that's a
go?
lot
And
of
even if the store
that's a lot of
itself
bodies you're
doesn't
going to
close
need.
as
That's
they
a lot
deal
of
with
money you're
theft,
going to
they
have to
have
be wasting
raise
on
their prices because
gas
the
to drive
on
to
the
go
shelf gets
capture
sold on the other
mere
half. That's
shoplifters.
100% more for them to make the
This is
same amount of
why
money.
cops are kind
Prices
of
hurt legitimate
wringing their
Cops
hands
asking
over it more
shoplifting
now
city
because there's
they
just
don't
too
have
many
the
people to keep
resources,
up
even for
with.
serious crimes.
Too many
Exactly,
people are
right?
struggling.
And so, like,
When you
that's
have
the
so many
problem,
people
is, like,
doing this, it's not a
there are
matter of
so
like,
many
oh,
people
just
that
have
are
so many people who are
stealing
just awful.
that it's unfeasible
No, people
to
are
go
just
after
struggling.
all of the theft. I don't know what to do. Like, that's crazy.
It's just so much struggle you got going on in your system.
Customers who obey the law and are just trying to
People
make
are
it in one of the
literally
most
hurting.
expensive cities in the country. Which essentially means that shoplifting is a tax on the rest of society. And the more it continues, the more everyone has to pay for the same stuff.
No,
But eventually,
make the
prices rise to a
corporations
point
pay.
where
Make Wall
nobody
Street
can
pay.
afford what the store sells. And when that happens, the store has to shut down. It can no longer
Walmart
stay
should
open
pay
and
every
operate
mom
because
and
its
pop
prices
shop that
are too
gets
high,
shoplifted.
and if it brings them down,
That's
they
what I
won't be
say.
able to pay their expenses and make a living. And customers that might be used to shopping at a little
Fuck 'em.
place like this, they don't have unlimited money. At a certain point, it will be cheaper to take the subway and waste your time traveling.
And how do we know Walmart isn't doing the shoplifting from these mom and pop shops just to ruin them? They did that shit
I
when
thought
they were
this would be
starting
like
up.
$11.
Why would I assume that they stopped? They'd hire people to go destroy mom and pop shops just so they could get a property.
Tide Pods are under lock and key.
Tide Pods.
That has another store that has
I think that's for another
to a
reason.
point where
We
its
had,
prices are so high nobody
we
can
had
shop
a
there. On top
era
of
of
that, the
people
majority
swallowing
of this
those
thievery,
things
it's not
for
just
some
one
stupid
person
meme.
stealing a loaf of bread. No, these are organized retail gangs that make a living off stolen products. And it's so bad and so prevalent, you've got got entire swaths of
Who's
towns
this
that resemble
motherfucker
ghost
talking?
towns in
He's
New York
some-
City of
sounds
all
like some-
places.
And the
Oh
New
my
York
God.
Post interviewed several
Sounds like some
grocery
shyster
managers
himself.
who all said when they saw someone stealing who was obviously in need,
I don't
they
trust
did
this guy
not
talking.
care. Which means although great
does have a lot to do with why once profitable businesses are shutting down, it's not due to the greed of the business.
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, the thing is that nobody should be allowed to steal, right? You can't let people steal. But there's obviously a fucking spectrum with it, right? Where it's like, if somebody is stealing diapers or somebody is stealing, a can of beans to eat, that's way different than somebody trying to like fucking get every bag of Skittles
steal like some
in the entire fucking store and then run out with all the Skittles. It is different.
The Skittles aren't nutritious, so
I'm not wrong.
Don't really need those.
What I'm not saying that like
they're probably trying to sell them so they can get money to buy some shit that they need.
I get it.
That would be the reason to do that.
Let's not pretend that a person stealing beans to
You think they're going to eat all those Skittles?
Is exactly the same as a person stealing $300 worth of cosmetic things in order to sell.
Yeah.
It's not the exact same thing.
They're selling
all I'm
it.
trying to get at. Like it's more.
Well, it's not the same thing, but
more nuanced than that. It's one
way to do it.
Bad, and the other one is really bad.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that
the shoplifters.
I'm not saying that anybody. I don't think anybody should be allowed to steal.
Well, you're a millionaire, so you don't have to worry about ever having to steal.
Worse.
But he used to steal. His dad came on to talk about how much he stole. His dad was a real felon.
Shoplifters have grown so bold.
His dad would call him a pussy for talking about you shouldn't steal. He should bring him on after this.
And this is why physical altercations.
I'm gonna watch a video with him and his dad actually.
It's turning to local places who are just trying to survive.
It's from a few months ago.
War zones. And the sad thing is, nobody working at these local businesses gets paid enough money.
Because you think about it too, like if you're a local business, think about how much money it would cost in order for you to get, let's say, all of those like lock and key things.
I always leave local businesses alone. This is just my
for Walmart,
my morality.
And for Walgreens and CVS.
I don't blame anybody who does steal from local businesses if they're struggling that much, but I wouldn't recommend
default size shelves with default things.
You're starving. You're starving.
So like everything is like built to scale.
You're not gonna
a lot of the mom and pop shops don't have that.
Weigh
and so
between
the amount of money that would take for them to
stores can afford
for them to protect
you're starving. You're gonna die.
That's thousands of dollars. Yes, it's thousands of dollars, and also it's a decision that.
And it's winter time.
For example,
you really need
like
food.
if you're a Walgreens, you can
really
instantly
need something
make this
to burn.
Decision, and it's
so
easier
you're
to do
not gonna
because
think
the
about
decision
it.
has effectively already been made for you.
I wouldn't do it.
However, if you're just a small store, you don't have those different foundations set for you. You see what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to say?
Put their life on the line for a hat, or an apple, or an orange for that matter. Now, the governor's new plan to stop shoplifting.
Food. Yeah, you do put your life on the line for food.
For shoplifters who
a
also
hat
become
is another
violent
story.
while they are stealing things
from
the store,
for
which means
sure.
that if shoplifters go into a store
they're starving,
and
dude.
They're
homeless.
this
A
new
lot of these
plan
people
will offer them any new consequences for their behavior. And since the police are powerless
or
to stop
about
these
to be
criminals, you now have a
homeless
situation where thieves make a
because they
living
can't
off of
afford
vastly
groceries.
innocent
They can
in
afford
more
rent, but not
ways than
groceries.
one.
This Bravo
They gotta steal their food.
is clean and feeds the neighborhood, but they're also hemorrhaging between $1,000 and $2,000.
You know, it's easier to refrigerate stuff if you have a home at least. So they just wait. Oh, I'll just pay rent and I'll steal the food that I need.
No, they said a month, right? Not a day, because like the margins on a lot of these things are not really super high. $24K a year. Yeah, and this isn't really a big store. I bet
$24K a year for salary. That's
salary?
nothing.
Yeah,
dude.
Basically.
You're like, that's not even
coffee, cheese,
shit.
shrimp. Nothing is safe. Several months ago, Jose says
It's not even worth getting out of bed for. You can't live off of that. Not here. Maybe somewhere in the boonies. Way in the boonies, but you're not even going to be near that job. You're not even going to be near a job that's even paying you that.
It's got the cardboard under it. This looks pretty legit, but these little bricks are the same ones that get sold at the supermarket. What if these are stolen and they were placed inside this package? I've got no way of knowing that. Professional thieves are really good now. They will steal things individually and repackage them, sell them online.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of that at Walgreens and CVS. I see that. It's kind of funny. Those are big chains, so they're not going to listen.
Clothing, electronics, stuff like that. The food, the same thing's possible if you've got stuff like this that's non-perishable. And what's insane is the reason all of us are shopping up.
That is so fucking ghetto. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's kind of ghetto.
I understand doing that for Magic cards or like Pokemon cards. But jeez, doing that for like food?
Yeah, for food is fucked up. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
It's so much work. Yeah,
I've seen it for toilet paper, though.
Save money, and
I'm like, yeah, that's fine, dude. You need to
it's because there's not an actual
stealing someone online. Yeah,
things like rent.
For food,
and,
yeah, I wouldn't do that. I haven't seen it for food.
The store that you bought it from, they also don't have to pay for things.
Oh, actually, I have. I've seen it for some cereal bars, but they're individually wrapped, so it's not so bad.
Shoplifting
Like, you open up a whole like
because legitimate
pack of cheese and selling out some of the cheese. That's weird.
That we're buying the things that are closing our
that cheese is going to go bad
Stores
quick.
like this aren't shut down because Robin Hood was trying to feed the poor by stealing from the rich. You've literally got people raiding local businesses, stealing as much as they can in a half an hour.
Well, you think about it logically, right? So if there's a person who's
He's just
stealing
shaming
from stores professionally,
some individual
they do
actors
this for their
and
job,
acting like, oh,
they
everyone
are
who
probably
steals is doing this.
more than like
And shaming the
500 other
victims
people put
in
together.
general is what this whole video seems to be about.
So, like, the real problem
Not blaming the
are
actual
people that
issue,
are
not
stealing
going
in
to the
mass
source of the
and
actual
at
issue.
scale.
Why are people stealing, guy?
Probably more than 1 to 500. 500 normal people.
They're
yeah,
not stealing
exactly.
because they're
Yeah,
millionaires now, are they?
Okay, so what's the solution? I think that you need to like empower different businesses to protect themselves without feeling like they're going to get.
But
sued
why are
into
people
oblivion
stealing
for
more?
protecting their inventory?
Asman, that's the real
And
question.
then also,
I
more
think that's what they were
importantly,
actually asking.
the people
What's
that
the
are stealing
solution?
things
Why
need
are
to go
more
to
people
jail.
stealing, Asman?
It's that simple. If you
Why?
steal things,
Are they
and
stealing
you're running
more?
out of a store with your arms full of a bunch of shit, they should arrest you and put
We're
you
not
in
actually
jail.
addressing
Like,
the problem.
Fucking duh. It's not even a question.
The real problem. All these invent these new methods to stop people
This inventory costs
who are
the thieves
struggling
absolutely
mostly.
nothing.
Primary
You've
people
got
who are
pure
just
profit
stealing this
business.
stuff.
Chopping limbs? No, that's a terrible idea. Okay, so now you're gonna cut somebody's hand off. Well,
Yeah,
now they
don't do
can't get a
that.
job, and you have to pay them disability.
That's stupid.
You see how this is a problem? You can't do that.
If the criminals get arrested, since they don't go to jail, if it's under
Maybe a
$1,000,
finger,
they
you
can
know?
get right back out. They don't even miss
This is
work.
only on the
Although
West
these
Coast they're
theft
talking about.
operations
Like,
might enrich the
it
people
was
at the
under
top.
$1,000 only on the West
Doing the
Coast.
actual
Not every
stealing.
place
These
is
are folks
doing
who are
this.
being exploited. People suffering from addiction, from homelessness. Crooks convince them they can earn quick cash today by bringing a trash bag full of beauty supplies, detergent, or espresso back to a warehouse.
Yeah, they're homeless.
And without
Which is
real-
like, I mean,
Maybe
if
that's
you
the
were-
problem we need to be looking
If
at.
you were in the projects, if you were in like a low-income
Maybe,
area,
and not just the
and
issue of stopping
you saw
shoplifters.
like some random dumb homeless guy, and you told him, if you steal a bunch of shit out of the store and bring it to me, I will give you this much money for it. I bet a lot of guys would probably do that.
You don't even have to be homeless.
They use
You'll find
kids a
people
lot
who aren't
too.
homeless
Yeah,
who will
like
do that.
that's smart, right? Like if I was trying to do this, that's what I
He
would
would have
do.
done it.
I would find crackheads
Before
and
he was
pay
a
them to
billionaire
steal
or
the
millionaire.
stuff. The crackheads get arrested every once in a while. It is what it is, right? But then you pay them a bit extra money after they get out of jail. Everything's fine, and you just have them do it.
They're only in the cell for like a day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you don't
do it.
really
Well,
go
of
to
course
jail
they do.
long.
Like, I mean, a lot of the guys that do this aren't really stupid. They just don't want to get a job and they're lazy.
Well,
Some of them are stupid.
From a justice
Some
system
of them
that
already
cares
have
about
jobs.
businesses
They don't
like
get
this,
paid a
no way
lot,
it stands
though.
a chance
Just
against
the
an
That's the
operation
thing.
like that.
They're not
And
getting
think
paid
about
a lot of
grocery store
money.
losing $2,000 a month just from shoplifting. If your business
They gotta do
is
shit
already
like that.
struggling because the rent's too high and because your taxes and
Yeah,
other fees just for
$3,000
operating are
rent.
through the roof.
We were talking about that in another video before this one. Asman Gold. This is a different video. I just went over to this
Close
one.
up shop. And who's the
So yeah,
winner
when
in
you're
a
paying
situation like that?
$3,000
Certainly not the
for
business
rent,
owner, because now they're out of a
yeah,
job.
you're gonna have more
Certainly not
people
everybody lives around here
shoplifting.
because now they're out
Well,
of
the people
stores.
that are stealing, that's who wins.
About that. And you know what? It's not even the criminals who do the actual stealing, because eventually the store's going to be gone and they're not going to be able to buy any food either. It's completely destructive.
Well, they won't need to. They can just go somewhere else, right? I mean, that's the thing. Is if you're stealing things as a job all the
then
time,
the property
you're
value
probably
will go
gonna
down
work
and people
full
can
time.
afford to live there. Good. It all
This is
works
a total
out.
nightmare, absolutely, and that's why the government
I'm talking about the
is
big
moving
chains
forward
anyway.
with
If
this
big
plan
chains would
to
actually
punish
leave over
violent
this,
shoplifters.
that would only
It's
be a
better
good
than
thing.
nothing, but the real
That's why I
question is,
recommend
why is it taking
stealing from the big
so
chains only.
long to act on this? Why have so many
Make
stores
them
that
leave.
close down? People lose
So
their
they
jobs.
fuck off.
Customers lose their shopping centers. Sadly,
Maybe
because
prices will
people
go down
in
if
New
they're
York
gone.
Don't see shoplifting as that big of a deal, apparently.
I think also there's like kind of a
They're the ones who artificially raise them anyway.
That shoplifting is not bad, and it's society's fault why people are shoplifting, which is
not society.
You could say that's like kind of true in some circumstances.
It's not society. There's
in terms
actual
of like the professional shoplifters.
There's actual direct
a lot of stuff.
Direct
Those
actors we can point to that are of influence in our society, not generally society. Not everybody's fault. There are just actors who have a grand influence on our economy that we can look at. That's the problem. They caused this. We need to go after them. All right. Wages also need to be raised. All right. They're not keeping up with inflation, much less the price gouging going on. Okay. There's price gouging going up on top of what you could call inflation. That's what's happening. But 1 second.
At least some money. And they're doing that instead of having a job. That's stupid. Yeah, I think it's stupid too.
No, they have jobs. They don't get this.
And this is the problem.
They're doing this for extra money. This is their side
they're
hustle.
also right in a way because, like, if you give people
there's more
money,
you're doing more work by doing this shit. You think anyone's doing this because they don't want to work? That's work they're doing. It's more of a hassle to do this. Than just get a job.
Most people
they need more money
to actively break the law because people don't want to risk, like going to jail or getting in trouble or anything like that, or getting kicked out of the store.
You got to run
any sort of
to get a bunch of supplies.
Most
That's
people
work you got to
do that.
And you might go to jail.
A lot of the people that are probably stealing are, they wouldn't do that if they had the money. So it's like that's definitely true.
Don't have
but at the
money.
same time, it doesn't make it okay, right? So it's like just because this problem exists doesn't mean that it's okay for people to capitalize on it in this bad way.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think is okay or not. It's going to happen. There's a way to stop it if you want to stop it.
Shop redesign, all items behind the wall. Yeah.
Whether you think it's wrong or not is immaterial.
Yeah, have you guys
it's going to
ever
happen
seen some of these
because
pictures? I've seen
the
these pictures of Church's Chicken or like KFC or McDonald's, and the entire fucking thing has the entire thing is plexiglass.
Yeah.
You can't it's like a prison where
I
they
wouldn't
put your
even
food
steal that food
in
though.
the little slot and they move it in there. Bulletproof
that food's
glass,
nasty.
maybe? Yeah. Here we go.
I don't understand a bulletproof window at a fucking White Castle. That shit tastes like ass to me.
Holy shit.
You couldn't pay me to steal that food.
Holy shit. Look at that. Oh my god. That's a Burger King, man. This is a bank. This shit's a bank. Look at this. Holy fuck.
Bullshit, King. I would never steal from Burger King either.
Oh my god. That's a McDonald's.
The last burger I ate at Burger King was so damn nasty. It was that Halloween burger. Good God, it was terrible.
This might be the one.
It turned me off from Burger King completely.
Bro, this KFC is locked the fuck down.
KFC has terrible food now.
Little holes.
Not even worth protecting. I wouldn't give that shit to a dog, dude. They used to be decent. Like a year ago, they were all right. I don't know what happened. They had like 1 year of quality, then they decided to stop doing that.
They cash and checks there.
This costs too much money to be quality, to make good food for people. So we're gonna go back to making shit, making nasty garbage that even a dog would.
Look at that. It's like right underneath.
They used to I know the KFC they used to go to. They would even write down where they got their chicken.
Actually a bank.
The farm where they got it, so you can go there yourself to see how good the chicken is, how well raised it is. They don't even do that anymore.
Actually,
so the quality literally went
maybe
down.
like 6 months ago, and
they don't
to
even
be
do
fair,
that anymore. The KFC
there wasn't any of
I used
this.
to go to.
This is worse than a bank. Yeah, my bank's on the open. Yeah, mine is too. My banks have none of this. Look at this.
Oh, fuck you, motherfucker.
the windows barred up with chain link? That's crazy, man.
It's ghetto. This is how everything used to look in my neighborhood I used to grow up. So I got an early preview of this. This is how a lot of places look now, though. Like in St. Louis, I used to live in Northeast St. Louis. That's how damn near every store looked like.
I just...
Now it's everywhere.
Fucking crazy,
Kinda.
man. One more, then we're gonna move on. What's this? A shop?
You a bitch.
Get the fuck out of here. Let me see. Open image in new tab. There we go. Shut the gas. Jesus. There we go. Look. Like metal everywhere. Are these workers getting... Yeah, like that's actually... You know what? That's such a good point. Are the workers getting hazard pay? Yeah, it's like you have to work somewhere where you need bulletproof glass to sell chicken.
No one's going in there shooting up the chicken
You know what
shack,
I mean?
dude.
Like, they should get paid.
Get out of here. Not even in my
So
old
they say
neighborhood does that
close to the
happen.
city. Yeah, I
They
guess
just had
so.
that there so people don't steal food.
Could it have
They
been
ain't
put
because of
there
they
for
shooting in
COVID?
there.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
But this is not a circumstance of that.
It's
And
harder
a
to
lot
break
of
that
these things
glass, so
predate
that's why they
COVID.
have it.
And I think based off of all of the other things that are happening in retail, I don't think that's the real reason. Because, like, whenever we had COVID, a lot of you guys probably had, like, you know, big, like just plexiglass, like, just, like, walls, kind of. And that was it. And it would go to, like, right here, right? Like, about right here. And, like, you could just move it or push it down. It's a sheet of glass. Yeah, exactly. This flimsy garbage. Because all it's supposed to do is, like, make sure that you can't, you know, that the spit from your mouth isn't going to go to the other person.
Yeah.
It's not bulletproof either, yeah. Stuff?
Yeah.
Do you think...
Card or trash? Card.
You ever had people come in here and try to steal stuff?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a store in New York City that's never been shoplifted from?
That's hard. That's a hard.
I think that's a bad frame of reference to base off of. I think it's that is shoplifting
How would you?
causing
Yeah,
such a
like at
decrease
least one place
in
has been
profits
shoplifted
that
before.
is tangibly
Probably.
negatively affecting the store.
Depending on how long
if
it's
you're
been
losing
around.
1% of your money to shoplifting, that's bad, right? But if you're losing 7% or 15%, that's insane. It's about percentages. I bet every place has been stolen from.
Yeah.
Because it's only
Probably from employees.
Yeah. The cashier can answer that.
You know, employees are definitely stealing. That's just always going to happen.
Yeah, they might actually know.
It don't matter what the issue is. The employee's going to be stealing.
Governor Hochul now pledging $25
I knew
million
kids who
for a
like lived in rich
dedicated retail
neighborhoods
theft unit
at jobs I
within
used to
the
work
police,
at when I was in high school.
for
They'd be
district
stealing from
attorneys, and
the
$5
job
million
too.
to help businesses with security. The question
It's just some
tonight, will
employees
that
that do.
actually protect merchants?
I didn't do
So
it.
here's some good news from the
But
governor.
I know
45
other
million,
employees who
that's
did it.
a lot of
This is
money.
back when I
But
was a teenager.
it won't
I
all
didn't
go to purposes that people think are
do
going
a
to
lot
have
of
effect.
stealing.
But it's
I didn't
also
steal
worth
at
noting
all.
that it's not the governor's fault or the mayor's fault that we have a
I only
shoplifting problem in this
only
state.
started
After
stealing
all,
when
they
I
didn't write
fell
the
on hard
laws that have
times.
led us to the place we're at today. And to a certain...
Like, so I have first-hand experience knowing that a lot of people who steal aren't really doing it just
are
to do
somewhat
it.
limited. So first up, we've got $25 million
They're kinda
for the
struggling.
police who can arrest people
At least I can
who
speak
then
from
get
personal
released because the laws here don't jail people for stealing. Now, yes, that's the problem. Yeah, because like if I was stealing something and I knew if I got caught, the police would grab me. And
There's
put
too
me in
many
jail
people
for a
stealing
day.
it, though. It's not worth their money. The
Let's
cops
say
see
the
it is not
probability
worth
of
their
getting
money
put in jail is 1%.
to be going arresting
and
so
you
many
make
people.
$200 every day. That's pretty good, man. That's
And they're just
really
going to get
good,
out
especially
because it's
if they
not
just-
like
they
it's
let
a
you out the next
misdemeanor.
day.
It's not like
yeah,
a
that's
felony.
super worth it. Almost all people, like not almost all people, but a lot of people, whenever crime like this gets out of control, it usually gets out of control because people make a value judgment. They look at how much they're going to lose for getting in trouble versus how much they're going to gain for committing the crime.
Yeah.
And like you can see this also at like the mega
You don't-
macro
you
level.
rarely go to jail
Whenever
for
a company
shoplifting.
pays like
You might go to
this
a
is like
cell
$1 trillion company
one time.
or like a,
That's
$100
about
million
it.
company, and they pay like a fine of $33 million for
'Cause it's not worth
like a
their
business
time to
practice
even
that
keep you there.
that made them $8
For
billion.
shoplifting?
So yeah, it's
No.
risk reward exactly. And I
And that's
think
just too
everybody
many
makes
people.
that
If
judgment.
they, had,
Like,
if they
there's an
just
idea
arrested
that, like,
everybody who
criminals are
shoplifted,
illogical.
that'd be way too many people that
That's
got
not
to
true.
go in the pickup.
Some criminals
and arrest.
are illogical, But there is a tremendous amount of them that are logical, and they are making calculated decisions on, okay, I'm going to do this because this has a low probability of me getting in trouble.
State police, they're the ones who bust a lot of these big-time retail theft rings, and the leaders of those operations are responsible for way more than $1,000 worth of theft.
And the leaders might get locked up, but the low-level criminals who are still out there robbing these stores, shutting them down, they're still walking the
The
earth.
low-level criminals,
$15 million set aside for district
they're such
attorneys to go.
masterminds.
How are you going to, like, the thing is, like, let's say you pay
They want to
Rufus
get
the
them, not
crackhead
the white-collar
to go
criminals.
and, to go steal
the ones who
things for
steal
you, right?
entire
You give him
economies worth of money,
and then
entire
Rufus gets
GDP's
arrested,
worth of money.
and he goes to jail for a day. The
In
police
crash
want him to rat you
economies of
out.
whole countries.
Rufus isn't
We
gonna
don't want to
do
get
that.
them, though.
Why the fuck
We're
would he do
really
that?
focusing
Because
on the
if he rats
shoplifters.
you out, then you're not going to give him money again. So it's like he's not going to kill the golden goose.
We don't want to stop the war
Rufus is
profiteers.
smart. Yeah,
None of them.
He's not that.
They're the
At
good
least
kind
he's
of
not
criminal.
that stupid. He knows what's going on. He just wants another hit. Yeah. You're talking about criminal employment. That's a growing industry in some states. Of course.
These
Probably getting paid way more. I don't blame them. I don't blame anyone working for them.
Punishing them. Those laws exist because people believe in them. Judges believe in them. District attorneys even believe in them. So the people that are supposed to prosecute the criminals end up feeling bad for them, sympathetic towards them, and may not be asking for the harshest penalties they could, which might actually land somebody behind bars.
Oh
The last $5 million, this could actually do something because it has to do with grants related to in-store security for local businesses.
I'm not going to feel sorry
for
for some
example, things like
corporation.
security
That's for
guards,
sure.
security cameras.
There's a different story with a mom and pop
discouraging
shop,
crime.
as
I
I've
think
said.
that they need to arrest the people and put them in jail.
But
like, I hate this idea that like the way to
Then
solve
do it,
this is to
Asmund.
have like
Go
50
arrest them.
different levels of
Go arrest them,
like
Asmund.
security. I think you should have
Use
some
your money to
security
do
for
it.
sure,
You're a millionaire.
but at a certain point,
It's so
the
easy,
security
right?
is so overbearing and overreaching that it's like obstructive to even being able to go into the store and like conduct business regularly. Like applying all that security stuff to each different individual
they're
product.
wasting
that's
more
insane.
money on that security
Like
shit
I think at a certain
than
point,
what
like
they're
you should
losing.
just.
This is like with
Denuvo. People not to
People-
steal, and if
the
people do it, they should be
pay
held
for
accountable.
Denuvo
Like, that's it.
subscriptions. They think
It's
they're
crazy
just,
that this is even a
they're
conversation.
stopping the
At the
thieves from
source.
stealing
So
their
that brings
money,
up an
from
interesting
stealing their
question
game.
about
When
all this. If
a lot of those
$5
people who are
million
hired
grant to
in the game with
businesses,
a lot of
that's
influence
almost
and
like
have
an
to lose
admission
money.
that
It's
things
not a
are
lost
happening
sale.
inside the business,
But
that the city's
this
not
is
able
the
to
logic
stop,
they
and the
use is
business
just by
needs more
spending money on
resources
the
to deal with
subscription
themselves. So why not
for
give
like
businesses
some
the whole
DRM.
$35 million? At the end of the day,
That,
if
you
even
know,
bananas are being
they
stolen,
would have
there's
to pay
nothing
less
the
money
police-
to
There's no amount of money that these that the
just sold
government
it
can
normally.
give the businesses that will stop it from happening. That's not how it works.
Do about it. Why not give businesses
A
the
lot of people don't
resources to
understand-
tackle this problem on their
They don't
own?
even
The money
understand
for
how to
businesses,
even
that's
tackle
definitely better
the
than
problem they
other
think they
businesses
have.
here have tried to come up with. One local leader wants to start taxing landlords who have vacant storefronts. Now think about that for a second. If the store closed and left because they weren't making enough money to pay the rent, if the landlord
just
has
being
to
told
take
they
less
should do
rent,
this,
they're essentially
but it's not correct.
subsidizing the activities of shoplifters who lowered that business's margins through theft to cause them to shut down in the first place. But
Well,
okay.
everybody subsidizes it. Taxpayers subsidize it. The other stores, the other like people that are shopping subsidize it, and so does the store. They all do.
There's a new plan on the table. How long is it going to take to work?
Yeah.
And will it save businesses from shutting down completely? And what do local business owners think about this?
They're releasing repeat criminals. Crime hurts us.
Indeed, crime hurts.
There's the crime hurting you, not the property taxes you're getting that are being manipulated by these big chains
So it's
that
at
have them
least
there
1
just to
year
hurt
away.
you, so
Meanwhile,
you're
criminals
less
are still gonna
competition
walk
for them.
around doing what they've always done. And even if businesses do hire guard dogs and put up cameras and install security apparatuses, what does anyone think the result of that is actually going to be when there is a legal system and a justice system on the other end of all that security footage that isn't actually going to punish anybody? Because at the end of the day,
Yeah, if they like, because here's the thing, like back whenever I didn't have like a lot of money and I was younger, why wouldn't you steal from a store if you're not going to get in trouble? What's the logic? Why wouldn't you do it?
Well, I always thought I would get in trouble,
you have
but I
to
would
look
do
at
it
from
anyway.
the perspective of the people
if I
that are in the
was desperate
situation
enough.
that are stealing.
I did it
And
after
from the
school, though, to be
perspective
honest.
of the
After
people
high
that are
school,
stealing, this
when I
isn't
was
me justifying
more
it.
college age.
I'm explaining it. Is that they have
Yeah, I
been
always assumed I would get arrested
fucked by
because I didn't know it was
society.
better.
They
I
have
thought they
been put
arrest
in a
you for that,
situation
but they
where
don't.
they have to steal, and because of that, they have no sense of accountability to society.
And I stopped stealing though because I still didn't trust that they wouldn't arrest you.
You know, like, oh well, you know, like society's not doing them any favors. So of course they're going to do this. The store owners doesn't deserve success. Yeah, exactly. Like they feel like they've been dealt a raw hand or a bad hand.
It's not personal.
In life.
A lot of the stealing isn't personal.
This is
they're
them
not trying
making
to.
up for
They're
it.
not thinking about
like that's their thinking.
What will hurt the owner
if you have
more.
a person who thinks that they've been
They're
wronged
just trying to
by
get
society,
what they need.
and they're stealing, you
know?
have to have a punishment for it. It's their own fault. It's not about whether it's their fault or not. Like
I don't remember
totally
a lot of the people I used to shoplift from.
Like
I don't remember who owned the place. I wasn't thinking about them. I was thinking about
I agree with all
feeding my belly because I was starving.
I agree. Like,
I was
I'm
homeless.
not disagreeing, but like, in order to understand why a person does something, or in order to make somebody stop doing something, then you have to understand why it's happening in the first place. San Francisco Channel 5 video shows multiple examples of what you're saying. The thieves gave those exact reasons. Of course, yeah, of course. Because a lot
even
of
the people who are working for the criminal resellers, they're doing it because they're trying to feed their bellies too. A lot of them
that steal things.
They're making more there than they would in retail, in real retail.
General, like it's the same
and that's why they're doing
right?
it.
They want to like excuse it and act like, oh, it's okay that I'm doing this. Oh,
At least
well, this
temporarily.
Is okay. It's all right that I'm doing this. So like they're looking for justification. This isn't just an American problem. Oh, I'm sure it's not.
No, it's not. It's a Western
Robin
problem.
Hood syndrome. Well, yeah.
For a reason.
Steal and get no consequences, or pay what you can't afford. Easy decision for thieves. Yeah, exactly. So if a person is lazy and doesn't want to put in work and steal, it's justified. I'm gonna be honest, man.
They're putting in work by stealing. That's a lot of work to
just
go and do that type of risky activity.
I'm just gonna ban you. It's just you're wasting everybody's time. I don't want to read your messages.
The reason we've got such a problem with repeat
I don't know what that guy
offenders is
meant.
because the first time
It's
offenders
clearly not what
were never
Asmund said.
punished in the first place. And what's truly fascinating about this new push to try and stamp out crime is it comes after an effort that started a year ago to try and expand the number of food-related businesses in areas that are lacking.
They're talking about food-related businesses. Don't you guys get it?
With lots of people that you have
if it's food-related businesses, shouldn't that tell you something? They're not stealing.
It's called like food desert.
They're not necessarily stealing for, you know, they just want luxuries or anything. They're hungry. A lot of the stealing is coming from people who are fucking hungry. Right? Eggs cost an assload now. These are the people stealing. People who can't afford eggs anymore. Even.
I hope that people know that like whenever the government does that, they're effectively using everybody's tax money to subsidize paying for shoplifting.
Sure, guy.
So like they're effectively like because
say it's our problem,
is
and it's not the government that's causing the issue.
The government is effectively shoplifting everybody's money to pay for it.
They got plenty of money.
Happening.
They're doing that when they're sending bombs over to other countries to go blow up brown people. I'm not really going to shed tears over some people who are stealing food so they can eat. No, I'm not going to get mad at them. That's what you're trying to make me do. I'm not getting mad at anyone who's trying to steal so they can fucking eat. I'm going to get mad at the people who are buying a bunch of bombs, the drone strike a bunch of civilians
having an even tougher time trying to make it in
a country we're occupying or our allies are occupying with their disgusting scumbags. They're fucking Nazis, is what I gotta say. I can't sugarcoat it anymore. They're Nazis. They're fascists.
Of a society that has been unfair to them in some manner,
which is true. And that's
just call it what it is.
Is it? They're right. No, like pre-wash. Well, no, it's an obvious conclusion.
When I was in the military, that's what I thought. After retrospect,
of course, there are some people that get fucked over in life.
A lot of Nazi shit going
it's not about whether life is fair or not. Like, for example, if you play the lottery and you lose the lottery, you can't say, oh, that wasn't fair. I have to steal a car to make up for the fact that I lost the lottery.
That's a completely stupid scenario.
Just because things are unfair doesn't mean that you have the autonomy to go and steal people's shit. However, it is important to keep in mind that a lot of people feel this way. I think it's pretty normal.
People stealing food is pretty obvious what's going on. It's not a personal attack.
Right. You're completely right. All I'm saying is that I think that the people that are getting fucked over, like a lot of you guys,
I'm not getting fucked over.
We just got done talking about how
I don't
things
feel
are
fucked
massively
over for someone who shoplifts.
So
Get
people
that out of your
can't
head.
afford food, and so then they steal the food. It doesn't justify it, but it helps understand what the problem is.
It does justify it, actually.
Right?
I would say it does
understand,
justify it.
That's where it's coming from. I agree
I'm not
with
even
you
mad
that
at
they
you.
should be arrested, put in jail. But that's not the only way you have to come at a problem from like 2 or 3 different ways to like really get it to stop.
I worked at stores and restaurants, and I saw that.
Victimized store owners who are obviously wealthier and better off than they are, while at the exact same time, those business owners
are we really losing that much money by letting these guys have it? We're going to throw this food out.
Shut down. And think for a moment about how.
Why are we going to feel bad about this guy taking this shit that was going to get thrown out anyway?
They lost their freedom. They were
we throw away more food than these people shoplift. Why are we clutching pearls over
the
this?
next day? You would probably
It's
have
stupid.
zero
It's
retail
absurd.
rings operating if all of the criminals who are doing
That's
the
why I
actual
always get mad
stealing
at
were
people
behind
who
bars. If these
act like,
crime
oh yeah,
kingpins who are selling
we got to
items
get
on
mad
the
at these
website can't find workers,
shoplifters.
they're going to have to shut
Motherfucker,
down.
you know how
Not
much
the stores they
stores
steal from.
literally throw
so
away
many Rufuses.
than compared to what they
Exactly.
get shoplifted? Like they're
because
they're losing more money throwing
and
this
then
shit
Rufus
away.
goes to jail. It's like, oh fuck. Well, let's go pay Jim.
Then they are
all
letting some
Jim's
homeless
doing it for a
person
while,
have
then
it.
Rufus, then Jim's in jail. Fuck. Okay, now I'm at a crack.
Some people like literally stop homeless people.
What am I gonna do? Am I
Dumpster
gonna have to go
diving
in there? What if I
just
go
to get
jail?
the food they threw away. It's really
And the
fucked
problem
up.
solves it.
In a world where everyone who does something wrong is actually a victim of somebody else who deserves it, you don't actually have any criminals, do you? Is that the right
No, you do have
attitude?
criminals.
Is
It's
it
the
New York
people who
City's attitude?
are
What
price
should we do
gouging.
here to stop this out of
Those
control,
are the criminals, the white collar
shoplifting
criminals, the
epidemic?
ones
Let
who
me
are
know. Thank
bombing
you for
people. Like
watching.
I said,
I'll see you in the next video.
spending billions on
I just saw
missiles
this, I
you're
figured I'd
subsidizing.
watch
You
it.
don't
I
give
mean,
a
I'm
fuck
not
about
really
that.
surprised that stuff like this is happening. I mean, like, really, it's
Wall
just,
Street,
it
they're
is
the
a-
criminals.
If
We should
you make
arrest them.
something
I would
not
agree
against
with
the
arresting
rules,
them.
Here's a really good example.
I would
right?
agree with
And,
the
like,
death
this is
penalty,
I never
actually.
watched this guy's videos.
There's somebody
before.
in
It's a really good
Singapore,
video.
I
liked it a
believe, who got
lot.
the death
Like,
penalty.
you
What
know,
was
like
it,
in Wrath of
Vietnam?
the Lich King,
For
how everybody was buying gold.
fucking up the economy over
Do you
there
know why everybody buys gold?
recently.
It's because people don't
It's
get
a
banned
real estate
for it.
economy.
And if you do get banned, maybe the gold gets deleted and you get a 3-day suspension. So the punishment for buying gold is better.
People
than
buy
the
gold because
reward.
they got told
So
this
if the
Milton
reward is
Friedman
so good that
nonsense.
the punishment doesn't outweigh it,
Mises
well then people
Institute
are just going to
nonsense
keep
about
doing the thing that they'll get in trouble
gold not being fiat, so
It's
it's
just
more
what makes
valuable.
sense.
It's like, but gold is the value of gold is controlled by the bullion
for.
institute.
How would you deal with it? Do you think it's ethical to steal a loaf of
it's
bread
as
to
valuable
feed
as
your
whatever they
family?
claim
No, I
it
don't.
is.
I don't. Because
It's
the
not
people that are
decided by
selling
any
the loaf of
inherent
bread
value.
need to make that money to feed their family. It's just, the answer is no.
What you say?
Simple, simple, simple.
What gives money
Is there anything
value
else?
is
Fair enough.
people and a society, right? It doesn't matter what the fuck
Let's
currency
see,
you're
so
using.
Brad talk, the story of the cop, people will buy you food guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of other ways to do it.
And if you're taxed
I mean, like, a
for
lot of-
the currency,
I know, like,
if you're
here,
taxed in
here
a
in
certain
Austin, there's a lot of
denomination,
resources. Not everywhere.
that
there
means
is,
you're obligated to
but,
get that
yeah,
particular
that's what my opinion is.
denomination. So if you're
That's what I'm
if you're
No,
taxed
no,
to
I
pay
mean,
in
like,
dollars, that's
just what my
makes that
opinion
dollar
is. It's that
desirable.
simple.
Sadly,
Yeah,
this is
before
why
the bread
people
sale
are
was the
taxed
1%. What if you stole bread
because
from
it gives
Walmart?
the general
Well, if you steal bread from
societal
Walmart,
currency
there are a
its
lot of
value
people who
to
have
begin
their
with.
like 401ks in Walmart.
It's not 'cause they actually
and so
need the
if
money, 'cause
Walmart's stock goes down,
your rulers
then
just print
all
whatever
those
money they
people
need
lose
for
money.
whatever
And
bullshit they
those
want to do,
people are
like
relying on
wars or
those
bailing out
401ks to
bailing
live
out
their
Wall Street.
retirement. Also, if enough people steal from Walmart,
They don't.
Walmart will
They're not really
eventually
using
close.
the money.
And if
from,
Walmart closes,
tax reserves
then all the people that work at
for
Walmart
that.
won't have
They-
a job
they
anymore.
just print whatever
and then
they
all
need.
the people that shop at Walmart won't be able to get food there.
They tax you just to
That's
make an
not how it
obligation
works.
for you
And
to
I
have
understand
the
that
currency.
like people think that it's okay to steal from something big, but the problem is that it's only okay whenever
If
you
they told you to
think
pay
about
in gold, then
it.
gold
And
would
the more that
especially
you
be
think
valuable to
about
everyone.
what the effects of stealing
Everyone
from
would want to
stores,
get gold
the
if they
more
told
you're
you
going to
you gotta
realize
pay your
that it
taxes
actually hurts
specifically
everybody. Walmart
in
move out of the community,
gold-
exactly right. And Walmart is a huge employer, by the
gold,
way. Walmart is probably
Stugatz,
one of the biggest, if
whatever
not
you
the
call
biggest
them.
employer in the
Ingots.
country. I wouldn't be
Gold
surprised.
ingots.
So yeah. And
Or if they
all
told
of
you
those
you got to
people are
pay
now
all of
not
your
able to get a
taxes
job.
in.
And is it
in
Amazon
Bitcoin.
now? Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
But I know that
Bitcoin
there's
will
a lot
become
of
way
Walmart
more valuable
employees.
than
They don't think
it'll
about
have
stuff
like a
that at all.
lasting
Preventing small
value
crimes just feeds
because
breeds big
We're
crime.
saying we're going to
Well,
just
if you put a bunch of small crimes
make you
together,
pay taxes
you
in
create a big crime.
Bitcoin from here on out.
So that's generally not the way it works.
It'll be adopted by everybody at that point.
I mean,
Everybody
I
would want to get a
understand that like this
Bitcoin
might be
because they're obligated
complex
to have
or
it.
whatever, but that's not the way that it works. Victimless crime is not real whenever it's about physical people. Well, the people that are talking about victimless crimes are generally talking about victims, people that they don't think are victims. crazy the hoops that people
Well,
jump through.
corporations
Stealing,
aren't
okay,
victims.
not stealing is stealing.
Just as they're not people either.
You
I
can't
don't agree with
logically
their
have
people. They should have
and
never
like
got
also
that
like
legal
here's another
protection.
reality. Most people are not going to freak out if some random single mom is trying to steal a loaf of bread.
Yeah, that'd be
That's
stupid.
really not what the big concern is.
What is the big
and
concern?
that's been accounted for in retail for over 100 years.
Are we really
What people
saying
are
that this
talking
is
about
what's
is like
causing
people that are
the
coming
economic
in and
issues?
stealing
People
large quantities
shoplifting?
of things.
Because that's
and
not
then
the real
running
issue.
out
That's
with
not a real issue. That's a made up issue.
Send
So
them
what
on
is
to
the
jail
real
and the
issue?
baby
Aspen?
too.
Because that's what you're saying. You're not talking about a real issue.
People place such a strong amount of disconnect
That's a
on the idea
fake
of
issue to
corporations and
make you
companies are
ignore
opposed to people too,
what
not
the
some
real
soulless entity.
economic
Yeah, of
problem
course.
is.
Where do you think corporations get their resources from? They stole that shit from less developed countries with bad leaders. I don't think that has anything to do with the fact that people are being employed by the companies and people have stocks in these companies here.
Who are we
and
calling
you're hurting
bad
those people in a
leaders?
way that I don't think that you have the authority to do so. So, like, just because you
Like,
think
a
that a
lot of
company
people in
is
the West have
immoral, like, I
very,
think everybody has a different determination of like whether a company
very
is immoral or not. Like, I think almost all of us
exceptionalist
agree
idea
that
of
something like
their
Nestle
country
is immoral.
and their society.
But less of us would agree that maybe Hobby Lobby is immoral or Chick-fil-A. But there's still a lot of people that believe that. And then I would say even less people believe that something like Wendy's is immoral. So
I don't know
the
what
problem
Wendy's
with,
has
like,
done
allowing a
recently,
person
but
to
I could-
make
I
their
could
own
see it,
subjective
maybe.
judgment on like what is okay and not okay to steal from. The problem is that before you know it, everything is going to be okay to steal from it because
Yeah,
these
everything.
people want to justify stealing from it. It's so easy to figure out a
'Cause that's
reason
realistic.
why it's okay for you to do something bad. Society runs on law and order. Yes. Someone from a poor background, justifications for crime really offend me. Whenever they claim that's in favor of the poor people, the main victims of
You
crime
know, the
is
thing
death of the
is, a
poor
lot
people.
of these simps
Yeah, they are.
saying a lot of this shit, they're
Do you
making
think if we were
minimum
better taking
wage.
care of people
They
who
can't
would
even
steal
afford to
as
live in
better
their
care
own
of communities, it would be less of an epidemic? Absolutely. And that's what I
Or
was
some of
saying
them are
before about
making a
approaching
decent
problem
amount of
from
money,
multiple
but
directions,
their
is
cost of
that
living is high as fuck.
if you want this,
So
this
even if
to
they're not
stop,
making minimum wage, they
you
still
have
can't
to
afford
obviously approach it from 3 or
their
4
own
different reasons.
cost of
You're
living.
absolutely right.
They're still making
if
these
people
simp
have better
arguments.
social systems and
Yes, blame
there
the
were less people
shoplifters.
that,
That's the real
like-
issue with the
like, for
economy,
example,
guys.
whenever my mom
Let's
had food
gaslight
stamps,
the public.
there was also like food
Make
banks
them
that
fight
she could
each
go
other.
to, and they would give her
This is
a
what
bunch
a lot
of
of
food.
your rulers are saying.
And even locally, there's a lot of like very small, like kind of micro food banks that we have here in Austin that people come to, and they'll put
Yeah,
food
they
there,
exist.
and then people will come and take the food if they need the food. So all of those things,
Yeah, it's very
each one of
rare
those
that you
things
see,
are like
like,
you think about
people
it
who
as
don't
like
need
a
the
Path
food
of
at these
Exile or like
banks,
an
though.
MMO character build. All of these things like
I went to
reduce
some,
health
yeah, they're
by like
genuinely homeless
1%
people.
or reduce armor by like 2%. So like they're
Yeah,
all
you
like
ain't seeing
1 and
Bezos
2%
up
reductions,
there
but if you have
getting
enough
the
of
food
them,
just to
you get
resell
to
it.
like a 10% reduction or a 20% reduction, and then that's whenever you really have a big change.
This is a rare
But it happens
account if it does
incrementally.
happen. If it happens, it's so rare, it's like not even worth mentioning. It's not the cause of economic issues in the
butter
country,
a year.
is what I gotta say.
Its citizens eat so much of it. That
It's
it's
like how
led
they
to
like the
shortages.
gaslight about welfare queens. Oh, there's some welfare
Asia,
queens who
sales for
just
durian
they're
fruit
just
are
abusing the
booming.
system. I'm sure they're like
China alone spends billions on them each year.
I like what 2 people
We
who
travel
might
the
have done
world to
that
see how
or are doing
billion-dollar
that,
food
but
industries work.
it's not
And
really
meet
the
some of
cause of
people
any
powering
economic
them.
issues in the country now, is it?
Our first stop is the Dominican Republic.
Like welfare
where the
in
world's
particular,
largest
the
aloe vera
welfare
farm harvests
funds
and
are like a
juices
drop in
the
the bucket
thorny
compared
leaves.
to other shit we fund.
Universal Aloes Farm covers
Like all those
5,000
bombs
acres
we're buying.
here in the Dominican Republic.
Tanks would
While there are
make them
hundreds of types of aloe plants,
go and
this
blow
farm
people
chose
up,
Aloe
kill a bunch of
barbadensis
brown
miller
people.
because it has 20 amino acids.
Or those corporations I keep talking about, we consistently get welfare
and
to.
other bioactive substances.
No one talks about
Once
it.
the baby
No
plants
one
are in
calls
the
that out.
ground, it takes about
Because
8
the
months for them to
corporations
mature.
pay for public
About
relations and to make themselves
750
look
people harvest
good
these fields.
in
They're
media.
dispatched in groups, harvesting
And to just
section by
blame
section.
poor people. That's all that's going on in this video. They're blaming a bunch of poor people saying they're the cause of the economy being bad. It's the poor people price hike. It's some dumbass narrative going on. It's probably what it wants to call it. The poor people price hike. Now it went over to another video now.
The cut leaves won't grow back, but the plants will grow new ones.
This is a different video. It's called 18 Surprising Billion-Dollar Food Industries by Business Insider. It's a Business Insider video who I don't really trust very much. But what else do we got here? if museums were honest, let's hear it. I don't trust a lot of what's said in our history. You got to rethink a lot of what you've been taught growing up, is what I got to say, genuinely. Generally, a lot of the stuff you're taught growing up is probably not accurate or true. Let's listen to this. It's like 8 minutes or 9 minutes.
Sure, art is subjective, but here at the Horton Museum of Modern Marvels, we'll make sure you feel like a big dummy for not knowing what a painting means. You'll pay $30 for a ticket to be an idiot as we scoff at you from behind our
You're an idiot if you blindly believe what they say, for sure.
What does it mean then?
It's about the evils of capitalism. Which is ironic, considering that this place is funded by some of the most depraved billionaires you've never heard of.
Yeah.
What do you have? One of them's pretty famous
It's for public
peddling
relations
opioids
reasons.
to the masses.
God, why would the museum accept money from someone like that?
Well, they kind of have to. Museums are too expensive and don't turn enough profit to be fiscally self-sustaining.
Well, they could be publicly
these
funded.
Days, other rich bozos,
Just some places that don't do that.
rich collectors purchase contemporary pieces that museums can't afford like they used to. Even though that painting looks like it could have been dribbled out on canvas by your 4-year-old nephew, this new modern piece.
But then again, a lot of museums have a bunch of lying going on anyway.
William Krauss
deserve to be publicly funded when you recognize
Collectors
that.
will loan them to museums
There's
for
a
a
bunch of
price,
lying
of
going on.
course. Or here at the Museum of Modern Marvels, we'll do an expansion, and guess what we need to pay for that? Rich investors to put on our board of trustees, or whatever other frivolous bullshit we can give them so that they'll fork over their cash. We'll name a new wing for them, or put a dumb plaque up with their name on it, and they get to write it off of their taxes. And then a protester will spray red paint on that plaque. Because
Yeah, it's
that
not even the
particular
real.
investor
It's not
was
even the real
fracking
painting though. It's
for
like some
oil
prop.
and enclave of orphanages. or
That's why they
something
don't
like
mind
that.
these
It's the
fake
circle of
protesters
life.
going in there to
Okay,
do that.
what about the government?
These fake
Shouldn't they pay
rebellion
for some of this? I mean, art is important.
people going in there to do
Our
that. It's not the
government
real
cares
painting.
less about art than it does about those fracking orphans, which is very little.
Well, same here. So.
Hey!
A lot of the paintings are
Same.
forgeries to begin
It all
with.
seems so pretentious. I mean, that guy's right. I mean, my nephew could have painted that.
Okay, so you'd prefer classical works better.
Oh, she's talking about the old crap, you know, a naked guy next to a horse, or a naked guy next to another naked guy.
Exactly.
Or a naked woman with a clamshell over her.
Oh, that's Aphrodite.
I like that one.
Disgusting.
Okay.
Man,
Or Eve. I
such
guess.
simple
Sometimes she's drawn
creatures.
like that. Or painted that way.
Ah, the seagull, nature's garbage disposal, flying rats, and my arch nemesis.
Okay, it's a different video.
Thankfully, I've got Factor, which is helping me meet my wellness goals in time for summer.
What's this
So
one
I'm
about?
feeling healthy and ready to.
Some redhead. Okay. It's the same. No, it's a different video, but it's the same guys. It's the same. It's the same. It's about the same thing. It's about if museums were honest. Okay. Oh, making Futurama was a shit show. Let's hear about it. They
25 years ago,
they
the
still
creator-
sporadically release new episodes. It's become like its own OAV series or something.
The Simpsons unleashed a brutally honest, unflinching look at the future. It was
Honest?
outlandish, mind-bending,
You wanna
a little
say that show
heartbreaking,
is an
and
honest look at
all
the future?
kinds of funny.
No.
Shut up and get to the point! Futurama is
It's
a
not
pillar
honest.
of adult animation. So it's hard to
Sci-fi.
believe that the executives at 20th Century Fox never liked any of it. They demanded changes throughout its inception.
I didn't like it at the
then
beginning
doomed it
either.
with
A lot of
terrible
shit in
time
it sucks,
slot,
to be honest.
confounding
There's
the
some good
showrunners
parts.
as to why it had to turn into a shit show.
What is this range, my dude?
Oh my
The heat in this bot sounds like him. The hedonism bot, which is basically what's his
In
name?
1989, the Fox Television Network was a fledgling and floundering broadcast channel with very few claims to fame. The Simpsons changed all of that. Created by cartoonist
He
Matt
was in
Groening
Hades
with
as
the
well.
help of
First
producer
name.
James L. Brooks and showrunner Sam Simon, The Simpsons'
to know it off the
rebellious
top of my
mindset,
head.
subversion of family sitcoms, self-aware meta-ness, and its all-around hysterical range of humor, from the highbrow to the slapstick, created an instant hit for Fox. The next decade belonged to Matt
So much
Groening's
substance.
animated sitcom.
Ay, caramba.
Hi, Leo.
The catchphrase episode.
Excellent.
Millions tuned in each week,
Say
and
the
that
line.
rabid fan
No.
base spent billions on merchandising. It's boundary pushing for the time, and pointed social satire
Yeah, at the time,
offended
there's no
parents,
cartoons
religious
that
leaders,
swore.
and U.S.
That's for
presidents.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
It won dozens of awards and was inarguably one of
Who
the
wants to be
greatest
like the
TV shows
Simpsons?
ever
They're
made
more dysfunctional
during its
than real
heyday.
dysfunctional.
It directly led to the 90s boom of adult animation, like Beavis and Butthead, Family Guy, and South Park.
Yeah.
And inspired
Beavis and
countless
Butthead was
others,
good.
from The Office to The Daily Show. And being animated, it was
The
also
Office was made
easily
by
dubbed
the
for
maker of
overseas
Beavis and
markets,
Butthead.
making it a global phenomenon. Simpsons Mania was everywhere.
Mike Judge.
While today it's nowhere near the
No, not
behemoth
The
it once
Office.
was, it's
I was thinking of
hard
Office Space.
not
Never
to
mind.
overemphasize
He made
how
Office
much influence
Space.
The Simpsons has made
The
on
Office
pop
was made by
culture
Ricky
and
Gervais.
really the world at large.
He's
Needless
British.
to say, Fox would do anything to get another Matt Groening show on the air, and they hassled him for years.
Not long ago, the Fox network approached the producers of The Simpsons with a simple request: 35 new shows to fill a few holes in their programming lineup.
By 1995, Groening started considering it in earnest. Fueled by his apparent fear of robots, Groening wanted to combine comedy with science fiction.
I'm gonna do what I've always dreamed
Oh,
of.
God.
I'm gonna write that sitcom about the sassy
We
robot.
watched too much
Staying in the same
Terminator.
lane as The Simpsons, he envisioned a future that wasn't
We will
an
never have
optimistic
Terminator
utopia,
level
nor a
robots. This
dystopian
is
nightmare,
fantasy.
but one where everything is just
needs
as
to go away.
stupid and polarizing
Bringing
as
it up
today.
like it's
If I were ready to
unironically,
vote,
though.
I'd send these clowns a message by
It's just-
staying
it's just
home
not
on election
conducive
day
to our
and dressing
physics
up like
of
a
reality.
clown.
You're not registered?
Nope, not
And the
vaccinated
maintenance
either.
that would be involved.
He eventually landed on the idea of Futurama, about a well-meaning simpleton, Philip
They're
J.
never gonna
Fry,
have Terminator
who gets
level
accidentally
robots. Just not
cryogenically
gonna
frozen, waking up in the year
Especially not gonna have
3000,
T1000
and is taken in by his
T1000 or
extremely distant nephew,
The liquid
Professor
metal one.
Farnsworth, a 160-year-old mad scientist.
This is a chance for Fry to test out my experimental anti-pressure pill. I can't swallow that. Well then, good
It's a
news.
suppository.
It's a suppository.
About a year into the project, he decided he needed help fleshing out all these concepts. In 1997, he recruited David X. Cohen. The X means nothing, by the way. He had to differentiate himself from another David Cohen in order to stay in the writer's
I've heard
guild.
that name before.
Cohen went through the usual comedy writer's path by earning a physics degree at Harvard,
Yeah,
followed by a
that's
master's in computer science at Berkeley,
He's a
which
s-
naturally
he's a
got him
smarty,
his first gig
I guess.
writing for Beavis and Butthead.
Oh,
and
he wrote
that
for
led to
them?
him joining The Simpsons in '93.
Yeah.
Call this writing?
That's-
If I peeled
that's what
the
I would
fountain
expect,
pen
like
and
a
nailed to the monkey
physicist to
house,
write.
I'd get better scripts.
But sir, at Harvard they
Oh, at
taught us-
Harvard they taught you hit the streets, egghead.
Cohen wrote
Yeah.
multiple episodes and segments and constructed probably the
Harvard's
greatest sci-fi moment in the
cushy.
series history.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
That was Poochie episode. Poochie went home.
Wow, Poochie came from another planet? I guess.
He was also the guy responsible for throwing overly complicated math jokes in the background, inadvertently creating a dedicated fan base primed for a nerdy sci-fi cartoon.
And they said, you know, we want to make this look sciencey, stick some equations in the background. So that's where I thought, oh, instead of just making it mumbo jumbo, I might as well make some jokes that three of my friends from graduate school will get at least, and no one else will ever care about or be talking about in the theater 20 years later.
Groening saw Cohen as the perfect match to help him develop Futurama. And Cohen knew he had to say yes because no other offer in Hollywood could be more suited for his skills and interests. Seeing as how science fiction comedies didn't really exist at the time, Groening and Cohen were mostly inspired by
Star
the
Trek was
low-budget
pretty
productions
hilarious.
of
I don't know what you're
old
talking
sci-fi
about.
television, like Doctor Who and Lost in Space.
Then there was
The
Doctor
two
Who.
spent a
Yeah,
year
Doctor Who. Yeah,
detailing
he's
every
pointed it out,
aspect
yeah.
of Futurama,
Lost in
like
Space was
picking
kinda
which
funny.
scientific concepts to parody and discussing how robots had integrated
And
into
Jetsons-
society.
Jetsons is
While
kinda
Groening already had
what inspired a lot
Terrain
of Futurama, I
Zap
thought.
Brannigan, and Kif Kroker, with Cohen they created the more sci-fi-ish characters like the
Just more
talking
vulgar
crustacean
version of
Dr.
Jetsons.
Zoidberg,
Look at me! I'm Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner!
The dark matter pooping pet Nibbler, and the impulsive, selfish, hard drinking robot, Bender.
Bender, honey, we love you.
Yeah, baby, I know it.
Bender was very deliberately meant
Also
to be
known as Jake
Futurama's
the
Homer
dog.
Simpson. But this time, he couldn't be accused of being a bad role model by
And-
pearl-clutching parents because he's a fictional robot.
And Fry is Doug. It took me the longest to realize that the voice of Fry is also
Bender,
Doug.
a bad role model for Earth's
It's kind of funny
children?
when I think about it.
Crazy. They also created a robot called Pocket Pal that would periodically appear to explain the
Yeah,
future
he-
to Fry.
I don't remember
the
that
idea,
thing.
figuring that not explaining the insanity of the year 3000 was far funnier. In the end, the two men had an enormous binder representing
Yeah, they got rid of
2
him pretty
years
early.
of work.
'Cause it's not funny
In
having him
April of
explain shit.
1998, they were ready to pitch Futurama to Fox. Groening and Cohen spent 2 hours describing a myriad of characters, locations, themes, and plot lines to the eager executives. Groening finished by saying,
What I've done to the American family with The Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama.
They jumped up and down and ordered 13 episodes on the spot. And then, that's when the honeymoon was over. The second they ordered it, they completely freaked out and were afraid the show was too dark and mean-spirited.
It
and
was
thought they had
more
made a
mean-spirited,
huge
I gotta
mistake.
say.
And that the
But then
only way
Simpsons
they could
itself
address
became
their
more
anxieties
mean-spirited,
was
so
to
they
try to
became
make me
similar.
as crazy as possible with their frustrations. When James L. Brooks brought The Simpsons to Fox, they were so desperate for content,
God
they
damn
made
it.
a deal
Shouldn't
with
have
Brooks
done
and
that.
Groening that they would never creatively interfere with the series. But in the years since, the executives at Fox had become increasingly corporate and excessive meddlers in all their other shows.
Executive Alpha, programmed to like things it has seen before.
Hey.
Executive Beta, programmed to roll
Beta.
dice to determine the fall schedule.
More reality shows?
Groening
Oh,
soon
God. Yeah, I would
realized
expect
how
Beta to say
spoiled
that.
he was on The Simpsons. He spent countless meetings with Fox, constantly telling them no because they wanted to change every aspect of the series. They questioned aliens having Italian accents, futuristic products with identifiable brands, prostitutes being
They can have any
coin-operated
accent.
robots, and they didn't get
Who
why
cares?
the plots kept happening off of Earth.
Why not? It's clever, it's unexpected.
But that's not why people watch TV. Clever things make people feel stupid, and unexpected things make them feel scared.
Fox also didn't approve of him selecting Rough
This
Draft
isn't
Studios to
necessarily
handle
true.
the animation, even
But
though
this
the
is some
company was
dumb
founded by
shit
Simpsons
that
veterans.
they were listening to from their
Groening
executives.
called the experience the worst of
The
his
executives
career.
are not the
He
genuine-
already
the general
resented the
public,
idea that Fox thought the success of The Simpsons was a product of their efforts, and wasn't afraid to arrogantly point at his yellow family as proof of what happens when creatives are left alone. Again, Groening's Simpsons built the network and made them billions. He assumed he'd get some leeway. Even his chosen cast weren't safe from the mindless tampering. Initially, Charlie Schlatter from Diagnosis Murder was set as Fry, and Mad TV's Nicole Sullivan landed Leela. But quickly thereafter, Fox abruptly fired both of them, with no reason given.
The part of the
Oh,
story
really?
I remember, which is so
It's supposed to be
cringeworthy
different,
for
a
actors,
vibe, I guess.
is that Charlie called Nicole and said, "My agent just called me and they have fired me." And then Nicole goes, "Hang on one second,
That's
I'm getting
weird.
a call." Anyone who's worth their salt has been fired at some point, like I have, and
Oh, yeah.
you guys, yeah. So it's such a sometimes it's not the right fit or whatever.
Or some executives feel like they need to pee on your show.
Caught off guard,
Yeah,
Groening and
some
Cohen had to
arrogance.
go with their runner-ups.
I'm dying a lot.
Him.
Since Billy West was already cast as the professor and only auditioned for Fry, they
Oh.
gave him the role. As for Leela, in came Katie Seagal, who had just finished
Married with Children.
which,
Yeah, I
fun
recognize
fact,
her voice.
Fox canceled publicly before telling the cast and crew.
It's funny when I had that
Tragically,
parody
they
episode
also
with Married
lost
with
Phil
Children too
Hartman.
in
Groening
Futurama.
created the role of Zapp Brannigan specifically for him. After his unexpected death, Billy West also took the part, modeling his performance on Hartman.
Oh yeah, Phil
So much
Hartman
as
used to be his
glancing at another
voice.
woman, I'll be all over Leela like a fly on a
Then he
pile of
got
very
killed by his
seductive
wife.
manure.
Like The Simpsons, Groening mostly stepped
Which apparently
back from
Andy Dick
day-to-day
had something to
operations,
do with.
becoming more of a
He ruined his
consultant.
wife for
He would
some
attend
reason.
table reads
Gave her
when
coke
the
and
actors
everything.
first get to read a new script
She was
together,
an addict
occasionally
and he gave
pop
her
into the
coke
writer's room, and would give notes throughout the whole process.
She had recovered
David
before.
Cohen was always intended to be the series showrunner from day one. He filled the writer's room with Simpsons
Phil
alum.
Hartman was so
Nearly
cool
all
on
of
that.
them had
He even
science
liked
or math
anime.
degrees, 3 of whom had
Pretty funny.
PhDs, which
Didn't
made
expect
them
that he would
perfect
like
for
it.
getting the most out
But
of
he did.
science fiction.
Say nerd. Nerd.
At that time, to make a single episode of Futurama or The Simpsons took around 9 months. After the writing was finished and the actors had recorded their lines, US-based animators would draw roughly 1,000 keyframes for each episode. The writers would give notes, changes were made, then the animatic was sent to the South Korea studio.
Yeah, South
where
Korea
they'd animate
is involved
the
in a lot
entire
of
thing,
animation in
about
America.
20 to 25,000
They don't want to
frames.
pay.
But unlike The
They wanted to pay
Simpsons,
lower wages,
Futurama
basically.
was
So
colored
they used
digitally.
a lot of people
In
from
fact,
South
the
Korea.
series used a wide range of computer techniques for the final
'Cause they could
product.
pay them less.
From the straightforward 3D effects of the Planet Express ship
They-
to the hidden lip sync
Now
alterations
it's
for
expanded
dialogue
beyond
replacement.
South Korea.
When the
Not
pilot
using
was
Indians
finished,
to do
Fox
the
was
same
furious to
work
find
because they
out
could pay
it
them less.
wasn't, to them, anything
But they're
like
also
The
still using
Simpsons.
South Korea
Meaning
for
they
their
were
cartoons.
literally expecting a family of 5 in space.
You see, TV audiences don't want anything original. They want to see the same thing they've seen 1,000 times before.
They wanted to do the
In a
Jetsons
last-ditch
for real.
effort to placate the studio's concerns, Groening and Cohen purposely produced the 3rd episode, I Roommate.
The network really was freaked out by the show with the suicide booths and the lobster creatures.
That was
and-
kind of
and
funny,
Vander
actually.
being
The suicide
so
booth was kind of
antisocial.
funny.
And so again, this is our show. Just to tone
But it
things
is
down.
dark, though.
This script was
I
written
gotta say.
specifically to their specifications. And
Yeah,
the
you never saw
reaction,
more of
David?
it later. I guess that's the
Worst
reason why the
episode
executives
ever.
didn't like it.
So even bound by all the notes axed of them, Fox still didn't like the show. Groening finally put his foot down, saying he would no longer listen to their gripes and that they'd produce the series just as independently as The Simpsons. Futurama debuted Sunday, March 28th, 1999. 19 million Earthicans
Right before
tuned
the
in,
real-
even
right
beating
before the
their lead-in,
millennium.
The Simpsons. Reviewers were lukewarm with the new series, thinking it wasn't as sharp as The Simpsons, but its originality and inventiveness showed great promise. Groening wanted Futurama to be aired in the rating sweet spot of 8:30 p.m. on Sunday nights, sandwiched between the powerhouses of The Simpsons at 8 and The X-Files at 9.
Right
Fox
after The
only let it
Simpsons.
air there for 2 episodes, before moving it to their lower-rated Animation Tuesday nights, alongside
that's
King of the
a death
Hill,
sentence.
Family Guy, and the PJs.
Due to technical difficulties, we now bring you 8
Yeah,
animated
they didn't really
shows
used to
in a
think
row.
highly of Family Guy. Then it got canceled for a while. And then it
Futurama
got
lost nearly 50%
popularity
of
on
its
Cartoon
audience
Network with a
the
bunch of
change.
reruns.
Groening called the move a historic blunder and assumed it was a reprisal from Fox because he wouldn't listen to their notes. Throughout the rest of the year, Groening did not play nice when speaking to the press. He fumed that Fox no longer fostered original series, that they operated permanently in damage control mode for their past failures, and frankly, that they clearly had
He's right.
no idea what they were doing.
He's right.
Groening
He
was
was right.
willing to take all that blame if the series tanked, but it needed to be on his terms. Overall, though, he was optimistic that the quality of the show would grow an audience regardless of its time slot. And sure enough, it did. By the end of its first season, viewership was steadily climbing. At the beginning of the second season, Fox put Futurama back in that prime Sunday 8:30 p.m. spot. For only 4 episodes.
That's all.
Wow.
But now, there'll be plenty of time to discuss your objections when and if you return.
Whether they were truly punishing him for their lack of control, or perhaps furious that he kept dragging their name through the mud, Fox gave their new series, Malcolm in the Middle, the spot, and moved
That was a
Futurama
decent show at
up
the time.
an
I
hour
kind of
and a
liked
half
Malcolm in the
earlier.
Middle as a
7
kid.
p.m. on Sundays
Then
was
I started
considered
liking
a
it
death
less
sentence
the older
on
I got.
Fox,
Because
as
it kind of
often
rubbed me the wrong
competed
way.
against the
For
sports
some of the
ball
shit it
games
did.
and post-game talk shows.
Not that I can
If the
understand
games
it better
ran
as an
over,
adult.
any series caught in that time slot would simply
Malcolm
not
was an
air that
asshole
day,
when I go back
the
and look at that
episode
show.
would be
Malcolm's
put
a
on
little-
shelf.
little
Because
shit.
of this,
An arrogant
Futurama's
piece of shit.
4 seasons of episodes
I don't like him.
aired
I think he should have
inconsistently,
failed.
becoming 5 seasons of broadcast television.
He will
and they
never
were
be the
completely
president. That
out of
last
order,
episode was
which
stupid.
normally wouldn't be a problem for most sitcoms, like The Simpsons, but Futurama leaned into
He
its
shouldn't be the president. He's an
continuity,
asshole.
especially with its Fry and Leela romance and the ever-evolving mythology of
Him
Fry's
being so-called
importance
smart
in
is
the
not good
universe.
enough for him to be
When
the president.
streaming
He's not smart.
Futurama
He's just
is
an asshole.
placed in that broadcast order, not chronological. Sunday at 7
I don't remember him
p.m.
doing
is
anything
where
smart. Oh, you got
Futurama
good
remains
grades. That's
for
not
the
good enough
rest
to
of
be
its
smart.
run. Over time, Fox basically forgot the show
It's
even
not good enough
existed.
example of
When
being
it won
smart.
the outstanding
Getting good
animated
grades just
program
means
Emmy for Roswell That Ends
you're
Well,
just obedient.
Fox
You're an
never
obedient
bothered to call Grady
serf.
or Cohen to
That doesn't mean you're
congratulate them.
smart.
Hey, don't touch that. I need
Good
that
grades
to
does not
speak.
mean you're smart. It means you're an obedient serf.
And Fox couldn't be mad at the show for offending anyone because all the controversies they feared would crop up never came
It
to
can
be.
mean you're smart
Though the Nixon
sometimes, but it's
estate
not
did ask
necessarily
them to
the
stop
case.
making fun of
You
him.
can get good grades. You can get bad grades while being smart. Is what I'm saying.
With proud, upthrust bosoms. Anyone who laughs is a communist.
All Fox saw was declining viewership. Thanks to that erratic
Fry is
schedule.
stupid, so he would say
Sometimes
that.
it meant only one new episode a month, and that made building an audience nearly impossible.
One second.
Obviously, ratings slowly cratered. Lasting 72 episodes, Fox technically never canceled Futurama, they simply didn't order another season. But really, what's the difference?
Another classic science fiction show canceled before its time.
For fans, it was a bitter outcome, because the series was genuinely flourishing creatively and critically. Perhaps the first season wasn't as strong as some were expecting, but critics and meatbags alike agree the show only got better. By season 5, or the last half of season 4, depending on how you look at
did
it,
like the later
Futurama was
seasons,
firing on all cylinders,
but not all
and
of
it's
them were
widely
very seasons.
considered, to this day, the best the show ever got. This was the result of two decisions made by David Cohen. The first was fully embracing their science fiction roots, as they were able to explore insane concepts like no other television series in history.
We noticed that the fans were responding really well to the episodes that had more sci-fi in them, and you'll see we do go for more serious sci-fi stories as it goes along. And the thing that was very surprising to me, a lot of those, I believe, ended up being our funnier episodes as well, and that's what we didn't know we could do at first, just to do a story which was a real sci-fi story, but also be a good comedy story or a good touching story.
The second was getting audiences to cry. Groening always had the idea that the show could tackle heavier topics as long as Cohen made sure the characters reacted to their crazy circumstances in relatable, sympathetic ways. During the third season, the writers tested the waters with the episode The Luck of the Fryrish, where an angry Fry believes his brother Yancey stole his name, his luck, and his dreams, only to discover that Yancey had actually named his son after the younger brother he lost.
That was a good episode.
Son,
It was pretty touching.
I'm naming you Philip J. Fry in honor of my little brother, who
That
I
was a
miss
sweet
every
episode.
day.
I wish they
I
did
love you,
more
Philip.
like that.
And I always will.
That was a good one.
The episode was so well received, it gave Cohen the confidence to push things even further, culminating in perhaps Futurama's most infamously devastating episode, Jurassic Park, where the
Oh, that
audience
was a good one, too.
learned
Those
Fry's
are my
dog
two
spent the
favorite
rest of its
episodes.
life patiently
That was
waiting
also a sad
for Fry
one.
to return. This
But it was very-
poignancy
it was
put
very
Futurama in a
touching,
league of its own,
But,
above all other animated
those are the
sitcoms
episodes
of
I
its
liked.
time, even The Simpsons, and has never quite been given the credit it deserves for paving the way for other adult animation to dig a little deeper and tug at those heartstrings. Writer Ken
That's what I
Keeler
like
was
about
given
old
the
episodes of Simpsons.
unenviable
They had
task of
moments like
writing the
that. Some of the
finale.
older
The Devil's
episodes of
Hands or
seasons.
Idle Playthings aired on August 10th, 2003. Cohen and Groening consciously didn't want the episode to have a sense of finality, so Keeler focused on the emotional core of the series.
Good.
Fry's unrequited love.
Wish they did that more.
A man writing an opera about a
Oh yeah, the
woman.
opera episode was also good. Yeah, that was a good one.
Sir, how delicious.
These are all the
sir.
episodes I like.
And instead of having them finally come together or saying goodbye, he simply ended Futurama on a positive note.
Please don't stop playing, Fry.
That was a good one.
I want to hear how it ends.
Groening, Cohen, and the rest still had stories they wanted to tell, and always held out hope that Futurama could return. But one thing would need to change.
Yes, I see. Good news, everyone! Those asinine morons who canceled us were themselves fired for incompetence.
Fuck that. Oh, you're gonna swing your fucking hammer, huh?
In Hollywood at that time, Scientology was just simply a no-go. The lawyers would just say no. And whether they said, look, you're right, this should be completely up for parody, we don't want to risk it, and we don't want to go to court. And
I also like the episode with Lita.
Number one story in the countdown tonight, True Scientology and South Park.
We were told that the
Where we found out who her parents were.
Demanded that show be pulled off the air, and it was.
One of the touchiest episodes was about Scientology.
They're talking about South Park now. Okay, I guess I'll listen to it.
Recently quit his
I'm gonna
job
put another
as the
video.
voice
It's on
of Master
autoplay.
Chef. Goodbye.
I was just fighting this boss for so long. Like, I can't yell at this guy enough. I'm gonna listen to some shit in the background to distract me.
Inappropriate ridicule of a
Yelling
religious
at him.
community. So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun.
Fucking Scientology. People still believe
Alright,
that
class,
shit.
I hope you enjoyed that little intro I made. As you can see, today we're talking about one of South Park's most controversial
follow that, I
episodes.
mean.
Now, if you have attended any of my lectures in the past, you're probably well aware of the fact that South Park is pretty controversial. In fact, you probably have at least some knowledge on the controversy we'll be talking about today, considering its large section in my most popular lecture and the large-scale news coverage it received at the time. But even if you watched that lecture, you probably don't know the details of the situation, and through my research, I discovered that this rabbit hole goes so much deeper than I ever thought possible. Today, we're talking about
South
that
Park
time
at
that
this point
South
has
Park
done
took on
everything.
one of the scariest
They're
looming
the Simpsons
threats in
did it
all
now.
of Hollywood. An organization that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who considered speaking out against them. Considered for many years to be completely off-limits
Scientology,
to
yeah.
criticism. We're talking about Scientology. Well, you see, all of that scary and threatening stuff I just said used to be true. That is until
badmouth
South Park made this
Messiah,
episode
L. Ron
and
Hubbard.
proved that they were significantly more bark than bite. In fact,
That
it's
motherfucker
very
used to have
likely
commercials
that
for
this
his
single
books.
episode of South Park not only exposed the true nature of Scientology to the general public
really
for the
weird.
very first time, but started a chain reaction of events that caused such immense,
I remember on
irreversible
4chan, they
damage
went
to the
after
group
Scientology.
that their
That's right,
continuing
4chan
descent
was very
into obscurity
different
can be
back when
directly
it did
traced
shit
back
like
to the
that. It
release
doesn't
of this
do
episode.
much shit like
To put
that anymore.
simply, this cartoon
4chan is
directly
not the
led
same.
to the downfall of the world's
It
most
really
successful
changed.
cult.
It's just a
It
big
also
old
might have caused some more minor effects outside of
hive of
Scientology. For example,
scum
it
ability
led to
even more
threats
than
of
it already
legal
was.
action from one of the most famous people in the world. It
It's
nearly
just
canceled the
Stormfront
media
Jr.
tour
at
for
this
Mission
point.
Impossible 3.
Stormfront
It led to
Jr.
an incredibly invasive private
and
investigation that included attempted espionage. It
some
caused
other
one of the main
degeneracy.
voice actors from the show to quit after 10 years, and it might have even been the inciting incident that would lead to that same actor's untimely death just a few years later. You know, just minor stuff. Now, that might sound like a lot, but I promise you all will be explained in time. And trust me, we haven't even scratched the surface yet. Because this is that time South Park took down an entire religion.
I think 4chan got co-opted after
You know
the
what else Tom
Chanology
Cruise
shit.
is often associated
I think
with?
that's what really
Fighter
brought
jets.
it down
And you know
to
who
being
else
worse
loves
than it
fighter
already
jets?
is now.
Everyone. So that's why you should go
Way
and
worse
check
than
out
it already
today's
was.
sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is the most
They got
comprehensive
co-opted by
vehicle
Vestal
combat
Ages
game
at the point
ever
after
made. You can take
Scientology.
command of over 2,500 different
Got turned
vehicles,
into
including tanks, planes,
Stormfront
helicopters,
Jr.
and
It didn't
ships.
al- it
War
wasn't
Thunder
always
also has
like
one of
that.
the
It
most
wasn't always some big
sophisticated
old
vehicle damage
Stormfront
models in
Surfer
all of gaming. Every
like it is
vehicle is
now.
intricately modeled down to its individual components, like engines, fuel tanks, weapons, and crew, all susceptible to
After
damage
that
or
Chanology
disabling
shit,
from
a lot
enemy
of shit
fire. The game
changed.
also offers an insanely comprehensive customization system with countless different camos, historical markings, decorations, and all types of stuff for all different types of vehicles.
They would even go
Thanks to all
after
these
big
small little details,
corporations.
it is incredibly
They don't do
easy
that
to
shit
become
anymore.
immersed in the intense combat of
They
War Thunder.
suck
My favorite
off
part of War
corporations
Thunder
on
is just how
4chan now.
intense the combat gets. When you're fully immersed in this game, it really is a feeling that's hard to find in many other games. And the best part is, this game is totally free. You can play War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation PlayStation and Xbox. Just use my link in the video description or pinned comment to sign up, and if you're a new player or you haven't played in over 6 months, you get a massive bonus pack that includes multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator, 100,000 silver lions, and 7 days of premium account. And this is only for a limited time, so that's why you need to go click the link in the description or pinned comment and come join a worldwide community of over 70 million players by downloading War Thunder. And thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video.
I heard that's a decent game, man. I'm tired of the shilling for the game, so I don't want to play it.
I'm going to assume that you all
it's
know
kind of like Raid Shadow Legends. It's probably
by
good.
now.
I don't want to fucking play it, though.
To give some general information
People keep
about
shilling
the
it till
religion, and I use that word very lightly, as well as get an idea of what the general public's knowledge of Scientology was like before the release of this episode.
We had a Scientology temple in St. Louis.
In 2005, Scientology had already been around for decades,
it was in like
many sources claiming the church reached its peak anywhere from the late 70s
There's
to
a big
the
old
early
Scientology
90s.
temple.
In terms
I went
of
in
how
there
many
one time.
Scientologists there were at their
even
peak,
as I went in there as a kid. And even as a kid, I noticed this is some stupid
30,000, and others claiming upwards
These
of
guys are frauds.
700,000. As
They
you
don't
see,
know
the church
anything.
tends to be pretty
They're just
unreliable when
gaslighting.
releasing any information about themselves, so it seems like the true scale of Scientology will never really be known. At this time in the mid-2000s, the general public had heard of Scientology. Like I said, it had been around for decades, and over that time it had picked up some rather well-known people, such as Tom Cruise, who had become a public advocate for the group as
Hollywood
early as
is a
the
hotbed for
1990s,
cult
and
shit.
quickly became the face of the church.
Anything cult,
This meant that knowledge of Scientology was very surface
A lot of
level
people
in the
in Hollywood,
mainstream.
for some
People
reason,
had
are very
heard of it,
susceptible
but
to it.
no one really knew anything about it.
It might
as
be
the
part of
church
the
liked to keep a
Mockingbird
rather low
sort of
profile.
stipulation.
So when the face of Scientology
Mockingbird
went on Oprah in May of 2005,
roadmap,
acting like
they
he
like
had
to
been hitting the
promote
slopes
cult
in the
shit.
green room, people started to wonder just what the hell did Scientology do to this
The
man?
Mockingbird operation, I should say. Project Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird is what I'm talking about.
Though he didn't directly speak on Scientology in the interview, he would later make some statements that directly echo the beliefs of Scientology, going after Brooke Shields for her antidepressant use. You see, Scientology doesn't really like the idea of psychiatry. In fact, Dianetics, which is one of the core principles of
I don't
Scientology,
agree with it either, to
was
be honest.
created
I'm not
as
a fucking
essentially a
Scientologist,
replacement for psychiatric care. A month later, in an interview with Matt Lauer,
I don't agree with
Cruise
a
expanded
lot
on
of the
these
drugs
views,
they were
calling
giving to
psychiatry
treat
a
that, or we
pseudoscience
know
and
are-
condemning any use
was
of
incorrect.
psychiatric drugs.
They were trying to treat
Interestingly enough, he
serotonin.
actually made some points
This
about
is
the
just have your
over-prescription
serotonin
of
levels.
these
That's all we need
medications
to
that
be
are reasonable and make sense.
trying
The
to
problem was
solve.
his
That'll solve your
insistence that there are
depression.
absolutely no
Treat
cases
it.
where they should be used,
But this, we
and
learned
his
that that's
refusal
wrong.
to accept
It's not the
psychiatry
cause
as a
of
legitimate
depression.
medical practice. Also, the fact that as the interview went on, it seems like he's
Which is
getting
obvious to anybody
increasingly
who
angrier,
has a brain.
starkly
That was never
contrasting
the issue.
the
It's not a
lighthearted,
chemical
joking
imbalance.
attitude he shared literally moments
It's not
ago,
gonna
to the
solve
point
shit.
where he's essentially
Giving
yelling
people
at Matt Lauer.
And you should
sedation
also,
drugs,
and just knowing
sedatives.
people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing. I'm not prescribing
They're probably just going to cause
So
more
for the
harm.
first time, the general public gets a small
medical
glimpse
harm.
into the beliefs of this
Much
group,
less
and their first
mental.
impression is that Scientology, despite the name, seemed to be rather
Oh,
far
fuck
removed
this
from
one.
any form of
Damn,
science.
dude.
And the main spokesperson for the group seems like
Okay, we
he
did better,
himself
though.
might benefit from some psychiatric care based on how incredibly unstable he was in his last two interviews. So now, all the general public knows about Scientology is that they don't believe in psychiatry and their main spokesman might be clinically insane. And with that, the two creators
Well,
of
a
an
lot of people
adult
don't believe in
animated TV
psychology.
show
And
decided
they're
it was
not-
time to do some
they're not
digging.
Scientologists,
And what
so.
they found would shock them so much that they knew they
That
had to
shouldn't
share
be
it with
the
the
only
public, and this would
designation.
be the beginning of the end.
For the
Stan,
main
do you
one.
want to hear the great secret doctrine of life behind Scientology?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and tell him.
And as a black man, I noticed, like, there are a lot of these white
On
psychologists.
November 16th,
They're
2005,
not necessarily going to
episode 12
understand
of
the
ninth
psyche of
season
a
South
young
Park
black
aired
man.
on Comedy Central.
This
Simply
already was
titled
making me
Trapped
doubt
in
it
the Closet.
whenever I
The
would
episode opens with the boys
we
looking for
recommend it to
something
one
fun to
night.
do on a Saturday, with Stan insisting that they do
These-
something that's
these are
free since
white
he's saving up for a new
psychologists,
bike.
or
Cartman, being
psychiatrists,
annoyed
or
by this,
therapists.
reminds
They're
Stan of the
wealthy.
first law of
They're
physics.
not going to understand what the fuck I'm going through mentally.
The rest of the boys then go to
They-
play
they don't
laser
have the
tag. Side note,
answers. They just
you know
wanna
you're
give me
broke when
drugs.
Even
Like,
Kenny
this is-
can afford to do
this is
something
already
that
a
you
can of
can't.
worms
So while
that's
Stan
gonna
is out
happen.
looking for some fun,
I-
free
you know,
activities, he just so happens to pass
give
by
me a
some
bad
friendly
impression of
folks
therapists
offering free
since then.
personality tests and talking about something called Scientology. Apparently, it's a cool new thing, as celebrities like Tom Cruise and John
But I hate
Travolta
that
are
the fact they have the
Scientologists
monopoly on
themselves. Stan begins to
psychiatry,
notice that
though.
all of
These
this is very
wealthy,
religion-like, so he asks about it, and their response
more
isn't very
Caucasian
reassuring.
people.
Then how come that sign says church
Church
have
of
like a
Scientology.
monopoly on
that's
therapy
just his thing. What's the Denver Broncos record now?
and
6-2?
mental health. And,
One of the Scientologists then
I think
begins
there's something
asking Stan
probably
some questions,
wrong
and by
with
the
that.
time he's done,
Probably
he comes
not
to the
a good
conclusion
thing.
that Stan is horribly
They're
miserable.
probably
and
wrong
depressed.
for one thing, and that's
In his mind, there's only
so we
one
shouldn't be putting
solution
much
to this.
so much faith into them.
Very simple. We just need $240.
And they are wrong. We've learned that they're wrong.
Stan
Their
then
comments
heads
about
home to
serotonin
discuss
was
his
always was
depression
always
with
wrong.
his parents,
It
asking
was
them to pay
incorrect.
for the
I would say it's
$200.
malpractice,
Stanley, I didn't know you were miserable.
but a lot of people don't like when you
They
point
say
that
that
out.
if he really wants it, he should spend the money he's been saving for his bike. And even though he's a bit more
He's doing the
hesitant,
lightning
he
already.
decides that it's worth it.
Yeah, well, just like the rest of us, you have to make choices with your money. You want a bike, or do you want to not be depressed?
Upon paying the fee, they begin to explain the history of Scientology to Stan. The founder and prophet goes by the name of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, L. Ron
Yeah,
has
that
his own
motherfucker.
extensive
He's
history
dead
that the
now, though.
episode doesn't dive into in detail. However, they do mention the fact that he was a science fiction writer. During
Yeah.
his life, he built up a rather large
He wrote
resume
fiction.
as a serial scammer and is known for some absolutely incredible quotes, such as, "You don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion." Bit on the nose there, Elron.
I mean,
they
you
continue to
can get rich
explain that
writing
he
science
discovered
fiction.
that the body
You
has
just have to have
feelings that
merchandise
cause
attached
negative
to it.
emotions, which can be read by a device called an e-meter. Now, at this point, you may notice that it seems like they really did a lot of research into how Scientology recruits people, and according to ex-Scientologists, their portrayal is very accurate.
So these are actual questions on Scientology's personality test.
We just need
And those personality
$240.
testers, flim
I mean,
flam.
that's exactly how that goes. The standard response to every item on the test evaluation, they go,
That's how a lot of
Scientology,
personality
yeah,
tests online work.
and then they sell you an introductory course.
Well,
So
there's
that's why
a
I
reason
always-
for that.
I always, like,
First of all,
turn-
I want to give a huge shout out to Andrew
I always,
Cole.
like,
Funny
doubted
enough,
a lot
he's
of
the
those
same guy who
personality
interviewed
tests that
Jesse
people would be
Morton, the man
posting
who
on,
made
like,
the threats
Discord.
towards South Park after
Like,
episode 200. Made a whole video
this
about
is-
that if you want to check it out.
It looks like the same
Andrew also
gaslighting
interviewed Mark
nonsense you
Healy,
see on
an
from the
ex-Scientologist
Scientology
who now
test.
advocates
I
against
remember
Scientology. This interview provided me with
those when I
tons
was,
of information
I
about
went
how
and visited
exactly
a
South Park
Scientology
impacted
temple.
Scientology.
On my own,
and I highly
mind you.
recommend you go listen to
Back
it
when
if
I
you
was,
have
like,
the time,
13 years
as I will
old.
be referencing it throughout this
Just
video.
to see what it was
In this
about. We had
interview,
a
Mark
Scientology
mentions that
temple.
one of the reasons South Park was so knowledgeable on Scientology is because they consulted with a man named Mark Ebner, a journalist who had been researching Scientology for decades, going as far as to go undercover as a potential recruit for Scientology. He's essentially an expert in Scientology, and Matt and Trey worked directly with him while making this episode. So while Stan gets his thetan levels read, they quickly realize that Stan is a very special boy.
Yeah, they
There's
say
only
that
one
to
person
everybody.
who ever registered OT9 in the history of our church.
You're a special snowflake.
Our prophet has returned.
Word spreads fast, and before he knows
And
it,
then when they
Stan's
tell you-
house
you
is
tell them you don't
swarmed by
want to join,
Scientologists
they say
hoping
you're
to
an
get a
idiot.
look at the
I got told
reincarnation
that.
of their prophet. One of the more excited followers even found
They
their
called me
way
a
into
13-year-old
Stan's room.
idiot.
Of course, it's Tom Cruise, who seeks approval in his acting abilities from Stan. Stan's answer isn't exactly what Tom was looking for, and he heads to the only place he knows.
Well, I mean, you're not like as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, but you're okay, I guess. You're not Gene Hackman or that guy that played Napoleon Dynamite, but you're okay. Ah! Hey! Dad! Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet!
Try as they might, they
Yeah,
cannot
Napoleon Dynamite
manage
is
to
better
get
than
Tom
Tom
Cruise to
Cruise.
leave the closet, even when R. Kelly shows up to give his 2 cents.
No, I like Tom Cruise's
I was just
movies.
standing here.
His beliefs
Tom
are
Cruise
another
locked
story.
himself in the closet. So I pull out my gun.
The current leader of Scientology
Like the
decides that Stan
Scientology
needs
shit.
to
Get rid of
know
that.
all of the secrets
I'm not.
of Scientology.
Yeah, I don't really have much issue
So
with
he
Tom
sits
Cruise.
him down to explain the actual beliefs
I don't know
of
anything personal
Scientologists.
about him other than
I'm not
that.
going to explain the whole clip. I'll link it in the description if you want to watch it. But the story is incredibly fantastical. It includes
Yeah, R.
tales
Kelly,
of
that
Lord
was before
Xenu,
the sex
aliens,
allegations, I guess.
intergalactic airplanes, soul catchers, brainwashing, and alien souls possessing mankind. Completely unrelated, but remember how they mentioned L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction writer?
Yeah.
Anyways, throughout the entire 2-minute scene, a text box appears at the bottom of the screen reading, "This is what Scientologists actually believe," in all caps. And as it turns
That
out,
went my muffin.
yeah, this is what Scientologists actually believe.
I
But
was eating a
actually,
muffin.
the vast majority of Scientologists don't know this story, as it's kept
It was
very
real.
secret. Now you may be thinking, why would a religion that's trying to convert people want to keep their beliefs secret? Isn't that kind of
'Cause
like the opposite
It
of
would
what
turn
you want to
people
do?
off for how stupid it is.
And that's correct. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I might say that this behavior seems to be more in line with what a cult would do.
Yeah.
But as we'll talk about in a little bit, there's a good
Did he
reason why
laugh
they
at
don't
them
want this
when
information out there.
the actual
So after
religion?
Stan is educated on the full truth of Scientology,
He would
he's
laugh
asked to
your ass
continue
off.
where he left off and add to the sacred doctrine. Meanwhile, Tom Cruise is still in the closet, refusing to leave. In fact, he's denying that he's even in the
It's just
closet.
really
to begin
L. Ron
with.
Hubbard just giving you the middle finger.
I'm not in the closet.
So while Stan is writing his new sacred doctrine, the rest of the boys tell him that they're concerned about his involvement in this cult, to which Stan denies that it even is a cult and claims that he's found meaning in it.
I didn't know you were depressed. Neither did I. But now, if you guys can't accept this great thing I belong to, then I suppose we're no longer friends.
Back with Tom Cruise, he
Yeah, they
is
tell you
still
you're
in the
depressed
closet,
and you
so
need
they
us.
try to use
That's
fellow
what they do.
Scientologist John Travolta to get him out. This, of
Yeah,
course,
John
just leads to
Travolta's
John
also part of
Travolta going into the
Scientology.
closet as
Really
well, now also refusing to come out. And of course, R. Kelly just gets angrier.
I guess R. Kelly was as well. And that's why he was wrong.
When Stan shares his new writings with the leader of Scientology, he's
And
very
then Chef
excited about
also,
them,
we learned
until
he was
Stan
part of it.
reveals the
The
most
guy who played
dramatic
Chef
change
Isaac
that
Hayes.
he's added.
And best of all, I wrote that all the Scientologists should no longer have to pay money to belong.
And that's why Chef is no longer on
He
the
then
show. He
goes
got
on
mad
to
at them.
reveal his true intentions with Scientology.
You don't actually believe this crap, do you? Those people out there buy that crap, and I thought you were smart enough to see what was really going
Yeah,
on.
you gotta be
What's
smart
better
to
than
get
telling
this
people a
shit,
stupid story
to
and having them
accept it.
believe you.
If you don't
Having
accept
them
it, you're an
pay you
idiot.
for it,
That's what I got told.
That's how a scam works. But this is a scam on a global scale.
Stan is rather caught off guard
Is it
at first,
global,
but
though?
when he starts talking
I
about
wouldn't say
making
Hollywood
millions
is
of dollars, he remembers how
Although
he
they
used
have
to
a lot of
bike, and
influence
he's a lot more receptive
on a
to
global
it.
scale, so I guess that's
Yeah,
kind of
Jake.
true.
Then keep writing, Elron. Your people are waiting.
Meanwhile, Tom Cruise and John Travolta are still in the closet, and they still refuse to come out, even after R. Kelly is sent up there to get them out. R. Kelly then gets curious, and who would have thought, he ends up in the closet as well.
Now I'm in the closet. Now I'm in the closet too.
In the morning, Stan is ready to share his new doctrine with the world. He begins to read, but as he looks out across the sea of people and recognizes just how much this means to so many of them, he knows that he can't do it. He decides that it's best for these people to know the real truth.
We're all looking for answers, you know?
He didn't tell them the
Sometimes
real
we want to know
lore.
the answers so badly that we believe just about anything. I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. And Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
Yeah.
This does not go over very well, and all of the Scientologists begin to threaten to sue Stan. This includes Tom Cruise, who finally made it out of the closet, as Stan adamantly defends
Good Lord.
himself against the threats. This is referencing the fact that
Yeah, sue a
Scientology has a
9-year-old.
very long history of
That
taking
makes
legal
sense.
action against those who have come out against them, starting lawsuits in several different countries over the course of many, many years.
Oh, really?
The episode
I
comes
didn't
to
even
an
know
end
about
with
that.
Stan making a final proclamation against the group, and it's pretty
That's
clearly
fucked up.
meant to be the creators themselves speaking directly to Scientology.
Okay, good. Do it. I'm not scared of you. Sue me.
What kind of
And
religion
as the credits
sues you
roll,
just
they
for
play into the joke
criticizing?
even further by refusing to show any of the actual names of the staff who worked on the episode. Instead, they replace every name with Jane or John Smith. And that's where the episode ends. It's one of my favorites. It has hilarious moments and some scathing commentary, but all around it's a pretty typical episode of South Park. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely certain that all parties being referenced
Although they
acted
did like
completely
do an
reasonably
entire
after
write-off
this
of religion.
episode.
I guess if you like
I
said,
really doubt that there
Well, I
was
don't know.
any
Never
sort of extreme backlash.
never mind. Oh, no, that's what What is this awful outro?
Yeah, we
It's terrible,
probably should
dude.
have seen this coming,
Stop
especially since this is the second time I made that joke. As you might imagine, Scientology wasn't exactly happy about their portrayal in this
Why is it
episode.
sped up?
I didn't really get into it in the intro, but I mentioned that before this, Scientology was seen as off limits in the media. People were scared to talk about them at all. The reason for that
Yeah.
is that they have a long
Really
history
odd.
of doing things that are best described as batshit crazy. They're kind of known for going to the most extreme lengths if it ensured that they would get their way,
I can't kill this
especially
guy.
if it meant protecting their image. For example, in the podcast, Mark mentions that the group perpetrated the largest infiltration of the U.S. government in history,
Really?
as thousands of Scientologists were hired into positions in various government organizations and offices
Sounds
in an
like
effort
some
to
glow
dispose
yet
of
to read. This is
unfavorable
true.
records about Scientology.
Doesn't
Yes,
seem
that is
genuine.
real. You can Google it. It's called Operation Snow White. So if they were willing to go that far with the U.S.
Yeah.
government, you would
That's
assume
some
they
CIA
definitely
shit.
weren't about to sit by and watch as a cartoon expose their best kept secret to the entire world. So, they started digging. You see, Scientologists has a branch known as the Office of Special Affairs, or the OSA, whose job it is to essentially investigate and harass anyone that they deem to be enemies of Scientology. Not only that, according to Mark, they have people whose full-time job it is to scrub through every video about Scientology that exists on the internet and transcribe and summarize them.
And they're printing out and making copies of and transcribing every single video that gets done about Scientology on the internet. Everything.
Which means they are definitely doing that to this video right now. So, hello
still doing
Scientologists
that
watching
shit?
this. Hope you're
That's
doing
pathetic.
good. I'm sure that's a very tiring job. So, best of luck to you. So in 2011, former Scientologist
That's when you fill
Mark
your
Rathburn, who was
some
the
of your
third
shit with
Mark
goat's
connected to Scientology that we talked about in this video, uploaded
like,
some documents.
they gotta
to
watch
his
the
blog
whole
about
thing.
Scientology's
Intersperse
look into
some
South
of
Park.
your
These
discussion
documents
with
detailed how
a
the
goat
OSA
seed
had been in
cutaway.
the process of conducting a full-blown investigation into Trey Parker and Matt Stone,
Damn it.
discussing potential, quote, direct lines to Matt and Trey through connections such as friends. Quote, one is Matthew Prager, who has been a friend since 1991. Another is John Stamos, who is best friends with Matt Stone.
John
Apparently,
Stamos
his
from
ex-wife,
Full House?
Rebecca Roman, is
Her
also
family
good friends
member?
with
Yeah, Full
Stone.
House.
These documents also detail what they call special collections, or the methods
Were they really
used
friends?
to gather information on Matt and Trey. This included things like going through their trash, purchasing their phone records, hacking airline reservations, and purchasing bank records. According to Mark Headley, they would also do things like get information on the companies catering to South Park Studios, just in case they eventually wanted to get someone to work for those companies to get inside the offices, and they would also do things like write down every license plate in the parking lot and run them to identify the owners of every car. They even went as far as to attempt to hire a film student to act as a spy and get a job at South Park
Lord.
Studios.
Pathetic.
I'm just going to go ahead and read the whole document for this one because it's short and it is unbelievably funny. A PI met with a young filmmaker who recently graduated college, who was a student of Eric Sherman. The filmmaker recently did an interview with Lloyd Kaufman, a friend of Trey Parker and Matt Stone. He has agreed to assist to establish some call lines in the South Park studios and to try and get intelligence on their plans with regard to Scientology.
It's an intelligence
He's
operation
going to
for sure.
approach Kaufman to
It
see if
sounds it.
Kaufman can get him an introduction to Parker and Stone and either possibly get a job as an intern there or as a writer. Parentheses, he has seen every episode of South Park.
Wow.
If that's
So
all
how
it takes,
successful was he?
Scientology, hook me up, dude.
That's,
I think I even have a better resume than that guy. So
hurting
Scientology quite
South
really
Park.
did everything that they could in a massive, coordinated effort to dig up something
I mean, they already had
negative
Isaac
about Matt
Hayes
or
who worked
Trey
there.
that they could hurt
He was
them
a
with.
Scientologist.
So, what did this meticulous and
He
exhaustive
was just a voice actor, so he
investigation
probably
reveal
wasn't in
about
the
Matt
studio
Stone, Trey Parker, and
directly
anyone else
writing
at
a
South
script
Park
for
Studios?
influencing.
Absolutely nothing. Scientology has never released a single piece of information that was negative or embarrassing about any employees of South Park Studios. So unless this investigation
It's
was
pretty
even more
waste
extensive
of
than we
time
thought, and it's still going
spying
on
them.
nearly 20 years later, it's safe to assume that they just
They're not
didn't
gonna do
find
anything
anything
with
of
it.
interest. But why were they so mad in the first place? Why is it so important to keep their beliefs secret? And why would they go to such extreme lengths to get revenge on two dudes who made a cartoon about them? Well, there's a few
Because
reasons
they were
for
very
that.
influential.
Firstly, because their religion commands them to. You see, our old friend Elron created a policy for Scientology long ago that he dubbed fair game law, which identified that, quote, any action taken
dude,
against
there's no
a suppressive
way.
person or
How
group
do you-
is, quote, fair game.
This is the
That
only
pretty
thing I'm
much
having an
means
issue with,
if
dude. I
someone
can
is
kill the
talking bad
motherfucker.
about
If
Scientology,
not for that
it's
shit.
your job to make sure that they stop. I don't care how you do it.
We've been fighting him
make
too
sure
long.
they
Let's go
stop.
fight
And despite the fact
Radon.
that Scientologists claim this practice was discontinued
You know what?
decades ago,
Fuck it. We're gonna
their
go somewhere
actions
else.
speak a
We're not even
lot
gonna go
louder
fight
than their
Radon.
words.
We gotta
So
kill
that
more
explains a
bosses.
lot
I
of
need
their
to be more
history of
powerful.
aggressively trying to
Damn it, I
silence
didn't
their
wanna go to this
opposition with lawsuits and threats. For example, Mark mentions a case where
We're
they
gonna go
tried to
fight
sue a
something
whistleblower of the
else.
church,
There's
but
something else
ended
I
up
can go
having to
fight.
pay her millions of dollars.
There's
As he
also more
said, their strategy
caves
is
in
always to either threaten you or to bribe you. And let me be clear in saying that Scientology
I'm sure you're not too happy about this video being up and reminding everyone of all the bad stuff you do, but I do have some great news for you. My journalistic integrity can be bought for a lot less than $1 million. I mean, you can just slide me $50K and this video will cease to exist, no questions asked. I'm just saying. But that still doesn't explain why they insisted that their beliefs remain a secret. You know, the whole Lord Xenu
I don't really care
alien
that much
souls
about
watching
everybody
movies or
knows they're a
whatever.
joke
Why
anyway.
does it matter that South Park
It's not like
talked
my
about
video
all of
staying
that?
up is going to change
Well,
that.
you see, South Park
They're gonna
talking
make that
about these
any more
confidential
known,
beliefs
you know?
was the single action that would seal Scientology's fate for good. Allow me to
Good,
explain.
I'll take the year
As
off
I
if
mentioned
I have
earlier, the
50K
general public knew
just
very
free
little
that I
about
wasn't using
Scientology at
for
the
my
time,
current
just like
funds.
the Scientologists
And I have
wanted.
50K,
All the alien
but I
stuff
want
had
some
been
spare
leaked onto
50K
the internet at this
that I can
point,
just
but
take a
only the
year
most
off with.
niche corners of the internet were aware, and
do
Scientology had
something I
done a
wanna do.
really good job of silencing anyone who dared to share this information through essentially abusing copyright laws. So basically, no one
Not even
knew
just a
about
year
any
off,
of
like,
this at
that
the
was-
time, and it
I'd
had
start
received
a
no
whole
widespread media coverage.
different
At the
sort
same
of,
time, 90%
lifestyle.
of Scientologists
I could do a
knew
lot with
very little
50K.
about Scientology. The stuff about Lord
could
Xenu and alien
invest in
souls,
a
only
much
a
better
tiny
sort
number
of,
of Scientologists actually knew about any of that
situation.
stuff. Mark Headley says that he
Oh, is this
was
big
at the
ass- this is the bear I need to
international
take over
headquarters
there.
of
It's
Scientology
you.
for 15
Oh, come over,
years,
follow
and
me,
he
follow me,
never
Big
learned
Bear.
about any of that stuff. He
I need
first
to
learned
bring you
all
over
of
here. I
that
need to
stuff
kite you
from the
somewhere.
South Park episode, and he didn't
Where's the
even believe it
statue?
first. He had to confirm it with his
I was
wife,
wondering where
who was
the
previously
bear
a
I needed to
higher-ranking
break this thing
official
was.
in Scientology, and she told him that, yeah,
It's here.
that's exactly
Yeah,
what they
come break
believe.
this for
And the
me,
reason that no
bitch.
Scientologists
Thank you.
know about this stuff is because in
Big
order to
old
learn
bitch.
about it,
You big
have
old
to make it to
bitch.
operating
Damn it.
Eden level 3.
Can I still get
OT
it?
levels in Scientology function
That
essentially
fucking
as a
bear
video
runs
game
faster than I
ranking
thought.
system that determines how enlightened you are.
That's
But
probably the hardest
unfortunately,
bear
you
in the
can't
game.
climb this ranked ladder by grinding out MMR over time. This game is pay to win, because the only way you're moving up the ladder
Let's try to
is with
kill them
money.
then if
And
that's
while
the case.
OT3 may not seem very high, Mark estimates that by the time a
Where
Scientologist
the hell
has
am I?
reached OT level 3, they
Oh,
have
I'm over
spent
here, that's right.
upwards of $200,000 on Scientology.
The Marika statue.
Now you may be starting to see why Scientology was pretty upset about this. For the first time ever, the true beliefs of Scientology were shared with the entire world. Even Jenna Miscavige, the niece of David Miscavige, who's the dude who's been the leader of Scientology since the 80s, has talked about how she learned about the Xenu stuff from South Park.
But it did get out. I mean, it.
Yeah.
No one knew about
from
that before.
South Park.
From South
Yeah,
Park.
that's where I learned about it.
Wow.
That's
This
hilarious.
story that was previously only accessible behind a $200,000 paywall was now completely free public information.
I'm pretty sure
that
4chan got
everyone
that
knew
info
about.
though for
As
free.
you
when they
imagine,
hacked
this
their
would
servers.
essentially destroy
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was
Scientology's
on
entire
4chan.
business model,
Even.
since they profited off of people who were seeking
I gotta
the
see which
truth.
came
What's
first.
better
though.
than telling people a stupid
Which
story
came
and
first?
having them believe you? Having them pay you for it, stupid!
Combine that with the fact that the story itself sounds like, well, a poorly written science fiction novel, and you can pretty much guarantee that anyone that hears about this will never be joining your religion. However, the release of the episode didn't immediately cripple Scientology.
I remember that one
You see,
woman
they
from
had
King
their
of
own
Queens
unique form of contingency.
was-
According
used
to
to be
Mark,
in
in the
Scientology,
church,
talk about how stupid it
Scientologists were
was.
taught that
Her
you could
mom
not
was
hear
involved, too. I
anything
guess
about
that's what got
higher
her
OT
into it.
levels until you
'Cause her
made
mom
it
was
to those
part of it.
levels yourself.
Well, I got it. I
If you
can't
did
call it
happen to
stupid when
learn
I have
about
my own
levels that you
mom.
haven't reached
That
yet,
part
you
of
would
it.
get pneumonia and die. So, luckily for
gotta do what's
Scientology,
good
if
for the
any of their
family.
members saw any of the stuff in
guess
this
what she was
episode, if they didn't die of pneumonia the next day, then it couldn't be true. Because of this, a lot of the members at the time just thought that it wasn't what Scientologists actually believe. And because the vast majority of these people would
Yeah,
never
I was
reach
downing
OT level
if they
3,
actually
it
believed
didn't
it.
even
It's
matter
just some
since
shit
they'd never really even know. So
that
while in
they-
the short term, it wasn't a massive blow to
I don't know.
Scientology, the real way that South Park took down Scientology was by opening the door for others. After South Park ruthlessly went after
4chan?
Scientology and came out completely unscathed, everyone else saw that and thought, huh, I guess Scientology isn't all that scary. There's nothing they can really do. And from that moment on, Scientology was the laughingstock
Well, they
of
didn't do
religion.
nothing to South Park.
No one is afraid to make
So,
fun
yeah.
of them anymore. Now that they realize that the worst they can do is send some vaguely threatening letters and
Yep.
dig through your trash. Now everyone knows about Scientology's weird beliefs, about Lord Xenu and his army of alien ghosts, and we can all point and laugh at them because
Alien
of how
ghosts.
stupid that is. Most importantly, no one who knows anything about them will join their scam ever again. They have to rely solely on people who live under a rock because the vast majority majority of the public knows what Scientology is really about.
Who are you?
And despite the church's claims of continued growth, some estimates place the total number of Scientologists at less than 10,000 in 2023, a far cry from their numbers long ago. And all of this is the case because South Park wasn't afraid to go after the boogeyman nearly 20 years ago. Even their biggest spokesperson, our boy Tom Cruise, seems to be moving away from the church as rumors spread about him distancing himself. You know, speaking of Tom
Maybe
Cruise,
that's why I
did he
like
ever
him
make it
more.
out of that
He's
closet?
gotten away
I
from
totally
him.
forgot to check up on him.
Go away!
No, it doesn't seem like he came out of the closet yet, but it does seem like he threatened to sue South Park.
He still is
Reports
there.
say that Tom wasn't too happy about his portrayal in this episode, with Matt and Trey wanting to joke about the rumors that Tom Cruise might be secretly gay. When they discussed this idea with their lawyers, they pointed out that Cruise has a history of suing people who had spoken about his sexuality. So, because this is South Park,
I
their
can't
loophole was
judge
to place
if that's
Mr.
the
Cruise
case.
in an
I'm
actual
not gonna
closet.
assume.
Sources close to Tom Cruise
It
claim
wouldn't
that he was
surprise
not
me,
happy
but,
about this,
you know,
which
I
is
won't say
completely
somebody's
shocking
gay
because
if I
he
don't know
seemed
they're
so
gay.
convincing when he said this.
Unless they say they're gay.
worried, Matt, about what other people think and what other people say.
There were rumors that Cruise still threatened to sue South Park, but these were never confirmed. However, it seemed like Tom might be the one to get the last laugh, because only a few months later came the legendary Closet Gate. You see, they had planned to rebroadcast the episode on Comedy Central in March, but suddenly, and without any explanation, the episode was cancelled and replaced with another. Immediately, speculation about Tom Cruise's involvement in the pulling of the episode was seen all over, with anonymous sources claiming that Tom himself had the episode pulled. The narrative was that during his Mission Impossible 3 publicity tour, Cruise had caught wind of the rebroadcast, and he told Paramount, the studio behind Mission Impossible, that he would boycott his own publicity tour if the episode was aired on Comedy Central. Comedy Central was also owned by Paramount,
I can believe
it
that
made
happened.
sense that Cruise could do something like this. 2 days later, Matt and Trey would release their own official statements on the matter, which went exactly as you would expect it to.
So, Scientology, you may have won this battle, but the million-year war for Earth has just begun. You have obstructed us for now, but your feeble bid to save humanity will fail.
Fans of the show were not very happy about the situation, as they
Forgotten
rushed
this
to
cult
spread
war
pirated
has-
copies of the episode online to ensure that it wasn't censored. The full episode was even uploaded on YouTube, where it would amass over 700,000 views. When asked about this, Comedy Central even said that they didn't even ask to have it removed, pretty much confirming that they didn't seem to mind this kind of piracy. A couple months later, Matt and Trey even hosted a public screening of the episode in a London theater, handing out free copies of the episode to
That's
attendees
hilarious.
afterwards. They wanted as many people as possible to
We
see
don't
this
care if you
episode,
pirate
and
it.
more
We're
importantly,
gonna show it for
they
free.
didn't want to be defeated
We
by
don't care
Tom
if we get
Cruise.
any ad
It would
revenue.
be months before the episode would
Fuck
be
it.
rebroadcasted.
This needs to be
but
out there.
Eventually, in
This is a
June of
public
2006,
service.
it was broadcasted for the first time since the initial airing. Now, during all of this, Tom Cruise remained adamant that he had absolutely nothing to do with the pulling of the episode. He would discuss it in an interview on ABC.
Probably didn't.
And even though I couldn't find the video of it, I'm gonna read the quote here, and you can tell me whether
But I
you
wouldn't be
believe it or not.
surprised.
First of all, could you ever imagine sitting down with anyone? I would never sit down with someone and question them on their beliefs.
These
Here's
guys
the thing.
are-
I'm really
they do
not
so
even
much
going
damage.
to dignify this. I honestly didn't even really know about it. I'm
And
working,
there's so many
making
of
my
them, these
movie.
guerrilla
I've got my
tactics like
family.
this,
I'm
too.
busy. I don't spend my days going, what are people saying about me?
Motherfucker, get off my ass.
Yeah, whatever you say, Tom. But that pretty much rounds out the Tom Cruise era of South Park controversy, leaving us with only one more thing to talk about. Following the airing of this episode, Isaac Hayes, the voice actor for
Yeah,
Chef, would
they
quit
brought it
from the
up.
show. Hayes was a Scientologist,
Isaac
and
Hayes.
shortly after, he published a statement berating the show for being intolerant and bigoted towards religious beliefs. Matt Stone would release his own statement, clapping back at Hayes, calling out the hypocrisy in profiting off of making fun of every other religion, but not being able to take it when it's his turn. The very first episode of the following season saw
Yes,
a
they
plot
did
in
have
which
a point
Chef
with
would
that
be
one.
brainwashed by a
They did
cult,
make fun
leaving
of a
all
lot
of
of
his
religions.
friends in South Park behind. Despite their best attempts, the boys are unable to rescue him from the cult, where he suffers an absolutely horrific death.
That
This
was a
would be
terrible
the last of Chef
episode.
that we would see in South Park. Then,
Even
2
if I knew
years
what it
after
was
his
about,
departure
it's
from
still
the
a
show,
terrible episode.
Hayes would pass away from a stroke at the age of 65.
Damn,
the
that's
circumstances
still pretty
surrounding
young.
his death were rather odd, but we'll come back to that in a second. Years later,
What
Isaac
year did he
Hayes'
die,
son
though?
would come out and state that his father had suffered from a stroke in January of 2006, which left him unable to speak or
Good
comprehend
God,
much
dude.
of anything. During this time, everyone around him was involved in Scientology, so while suffering from obvious brain damage, Scientology quit on his behalf. And as it turns out, Hayes' son wasn't the first to make this accusation, as journalist Roger Friedman, who was a close friend of Hayes, wrote an article the day after Hayes' death that essentially makes the same claims, as well as some shocking ones that I had somehow never heard of until I started researching for this video. He describes an interaction with Matt Stone shortly after the release of the episode in which he details Hayes coming to him in tears, stating that he was under pressure from Scientology and that he would be forced to quit if they didn't stop making fun of it. A week later, he was performing chef songs
That's
at a
fucked
ball,
up.
indicating
They can't
that
force
his
you to quit.
relationship with South Park was as strong as ever.
What are they
But
gonna do?
After his stroke, he had been severely mentally and physically impaired, barely recognizing Roger at one of his disastrous shows. And then, just a couple years later, came his untimely death. On August 10th, 2008,
That makes me
Isaac Hayes was
suspicious.
found unresponsive in
Makes
his
you wonder,
home
did
on the ground
Scientology
next
kill
to
him?
a running treadmill.
That's
the
pretty
cause of
fucked
death
up.
for Hayes was determined to be another stroke.
Did the
However,
Scientologist
an
guys get
autopsy
to him?
was never done. This
That's
left
why he
a lot
died.
more questions than answers.
That's something you
Why
gotta
would
consider.
someone who's
That's really
recovering
fucked
from
up.
a stroke be on a treadmill
I can see why some people
alone
will
in their
fall
house?
in line if that's the
Why
type of
didn't
shit
they
they'll
do an
do.
autopsy? The potential answers all seem to point exactly where we expect them to. As Roger Friedman mentions in his article, and as we talked about earlier, Scientology is very much against any kind of psychiatric care or psychotropic drugs, which just so happen to be precisely the kind of drugs that would be routine in helping someone recover from a stroke. Scientologists also believe in a very specific detox treatment that is used to
Psychiatric?
clear any of these potentially dangerous drugs out of your system.
No,
This
if you had
treatment
a
is
stroke,
known as purification
drugs
rundown,
can
and it
exacerbate
consists of
the
spending
issue of
hours a
stroke,
day
actually.
in a sauna
I would
alongside
suggest more
consistent
actual
exercise
nutrition for
and
that.
a diet that consists of a bunch of different vitamins, including over 300 times the recommended dose of niacin. So, running back through all this information, we know that Isaac Hayes was recovering from a stroke, likely
300
taking
times.
some form of psychotropic meds as part of his treatment. We know that everyone that was consistently present in his life at this time was a Scientologist. We know that Scientology hates psychotropic medication and avoids
Don't be trying to
them
make
at all
psychotropic
costs.
medication
We know their
look good
treatment
now.
to flush
Nah,
these
dude.
terrible drugs out of your
Don't-
system
don't
involves
put that
lots
in
of
this
time
message.
spent in a sauna and exercise. And we know that Isaac Hayes was found dead
In a
next
sauna,
to a
I wouldn't go in
running
a
treadmill.
sauna after a stroke. That's not good
Now,
for that.
some may look at this information and put pieces of this puzzle
thinking the
together
drugs
and say
actually
things like Scientology killed
did
Isaac
kill him. He
Hayes,
took some
or
drugs.
they're monsters who tarnished his legacy and
Or he
took
probably got a
advantage
stroke
of him
from
at his
taking
lowest
drugs
moment
before.
because they couldn't stand
Not for
the fact that he was
psychiatric
friends
reasons,
with the
but for
people who
other
would criticize
sort of
them,
health
or
reasons.
even they did all
They
of this
caused
while
him to have
actively
a stroke.
forcing him to take part in a dangerous pseudoscience treatment
'Cause,
that would eventually be the cause of his
A
untimely
lot of our
death.
medicine is just poison straight
You know,
up.
I
There's
personally
no
wouldn't make
nutritional
any
value in it.
accusations like that, but
Like you
some
don't.
might.
We don't have a deficiency in psychotropics. That's not the issue. That's not what your health problem is.
You know, despite all the
It's not gonna
darkness we've
solve
talked
that
about
problem.
today, I think we can all rest assured that the only
And I don't need
trajectory for
Xena to figure
Scientology
that
from
out.
here
Xena's fake
is
news.
down. And if it weren't for South Park,
I remember
in
when I used to take
2005,
medication,
that
I
might
would
not
get
be
sick
the
all
case.
the time.
So now,
Ever since I
hopefully
stopped
you
taking
all
it,
have
I
a
don't
better
get sick.
understanding
I've never
of
had a
that
stroke in
time
my
that
life.
South Park took down
I've
an
never.
entire
The last
religion.
time I was in the hospital was after taking the medication.
Oh yeah, and don't
getting
forget
a
to check
shot.
out our wonderful sponsor, War Thunder. You
Yeah,
can
my
check them out on
appendix
PC,
exploded after
PlayStation, or
getting an
Xbox. Use my link in the pinned comment or the
injection.
video description to register. Remember, if you're new
That was
or
the
you
last
haven't
time I
played
was
in
in
6 months, you'll
hospital.
get that
That was
massive
years
bonus
ago.
pack that includes premium
Many
vehicles and a
years
bunch of
ago.
other cool stuff. So go click my
Haven't
link in the
been ever
description
since.
and get started now.
Because I stopped taking a lot of medicine I was told to. I used to take depressants and they made me more depressed. Antidepressants. They just made me more depressed. And they weren't good for my physical health either. Where the fuck am I? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. This is where I came from. Okay.
This video is a complete chronological
Let's go back to the
timeline of
bonfire.
Half-Life and Portal, how these games interact with each other, and with it will contain spoilers for every game in the series, as of 2022.
Yeah.
On a faraway world,
I don't believe
the
in this
species
blind
now
faith that-
known as the Nylanth lived in peace. Not a lot is known about
Psychotropic
how their world
medication.
functioned or how
I think
they
it
worked
actually
as a
causes
society, but
a lot
as
of the
with
health
everything
issues
in
that are
this
being blamed
timeline,
on something
chaos
else.
was soon to come.
And a lot of medication in general, like medication in general, is causing a lot of health problems.
Traveled from universe
a lot of the
to
synthetic
universe,
medicine that big pharma pushes, a lot of it is not actually healthy.
After a successful invasion,
I used to work in a hospital.
They got to work where
this is
they took
especially
the natural
noticeable
resources of these planets.
Like a lot of the people who were taking this shit were not the healthiest
what
people.
they did to the species that inhabited them.
And it seems like that was causing a lot of the
how
issue.
to analyze and adapt
A lot of
the
the
biological
medication
structures of the species
That's not
they
actually
encountered
medicine.
in an effort to grow their army.
It caused
where
them to have the
they
problems.
became a combination of countless indoctrinated
Or they're trying to
mutated
treat
species
some natural
under
injuries
the
with the
leadership
medication
of
that's just
one,
causing
which
more like a
is why humanity would
more of a
later refer
corrosive
to them by the name
sort of
the
adverse
Combine, a dark
effect.
force that spread fear across space.
It's not healing
On
anything.
one of their jumps to explore another universe, the Combine discovered the world of the Nyland.
Or it just might be
and
dulling the
just
healing
like they had
process
done
in general.
countless times before, they prepared for invasion.
But what is
As
this
the
crap? This is a new
Combine
video now.
overwhelmed the
What are you
population
talking about,
of this
dude?
world. The Nyland attempted to fight back, but were unsuccessful.
The Nyland.
Where the Combine began their twisted experimentation.
Oh, this is about Half-Life. Yeah, I need to go back to Half-Life and finish it. I was playing it on a stream. Never finished it though. It was pretty fun. I want to beat the first game and go right into the second. We're not gonna watch that because I'm gonna get spoilers. Well, not really, because I've played the game before. There's a lot that I forgot. So, what is this motherfucker? He's grabbing his crotch. Point of view, you let a toddler pet your dog. Ugh. Oh, he's pretending to be a toddler, but the toddler's grabbing their crotch for I guess because they have a diaper wedgie or something. I don't know. What else do we got? Let me go back. Shinjuku Ale.
This video is a complete.
In Hollywood at that time,
Every South Park controversy explained. Let's watch that or listen to it.
Alright, class, go ahead, settle down. Settle down for me. Now, you may be asking why I only appear to be an upper body. Well, it's because that's all I could afford when I
I
had
guess this guy's
commission,
avatar
but
is an upper
that
body.
is irrelevant now. Today we will be having a
Why does it
pop
say
quiz.
share
Now,
on my
what
screen?
is
Get
the
that
most
shit off.
controversial TV show of all
It's
time?
not on the stream though, but I can see it on my
Okay, time's up. If you said anything other than South Park, you not only fail, but you are expelled from this university and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, for those of you that are still here, a follow-up question. Why is South Park so controversial? The correct
Is it
answer is
anymore?
consistency.
It's not very
Allow me to
controversial.
explain. There has
for
existed
current
many
day
controversial
standards.
shows in the time since the television was first invented.
Pretty
And
tame.
sure, there may have been some obscure shows so offensive that they were canceled after a season, but there has never been a show that has managed to become
Although it
involved
did
in
kinda
major controversy
diss
as
Hollywood
consistently
recently.
as
It
South
just-
Park. They have managed
It
to
called
stay
out
controversial
Disney's
for
shit.
25 years at this point, and thanks to an absolutely absurd deal struck with the creators in Viacom, they don't plan on slowing down anytime soon. Speaking of that, Viacom, I see that you have lots of money considering you're able to pay these guys almost $1 billion, so I would really
Well,
much
Viacom
appreciate
is
it if you
just,
stop trying to take my videos down. I work
aren't they
really hard on them, and I
Westinghouse?
love your show, and so pretty please be kinder to
They're
me.
like
Thank
part
you.
of an old
What were we talking about?
money
Oh yeah,
corporation.
South Park. Because of everything I just explained, I thought it would be fun to go back and chronicle every major South Park controversy I could find and explain it to the best of my abilities. And a quick side note, I know this isn't a super original idea. I mean, Watch Mojo has done a top 10 list on the controversies, and they've also done a top
They're
20
still
list.
around?
And the top 20 list is literally just 10 extra controversies before it gets to number 10, where they just copy and pasted the original top 10 with no acknowledgement.
Yeah, I missed the drop off. Oh, it's right there.
Okay, well, now I don't
Okay,
feel
let's
as
go
bad
back
about
up.
doing a similar video. So,
go
with
back
the
up.
intro out of the way, let's get into it.
Dude, you're still here,
Every South
motherfucker?
Park
God damn it.
controversy explained.
Where do you come from, dude?
So, knowing the
Little dude.
content of this video, there's a pretty good chance
Get
that
outta
it
here,
won't get
little dude.
demonetized. So, to try to
They
combat
really
that,
are
I want
little
to give a
dudes.
shout out to today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid
Get the
Shadow
fuck outta
Legends just celebrated their 3rd anniversary as one of the top RPG games out there, and seriously, this game started strong from the very beginning and never slowed down. The thing that really blows my mind is that even after establishing themselves as a leading mobile game, They didn't allow themselves to take a step back and rest, and they just
I was
kept adding
talking
new
about Raid
content and
Shadow
game modes
Legends. I was
every
just
couple of
talking
months.
about
So let's go ahead and check out some of the amazing things that happened in the game during those 2 years. One amazing addition was the Doom Tower. This game mode introduced a whole world of new and terrifying bosses to slay, sprawling
Fuck
over
off, I've never
120
played.
levels. The Doom Tower brought exciting new challenges for even seasoned players. And of course the bosses and heroes. As a high-level collection RPG, Raid started with hundreds of unique characters and bosses, but
They
that did
didn't-
not
they
stop
didn't
them
have
from
enough
adding more and more new champions.
momentum.
The game designers must have had a field day creating these amazing characters. Just check out some of these sketches, they're so cool. And if new
No, they're
characters
not.
wasn't enough, last
They're
year
terrible.
Raid added a whole new faction. The
Well,
Shadow
actually, the
King are a
artwork
tribe
is
of warriors
pretty
from the
good
Far
in
East,
Raid Shadow
recently
Legends.
liberated from the reign of evil, but that doesn't mean they're
That's
good guys
one good
either.
thing I'll
For me,
compliment
they're one of the
about
coolest
the
looking
game.
factions in the game. And of course, I can't talk about it without addressing the newest and biggest addition to Raid. I'm talking about the Hydra Clan boss.
Oh, I
It's
can't put
without
it
a
on.
doubt the biggest, baddest, and scariest boss to ever set foot in Teleria, although I'm not sure the Hydras even have feet. This monster has multiple hands, each with a different ability, and requires a different strategy to destroy. But here's where it gets really challenging. Even if you manage to chop one of the heads, another one grows to replace it. It can be quite discouraging, but on the other hand, this boss gave me some of the best artifacts in the game. Honestly, this game is great whether you're a casual or hardcore player, and this month they're running an event where you get to play as Deliana, a brand new champion from the High Elves faction, just by logging in. All you have to do is log in 7 days between now
Fuck
and
the
July
High
20th,
Elves.
and you'll get your hands on her for free. She's one of the strongest in the
I
entire
don't really
game,
have
so
a
I would
strong
definitely
opinion
recommend
on
doing
it,
this. Right now is the best time to get started in Raid because if you click the link in the description or scan this QR code, you'll get a free starter pack worth almost $40. You'll get 3 free champions plus 10 magic XP brews, 10 force XP brews, and 10 spirit brews. The champions are Misericord, Tiger Soul, and Romero, which is a huge deal because in the past they've only given 1 champion, so do not miss your chance. Also, if you enter this promo code, you will get 50 XP brews instantly to your legendary hero Deliana
This is
to
a
get
whole-
max
half
level,
the videos
as well as a
bad.
ton of silver. So what are you waiting
Like, I
for?
saw this thing
Download
that's like
game
20
right now
minutes
from my
long.
link in the
He's talking about
description
Raid
and get
Shadow
started,
Legends
and thank you
for
to
like
Raid
a
Shadow
full 10
Legends for
minutes
sponsoring
almost.
this video.
Good God, guy.
To this day, South Park will still find itself in the occasional controversy. However, the public response to the show today is practically non-existent when compared with how it was received when it was first aired. In 1997, the
I
social
bet.
landscape of the US was very different to how it is today. Vulgarity on television was practically non-existent at the time, so to put it in perspective,
No,
when
it
The
was.
Simpsons aired
Vulgarity
in
was
1989,
very
it was considered by
there.
many to be crude and
We
offensive.
had there was
now, you can only
Duckman.
imagine how those same people reacted when
Okay.
South Park aired and made The Simpsons look about as crude as Full House.
You got it, dude.
Is this guy an idiot? We had Beavis and Butthead, we had Duckman, we had The Critic, which is kind of vulgar in parts. So I don't know what he's talking about. I think King of the Hill was even on. I mean, it had parts that were King of the Hill. I mean, Hank Hill himself was not a very vulgar person. But there was vulgar shit that happened in the series.
So, to put it in perspective, when The Simpsons...
Is he stupid?
To this day,
We
South
had
Park
there was Ren and Stimpy. That was really gross.
still find itself in the occasional controversy. However, the public response to the show today is practically non-existent when compared with how it was received when it was first aired. In 1997, the social landscape of the US was very different to how it is today. Vulgarity on television was practically non-existent at the time, so
What
to
an
put it in
idiot.
perspective,
This
when
is
The
a
Simpsons
zoomer,
aired in 1989, it was considered by many to be crude and offensive. Now you could only imagine how those same people reacted when South Park aired and made The Simpsons look about as crude as Full House.
You got it, dude.
Full House.
To go from clean, sanitized, inoffensive sitcoms dominating popular television to a cartoon made for adults that is quite possibly one of the most vulgar pieces of media ever made, I mean, you're going 0 to 100 in record time here. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people did not like the content of the show. The existence of this vulgarity was bad enough to the general public, but what really sealed the deal was the fact that the main characters saying and doing these things were young children. It also didn't help that adult cartoons were very uncommon at the time, so a non-observant parent may
They
see their
were
children
by the
watching
time
the show and think they're watching a kid's show.
Yeah, by
while they're really
1997,
watching
we
the
already
most
had
adult show on
multiple
television.
adult cartoons at that point.
Reportedly, when screening the
I
pilot
think Family
episode
Guy
to
was
test
even out
audiences,
at that point.
3 people burst into tears over the show's content. The backlash was immense, including everything from campaigns to get the show taken off the air to schools banning South Park clothing entirely. It's pretty funny looking back, since this early South Park is incredibly tame in comparison to what the show would become, and of course, that only brought with it more controversy.
The earlier South Parks were grosser and dumber. We're not grosser, but dumber.
Despite
There's
its
no
controversial
logic
existence,
to a
the
lot
show
of
didn't
what's going
experience
on.
much major
People will be
controversy related to
puking
specific
randomly
themes
for no
outside
reason.
of the vulgarity for the first 3 seasons. That is until South Park Bigger, Longer, and
There was
Uncut
puke in
released
other
in
shows.
1999.
Just because South Park did it randomly didn't
Matt
mean
and
that
Trey were not limited to
wasn't
the
in other
rules they had to
shows.
follow creating a television show, as they were always dancing on the line of what was allowed to be shown on television and what wasn't. Because of this, they sprinted straight for the line of what was allowed to be shown in movies and set up camp there. In the production of the movie alone, the team had tons of issues with the MPAA
Oh
and
yeah, the
Paramount,
South Park
who attempted
movie.
to censor or block content so many times that this video would be an hour longer if I talked about all of them. So here are just a few of my favorites. The original name for the movie was South Park All Hell Breaks Loose, but the MPAA
Bigger,
would
Longer,
not
Uncut.
approve this name because it had the word hell in it. So Trey came up with Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and it was approved.
Yeah.
Only later did the MPAA realize what the name actually meant, and they attempted to block this title, but they were prevented from doing so.
They didn't
when writing
know.
the script for the movie, Matt and Trey were made
That's
aware
great.
that at the time, the MPAA required any movie with 400 or more swear words to be rated NC-17. They couldn't have their movie rated NC-17 due to their
They wanted to
agreement
say
with Paramount.
fuck.
So can you guess how many swear words they included in the movie? Yeah, it was 399.
Yeah, they
Now,
said
the public's
fuck a lot.
reaction to the movie was basically what you would expect if you released a significantly longer and more offensive episode of South Park. People called for it to be banned. It was banned in a bunch of countries. People thought it marked the end of Western civilization
Here?
as we know
Okay.
it. Yada yada yada. You get the picture. Ironically, the backlash to the movie mirrored the predictions made in the movie itself. You know,
Yeah.
minus the whole war starting and everything.
It
But
walked
the
my
creation
fragile
of this
little
movie is
mind.
what made Matt and Trey want to push
This-
the
this
boundaries
show.
even further, and it marked the beginning of a major
Or
change
Philip
in
and
the tone
Terrence
of the
as the
show moving
placeholder.
forward. In the eyes of the public, it was no longer just a crude and inappropriate show. It was an attack on the beliefs of everyone. Season 4 is where we first begin to see the signs that this
I
show
wasn't
may be
very
more than just
offended by
crass
the-
humor,
the
and
stupid
recognize the
movie.
potential for controversy with a few minor ones throughout the season. Episode 5, Cartman Joins Nambla, was banned from airing on the British satellite channel Sky One, as it contained many references
that was a
to the
fucked up
actions of the group
episode.
Nambla, which is
They don't
somehow
show that
real-life
anymore,
proof
and that's
of
the
his
reason
actions
why?
I will not detail here.
They wanted to protect the
Later in the
Nambla
season, we get one of our first
from
glimpses at
Epstein
how
Island.
well the show can handle contentious issues.
I haven't
with
seen
Chef
that. I never
Goes
see that
Manners,
episode
which discusses
anymore.
the implications of continuing to use a flag
rarely
that was
seen
used
it
in times of
reread of it.
racism. The message was way ahead of its time, and while today the episode has aged like fine wine, when it was released there was a small amount of backlash, mostly due to seeing it as racist. Then
What?
in episodes
What
9
episode?
and 10, Do the Handicap Go to Hell? And
What episode
Probably,
was racist?
This is the first
I mean,
time
there's
the
a
show
lot of
really
racism
committed
in the show, but
entire
what do they
episodes
talk
to
about?
parodying religion. Specifically, they parodied the fear-mongering and money-focused ideals that some Christian
Oh,
churches
God
are known
damn it,
for.
dude.
Unsurprisingly, this episode garnered a bit of controversy, as poking fun at Christianity in a predominantly Christian nation in the early 2000s generally would. However, this was the last of any sort of controversy for Season 4, and we made it through with only a few small incidents, so surely they wouldn't do something in the premiere of Season 5 that would be such a big deal it would literally change television forever.
That fuck episode?
Right?
Is that what it? Are you talking about the fuck episode?
We already discussed the backlash the show received in its earliest seasons, and as the show continued
Oh, you
past its
son of a
third
bitch. I
season,
knew you were there.
the controversy
Bro, I was
slowed
coming
down
over
as
here.
people accepted
Fuck.
that the show wasn't going anywhere.
Let's get out of here, dude.
That is
I'm just gonna
until
run
this
to the
episode, when they
exit.
decided
'Cause I
to
know
say
there's
the
an
swear
exit up
word
here.
that begins
I'm
with
near it.
S many
But I'm gonna
times
die.
uncensored. The episode made fun of the public's reaction to an episode of Chicago Hope, in which the word was said uncensored for the first time on TV.
That show used to be a
The
thing.
episode includes the word being said 162 times, conveniently displayed by a counter in the bottom right corner. Initially, the creators only wanted to say it a few times, but Comedy Central refused, so they came up with the idea to say the word as many times as possible so that it lost all and any meaning.
Great.
And it was meant to show that it's just a word and it has no real power. They mostly succeeded in this since the episode itself didn't receive all that much backlash, relatively speaking. Supposedly, Comedy Central received nearly 5,000 email complaints from different organizations.
I have
and
no
people,
idea where I'm going.
But besides that, there were no large-scale protests or news stories covering the episode. This episode was surprisingly
Okay, I
important to
went
television
backwards.
as a whole, since it basically paved the way for this type of language to exist on television. And whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, it undoubtedly changed the television
No,
landscape
I'm gonna
forever.
die if I go there. I'm gonna die anyway.
A
Fuck
clever
it.
satire of
I'm just gonna jump down there and die.
which is
'Cause I don't know where
that
to
is
go.
portrayed through extremely graphic
I'm stuck in this
depictions of some
fucking
pretty disturbing things.
mining
The real controversy
area
here
for
was
too
in the
long.
broadcasting. In Australia, the episode aired later than its usual time slot, and once again, the British channel Sky One outright refused to air the episode. In America, the Parents Television Council went as far as to cite the episode as an example of how the show is quote-unquote dangerous to democracy. If anyone can explain how exactly a cartoon about sex ed is dangerous to democracy, go ahead and explain in the comments down below. Since then, all repeats and DVD versions included edited scenes, particularly one with Mr. Garrison teaching the kindergartners how to perform the old rubber mouth technique. Comedy Central didn't even want to air the scene in the first place, but it did for the initial screening and then never
That's the
again.
problem with the country.
When this episode first aired, it was considered very controversial. And no, it's not because it focuses on Jared from Subway. All of his controversies wouldn't come out until years later. Rather, the episode makes countless references and jokes to the AIDS virus. And while it wouldn't be very controversial to do this today, in the early 2000s it definitely was. The ending also includes Butters being beaten by his parents, and this combo of content meant that the episode was banned from airing on Comedy Central for years after it was released.
They never show him getting
though it was eventually allowed to air again.
They really
in an
want to be
ironic twist, the
controversial.
day Jared accepted a plea deal for his crimes, Comedy Central aired the episode back-to-back nearly all day. And it really showcased how poorly some of the lines have aged.
I'm gonna seek out all the underprivileged and hungry children of the world, and I'm going to give them AIDS myself.
Yeah.
You wanna give children AIDS?
Well, that's, I don't know. That sounds like something
This
they
one
would,
is
they would
less
want
of
to
a
do
backlash
today.
from the public as it is backlash from one
a lot of our
individual, that individual being Jennifer Lopez. This
a lot of our
episode goes
vested
pretty hard
interests
on
wanna
her,
do that.
painting her as a rude, entitled woman who's quick to
I'll tell you what
violence
really
when she hears
causes
something she
AIDS,
doesn't
though.
It has been reported by people that have worked on movie sets with her that she is so unhappy about
It's
her
not like
depiction
some
of this episode
infection
that
or
she has gone as
contagion
far as to fire those
in the way that
working
they're
on the set
describing.
who even as much as reference
A lot of it has to do with
Trey Parker has claimed that he once saw Jennifer Lopez at a party where she proceeded to push past him very aggressively without any
environmental effects.
I think it's fair to
from,
say that she's close
a
to the
lot
top
of
in terms of bad
corporations.
celebrity reactions to South Park.
They're deliberately poisoning wells, ruining land, farmland, poisoning water sources.
One of the more iconic South
and
Park
causing a bunch of
some
people in
backlash followed
developing
the
nations
release
to
of the
be sick,
episode
and
all about
they're just
Mormons, in
blaming
which the
that
show
on
tackles
AIDS when
Mormonism
it's
as a whole.
actually that shit.
The episode pokes fun
So
at
it's
the
a toxicity
absurdity of the
issue
beliefs
going
of the
on,
Mormon
but they want to
people
just
and the
lump it onto
circumstances
some-
that their prophet Joseph Smith created
some
to
wild
ensure his
contagion
message was heard.
when it's not what it
It's not
is.
subtle in its criticism, and at times it
They just
can
want
seem
to
a
take
bit
the blame
harsh,
off of themselves.
especially as the episode progresses and you begin to realize that the tune playing in the back is actually giving its opinion on the matter.
In America? Really? That sounds kind of...
Dum 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 dum.
In contrast, the episode portrays the
distract
Mormon
from the
people as
actual
incredibly
systemic
kind and
things
happy
going
people
on.
who are able
And the
to roll
colonial
many of the
shit
punches
going on
thrown their way.
in these
So
developing
while the
nations
episode is
have
pretty
this
scathing in its satirization of the religion itself, it depicts the people who practice it as a somewhat self-aware and understanding group. This was very much proven in the reception to the episode, as according to Wikipedia, the Church of the Latter-day Saints responded to the episode by first
the Mormon
acknowledging
episode?
that they believed the episode was a gross portrayal of church history, but would go on to say that they believed it, quote, inflicted no perceptible or long-lasting damage to the church. So ironically,
It wasn't
even
as
though
bad
this
as the
episode is
Scientology
considered very
one.
controversial, it seems like the Mormons themselves didn't really mind the episode too much. And by doing so, they really proved the episode correct about their ability to take criticism on the chin. The resilience would once again be shown when Matt
yeah.
released their Broadway
They
musical,
weren't
The
made
Book
fun
of
of us
Mormon,
bad.
a few years later, in which the church would respond by saying, quote, the production may attempt to
And they saw
entertain
what happened to the
audiences for an
Scientologists.
evening,
What are
but
they
the Book
gonna
of
do?
Mormon as a volume
Do the
of
same shit
scripture
they
will
did?
change people's
And
lives
not
forever
win?
by bringing them closer to Christ. They even went as far as to buy ads in the show's playbill where they would put things like, you've seen the show, now go read the book. Honestly, I think that's
The Book of Mormon. They did the Book of Mormon play.
While Season 8 mostly avoided any serious backlash from the public, Season 9 is when the show really began to hit its stride in terms of stirring up controversy. This episode is actually far more controversial today for the reasons you may be thinking. Many would consider this episode to be pretty transphobic in its messages and themes. However, back in 2005, this was an issue that only a small minority of people cared about,
Season 8.
therefore
What
it was
happened?
mostly ignored.
I forgot
However,
seeing
that
that.
doesn't mean the episode avoided controversy at the time, as not too many people were happy about the real sex change footage that was intertwined into the episode's
Mr.
opening
Garrison's
minutes.
sex change
Even
episode.
worse, it was apparently supposed
Yeah, they
to
showed
last
a real-
for 5 minutes due to the lack
real
of
sex
ideas for the
change
episode.
where somebody
But
got-
Comedy Central said no,
Never
because
mind.
of course they did. How are they even allowed to show it? Like, there has to be laws or regulations against it or something, right? And though the alleged transphobia wasn't a big issue for the
I was
episode, it would
accustomed
be
to
far from the last
4chan
time
by
the show
that
would be
point, though,
labeled
so
in
I've
this way.
seen that already. But yeah, that would probably freak some people out who were not ready for that.
This controversy is a perfect example of what I believe to be one of the few
I've seen those
downfalls of South
surgeries
Park,
on
that being
4chan
the audience.
through
This episode follows Cartman as
accidental
he puts on
Webians.
full display his hatred and intolerance of ginger people. The episode itself is supposed to be
Yeah,
satirizing
fuck them
discrimination
gingers,
as a whole,
dude.
making
Like,
fun
they're
of people
evil.
like Cartman who
They
choose
don't
to be
have
hateful to
souls.
others because of how they look and the absurdity
What's
of
the
that
problem?
hatred. The
Why is
issue
that
arises
controversial?
when people, mostly kids, who don't understand that it's satire, see the episode and find it funny because of the hate. And while obviously the show is not made for kids, whether it's irresponsible parents or sneaky behavior,
Yeah, why
they
are
will find a
parents
way to
letting
watch
the children watch it?
which leads to things like Kick a Ginger Day, a real-life holiday.
You got
in which
these
you're
parents who
supposed to
think
kick
anything that's
gingers.
animated is for
I
kids.
discussed
and
this
it's
more in
stupid.
my South Park Iceberg, so
No.
if you're interested in that,
You
you can
either
check
watch
it out.
what your
But
kids are
honestly,
watching.
I think it would be hard to argue that this episode didn't have a pretty large part in the discrimination against
I'll just let
gingers
them
among
watch
kids.
anything just because
In
you
the
want to.
Wikipedia article for discrimination against
wanna
people with
distract
red hair, the history section for the U.S. literally begins with the release of this episode, with no recorded history before. Just ask the
My brother
gingers
made
have
this
sold
mistake
it.
too with
He basically
Sausage Party. He
exclusively
thought it
blames
was
this episode for
okay
bullying
for
and
kids because
harassment.
it's
And the same
animated.
with
Of
Ed
course it
Sheeran,
is,
who
right?
also blamed this episode
Even after all
for
the
the
shit we
bullying
grew
that
up
he
with, you should
received.
know better.
I don't believe it's the
brother.
show's fault necessarily.
Not
since
everything
the
that's
episode is
animated
actually
is
preaching
okay
against
for
these
kids to
intolerant
watch.
mindsets. But I don't think anyone disagrees that the
He didn't
whole
know what
situation is a
Sausage Party
product
was
of
gonna
kids
be
consuming
like.
media
That
that
was
they
gonna be like some
shouldn't be,
Pixar cartoon.
and misinterpreting the messages. It's really
And it
just
was
a
not.
product of bad parenting and yada yada, you get it.
My nieces and nephews were very young when they saw
The
that.
biggest
So that
controversy
wasn't
in
good.
the show's history. This one caused lawsuits, cancellations, private investigations, and the departure of one of the show's most beloved characters.
But he didn't know.
This episode heavily criticizes the quote-unquote religion, Scientology, as they portray it as a massive global scam whose sole intentions are to prey on vulnerable people and extract money from them. They also parodied their willingness to sue anyone who speaks negatively about them, and even acknowledges the church's history of getting revenge on those who have wronged them by changing all the names in the credits of the episode to Jane and John Smith. Shockingly, the church wasn't too fond of the episode's portrayal of their religion. They were so unhappy that they conducted a full investigation to try and dig up any negative
what
things
church?
they could about Matt Stone and Trey Parker. According to a church whistleblower, they used techniques, quote, comparable to Cold War era CIA and KGB intelligence and propaganda techniques, doing things like going through their trash, purchasing their phone records, and going through their bank records. They even went as far as to attempt to hire a film student to get a job at South Park Studios so they could act as a spy in their investigation.
It's like the Scientology guys. Okay, they're talking about the Scientology
anything
on this
negative
one.
or embarrassing about the creators,
because-
so
oh,
it's
yeah,
safe to assume
I
they
get
were
it.
unable to find anything. Then there was the legendary Closet Gate.
They're going through all the
episode heavily
controversies.
targets Tom Cruise, who is a known Scientologist. They wanted to joke about the popular belief that Tom Cruise is secretly gay, but they were informed by their lawyers that they could not outright say he was, as Cruise had a history of litigation against those discussing
Oh, I
his
see.
sexuality. To get around this, they decided to place him in an actual closet for a good portion
That is
of the
kinda
episode,
fucked up if you constantly get
discussing his
accused of
unwillingness
being,
to leave said closet.
You know,
Dad, Tom Cruise won't come
sexuality or not.
Despite this, the actor allegedly still
Guess you would
threatened
have to
sue the
lure her up
show,
after a while.
which he
It
never
keeps
ended up
happening.
doing. But that was far from the end of the Tom Cruise storyline, as the next year, a scheduled
That's sad,
rebroadcast of
though.
the episode was suddenly canceled with no warning or explanation given as to why. Several news outlets reported that the parent company of Comedy Central, Viacom, had the episode pulled. Supposedly, this was because Tom Cruise had threatened to cancel his publicity tour for the next Mission Impossible
I don't know if I'd
movie
sue
if the
anybody for
episode
that.
aired. The movie was
Personally,
owned by
you know.
Paramount, who is also owned by
I know
Viacom.
what the hell I am.
There was never any evidence to suggest that this was true, and Tom Cruise would go on a record to claim that he had
I know what I'd be
requested
going
to have
home
the
to.
episode removed. Reportedly,
you know,
however,
some
there are
people,
several inside sources
you know,
that maintain that
they
Cruise
don't
had
put
the
up with it.
episode pulled. And of course, this didn't sway the opinion of the public, who were outraged by the pulling of the episode. A petition was even
what is
created
this?
to re-air the episode,
I never went
garnering
over here.
5,000 signatures.
What is over here?
And while this is where the controversy ends with the Tom Cruise storyline, the effects of the episode could be seen elsewhere, as it led to the departure of one of the show's most beloved characters. Isaac Hayes,
Isaac
the voice
Hayes.
actor for Chef, was a
He was one of my
Scientologist,
favorite
and after
characters.
the airing of the episode, he reportedly
Oh, it's
published a
this
statement
motherfucker.
berating the episode for its parody of the religion and
I remember
quitting
they had
from
like
the
a
show
sword over
altogether.
here.
When this initially happened,
That I might
Parker
want.
and Stone were
Let's go
quick
get
to
it.
call him out for the hypocrisy of his exit. discussing
I
how
don't
he
know
was
if I'll
fine
kill
with
them,
poking
though.
fun at everyone
We
else,
could kill
but
them.
not himself.
Actually, let's try to kill them.
Years later, Hayes'
I think I
son
can.
would come out and say that he had never
We
quit
have
the
the
show,
ice
and that
works
other
on them.
Scientologists wrote the statement for him while he was in the hospital after suffering from a stroke. Unfortunately, Hayes passed away 2 years after the episode at the age of 65 due to a stroke. Many have called into question the mysterious circumstances of his death, since he was found next to a treadmill in his home.
Next to a
Many speculate
treadmill.
Scientology may have had something to do with this, and I discussed this theory in depth in my South Park Iceberg.
Oh, he
so
did
if
that
interests
one.
You go check it out.
I think we just
One
watched
thing
that
that is
one.
certain is that this episode undoubtedly caused more real-world consequences than almost any other episode in the series. Notice how I say almost. We'll get to that. In this episode, Randy is cured of the horrible disease of alcoholism due to a miracle from a statue of the Virgin Mary. Specifically, he is one of the lucky ones to be covered in the blood being excreted from its... Well, you can see the clip. In a shocking turn of events, the Catholic
From their
Church was
vagina,
not
I
too happy
assume.
about this one. The Catholic League not only demanded an apology from Comedy Central, but also demanded the episode
Really?
be pulled from air and never released on DVD. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops sent a letter to the CEO of Viacom claiming that the network showed, quote, extreme insensitivity by airing the episode.
Yes, this
Meanwhile, in
sword.
New Zealand, the Catholic Bishops' Leader Conference lobbied the network to stop the episodes from being broadcast altogether. They were rejected, and the leading Catholic bishops called for a boycott of the network altogether. The Prime Minister of New Zealand even weighed in.
We were fine
stating
with
that
all the
episode
other
sounded,
fucked
quote,
up shit you did on
revolting,
South
but
Park,
the network
but
was
this is
free
the
to air it
last
anyways.
straw.
One advertiser even withdrew from the network altogether. Despite all of the protests, the
We're
episode
gonna
aired
boycott
anyways,
it.
actually
We
earlier
didn't
than
boycott the
expected
other
to
shit,
take
though.
advantage of the media surrounding it.
This is
And
very
it managed
Christian
to pull
material.
6 times the amount of normal viewers South Park would get. In Australia, Archbishop Dennis Hart wrote the network asking that they pull the episode. And while the episode was postponed, it did eventually air almost a year later. I've always found it funny that this episode seemed to
Get the
enrage
fuck
so
out of
many
my way.
Catholics, as it doesn't even make fun of Catholicism at all, really. It's a commentary on self-control and discipline
Oh, it's the
surrounding
elevator.
alcohol
I
use.
forgot.
The whole Virgin Mary thing was just a way to get their point across. It probably
fuck out of my
stemmed more
face.
from the idea of sacredness in religion, since
I
many
didn't know they
saw
did
it as
magic.
a desecration of a sacred figure, but
They do magic
it was
now?
really just a dumb joke they
They
used to get
fly
their point
now and they
across.
do magic? Well, we knew they fly, but I was not ready
I will
for the
only
magic.
briefly mention this one as it functions as a precursor to an episode coming up. But the episode planned on showing the
Oh, you're
Muslim
dead.
prophet Muhammad
Good.
as a commentary on the
How did he die? From the
Jahiliyyah's
elevator?
Muhammad cartoons controversy.
They
I
died
definitely
from
did not
falling?
pronounce that
They
right.
fell.
In which a Danish
That's how they
newspaper
died. That's
published
hilarious.
a comic depicting
They
Muhammad.
can still die from
There
fall
was
damage,
widespread
even though they can
protest
fly.
and even some violence around the world because of this. Comedy Central were initially okay with showing Muhammad, but as part 2 was in production, they decided to censor the scene with
Yeah,
Muhammad.
the
Parker
Muhammad's
and
not
Stone
really-
were not happy
not
about this,
really
calling the
depicted
censorship,
physically in
quote,
any way.
wimpy.
In
They
any
were especially
material.
upset because South Park had depicted Muhammad years earlier
But they
in the
did it
episode
before,
Super
yeah,
Best
they
Friends
did it.
with no issues. Since then, all 3
'Cause
episodes have been
it's a
banned
lie
from
that
TV and
people
pulled
flip
from
out
streaming
over Muhammad
services,
being
with Super
shown.
Best Friends being
They
pulled long
don't.
ago, and Cartoon Wars
It's
being
just
pulled
it's a lot
only
of
when the show
psyop going
recently
on.
moved to HBO Max.
It's frowned upon, sure, because idolatry is
A
frowned
more
upon.
minor controversy, this one stemmed from
In
the
the Muslim
episode's
faith,
depiction of
it's supposed
Steve
to be
Irwin.
in the Christian
Irwin
faith,
had
too.
died 7 weeks
You're
earlier
supposed to
from a
frown
freak
upon
accident with a
idolatry,
stingray. And in
it's
the episode, he
not
can
as
be
much
seen
of
at
that.
Satan's birthday party with a
But,
stingray
you know,
sticking out
you're
of
not
his
really
chest.
having people
Many people felt it was
causing
simply
riots
too
just
soon
because
and that it was
Muhammad
done in
was
poor taste.
It's an
Irwin's
exaggeration by
wife
a
made a
lot of our
statement discussing her
intelligence
devastation in the
outfits
show's
like the
mocking
CIA.
portrayal of him, and her main worry was that their
FBI.
children may see the episode one
Yeah,
day.
that's it.
I obviously understand why people were
Like
upset
those-
about this,
those-
but personally
like
I
those
find it funny
cartoons,
that
those
this is what
turkey
caused
cartoons, I think it was.
controversy.
What was it?
Considering the same episode
That was like an
literally
op.
featured serial killers
like a
Ted
Black
Bundy,
Flag
John
thing.
Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer doing a Three Stooges routine while being unable to stop themselves from murdering people. But hey, that's just me.
Let's have a drink.
The irony in this one is that the only real issue people had with this episode was the lack of controversy.
Where's
the
the
episode
worm?
tackles the implications
Where you
that
at?
the
There you
N-word
are.
has on society. It does a great job in doing this, and if you want to hear me dive deeper into it, then you can go check out my
Let's
first
cool you
video
off,
on this
son.
channel. The episode
Oh, he
contains
just ran right
43
through me.
uncensored uses of the N-word, and yet this episode actually received positive feedback from civil rights organizations like the
Oh,
NAACP,
the digger guy
who praised the
episode,
episode
I
for
remember.
accurately depicting other racist perceptions of
Yeah, they
how
were
black
allowed to
people
say the
feel when
N-word
hearing
over and
the
over.
word.
That was the N-word
The only
past
person that
episode.
seemed to be upset was the founder of
That's
the
kinda
Parents
fucked
Television
up.
Council, L. Brent Bozell, who issued a statement criticizing the lack of protest, comparing it to the outrage radio host Don Imus received for his statements. Severe misunderstanding of context aside, I'm sure he still got the point of the episode, that non-black people have a lack of understanding of how it feels to hear that word used, and that it's not really their place to make these kind of statements.
So he became the nigger
just how hilariously ironic it would be for a white person to make a statement like this. So let's go ahead and check and take a look at what this man looks like. Surely he wouldn't... Oh, well, I think that tells us everything we need to know.
I don't know who he's talking about.
This one was pretty minor as well. This episode features some pretty graphic.
They don't let you dodge at all.
They like of an assault on
like when
Indiana
he comes
Jones,
out like that.
And obviously there were a lot of people that were upset about this.
Beeline you right into his mouth.
The Insider even claimed that while Paramount had no plan to protest the episode, they were not big fans and, quote, wanted it to go away. You all probably know my opinion of this episode by now. I think that what they were trying to do is a funny idea. I just think the execution was a little overboard.
What episode?
They definitely didn't have to take it as far as they did, but hey, this is South Park we're talking about. No one crosses the line quite like them, so while I'm not a fan of this episode, I can still respect it for the risks being taken.
What episode is it? Is he still talking about the nigger guy episode?
This one pokes fun at the leaders of nations all across the world. It would seem that Mexico's president, Felipe Calderon, didn't take it as well as the other leaders. The episode was pulled from MTV Mexico, with the network claiming that they couldn't get permissions to use the Mexican flag.
I would say that South Park is not very informed on foreign policy and geopolitics. I don't go to them for any info
in Mexico,
on that or any commentary on that. They're
from the
pretty
Ministry
stupid.
of Interior, so it's pretty safe to say
funny,
that they
though,
probably
sometimes.
pulled the episode. We have finally reached South Park's magnum opus in terms of controversy. Not
Team
only
America
is
is a
the
funny
South Park
movie,
episode
for
that stirred
instance,
up more real
but
world
I can't
controversy
say
than
that I
any
agree
other,
with everything they
an
were
argument
saying
can
in
be made
that
for it being
movie.
one of the most controversial
A lot of it was
episodes of
dumb.
any television show ever. To celebrate the 200th episode, Matt and Trey decided to go back and basically reignite every single controversy they've ever had. From Tom Cruise to Jennifer Lopez, almost all of their celebrity digs were back on full display. But of course, they had to go back and visit one of their largest.
A lot of it was
controversies,
apologia for the
depiction
Iraq
of
War
the
too.
Muslim prophet
That's
Muhammad.
one bad thing
In
about
part one, there are
Team
heavy
America. They
implications
did a
that
lot of
Muhammad will be
apologia for
shown
that
in next week's episode.
bullshit justifying
After
it.
part one was released, radical Muslim group Revolution Muslim heavily implied that if Muhammad was shown, there would be action taken against both Matt and Trey and Comedy
Yeah, that
Central.
was made up.
They
That's a
included
psyop.
references to Dutch filmmaker
It's some
Theo Van
propaganda.
Gogh,
They wanted
who
to
was
scare the American
assassinated by a
public.
radical Muslim after publishing books criticizing Islam.
Yeah,
Matt and Trey seemed
that
pretty
was a
unfazed
black
by
op.
this,
That
as
thing
it was
he
their
was
belief
talking
that
about
giving into
is a
these
black
threats
op I
would be
was
not
pointing
only
out.
hypocritical, since the entire premise of the episode is defending free speech and condemning terrorism, but they would also be allowing terrorism to work and creating a slippery slope for censorship of free speech. The same could not be said about Comedy Central, who were more than willing to give in to the demands of this group. Because of this, when the
'Cause it
episode
was,
aired,
it was from the
every
CIA,
single
not-
use of
not
the name
an actual
Muhammad
group.
was censored.
It was a
Every
CIA
appearance
demand.
of Muhammad himself was censored.
For psyop
and
purposes.
Kyle's entire speech at the end of the episode discussing the effectiveness of terrorism was completely censored. And if that wasn't enough, not only were both episodes pulled from ever being rebroadcasted again, they were removed from South Park's website, every streaming service that the show is on, and every DVD set of the show except for the Region 1
Son of a
release of the
bitch.
14th season.
He's
This
just
brings the total of banned
shitting
South
his
Park
lava all
episodes
over
to
the
5,
place.
along with the previously mentioned Cartoon Wars and Super Best Friends. Though the episodes have been practically wiped off the face of the earth
Oh, Super
in terms
Best
of legal
Friends?
methods
I
of
know
watching
them.
it can
I
still be
used to
found
follow them.
re-uploaded on the internet. It just takes a bit of searching.
No, Super Best
Years
Friends is
after
the name of
release,
that
a
episode.
4chan
Never mind.
user was also able
That's
to
not
find
the name
a
of the
partially
group.
uncensored version of the episode
Super
through a
Best
glitch in
Friends
the
is
South
the
Park Studios website.
content creators
And for the first time, we knew
on
what
YouTube.
Kyle said in
But
his
it used to be. They broke
Again,
up.
I talk about this in my South Park Iceberg video, or you can find the full clip floating around pretty easily if you're interested. But yeah,
I don't
you
know
can
why
check
they
it out if you
decided to
want.
name themselves after
Despite
that
the threats
awful
and the
gambler
situation
episode.
becoming a national
Or
news story,
Scientology
no violence or
episode.
action
It was
ever
both
taken
actually. It
against
was
Matt
a
and Trey or
gambler
anyone at Comedy
/
Central.
Scientology episode.
Obviously, Matt
The
and Trey
Super
were
Best
very
Friends
unhappy
episode.
with the censorship, but despite this, they're still with Comedy Central, and occasionally will reference the situation
So,
in interviews
unfortunate
or through the show.
naming
They've even been able to sneak in a shot or two of Muhammad
decision
without
by
Comedy
that
Central
group.
noticing.
Now that I think about it in retrospect.
A controversy as big as the last one is a pretty tough act to follow in terms of generated controversy, And because of that, it would be nearly
He's a
14
bitch,
years
worm.
before South Park would generate another truly noteworthy controversy.
I shouldn't even lock
come
onto
not
him.
in the
This
form
big
of
as
an
fuck.
episode of the
Shouldn't have
show,
to lock
but
onto
rather
him.
with the release of their new video game, South Park: The Stick of Truth.
The
I
Stick of
discussed
Truth
this
is pretty
topic
good.
in great detail
It's not a
again
bad
on my
game.
iceberg, so I recommend you check it out. But the
Better
short
than
version
the
is this.
N64 game
Europe
they
and
had. I
Australia
played
have
that
been known
shit.
to be a lot stricter on what can be shown in their media.
That game was
so
kind
because
of
this,
it was kind of a
Ubisoft
first-person
decided to
shooter, to
censor
be
certain
honest.
parts of the game
But
that they
I don't know, I
assumed
didn't
would cause
like it.
problems in those regions.
Maybe it would have been better
Censored
on
scenes
PC.
include alien probing,
Yeah,
performing
they did release it on
abortions, and some special
Dreamcast.
censoring in
So
Germany
that's
where
kind
certain
of
imagery
how it
is
played on
illegal.
PC.
They
That
replaced the
version.
censored content with this mocking splash screen, and that was that.
You son of a bitch.
It wouldn't be until season 23 that the show would have another
Quit
noteworthy
running at
controversy.
me, dude.
I was going to talk about the Netherlands pulling the season 19 episode sponsored content due to Garrison's comments on Syrian refugees, as well as the show's half apology to Al Gore in season 22 after ridiculing climate change in the past,
Yeah.
but those seem pretty
Fuck
minor to
Al
me,
Gore.
so I
don't
figured I
feel
would
bad
just
about
mention
that
them here.
episode.
But anyways, remember how I mentioned that it wouldn't be the last time South Park would be accused of transphobia? Well, here we
Al
are.
Gore's a
In
fraud.
Bored Girls, Strong Woman competes in a Strong Woman competition as a heavy favorite for first place. That is until she meets one of her competition, Heather Swanson, who is a trans woman. She's modeled in the image of Macho Man Randy Savage,
Oh.
along with the trademark style of
That could be
speaking, and
offensive.
she absolutely destroys the competition with no issue. After this was released, the absolute cesspool known as Twitter broke into a fit of rage.
I
I'm not
see.
saying it's a cesspool because of this, I'm just saying it is in general because that website sucks. Many people
It's
were
not Twitter
horrified by
anymore,
the show's
it's Zitter.
depiction of trans athletes, and many even called for its cancellation. It was labeled transphobic by countless reviewers and journalists, as many discussed the implications of the episode and the effects it could have on trans people. Obviously, nothing ever came of any of this besides the hate mob, but the situation does raise an interesting question about the show's attitude towards trans people. To go off on a bit of a tangent, I would like to give my own opinion. Personally, as someone who is unqualified to speak on this topic, being both not female and not transgender, I don't believe that this episode is transphobic. In reality, the episode contains very little commentary on trans athletes because Heather Swanson isn't really meant to represent trans athletes. It's revealed throughout the episode that she is Strong Woman's ex-boyfriend, who transitioned solely to get revenge on her because he felt like she had beaten him by breaking up with him.
Is that what happened?
This insecurity
I've never
of losing
seen
to a
this
girl
episode,
is
so
what
I
drives
don't
him
know
to do
anything
this.
about it.
In reality, Heather Swanson is
I can
more of a
summon these
representation
guys,
of these
whoever they
male
are.
insecurities than a
are
commentary
you?
on trans athletes.
Blackguard?
This is mostly confirmed by
Oh.
the subplot in which Cartman feels
Oh,
the same way after
that's the
losing to
prom
girls
man.
in their board game club,
This
going
is
as far as
prom
to
man.
lobby to have girls not allowed in the club. I personally read the commentary on trans athletes
Who is
as
this?
pretty insignificant, basically presenting
It's
both
Havel.
sides
Oh,
to
this
the
is the
Cartman
guy
plot
at the
and the Strong
ritual
Woman plot, and
where we-
closing without ever
we
really
fight
making a
Radon.
point on the issue besides this is a controversial topic.
The
That's just my
festival,
opinion
I
on
mean,
it.
the
Maybe
festival.
I completely misread it, and it really was meant to be taken at face value, but
I
I'd
don't
be
even
interested to know
remember
what you
this
guys think
episode.
about
This
it,
must have
whether
been
you
one of
think
the
it's
later
transphobic,
episodes.
and whether you think the show as a whole is transphobic. So
I've never
go ahead
seen
and let
it.
me know in the comments.
I stopped watching South Park a while ago.
Well, we have finally reached the most recent major South Park controversy. Technically, Bored Girls came out after this episode, but I wanted this one to be last. Anyways, this episode tackles media in China
Although-
and how many companies like Disney and the NBA
Oh.
will censor and
It was a
change
propaganda
certain aspects of their
episode, is
media
what it
in
was.
an effort to please the Chinese
Americans don't know
censors,
shit
as
about
China has an incredibly
Like
rigid
any sort of shit talking about China that's coming from the West, I tend to ignore because it's always made up. I used to listen to it before I got more informed about China, and then I realized, oh, this is some Cold War shit that's still going on. A lot of this is not accurate because of the Cold War shit. So I should stop believing everything that's said about China and some other countries that the U.S. doesn't like. So yeah, fuck. I didn't watch this episode either. And I'm glad because it's full of dumb shit. Like I said, Trey Park and Matt Stone are not the best when it comes to geopolitics and opinions on it. They're a bit too bougie, comfortable, very American exceptionalist thinking. So I tend to not care what they have to say about geopolitics. They're wrong all the time. How Walter White manipulated everyone. Oh, let's listen to it. This is just some Breaking Bad. Okay, let's go fight the worm while we listen to
If I
Breaking
asked you
Bad.
to describe Breaking Bad's
I didn't watch
Walter
all of
White,
Breaking Bad,
a
so this
whole
is the perfect
host of
video for me.
words would spring to mind. Ambitious, intelligent, logical, emotional, selfish, sick, brave, ruthless, relatable. But if I had to sum up the essence of the character in one word, it would
Let me
be
get my souls,
manipulative.
motherfucker. Let me get my
Although we
souls
see
before
his
you
humanity
start doing
and
shit.
understand
Oh,
his
we
rationale,
lost him. Never
there's
mind.
no one more
We didn't pick them up
dishonest,
last time,
desperate,
apparently.
or despicable than Walter White. There's almost no low he will not stoop to, always putting his own ambitions above everyone else. Writer Vince
He's the one who
Gilligan was
knocks, of
tasked
course.
with somehow keeping the audience
He's the one
on
who
Walt's
knocks.
side as
Why
he
wouldn't he?
transforms into the most effective but least moral version of himself. Realistically, how could such a physically weak, dying man credibly become the leader of a criminal underworld without being a master of manipulation, knowing which emotional lever to pull
he was good at
and
chemistry,
when,
and
with
that
an
scared
intuitive
people.
grasp of how to
You can
play
make a
the
bomb
opponent in
pretty
front of
easily,
him
dude.
to get the result he
They
wants.
can poison your food pretty
So let's
easily.
examine
I mean, he
how
did that a
Walter
few
White
times in the
lies and
show.
manipulates
That's how.
everyone over
Of
the
course.
course of 5 seasons of Breaking Bad.
I've seen those episodes where he did that shit.
If we start with his home life, there are several manipulative
dissolves
tools
somebody?
Walt uses to get what
course.
he wants.
Oh,
the first
you're
is
stunned?
basic. Keeping
Are you stunned in a
secrets.
maze? I
This
could've
is something
fucking
we all do to
got
some
the
degree.
repulse. Okay.
We all have
Fine.
secrets that we either keep entirely to ourselves or that we only share with those closest to
Okay,
us.
he's almost
It's a
dead.
defensive
Fuck this guy.
instinct, as on some level we
just
understand
can't get
that
hit by any
certain
of his
sensitive
shit, 'cause I
information
take a lot of
can be
damage.
weaponized against us. Information is a precious resource, and by withholding it, Walt always gives himself the upper hand. The first
Don't
person
do it.
Walt starts keeping secrets from is his wife Skylar, by not
This guy
telling
keeps
her that
holding
he's
his
been
attack, so I
diagnosed with
fucking
lung cancer.
die.
Although you could say he keeps the secret so he has time to process this life-changing news, the scene directly after his diagnosis highlights an ulterior motivation.
Did you use the MasterCard last month? 1588 at
Yeah,
Staples.
they did it for my
Well,
OnlyFans
that's
subscription.
one we
It's
don't
cool.
The simple act of nagging him for using the wrong credit card suggests that Skylar is locked into her way of doing things.
Skylar is
and
a
suddenly
nag. That's what
controls
it
everyone in the
indicates.
house to
He's a
obey
big
her
old
system of
shrew.
rules. But by
That's all
withholding
it was
information,
there for.
Walt is giving himself more
Show
freedom
that
and
she
space
is a
to figure
bitch.
out what
No.
he wants to do without anyone else's opinion influencing him.
Skylar kind of got
Then when
annoying.
he goes on a ride along
She
with
cheated
Hank,
on him.
he
She
spots
cucked
Jesse as
Walter.
the suspect they're looking
Fuck her.
for, but chooses
Walter
not
Jr.
to
isn't
tell
even
his
his
brother-in-law,
son.
as this opens up the opportunity to partner
I don't
with
feel bad
Jesse.
about anything
So
he
right
did
from the
to her
beginning, the writers
that I
established
heard.
that every time Walt doesn't tell
retrospect.
everyone the truth right away, he only
I
strengthens
mean, within
his
reason.
position and becomes more empowered to make decisions for himself. But of course, withholding information can only get you so far. Sooner or later,
Shit,
if
for
you
all we
want
know,
to
his
keep your
daughter wasn't
secrets,
really his
you're going to
daughter.
have to start making up lies,
Probably
which is
got
the next
him
step
from-
on the
got her from
sinister
another
ladder
man.
of manipulation. Walter White
Way
is an
she acted.
exceptional liar
Probably
because he
fucked another guy.
understands that the best lies
Well,
are
they were
based on the
having
truth.
sex.
If all the details of a story are questionable
He's a
or
bitch.
unprovable, then the lie can easily fall apart. But if large
She
parts
cheated
of it
on him
resemble
multiple
provable
times.
reality, then the missing link in the story
Didn't she?
is
Yeah,
harder
she
to
cheated on him
disprove.
even after she had her
For
daughter.
instance, in the
It's
second
fucked up.
episode, when Skylar suspiciously asks
How do we know
Walt
that she
who
wasn't
Jesse
doing that
Pinkman
the
is,
entire
he's
time?
initially weak and starts trying to pretend he doesn't remember him. Then once she shows her hand that she already knows he called this morning and even labels him a druggy burnout, he has to come up with a story on the spot. Now he could manufacture something from scratch, but instead, Walt uses the information she already has to piece together a simpler lie.
He sells me pot.
The
Oh,
reason
yeah,
the
that's
lie
that
works so
episode.
well is that he's playing
That's an
into
early one.
Skylar's expectations. She wants to scold him for something, so he gives
Pot
her
is
what she
bad,
desires
Walt.
by
It's a
confessing to
bad
something
drug.
much smaller than the actual crime being committed.
Now,
Her
morphine,
negative
that's the good
reaction
shit.
then justifies
We
why
can
he
make
kept
money
it a secret in
selling
the first
that.
place, solidifying the false
You know how to
narrative
make it.
as the
You
truth
know how to
in
process
Skylar's
it.
mind. It's also drug-related, which is in line with the limited information she has of Jesse, and can explain away any of Walt's
Oh,
future
fuck,
odd
dude.
behavior. Now Skylar can think her husband is technically involved with drugs as a user of something
Just not
as
selling
petty
them.
as pot, which keeps her mind far away from the idea that he's a manufacturer or dealer.
Because his brother
of
works for
something
the
as
DIA.
ominous as
DEA,
meth.
her brother
To
does.
seal the deal, he further cements the lie by never retreating on the back foot, but
Yeah,
instead
you got a
going on
DEA
the
agent
offensive.
in the family.
He geniusly
That's not the
closes
best.
this alleged confession by turning it back on Skylar.
Will you please
Get out
just
my ass.
once get off my ass?
Exactly. Exactly. This is what I was
By
thinking.
making it seem
When I
like
saw that
she's
after,
the
like,
one
shut
along
up,
for
Skylar. Why are
even
you such a
complaining
busybody?
about his minor infraction,
God, I'd be so
it makes
annoyed.
his lie more believable and causes her to be
Because that's what
less
I had to
likely
deal with when I
complain
came home
the
every
next
day.
time
God
she's
damn.
suspicious. And Walt
This
knows
wouldn't
there
work.
will
I'd
be
have
a
to get a
next time.
divorce.
So once he's cornered and can't
Like, I don't
deny
even know
it,
if it would have
he creates
lasted
a
that
lie
long.
that's based on the truth.
In the first place, she was doing this in the
confesses to a
early
lower level
stages of
crime than he's guilty
of the relationship
and
when they even
turns the
got married.
tables on the interrogator so that they feel ashamed for even
Get out of
asking.
my ass. You gotta
Another
micromanage every
example of
fucking
Walt using the
transaction I
truth
do.
to bolster a lie is when he pretends
It's
to be
not the
going
right
to see his
part?
mother for a
What are you
weekend
talking
to
about?
tell her about his cancer diagnosis in person, when in reality,
This is my
he's
card.
going to
I'm
the
gonna have my own
desert to
cards.
cook up a huge batch with Jesse. In
Right?
this situation, the truth is he should
My own
be
fun
going
card.
to spend one-on-one
We'll have
time with his
a
mother,
joint account
even
for
though he
the
isn't.
real
So
shit.
he's sort of preying on
But I
Skylar's
do what I want
humanity,
with my own
as there's no
card.
way she can possibly say no to a terminally ill man wanting to spend time with his mother. So Walt identifies what the right thing to do is and uses it to shield him from doing the wrong thing. Like how Walt tells Skylar that Gretchen and Elliot are the ones paying for his cancer treatment because she already knows
Oh,
they
yeah,
offered
his
to,
old
and if we're
friends.
being honest, he realistically should have let them. Show over. He
That would have
always
been
keeps
embarrassing.
track of the
They
information
used to
his
have
opponent
he used to have an
has,
affair
so he can weaponize
with
it
that
against
woman
them.
back in his,
Then when he
his
gets
younger
busted
days.
and has a bitter argument with Gretchen
So
over
that wouldn't have been
involving
a
her
good.
in his lie,
That would have been a
here's
terrible
how Walt
situation.
handles the
I could understand
fallout.
why he didn't want that.
Skylar tells him that Gretchen called, and he says nothing. He withholds information as he's waiting to see what she knows. He never shows his hand. And he's lucky he didn't, as it turns out Gretchen only told Skylar they're no longer going to pay for his medical bills, but she didn't rat him out and reveal they never had in the first place. Naturally, Skylar is suspicious and asks what happened earlier, so Walt now has to come up with a reason that Gretchen is cutting off funding after their private conversation together. Rather than making it something personal that Skylar might want to follow up on, Walt claims that Gretchen and Elliot are secretly broke, and that Gretchen simply
Yeah,
had
they're
too
broke.
much pride
That's why.
to admit
Shut
it
up,
to
Skylar.
Skylar's face. That's a plausible
Why
lie,
do you gotta
and
just
Walt knows
ask
that
so many
people do
questions?
behave this way,
Shut up.
given he had too much pride to ever
Why can't
take
you
their
just let
money in the
shit
first
be-
place.
be,
So he
you know?
transfers his truth onto someone else and stamps the narrative. Another example is how Walt preys on his victims' fears to misdirect them.
Speaking
when he
of Breaking Bad,
accidentally
there's
lets
another
it
video I
slip
wanted to
that he
watch
has a second
about it.
cell phone, he of course denies it, assuming
In
that's
animation.
all the information that Skylar has. But on the night he disappeared before his fugue state, she saw him look worried, receive a call, and leave the house. When she checks his phone records, he never received a call, so that's enough to convince her that Walt is lying about his second cell phone. So how does Walt try to manipulate
Why
her
is she going
out of
behind
the
the
clear
buttons?
evidence for her suspicions?
She's so damn
I
nice.
think what you heard was my cell phone alarm going off.
You think this cancered bald man is
to
cheating
deny
on
it,
you?
constructing a plausible lie that
Unlikely.
his phone
Is that
alarm
why she
that
was
he's been
doing it?
using for his medication
Oh, he's cheating
sounds
on me.
similar to his ringtone. This is
You know,
a smart
frail,
initial
sickly,
strategy,
bald
as if she's
men are
not
always
that
being hit
invested
up
in
by
her
all the
initial suspicions,
attractive ladies.
that he's
He's gonna
offering
leave
her
you.
an easy excuse to
You better
believe.
spy on him.
But when she's still not buying it, he then diverts her attention away from his deception by validating her earlier suggestion that he should go back to the cancer support group meetings.
You know, for what it's worth, I was thinking about going back to those meetings, the cancer support group. You were right on the money about that.
So he's using the truth to build a new narrative, as these cancer support group meetings do exist. But notice how he's manipulatively rewarding her for her recommendation, so
Is it
she
really
can't say
manipulative?
no. When really he's just creating more opportunities to lie about where he's been, as now he can always claim he was at one of her suggested
Yeah.
support meetings. When Skylar
Okay, I
remains
see.
cold, still not buying
I see
his
what he
lies,
means.
he tries a new approach to
Because
emotionally
he told her the
unlock
truth, but
a
not really.
showcase of vulnerability.
Because he can use it as an
apologizes
alibi
for being so
when
private
he's not.
and unavailable, saying what he thinks she wants to hear.
I love you.
Pretty sure he does love her, though. It's not. He's not saying
And
that
although
because
that successfully
just because
pulls
it's what she
Skylar
wants
in,
to hear.
she's
He didn't love
still
her.
not quite convinced. So he turns the tables and plays the victim.
All right.
God, how long are you gonna do this?
God damn this dude.
Do what?
This. Not talking to me.
Imagine being on the receiving end of this. He's giving you so many social cues you would normally follow. He's ticking the boxes of taking responsibility. He's technically being vulnerable.
Wait a
He's
minute.
creating new narratives
Who's he
that you
talking
prefer to exist in. And when you don't give it to him, you begin to doubt if you're
Yeah,
the
he's
bad
talking to
guy.
Skylar.
This is all gaslighting. He's making you doubt if you're the problem in a toxic scenario that he's actively creating. When she
Really?
still doesn't break, he reaches even deeper, finding a new fake narrative to mislead her down the wrong path.
I have no idea, Skylar. What, that I'm having an affair? Is that it? Is that what you
Yeah, she
think?
thinks he's having an
Is that
affair.
why you asked me about the some
Stupid.
other phone?
There's a stroke of genius to this manipulation. As
She
he's
is
now
the one
putting
who's
the
been
focus
having
on a
an
crime
affair,
he's
though.
not guilty of that he
So no
knows
one.
he can
She has the
disprove.
guilty conscience.
It's also the crime
She
he's
has no right
statistically
to be
most
like
likely to be committing. But when she
guilt-tripping
refuses to
anyone.
play into his
She's the
false
one who
reality
was
and
having an affair.
insists he tells her the truth, no matter what it is, he gaslights her
Like
again
her
by holding the line.
Walter Jr. is from an affair. It's not Walter's.
Tell you what.
It's not Walter's son.
This puts the pressure back on her.
She's full
if
of
she
shit.
has any lingering
Fuck
doubt
Skylar.
whatsoever about
Shouldn't
her
feel
position,
guilty about
then she's very
anything
likely to turn on herself.
About hiding anything
Everything
from
Walt
her
is
when
doing
she's
here
doing that
to his
the
own
entire
wife
her entire
is
life.
the most
Yeah.
sinister form of emotional abuse imaginable.
If you
Which
want my
leads
opinion, I don't
directly
think
onto the
Walter
next
lied to her
step
enough.
on the dark
He should have been
ladder
doing way
of
more lying.
manipulation. Close the loop.
Way more.
A big part of deceit is storytelling, and Walt knows that a good story always needs
You should
a
have actually told her
resolution.
to
When someone comes to him with a
get in
problem,
the kitchen
a
and make him a
concern that's
sandwich.
flaring up in his face, their mind is panicked.
No, that would have
and
been
in
that
need
would have been out of
certainty.
pocket. But
So
that would have
Walt
been
always
funny.
makes sure he
She
creates
that's
a
what she
narrative
deserves.
that has a positive
The
resolution.
way she acts.
So that way
Fuck
the
her.
loop in their mind can close.
Fucking cheating
For
on
example,
me, and then you're
when
gonna
Hank
try to
shows
guilt
Walt
trip me
Gale's
over shit.
lab book in season
The fuck
4,
out of my face.
Hank identifies a clue, the initials WW, that could cause him to speculate whether it's Walter White. So Walt closes the loop by finding a quote from Walt Whitman's poetry on another page and
Walt
cementing the idea that he is the WW in question. Hank was living with this burning question mark in his mind, and Walt intelligently extinguished those questions with a solid answer that directs the attention away from him.
I've been streaming for a long ass
Another
time.
example in season 4 is when Skylar calls in to discuss the car wash.
I'm gonna keep streaming.
Walt says
I
he
don't care.
doesn't want to talk about it,
be a
concealing
long
his
one.
black eye. Once she sees it, she naturally worries for his safety and wants to go to the authorities. So Walt reassures her
Stop
that he
being
was
a
just
pussy,
in a small
Skylar.
bar fight with a coworker, but
Why
that
do
the
you always
fight was
gotta-
actually the best thing that could have happened.
May have been a good thing, actually, because we were able to clear the air and,
Yeah.
mutual respect.
It's what men
So
do.
after
It's what men
reframing
should do.
his
They have
black
a little
eye as a
fight club
positive,
moment.
when
That's
Skylar
it.
asks him
It's
to
not a big
promise
deal.
that if things do get dangerous, he will go to the authorities, he agrees as a way to silence her concerns and then deflects back
Oh
to
my
her
God,
topic
dude.
of choice.
So,
Let men be men, Skylar.
Gosh.
It's a fine.
So
not
he
worth
ends
calling
the
the cops.
conversation on a high, rewarding her for believing his story by giving her the car wash discussion he originally denied her. Like a magician, he's putting her attention back where he wants it, and now that she gets to discuss this topic at length, she'll forget all about her original concerns as he closed that loop and redirected her mind back onto her topic of preference. All of these techniques allow Walt to be in complete control, so that when the time does inevitably come that he has to tell the truth, rather than giving the full story, he can trade them an old piece of information to get them off his back. Hearing just part of the truth will feel like a revelation to the victim, but unbeknownst to them, it actually places them 2 steps behind him. They're
I gotta
always
say, she was
chasing to
quite a
catch up with
buzzkill
what's really
every
going
time
on, and
she
Walt
showed
is
up
the
and
only
showed me.
one with all the information.
She got on my nerves.
Let's take a look at some examples.
1 second.
In
please.
season
I gotta
1, when Walt
pause
gets
right quick
busted
for
by
me real
Skylar
quick.
for lying about working late at the car wash, when in reality he quit his job days ago and has been cooking meth and even killed
Yeah,
a
that
man,
job didn't pay
that
shit
string
anyway.
of lies has run out of space to maneuver.
And it was
He's
making
going to
him
have to
sicker.
tell her something to
He's getting
explain
sick from
all
that
of his
fucking
strange
job.
behavior. But because Walt has been withholding information, he gets to choose what level of power she has in the dynamic by not giving her the full story. So instead, he tosses her some old news.
He wouldn't have even
revealing that
needed
he has
chemo
lung
if he quit
cancer,
earlier.
as that information is big enough to distract
If
away
he had left that
from
job a long
everything
ass
else.
time ago, he would have been way
He
better
even
off.
goes back
He's
to
got
that
another
well and
job.
pretends that he was in a fugue state
Wouldn't have had to get
explain
chemo.
his
Wouldn't have
disappearance.
to pay for any of
Think
it.
of each lie
Wasting
like a
all that
credit
money
card that's
for-
racking
for
up
going
debt,
bald and
and
all.
then once it maxes out, he pays it off with a new line of credit.
I would say
that an
chemo is
old
not
piece
really
of truth
medicine.
can pay for.
I gotta say it.
Then in
It's
season
not
4,
medicine. I
now
have
that
family
the
members who
money's
are on
rolling
chemo.
in, Walt and Skylar
And
have to
I-
come up with a compelling story
I
to
tell them I
justify
don't
their
trust them.
newfound financial
they say-
security to Hank and Marie.
I
The
know,
narrative is that Walt
but
has
it's what
learned
the-
how to count cards and has made a huge
I
amount
don't know
of
why
money
they
from
keep doing
secretly
it. I
gambling.
told them what the issues
For
are
Hank
with
and
that
Marie's
shit.
perspective, they
It's
now have two
probably
big
keeping you
pieces
sick.
of information: the cancer
typically
and the
is.
gambling problem, which can explain away most
It's
of
not
Walt's
medicine,
suspicious
it's
behavior.
poison.
If he shows up with bruises, he's back in trouble due to gambling, and if he's acting strange, it's the cancer again. By confessing to sinister but legal ways of making money, rather than selling a traditional clean success story, the listener is more likely to feel in the know and appreciate being
I mean,
confronted.
I haven't been sick for
We
a
see
long
this again
time.
in
I've been
season
in the hospital
5,
for a
when
long
Marie is
time.
demanding to know the full truth
people
as to
would
why
suspect that I
Skylar is
know
acting
something
so erratic.
and know what I'm talking about.
Walt could choose to continue the gambling narrative,
You know,
or
you got
the
people who
cancer
doubt you
narrative.
anyway.
But both
Don't
of
listen
those
to you.
narratives place the blame on him, where it realistically belongs. So instead, he
I'm going to listen to
selfishly
the
trades
unhealthy
some of
doctor
Skylar's
who's like
dirty
overweight,
secrets to undermine
coughing
her
up a lung
reputation.
while you're
He
seeing them.
explains that
They
Ted
know
Beneke
they know
had
all
an
about
accident
health.
and may never walk
They're
again.
unhealthy.
And Skylar must be upset because
That's
she
fuck
had an
looking,
affair
but
with
they
Ted.
clearly know all about
Yet
health.
again, this slyly paints Walt as the victim of the situation. And although Marie came in expecting him to be the bad guy, he turns the tables, and she's now hugging
He's
the
standing up.
perpetrator
This
of
is
her
his second
sister's
form when he
abuse,
stands up.
providing
Little
him the
bitch.
emotional support that Skylar desperately needs. This is Walt's signature strategy. Always drop a bombshell of juicy information to deflect away from any wrongdoing. This way, the victim of the lie, Marie, now feels like she's been confided in and
Is
is up to
Marie the
date,
shoplifting
when in
sister?
reality, she's
She's a
still 2
bitch.
steps
I don't like her.
behind.
She's
But
stupid.
these manipulative tactics are mostly what Walt employs in his home
I forgot her
life.
name,
When
though.
it
It's
comes to
probably
his
not her.
work life, where he faces hardened criminals and balances on the edge of life and death,
I'm
he
staying
plays
alive.
it differently.
Thank God.
Given Walt does not
Surprise, though.
possess physical power or working knowledge of traditional weapons, he initially needs to make people believe he's more dangerous than he really is, which
Dude,
is
stagger.
highlighted by his
When are you gonna
joyful
stagger?
description of the blowfish.
You should have by now.
The blowfish puffs himself up 4 or 5 times larger than normal. And why? Why does he do that?
'Cause it
So
makes
that
him
the
look
other
tough.
Scarier fish are scared
It's a
off.
Puff Daddy
You see,
thing.
It's just all an
The Puff
illusion.
Daddy was a bitch too.
It's nothing but air.
Being a blowfish is essentially bluffing. It's making others perceive you to have more in
Exactly.
your arsenal than you really do. So once Jesse is perceived
Got
to
more
have
gas
squashed
in
a
the
man's
tank than
head
you
with
actually
an
do, but you
ATM,
don't.
Walt
You just gas
uses other
yourself
criminals'
up
perception
to
of
be
Jesse
deflated.
to justify expanding into new territory. When your opponent fears you and believes you're more capable of psychopathic behavior than they are, they're more likely to fold and give you what you
Yeah,
want.
that does work.
We see this again in the final episode, where Walt
What the
manipulates
fuck?
Gretchen
Why didn't
and
I hit
Elliot
him?
into finding a legal way to give his
I
drug
swung.
money to his kids using nothing but laser pointers. As at that stage, the world's perception of Walt is that he's a hugely well-connected kingpin, when in reality he's acting alone and his cancer is back, so this threat is completely hollow. But Walt
But he's
is
the one who
above
knocks.
using force via threats and intimidation. Given he felt as if he's been
He could
scared
afford a
and
lot of
out of
enforcers, though,
control
with
of
the
his
money
whole
he made.
life, he now asserts control over everyone around him, coercing them to do what he says or have their
So
life
using
or
laser
reputation
pointers to make
ruined.
people think you got a bunch of shooters.
This happens in the
that's
very
genius.
first episode. Despite how their relationship
We got
develops,
shooters
Jesse
all
never
around you,
chose to cook with Walt on his own volition.
Either that, or I turn you in.
Tuco only does a deal with Walt
Tuco.
because he threatens to kill everyone in the building,
That was funny.
including himself.
With that bomb,
Saul
yeah.
Goodman
Made that
only
little-
becomes their lawyer because Walt and Jesse take him out to the desert at gunpoint. When Saul wants
Little
to
white
stop working with
phosphorus
him
bomb he
because
did.
he poisoned Brock, Walt intimidates him into continuing their relationship. When Hank reveals he knows he's Heisenberg, Walt tries to threaten him into submission.
Maybe your best course
That was stupid.
would be to tread lightly.
And when that fails, he makes a fake confession video, alleging
Yeah, that
Hank
fake
is the
confession
real
video
corrupt
was
mastermind
brilliant.
behind his meth business.
They
As
shouldn't have
always,
threatened him in
this
person, though.
communicates,
Hank could kill
do
him
as I
in a
say,
heat of
or
passion.
your life as you know it will be over. There's no clearer form of manipulation than threats and intimidation. And over the course of the series,
Oh yeah, that's
as
when he
his
really
crimes
was
grow in
manipulating.
scale
Yeah,
and
that's definitely it.
viciousness, his
And that
threats
shit he
only
did
become
with
more
Gus
credible.
was fucked up.
If
His
he can't
kid, he
have what he
poisoned his
wants,
kid.
he'll take you down with him, making complicity the safest
That was
option
fucked up.
and
That
the
was
path of
evil
least
shit, I gotta
resistance.
say. You leave the kids alone in your little operations.
Another
Don't fuck with
manipulative
the
tool
kids.
Walt uses is to
Don't
turn
hurt
your
kids
weakness
just
against
for your
you.
operations.
If he has something he knows about you, or knows
That's
he can
evil.
do to prevent you from getting to the truth, or position you where he needs you to be, he will always act on it.
That's why.
We
That's
see
why.
this
Yeah,
consistently
Jesse got
with
mad.
how he keeps Hank at bay throughout the series, always using his loyalty against him. When Hank is watching the bench so that Badger can sell to the fake Heisenberg, they need to block his vision, so Walt uses himself as the perfect distraction by parking next to Hank and acting oblivious as to what's going on. The reason this works is that Hank has always looked down on Walt and views him as out of place in criminal situations.
Yeah.
So by playing it so
He's
dumb,
he's
he
just
feeds
a
right
fuddy
into Hank's
duddy.
weakness
Some
and
normie
confirms
white
his bias.
bread fuddy duddy.
When
He
Hank
ain't
has
built for
Jesse and
this.
Walt locked in the RV with nowhere
That
to
type of
hide,
shit.
Walt knows the one thing that will manipulate Hank away, the one thing he values more than catching Jesse. He has Saul's assistant call in a fake report from the hospital to inform him that his wife has been in a car accident and is in critical condition. When he needs to bug Hank's office, he uses his macho bravado against him by breaking down emotionally, trusting that Hank will be too uncomfortable at the sight of tears that he'll have to leave the room,
Did it work?
giving Walt his opportunity.
Forgot what happened.
And when Hank asks Walt to drive him to the industrial laundry where his lab is hidden, in order to buy time, Walt uses Hank's trust against him and crashes the car, putting him in the hospital. Knowing Hank will forgive him and dismiss this accident as a brain fart, or suffer a concussion, or
Damn,
forget
that is
what even
terrible,
happened.
actually.
In
That's
a way,
really
he's
bad.
punishing Hank for underestimating him,
that's some evil
for thinking
shit.
so little of him, for pitying him. He feeds into Hank's bias and exploits it time and time again for personal gain. Which leads on to the next step
Yeah,
of
keep
Walter
doing that,
White's
bitch.
ladder of manipulation: leverage.
Oh my
By
God.
identifying who has what level of power in any given
I don't know, he'd
situation
slam it
based on
down.
both people's emotional needs and preferences, he puts himself in a prime position to play puppet master. We see examples of this peppered throughout
Master
season
puppets.
3, when he leverages Skylar after she kicked him out of his own home.
That was
he initially
bullshit.
moves back in without her permission, causing her to call the cops.
Damn right.
That's her big play.
That's his house.
Hoping seeing the
Fuck
men in
that
blue
stupid
will
shit.
scare him off. But given the deeds are in his name, Walt legally can't be kicked out unless he's physically hurt her or is actively committing crimes.
He didn't do that.
So she technically could spill the beans and win, if that's what mattered most to her. But it isn't. Walt knows that more than anything, Skylar doesn't want their family's life destroyed. So once she starts being pressured by
Oh, yeah,
her
that was
own
after
son
she found
naively
out about
turning
his
against her,
operations.
she folds.
Never mind.
And Walt is allowed back in temporarily. Then later in the season, she
Never
persuades Walt to buy the car wash to launder his money legally and hire her as his bookkeeper so that their story is consistent and inconspicuous.
But yeah, if she wanted
But
to solve
by
that
pressing
problem,
Walt to do
I don't know.
this, she's
The
yet
way she
again
went about it
showing
was
her
kinda
hand.
dumb.
He can see that
I'm gonna
Skylar
kick
is
you out of the
clearly willing
house
to
after I know all
incriminate
this
herself
shit. That's
to
kinda
keep the
not the
family
smart
safe.
move.
She's already lied to Hank and
If you
Marie
wanna
about how
solve the
Walt
problem.
got the money in the first place so that she could pay for Hank's rehab. So she's implicated no matter what. Therefore, Walt now leverages her guiding motivation against her to negotiate
she would
his
have
way
gone to the
back into
cops
the
if she's gonna
house
do that
4 days a
shit.
week, as well as
She
having
didn't.
his own key.
I am going to be a part
She
of
didn't
this
even tell
family.
Hank. Well, Hank already knew.
That is how we'll sell your little fiction.
She now needs him just as
I
much
think
as
they
he
would have
needs
collaborated
her,
though on what
so
they
she's
could do.
forced to negotiate.
But I guess she didn't go to the cops. But she could
When
have
it comes
spilled.
to the
when she
criminal
called. I don't know.
underworld, the stakes are
Never
higher,
mind.
but the same principles apply. By making himself the most valuable
Like what he said
asset in
earlier.
the game, he's too necessary to lose, which gives him the power to negotiate and keep himself and Jesse alive.
He needs me. And if he doesn't go, I don't go. You kill me, you have nothing. You kill Jesse, you don't have me.
Walt will do anything to hold on to his leverage, even if that means killing someone else. When it comes to Gus Fring, Walt understands the pragmatism of the man in front of him,
the Gus Fring
so always
situation
plays to those needs. Whereas Jesse has an unspoken leverage over
He did
Walt.
kill Gus, but I'm
Without
talking about
him,
when he did
he's
it as
alone
kid.
in this game
That
and
was
can
pretty
be
fucked
easily manipulated. So when Jesse wants to wage war with Gus's men, knowing he risks getting killed, Walt intervenes and does it himself. When Gus is furious about this decision, Walt presents the only two options. You can kill me right here, right now, with ease, in the middle of nowhere, and cease manufacturing. Or you can forgive this act, and let me keep making you money. Again, Walt uses the information he already has on Gus to manipulate him. He previously praised Gus for cornering the market and wiping out his enemies. But that means Gus needs to capitalize now. Everything he's worked for can be won or lost in these coming months. So his choices are only to pragmatically keep Walt alive or squander everything out of revenge. Once Gus tries to outmaneuver him by bringing Gale back, Walt's leverage is in jeopardy.
Why are you
in time,
stopping,
Gale will be
dude?
able to replace him, and therefore Gus will have no need
just
for
don't
him
stop at his
and
stupid
kill him.
assault.
So Walt and Jesse plot to murder Gale, so that now they're the only two cooks that can keep Gus's business
Bosses
running.
like this do suck.
Walt didn't just have this leverage; he created it. He
Especially at
forced it
level
into
1.
being, so that he can manipulate the only other person with more power than him.
I almost killed this motherfucker a while ago too. I'm still on him. Why can't I
Walt
kill
and
any
Jesse
bosses?
have one of the
man?
most fascinating
Let me kill
relationships
something. I
in
killed one
television
boss.
history. The
Technically,
father-son, teacher-student
in a little
dynamic
cell.
in which they
But I want to
save
kill a
each
real
other's
boss.
lives, hate each other, and
Or
get
a
rich
realer
together,
boss. This isn't
while
even a real
constantly
boss.
flipping
But
between
still,
rivals and teammates.
it's realer than that
But
one
there
I
is
fought
no
in that
greater
other room.
victim of Walt's
In the little
manipulation than Jesse Pinkman.
cell.
Let's take a look at the different mind games, emotional abuse, and coercive control that Walt exercises over his apprentice to keep him in line. After learning from Gus that he can never trust a junkie, Walt makes it his business to get Jesse clean. So after their biggest payout to date, Walt refuses to give Jesse his cut until he stops
So he
using
gets clean.
drugs.
Makes
as
sense
he
to me.
believes that if he's in possession
Makes sense
of
to me.
this much
That's
money,
what I would do.
he would be dead by the end of the week. But after Jane blackmails Walt, he loses his leverage and is forced
That's
to
not
give
blackmail.
Jesse his money
Oh,
or
wait a
risk
minute.
being ratted out to the
Telling a
authorities.
junkie to get clean is a blackmail
This
to me.
places
That's what
Walt
it's trying
out
to
of
indicate.
control of his own fate, a position he cannot bear to
That's
be
just
in.
good advice.
So much so that when Walt sneaks into Jesse's home later that night to talk, and accidentally tips Jane over, causing her to choke on her own vomit,
Oh, that's
he
terrible.
could have saved her. He could have let Jesse choose whether he wanted to be with her or not, whether he wanted to get clean or not, whether he wanted to be partners or not.
That's
But
fucked
instead,
up.
Walt strips Jesse of his agency by letting Jane die.
That's terrible. Yeah, that was really
Whether his
fucked up.
intentions
I gotta-
were good or not, as you could argue Jane was leading Jesse down a destructive path too, Walt is being manipulative.
Dude.
As by not saving Jane, he's eliminating
What
the
a
personal
cheating
threat to
bitch,
him,
dude.
and putting himself in the
He was
strongest
almost
position
dead.
to control Jesse. After finding
That's-
her body,
yeah, that's sociopath
tragically,
behavior.
Walt
That-
is
you
the
don't let
first
somebody
person
die
Jesse
just to
calls, as he's the
get
only
your
person
way.
he can turn to for help, and that sucks him right back into Walt's manipulative arms. When Jesse wants to kill two of Gus's men for
Just to
using
manipulate
kids,
somebody.
Walt
That's
again
fucked up.
tries to control him by asking Saul to get Jesse arrested for something petty so that he can be off the streets for a few days until tempers cool. And when that doesn't feel plausible,
tired of this
he rats him
fucking
out
bitch.
to Gus so that Jesse
Fucking
is forced into a situation
salamander
where he
bitch.
has to either make peace
This
or
is
die.
he's just a big old salamander.
This
These
conveniently
worms,
creates a
salamanders.
situation
That's what
where
they are.
Walt simultaneously scores
They're called
points with
worms, they're
Gus
just
and
salamanders. They have wings,
reinforces to
they're just winged
Jesse that the
salamanders.
only reason he's even alive is because of Walt's leverage.
If it wasn't for this man and the respect I have for him, I would be dealing with this in a very different way.
Walt then
You
gets
bitch.
Jesse to kill Gale as a form of reciprocity for him killing two of Gus's men on his behalf. Walt utilizes a fairness frame to guilt his apprentice into compliance by saying, "I saved your life, Jesse. Are you going to save mine?" Walt initially makes a deal with Jesse that all he needs to do is get him Gale's address and he'll do the rest. But that's not how it plays out. In the end, he's forced to pretend he's about to give Jesse up to Mike, so he can manipulate him into letting him make the call, and then barks the order at Jesse to do it over and over, leveraging Jesse's loyalty to him to make him commit murder on his behalf.
He can't keep getting away with it!
This scene right here is one of the most manipulative moments in the entire series. When Walt wants Jesse to help him kill Gus, he initially doesn't seem interested, as Gus has been treating Jesse particularly well, and even rewarded him with the compliment that he sees things in him. Realizing he's losing his leverage, Walt begins a relentless, manipulative tirade. He starts off by increasing Jesse's doubt, reminding him that a month ago Gus was trying to kill both of them. He then quotes Jesse's words back to him. He says he sees something in you. What kind of game is he playing? Notice how he's framing everything Gus is doing as manipulative rather than him, deflecting away from his game by phrasing everything through Gus's perspective. The language of manipulation is so important. If Walt had just said, "I think Gus is playing a game, we shouldn't trust him after everything he's done. He tried to kill us a month ago," that would be honest and not manipulative, as he would be sharing his view with Jesse and giving him the choice to respond. But instead, Walt spins it using antagonistic language. Does he really think you're that naive? This makes Jesse have to question if he's being played by Gus. He then frames each sentence as if it's an attack on Jesse's intelligence for him to think any other way, which also taps into their teacher-student dynamic.
I'm so tired of this fucking ball.
He can't truly think.
Why are you such a bitch?
Let alone Gale, let alone Victor, and all the horror that goes along with that. So see how he's now upping the ante, slithering in under Jesse's skin as he starts tapping on all the trauma Jesse has been through, topics that are guaranteed to make him emotional. He then takes it a step further, twisting that trauma into anger, reminding Jesse of all the other times he wanted to kill. What about this girlfriend of yours? And her little brother? I mean, the man looked you straight in the eye and told you no more children.
That was fucked up.
But that very night, that little boy, he winds up. Then he lets Jesse's mind
that was
fill in the blanks.
That wasn't
dead.
Never mind.
He winds up dead. So he's reminding Jesse.
That wasn't Gus's kid. That was Jesse's girlfriend's kid. And he got.
I mean, Gus can't possibly think that you'll
just to manipulate him. That
all
was
I'm saying is it possible?
It's been a while since I've seen that episode.
Weak-willed.
Drop the sales pitch. I'll do it.
And then Jesse breaks. He poked and prodded until he got what he wanted. Rather than saying, "Remember what Gus did," he frames it as, "Gus must think you're stupid for forgetting he did all of this," which is really a way for Walt to call Jesse stupid if he doesn't go along with what he wants.
Back up.
Here's another prime example in Season 5. When Jesse wants to sell his share of the business for $5 million and get out, Walt throws every manipulative tactic at him to coerce him to stay. Firstly, he taps into his lack of ambition, trying to make him fearful by reminding him that being the best at something is a very rare thing. You don't just toss something like that away. This again feeds into the teacher-student dynamic, framing it as if Jesse leaves, he's squandering his potential. Walt now shifts to do what? Condescendingly suggesting Jesse will probably just play video games and go-karts as a way to demean any other choice Jesse might want to make for himself as a loser decision. By mentioning video games and go-karts, he's also tapping on Jesse's youth, framing it as if he's being childish to not want to do what he wants, that continuing their illegal work is the grown-up choice. As always, he now goes on the offensive, trying to wear Jesse down in the hopes that once his self-esteem is low enough, he'll break and concede. He reminds Jesse he has nothing and nobody in his life, and then stoops even lower. He does have a family, though. If you don't keep working with me like I want you to, how soon until you start using again? This is outright mental warfare now. Before, he presented it as, do you want to be a child or an adult? Now it's, do you want to be a junkie? Then after stooping so low, he takes a sharp, surprising turn and tries to reclaim the moral high ground. He alleges he's just as upset as Jesse is about Todd killing that boy in the train heist. When Jesse questions that statement, Walt turns the tables like he always does, trying to put him on the back foot. How can you say that to me? Jesus, I'm the one who's the father here. Again, using the truth to bolster his lie. Unlike Jesse, he is a father, but that doesn't necessarily mean he cares more.
He still harmed that kid.
Uses his
he made that kid
as
sick.
another way to attack Jesse for being weak. What, do I have to curl up in a ball in tears in front of you? Do I have to lock myself in a room and get high to prove it to you? What happened to that boy is a tragedy, and it tears me up inside.
Bullshit.
Notice how he's consistently attacking Jesse's character, suggesting his way of responding to situations is wrong. Then he tries a new approach, reminding Jesse of all the terrible things they've done together, even mentioning Gale's name just to twist the knife. All of this is in service of undermining Jesse's desire to do the right thing, making that instinct seem futile by reinforcing the idea that they're already going to any hell that exists. But I'm not going to lie down until I get there. This gets a reaction out of Jesse. What, just because I don't want to cook meth anymore, I'm lying down? How many more people are going to die because of us? In this line, Jesse has shown his hand. Maybe he just needs to hear that the future is bright. So Walt seizes the opportunity to again gain the moral high ground and reframe him being in control as a positive to close the loop. No one, none. Now that we're in control, no one else gets hurt. But Jesse sees through his lies. He just wants his money, and he's done. You'd think that's it.
He's like a Tekken character.
But Walt has lost. There's nowhere else to go. But Walt then reaches for a new manipulative tool. He turns the tables again and questions Jesse's moral integrity for even wanting the money. If he's truly so torn up inside about what they've done, why does he still want the filthy drug money? Walt won't allow Jesse this moral inconsistency. This strategy is truly dark, but admittedly kind of genius, because by taking this sinister approach and essentially robbing Jesse, he's activating the part of Jesse's brain that wants money, that's thinking about all he went through to earn it. This emotionally makes Jesse want to fight for the money, internally coming up with arguments for why he deserves it. And then after lighting that fire, Walt, like the devil himself, turns around for one last attempt to seduce him back to the dark side.
You want it just as much as I want it, and it's not wrong to want it.
Somehow, Jesse holds strong and leaves, but he's forced to leave empty-handed. Towards the end of the series, after killing Mike and wiping out all his guys in prison, Walt's words always have an undercurrent of intimidation. How could they not? He's proven he's willing to do anything. He's not just a blowfish anymore.
Nope. He's
when
a piranha
he
now.
calls to Jesse to change his mind about keeping the money, Jesse bravely tells Walt that he suspects he killed Mike. Otherwise, he wouldn't ever feel safe after
and I hope they burn in
Mike's
hell.
guys.
That's what he was
Walt,
like.
of course, flatly denies
This was right here.
and launches into storytelling mode about the last time he saw Mike and how he might come back one day. But realizing Jesse won't look at him, Walt states repeatedly, "Jesse, I need you to believe me." This assertion is subtly coercive, as what choice does Jesse really have? If Walt is telling the truth, then Jesse has nothing to fear.
Where's the
in which
Uchi
case
Katana,
he can
dude?
safely say
I
he
thought I would have
believes
had
him.
that by now.
But if
I have
Walt
the
is lying,
Nagakiba.
which he is,
No, you get the Uchi
then
Katana
by
before
insisting
that.
he
Then.
needs
Where did I
Jesse
get it
to
from?
believe this. Jesse has little choice but to parrot the words Walt wants to hear. Otherwise, he risks crossing a serial murderer, and his life could be in danger. So Walt is leveraging his
Why is this
reputation
guy
to intimidate
closing
Jesse
distance
into
so quickly?
submission.
I remember you being
We
that
see a
fast.
similar undercurrent when Walt needs Jesse to leave town, but rather than just telling him he needs his help because Hank wants Jesse to act as an informant, Walt treats Jesse like a fool and starts the manipulation process to make him believe this decision is actually best for him, regardless of Hank's actions. Walt innocently proposes maybe it's time for a change, but he doesn't mean a personal change that he can make. He means a fresh start for Jesse, somewhere else, suggesting he gets out of town and doesn't look back. He starts painting a beautiful picture of a whole new life. He could get a job, something legitimate that he likes.
Okay.
He could meet a girl and start a family. Because Walt knows Jesse wanted all these things, long before he got his hooks in him.
Wait, was it Jesse's girlfriend? I don't know.
He even tries to
Never mind.
reframe Jesse having to abandon his
I'm forgetting
hometown
things.
as an enviable position,
It's been so long
claiming
since
he
I've
would
seen it.
happily trade places to have his whole life ahead of him, and a reset button.
Is Lanasac
trying
still
to
open?
present this as an enviable opportunity rather than a terrifying necessity. But Jesse is wise to Walt's mind games. He's seen him
He
do
is.
this again and again.
Or is it a
and
female?
again,
I don't know if they're
always
male or
putting
female.
words in his mouth. And although he will give him what he wants, perhaps out of loyalty, perhaps out of fear, he calls out Walt's lies and coercive controlling behavior.
Oh, Land CX, not Lanasax.
Or you'll
Whatever.
kill me the same way you killed Mike. I mean, isn't that what this is all about? Us meeting way the hell out of here in case I say no?
Let's go here.
But by far the most sinister and layered act of manipulation Walter White ever commits is poisoning Brock. With nothing left to lose, Walt has to turn Jesse back on side to team up to kill Gus. So
Yeah.
he has Saul's bodyguard steal the ricin cigarette from his pocket so that Jesse will suspect him, as Walt is the only other person who knew the ricin even existed. Then when Jesse calls to his house to accuse him and perhaps even kill him, Walt can turn the tables and make him think it was Gus. How? Well, as we've established, the best lies are based on the truth. Unlike Walt, Gus has killed a child before. That's a low only one of them has ever stooped to. When Jesse arrives, Walt appears paranoid and powerless, so he looks unsuspecting and vulnerable. If he showed any line of defense, it would make him look more suspicious. But he intentionally makes it easy so he can put Jesse exactly where he wants him. This manipulation is so high risk and layered because Walt essentially wants Jesse to suspect him. He wants him to want revenge so that he can take that murderous instinct and redirect it at Gus by creating a new false narrative for Jesse to live in, a more familiar one. He lays out the whole plan and acts like he's lost his mind at the brilliance of Gus's work, which is really him openly complimenting himself, which is something a liar would normally never do. He then cements the idea in Jesse's head by taking his first narrative, that he's paranoid and vulnerable, waiting for Gus's men to come kill him, and tying it to the current situation.
I've been waiting all day for Gus to send one of his men to kill me. And it's you.
He twists Jesse's current feelings of wanting to kill him and acts like he's being engineered to feel that way by Gus, not him, as he already established in that earlier episode that Jesse has many reasons to distrust Gus. He throws out possibilities to get Jesse's mind turning. Maybe Gus's men lifted the ricin cigarette off him instead of Saul's bodyguard. Maybe Gus does know about the ricin. He controls everything and there's cameras everywhere. He's using Jesse's weakness, his self-doubt, against him.
Let's go see
He
Thea
then
right
lays out all the true pieces of the puzzle. That Gus did replace Walt with Jesse as his cook. That Gus doesn't need him anymore. That Gus wants Walt gone. That Gus has been trying to break them both apart. And uses all those truths to autofill the lie. That Gus manipulated you into coming here to kill me yourself. In essence, Walt has somehow managed to weaponize his complete lack of leverage in this situation by manipulating the one person he understands the most, as Jesse never wants to kill anybody and won't pull the trigger if he has any doubts
Still,
in his
Roger likes to
mind.
talk of it. And
On top of that, he
Ancient plot
intentionally
in which
didn't
the first
poison
of the
Brock
demigods
with
is
a ricin
slain.
that
Oh,
only he
for
could have
telling
made.
this, I
He
should have
used the
paused.
lily of the valley
The Black
plant
Knives
so that he
ruled
could muddy
by
the
the
waters
assassins.
and have plausible deniability no
All the
matter
impressions
the
they made
outcome.
somehow hide the truth of the
This
conspiracy.
allows him to turn the tables on Jesse all over again, when Jesse is already at his lowest in terms of
Let
trusting
me
his
pause
own
the audio in the
instincts.
background.
When they're searching for the missing ricin cigarette at the start of season 5.
Okay. Yeah, they talk about the Black Knife assassin, the Knight of the Black Knives.
The ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain.
Godwin was slain.
Wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy.
Interesting. May I ask a favor?
Might Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them?
Okay. We know who the owner of it is.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
About the dagger.
I'd like you to find the owner of the dagger I gave you and return it to them. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart.
And the ironic thing about that comment is that we find the dagger in their heart when we give it to them. The next time we come and meet them, the dagger is placed in their heart. I don't know if it's Dee's dagger or someone he knows it belongs to. It might have been his brother's dagger for all we know. Let's read the item description. I don't know if we'll give it to him right now because I don't want to fuck up a quest. I'm really hungry. I'm going to boil something to heat something up. Where's the item? It's a key item. Here it is. Dagger received from Fia, Deathbed Companion. Dagger, she wishes for it to be returned to the rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined. So yeah, that's a dead giveaway that it's Dee's weapon. Because it's silver and gold, just like him. It's now worn down and marred by a black gash. Can we even use this shit? We could kind of use this if we put on talismans. Might as well buy it before he dies. We'll leave him be for now. I'll do his quest on my next episode. I'm gonna go try to fight a boss again. And now he's gone completely. His body's gone now. I'm gonna go fight the tree sentinel guy again. Or if not him, we'll fight Radon again. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, I need to go talk to Thops, but actually we need to go look at his quests before we bother with that. I could probably kill this guy. Oh, no, we already killed him. We could probably kill that one Evergale over here, though. Yeah, the guy over here. We might go do that. But I'm going to turn back on the clip. But also I'm going to put something on the pot. One moment. I'm going to mute right quick, though. Just a moment. Gotta mute. Hello. Anyway, where am I at now? Where are we at? Wait a minute. We're here? We're not at the right spot. We need to go here. Okay. Where's the clip?
Notice how Waltz pretends to not even know what the dust collector even is, despite clearly being the one to plant the ricin back inside of it when Jesse wasn't looking.
The hell is that?
A Roomba. And once his manipulative plan succeeds, Jesse breaks down in tears, devastated and ashamed, forever doubting Walt. His reaction is raw, emotional, and authentic. He believes he's taking responsibility for what he's done wrong.
It's really
but in reality, he's still the victim of a lie. The victim of a man that would never take responsibility for his actions so openly. And to top it all off, the predator forgives the victim and soothes his aching cries with a shoulder rub to recapture the moral high ground and further punish Jesse for ever even suspecting he could do the exact thing he did.
Yeah, that was pretty messed
up. This isn't just manipulation, it's emotional abuse. And after 5 seasons of watching Walter White lie, steal, gaslight, exploit, coerce, leverage, and even kill, I think it's safe to assume that he is television's darkest, most despicable manipulator of all time.
Very manipulative. He's one of the biggest gaslighters.
Well, if you've made it this far, firstly, thank you for watching. But if you could now give the video a like, possibly even leave a comment and click on that subscribe button, it will encourage that mysterious algorithm to do its thing.
I know what you were, what you are. People don't change. You're Slippin' Jimmy.
Slippin' Jimmy. Oh, it's Better Call Saul. Okay. You're Slippin' Jimmy. What is this about? Like, what is he talking about?
What makes a man change? Each one of us are on our own individual path, but the beauty and complexity of life is that we don't know where this path we're on is going to lead us. We have aspirations, expectations, plans, but we are also prisoners to circumstance. You may have it in you to become so many different types of people, but as each of life's many tests are thrown at you, with every decision that's made, the options slowly narrow down to make you the precise version of yourself that exists today. Did these experiences make you who you are, or simply reveal who you were all along?
I hate hypotheticals like this. Everything you ever experience
and whether an individual can overcome their vices to escape their fate.
There's
because
nothing
while
fake.
Most of us worry about a plethora of unknown problems that could one day be our undoing, it's far more likely that we will not be struck down by a brand new issue we've never encountered before, but the same demon we can never quite overcome,
but it's not like it was
again and again.
It's not like it was pre-decided.
Jimmy McGill wanted to change his life. He wanted to get on the straight and narrow and earn his brother's respect. He was never book smart, but had a way with people, easily earning the affection of anyone he encounters. But he's prone to taking shortcuts and bending the rules. And while that helps him to rise the ranks higher and faster, it also guarantees that his eventual fall will be much steeper and more destructive. So let's examine how and why Jimmy McGill evolved and devolved over 6 seasons of Better Call Saul. During their childhood, Chuck and Jimmy's father ran a local convenience store. The whole town loved their father. He was the personification of good and never saw evil in anyone. Growing up in that store watching his father work taught Jimmy the benefits of being personable, but it also taught him the downsides of being too trusting, as every grifter and scam artist in the area would come into their store and take advantage of him. Even when Jimmy tries to warn his father he's being scammed, he was such a soft touch, he would then feel guilty for ever doubting the person and reward them even more. As a child still adapting to the rules of this world, this makes Jimmy unconsciously look up to the deceitful grifters, because they're winning these exchanges, and that makes the lessons he learns from them more useful to survive.
There are wolves.
He has to be smart enough to own his own business, even if people are shoplifting.
Figure out which one you're gonna be.
And Jimmy immediately puts those lessons into action by stealing some cash from his father's till.
We're smart enough, I
This
think.
small decision, influenced by someone succeeding by taking a shortcut,
you don't have to, like,
opens a
you're
mental
not dumb
door
if you don't
that
do that,
maybe stealing is okay in small amounts, as long as you can get away with it. But actions have consequences, and the store begins to go under. So Jimmy's older brother Chuck takes a look at the books and discovers $14,000 was missing. Intuitively, he knows what happened and blames Jimmy. But his father refuses to see the bad in anyone and says it could never be his Jimmy. The store would soon close, and their father would die just 6 months
This is
later.
always something that was assumed.
This
So it was
creates
never
an
confirmed
immediate
that it was
tension
because Jimmy
between both
stole
brothers.
money.
Chuck now looks down
that
on
the store
Jimmy
went
as a
under.
lying cheat who deserves to be punished, despite the world so far letting him away with it.
We don't know how many
As a
times he
result,
did it. He
Chuck
might have
puts all of his
refilled it for all we
faith
know.
in the rule of law, seeing that
With his
without
own
it,
scams,
good
like
people
his
get
slip and
hurt.
scam.
Whereas Jimmy believes
Slip
his
and fall
father's
scam.
business closed because he was a soft touch that everyone took advantage of, not just him. So Chuck begins to thrive playing by the rules. He was always academic, and his meticulous
Being a
attention to
lawyer
detail
who
makes him a
are evil
highly
as fuck.
successful lawyer.
Lawyers
Whereas
are
Jimmy
evil.
is just a people
They
person
defend the
and
most
spends
evil
his years
people. I
having
don't know how you
fun
can act
pulling
moral
low-level
doing that
scams
job.
with his best friend Marco, going by the nickname Slipping Jimmy,
You don't necessarily
and
have to be an evil
occasionally
lawyer,
Saul
but that's
Goodman.
mainly what lawyers
The
are
reason
making
scams are so
successful doing.
tantalizing to Jimmy is that it's all about outsmarting
Defending
the
the
system.
indefensible.
Authority figures in his life, like Chuck, undermine and dismiss him at every turn, so he wants to prove to himself that he's just as smart and capable as them. And by letting the victim think they're screwing you over in the process, the scams feel somewhat morally acceptable. But by engaging in this activity,
those are better
it
types of
consistently
scams,
reaffirms a
where you're scamming a
dog-eat-dog
scammer.
mentality inside Jimmy, and an obtuse reward system that makes honesty and rules mere obstacles in the way of getting what he wants. And unfortunately for Jimmy, he's excellent at scamming people. In the same way Chuck knows the letter of the law, Jimmy sees the meticulous details in how
Damn,
to
I had the
manipulate and persuade. Which is a trend in Vince Gilligan's writing, that whether it's cooking meth or pulling off a scam,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
characters
both
are
of those.
maximizing their talents for the highest reward. All of this irresponsible behavior inevitably leads to Jimmy being arrested, and suddenly he needs his brother to get him out of trouble. But Chuck has never let go of his resentment for what Jimmy did to their father, and therefore demands Jimmy commits to fully changing his life
He
to
actually
not make
did.
a fool out of him.
He actually did, but he still
In this
trust him
moment,
after he
Jimmy
did that.
chooses the righteous path, leaving the scamming life behind him, and moves to Albuquerque to work in the mailroom of Chuck's firm, HHM. This is where the story essentially starts, and Jimmy is trying to build an honest future as a lawyer, trying to suppress his vices of scamming and motivate it by earning Chuck's respect.
But Chuck betrayed him.
In this stage, Jimmy is mostly doing everything right. He may not be completely interested in the legal profession, but he likes working with people, becomes friends with Kim, and in order to rise the ranks and earn his brother's
The real
respect
issue is that his
the right
brother was
way,
jealous.
he secretly
Which
studies
I don't
for the
understand. I could never
correspondence
be
school
jealous of
and
any
passes
sibling
the
I
bar.
have. It's like,
Now this is critical, because
You
if
want
Chuck
them to
had rewarded
succeed.
Jimmy
You don't
for his
wanna-
actions,
It's not
maybe
like
it
you
would have
want them to
opened up
fail.
a whole new reward system
Why would you
where
be jealous
everything
of their
clicks into
success?
place. He could date Kim, practice law alongside his brother,
My
and
brother
do
has a
good,
family. I
honest
definitely don't
work.
want him to fail.
If you believe in rehabilitation,
That'd be bad for
that
the
is.
family.
But Chuck doesn't believe in rehabilitation. He believes in punishment, and deep down feels Jimmy will be back to swindling and taking shortcuts in no time. He's proud Jimmy isn't being a criminal, but doesn't see him as worthy of being a real lawyer. Because he sees something in him he won't let go of, as his father paid the ultimate price for his willful blindness. So he
if he
secretly
genuinely
tells
thinks he
Howard
killed his
not to
father,
hire
that's
Jimmy as a lawyer in their firm.
But
Because
then
he
why would
can't
you
be
even give him a
trusted.
chance? Because
This
something in him
decision
doubts
changes
that he did
everything
that.
for Jimmy.
That he's the cause
Rather
of his
than being
father's
where he
death.
felt he belonged and hard work paying off, he has to go it alone
business
as
dying.
a public defender. And
But,
similar to Walter White,
he still can't
quickly
let go
discovers that even though he's doing everything
idea
right
that
and
that
by the book
is
now,
probably
he's not getting rewarded for it.
That's what he assumes.
He's compensated with embarrassingly small
It's
checks
possible.
and working out of the back of a nail salon.
Can't let go of the idea.
Becoming a lawyer was supposed to
But I think it's 'cause
increase
he's
his
jealous,
opportunities,
and that's why he won't
but
let
he's
go.
stuck in the same cycle, now feeling like as much of a
Is it-
prisoner as the
Because
criminals
his
he's
wife
helping.
laughed at his jokes, but not
And this
his.
is key, because for most
he
public
was
defenders,
jealous.
constantly being around criminals going to jail would terrify them into obeying the law. Whereas for a former scam artist like Jimmy, He doesn't look at what they did wrong, he looks at why they got caught, and how he could have got away with it.
Smart way to think.
Further tempting him to try something similar himself. So Jimmy starts bargaining with the world.
God, he was
With
almost
Chuck
dead.
cooped up at home with health issues, he can get away with bending the rules in order to get honest work.
He was almost
so he's
dead.
doing something wrong
We'll get him
in order to get to do something right. In his mind, that's quite noble, given the alternative. He tries to manipulate the Kettlemans into hiring him as their lawyer, but that only leads him into an accidental brush with the cartel, where his co-conspirators pay the price with broken legs. But Jimmy, like always, doesn't personally feel the full weight of consequences for his actions. And when he tries to do the right thing and protect the Kettlemans from the cartel by warning them they're in danger, they still dismiss him as the type of lawyer guilty people hire.
Oh, damn it.
No matter what he does, he's constantly being told he doesn't belong in this role, that he's not good enough. And then they offer him a bribe. He's put all this work in to get them as real clients, while he's struggling financially, and now he's being offered an illegal reward, persistently being tempted away from his righteous path. He takes the money at first, but ultimately gives it back later, so the Kettlemans can cut a deal with the state if they return all the stolen money. So
That
we
was
can see
nice,
Jimmy
yeah.
is doing
That was
everything in his power to stick to his word, and not let Chuck down. Until they both
moral
work together
con, man.
on
That's a
building a
good-
class action lawsuit worth millions of dollars. And Chuck convinces Jimmy to hand the case into his firm to do it properly. This should be the moment that Jimmy is properly rewarded. He's taken some risks, he's done some questionable things, but he stuck to the most righteous path he could. And finally getting a proper job at HHM will make it all worthwhile. Except yet again, Howard says they want the case, but not Jimmy. And it soon comes out that this isn't because Howard hates him, but because Chuck doesn't trust him. Even though they built this case together, even though Jimmy discovered the case to begin with, Chuck will never take him seriously as a lawyer.
You're not a real lawyer. And slipping Jimmy I can handle just fine, but slipping Jimmy with a law degree is like a chimp with a machine gun.
This
Like
revelation
giving a
punctures
handgun
the
to a
brothers'
monkey.
relationship and showcases how deep the layers of resentment and distrust run. And when someone isn't fairly rewarded for something, don't be surprised if they retreat to what they know they do best.
Scamming.
Hence we see Jimmy regress back to pulling scams with Marco again, as at least Marco believes in Jimmy's ability, describing him as the Miles Davis of scams.
Miles Davis? Okay.
But once Marco
Okay,
passes
now.
away from health problems,
Let's
Jimmy
not
is left
get
without an
nuts.
accomplice, job, or support system. So now we see Jimmy enter stage 2. He's no longer trying to build an honest career. He's trying to suppress his vice to just a hobby, and he's motivated by Kim.
Hey, Cam was another. When he
Jimmy
roped into
starts
his
season
scams.
2 debating quitting the law entirely. Now that he's no longer trying to prove he can be a straight
She's
shooter as
on-
Chuck,
she's on board
he's
with
giving
it.
himself permission to bend the rules in his favor. Chuck was the main reason Jimmy tried to obey the law. It was his way of restraining himself and phoning in a conscience about the rules.
I know what stopped me. And you know what? It's never stopping me again.
When Kim tries to talk him out of quitting and to take a job she got him at Davis and Main, HHM's partner, Jimmy reveals what he's really good at and makes her his new accomplice in scamming Ken at the bar. They have such fun together that it reignites a romantic relationship. This shifts Jimmy to wanting to please Kim, someone that knows both his good and bad parts and still respects him. So he takes the job at Davis and Main. But despite wanting the perks of being an employee, he doesn't want a boss. Due to his lifelong conflict with Chuck,
Yeah, bosses
he doesn't want
suck.
any authority
Fuck
figure
that.
really.
That's
so he
for
begins to
suckers.
push the limits by filming sleazy commercials to pull in business without their permission. He then lies to Kim that his boss Cliff approves them, which lands her in trouble at HHM, and she's demoted to doc review. Chuck tries to warn Kim to stay away from Jimmy, informing her of how Jimmy used to steal from their father's store, that he doesn't mean it, but he just ends up hurting everyone around him.
My brother is not a bad person. He can't help himself.
I see.
And
We got
everyone's
him.
left picking up the pieces.
We got another
But is
one.
it true that Jimmy can't help himself?
Godfrey, I can't-
or
what
is
does
it
that
that
mean?
people like Chuck or the Kettlemans don't give him a real chance to become a better man? Jimmy decides to leave his job at Davis and Main and go into solo practice, as that way there's no one overseeing his work, and manages to convince Kim
What does
to
it do?
turn down a great new job offer to do the same. They can work side by side, but still not be actually practicing
and
partners.
skills. This is good,
as Kim
then. I
may
want
like
this.
occasionally scamming as a hobby with Jimmy, but she takes her work seriously. Either way, Kim is one of the first people to ever take a huge leap of faith for Jimmy. They're both investing in the idea of one another's future. But when Chuck steals Kim's biggest client, Mesa Verde, Jimmy can't stand to see the person who doesn't believe in him stealing a hard-earned opportunity from the person who has taken a leap of faith for him. It feels like an injustice, so he takes revenge by changing a tiny but crucial detail in all of the documents, the address. So Chuck will be caught out in court and melt down, which he reliably does, as both brothers know one another inside and out. Chuck always sees the worst in Jimmy, and simultaneously believes he's always right, and to tell the truth, he is, as Chuck perfectly pieces together exactly what Jimmy did, how he did it, and why he did it. He knows Slip and Jimmy's tactics, and he proves himself right by getting Jimmy to confess on a hidden recording device, by seeming as if he had lost his mind and now wants to quit the law over making such an embarrassing mistake. Essentially, Chuck weaponizes Jimmy's remaining affection for him, showing that he values his legal reputation and just never being wrong more than his own brother. He's never been a people person. His own parents preferred Jimmy, despite his shortcomings.
That's weird.
Even when their mother was on her deathbed, and Jimmy left to go get a sandwich, she didn't call for Chuck, who waited by her bedside. She wanted Jimmy, and he was so bitter to not have his loyalty rewarded that he never told Jimmy that she woke up with him as her final thought. Subconsciously, he wants the world to know he's the better brother in every way, and not only gets Jimmy suspended for defrauding his client, but sets him up to break in and destroy the tape recording so he can get him arrested. Because the only other time Jimmy was willing to turn his back on his deceptive ways was when he was arrested and desperate for help. So Chuck says this is his best chance to change, even though they both know he doesn't truly believe he can. So what Jimmy hears is that his brother thinks his only chance at not being a crook is to stay perfectly still working in a mailroom. He shouldn't be allowed to climb any higher because he can't be trusted. But Chuck fails to realize that setting him up, having him arrested and suspended from the job he worked so hard to get just to impress him, wouldn't make Jimmy obey the law. On the contrary, like a scorned lover,
break the law
it would
more.
make him resent it and defile it as a form of revenge against him. This is what slides Jimmy into stage 3, where he's just trying to keep his head above water, desperate for any kind of work. He can't get caught breaking any laws because he's on probation, and he's motivated by not losing Kim. He sets up a new TV commercial company on a shoestring budget, using the name Saul Goodman, a name that he hasn't used since he scammed people. So we can see that he's gradually reopening that mental door. But no matter how hard he tries to play it straight, the world keeps pressuring him and taking away other possibilities. His clients shortchange him, and he's left with nothing. So he starts fighting back, threatening to sue people once he's reinstated as a lawyer as a means of taking back control of his life, as the very threat of it is the only power he has to hold on to. He's using being a lawyer as a weapon rather than a badge of honor. Jimmy just wants to stop losing and prove his brother can be wrong about something, so he manages to break Chuck on the stand by proving to him that his health issues, his alleged allergy to electricity, is all in his head.
It was,
Humiliating
actually.
him in court
That
in
was
front
mental.
of his peers is the ultimate revenge. And when he discovers his malpractice insurance will more than double because of his suspension, he guides them towards the legal transcripts of being exposed
That's
on
a
the
stupid
stand,
allergy to begin with. It
ensuring
doesn't
his
make
brother's
sense.
insurance will skyrocket
You're allergic to
too,
life if you're allergic
unaware
to
of the
that.
domino effect he's triggering.
It was
As
a
once
mental
Chuck's firm discover his
allergy.
insurance will skyrocket, Howard pushes
It's a
him out of the
nocebo
company
effect.
he built for good. So with nothing and no one left, he burns down his house with himself in it.
Oh, that was
But
really
his final
fucked up.
words to Jimmy would be both vindictive and prophetic.
In the end, you're going to hurt everyone around you. But the truth is, you've never mattered all that much to me.
As much as others expect Jimmy to feel a great loss, he buries his feelings and masks them with bitterness. It's as if he wants to prove that Chuck never meant that much to him either, even after he's gone. In many ways, Chuck has been dead to him for a long time, ever since he broke his heart by rejecting him and saying he'll never be a real lawyer. Ever since he betrayed him, got him suspended and arrested as a means to control him. But no one wants to hear that Chuck didn't mean that much to Jimmy, and just to get his license back, he has to pretend that he really wants to do right by the legacy of the name McGill, by being a good and honest lawyer. Because in their mind, that's what a good, honest, forgiving person would feel. But the moment they approve his license, Jimmy decides to officially change his
That would
working
traumatize
name
me if my
to Saul
brother
Goodman.
killed himself. I don't even know if I could
When
want to be
Kim
a
had
lawyer
seen
anymore.
Saul's commercial for the first time, she was shocked, and Jimmy tried to reassure her that it's just a
That's
name.
just awful. Just a name. Even if my brother hated
But
me,
a name means a lot.
I couldn't handle that.
Jimmy had spent a decade trying to earn his brother's trust and respect back, hoping to practice under his last name as a sign of quality. But now he wants nothing to do with him. He wants the name McGill to die with Chuck, so he can start a new legal legacy based solely on his way of doing things.
Con man,
no more rules,
persona.
no more restrictions, no more trying to please anyone else. This is a critical moment that officially lands Jimmy into stage 4. He'll work for anyone who pays the most, offering not just defense, but help to criminals. He's happy to bend the rules in and out
Like
of
Walter
work,
White.
and he's motivated by the idea of how high he could fly. His first move as Saul Goodman is to offer a 50% discount to all non-violent felonies, incentivizing criminality for his own self-interest. Howard offers him the job he always wanted at HHM as a peace offering for what happened with Chuck, which Jimmy rewards by throwing bowling balls at his car. He still resents Howard for acting as a conduit for Chuck. Rather than deal with his grief, he wants to prove he can still be bigger and better than everyone who held
See,
him
this is
back.
what I don't get about TV. Like, this will really
Just
fuck
being
up a
around
normal
Jimmy
person.
slowly starts turning Kim
This is
over
not
to
the
the
type
dark
of shit
side
you
too,
do after your
as if
brother
Chuck
kills
was right
himself.
that he is a destructive
I don't know.
vortex that
I
sucks
kind
in
of
everyone
disconnect
around him.
with that shit.
Kim may be professional at work, but she likes to come up with ways to screw over her bosses.
I don't care how
behind their
mean
back,
your
and
brother
Jimmy
might have been
enables her
before they
every step
died
of the way.
or killed
But
themselves.
even when
Obviously,
she
they were
tells Jimmy to
coping
cancel
with
one of
something,
their
but
plans,
they killed themselves.
he promises
after
he will to her face,
saying the shit
and
that
then
they
road
said.
pulls her in person to get the payout he wanted.
I couldn't just go on
It seems
like
as if
things
there
are
are two
normal and
sides
just
to him now,
continue this
Jimmy McGill and Saul Goodman.
lawyer
and
scamming
there's
shit.
nothing this
I don't know.
alter ego
Couldn't
won't
be
do
me.
for a paycheck and an ego boost. Inevitably, Jimmy crosses paths with the cartel again, having played ball with them before, and he's asked a simple question.
You want to be in front of the cartel?
Now, for anyone sensible, the answer would be no, but Jimmy has spent so long earning the bare minimum as a public defender, and being undervalued and dismissed, that why not? Chuck never took him seriously. The
What the
Kettlemans
fuck?
never
Why
took
couldn't
him
I roll,
seriously,
man?
and Howard is now only pretending to take him seriously, out of guilt. There's a defining moment when Howard places Jimmy on a scholarship board, set up in Chuck's name.
time
They're
is it?
reviewing the applications,
It's still
and Jimmy
early.
notices that all the other board members outright dismiss one potential student
This is just
because she has a blemish
big
on her
ass
record.
student. I don't
Despite
care.
her growth and
I'm
excellent
gonna
grades,
I'm gonna
they
fight till I
simply
kill him.
label
We'll
her
probably go 9
as the
hours. I don't
shoplifter,
know.
proving to him that these people never forget. Once you break the rules,
Or I'll go
they'll
fight
never
Rune.
let you in their inner circle. So he advises her, you don't need them. They're not going to give it to you, so what? You're going to take it. You're going to do whatever it takes. Do you hear me? You're not going to play by the rules. You're going to go your own way. You're going to do what they won't do. You're going to be smart. You're going to cut corners, and you are going to win. The higher you rise, the more they're going to hate you. Good. Good. You rub their
Oh, my
noses in
shit's
it.
boiling.
You make them
Well, that didn't
suffer
sound
because
right.
you
I
don't
mean, like
matter all
water.
that much to them.
One second.
So what? He could easily be saying these words in the mirror to himself, as
Well,
Chuck
actually, no.
never let
I
him
still got
stop
time.
being Slippin' Jimmy in his mind.
It's fine. It
And
won't
when he
it'll
says you
evaporate.
don't matter all that much to them,
Yeah.
it shows us that this is the real message that stuck with Jimmy from their final exchange, making him want to prove that he can mean a lot to the legal system, whether it's for good or bad. When Howard confronts Jimmy about the job offer and throwing bowling balls at his car, Jimmy blows up in his face, taking all of his frustrations out on him, as if Howard is this kingmaker who gets to decide his fate or how high he can fly. The job offer in itself is a condescension, presuming that this is the best he could ever do, so he rejects it. But by doing so in such emphatic fashion, Jimmy permanently closes himself off from a series of options. And by acting like he's this magically connected, powerful guy, he has to live up to that reputation. And that means working for the cartel. And the first thing they want him to do is act as a bagman, by going to the desert to collect $7 million in bail money, which Jimmy thought would be a quick and easy drive. But it turns into a war zone that would have led to certain death if it weren't for Mike. This harrowing near-death experience leaves Jimmy shaken and in doubt of every decision he's ever made in life. And Mike helps him see something he's always been in denial about.
We all make our choices, and those choices, they put us on a road. You think about getting off, but eventually you're back on it.
What Mike is describing is the reality that it's very difficult to escape a certain kind of fate when you begin to engage in shady, illegal activity. This is a natural cycle once you begin reciprocity with unethical people. Once you do them a favor, they do you one back, and around it goes. And as others hear about it, they label you and disassociate from you, further limiting your options to shady types of people.
We did way better that time. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna get
This
up.
theory is immediately confirmed when Jimmy returns to work and discovers all of his colleagues want nothing to do with him, as they discovered he scammed the court to help the cartel. This should be a clear-cut sign to turn back and repent. But every decision closes certain doors and opens others. While Jimmy should decide to end his relationship with organized crime to keep himself and Kim safe, we can't forget that he knows these people never forgive a mistake, and therefore will never let him back in, no matter what. Just like Chuck, they don't believe people really change. Maybe the world as a whole doesn't. Once you're known as someone slippery or criminal, it's almost impossible to shake. And now that he's earned this reputation as the cartel lawyer, lots of low-level criminals specifically want his help. So Saul Goodman's business is booming. This places Jimmy at a crossroads. He could turn back to safety, or keep going down the road that's welcoming him in, with open arms. The road of destruction. The only one who could get Jimmy to realistically turn back is Kim, as he'll do anything to keep her safe. But sensing that Jimmy might break up with her to protect her, Kim redirects his attention towards Howard, who recently tried to warn her to stay away from Jimmy for her own good. He can see through what she's doing, but this is another test of character, and from his perspective, the world isn't offering him any good alternatives. Do you really want to go back to being a broke lawyer that no one will forgive anyway? Do you really want to lose the love of your life, or continue having fun together? Messing with Howard serves as the perfect distraction from all the trauma they've experienced, and they never feel more bonded than when they're working together to take down someone they both dislike. So they go about destroying Howard's reputation step by step until he's completely humiliated and calls into their home to confront them face to face, at the exact time Lalo Salamanca re-emerges and shoots him in the head. They both ignored Chuck's warnings, they both ignored Howard's warnings, and now the results are undeniable. Jimmy's life as Slippin' Jimmy would have likely resulted in him in jail. Jimmy's life working in the mailroom at HHM would likely have resulted in him feeling dissatisfied and suppressed. But this version of Jimmy, practicing as a lawyer with a bone to pick with his law-hailing brother, leads to nothing but destruction. He facilitates criminals, he peddles and lies. It's all just about money, and it went from the trauma of seeing others get killed in the desert to seeing someone you know get murdered in your living room. And although they both narrowly survived this dangerous situation, there was no way for Kim to forgive herself, so she quits the law, no longer believing she's worthy of it, and divorces Jimmy, no longer seeing the good man in Saul Goodman. Which converts Jimmy to stage 5. With Kim as the last person of meaning in his life now abandoning him, he has nothing to live for but his work, mirroring his brother Chuck, except instead of upholding the rule of law, Saul Goodman abuses it, mocks it, and finds ways to sneak around it. He's motivated solely by money, and while working for Walter White, he doesn't just bend the rules, but becomes a complete criminal. Until it all comes crashing down around him, and he has to go into hiding as Gene Takovic for the rest of his life, working in a Cinnabon in Omaha. This is the clearest opportunity he has to go on the straight and narrow. The risk-reward ratio of getting caught isn't worth it, and he could prove to himself that Chuck was wrong, that he can change, that he isn't Slippin' Jimmy. But because his life is so colourless and meaningless, that once he gets made by a cab driver, he could run away and start over again under similar circumstances. But that's not enough for him. It's never enough for him. He wants to assert some control over his life again, and the way he does that involves breaking rules and scamming people. This is the pattern of Jimmy's life, the never-ending cycle, that he tries to stick to a righteous path, but because of either something he was born with, or someone that influenced him along the way, he can't resist temptation. Chuck was the best at something, and Jimmy has this internal need to consistently prove to himself that he is too. So he starts his new life as a con artist and thief, which is working like a charm right up until his colleague refuses to rob a cancer patient, and Jimmy can't let this one just get away. Maybe it's to vicariously get one over on Walt. Maybe his ego just won't let him turn back, or maybe a part of him wants to get caught. But he goes back, and once he's trapped, contemplates smashing an urn over the back of his victim's head to escape. This is the darkest moment in his journey, now willing to enact violence on others for his own benefit. Helping all these criminals throughout his career has chipped away at his soul. He enabled them, and they enabled him. This is the road Mike warned him about. It starts off as a shortcut to get you where you want to go, but quickly turns into a fast track, straight to hell. All of this leads to Jimmy getting made again and arrested by the police. For someone that spent his life in and out of court, sometimes wearing a suit, sometimes wearing a jumpsuit, it seems that this fate was unavoidable. He got so used to negotiating other people's prison sentences that the idea of a prison sentence is naturalized to him, and simply avoiding one himself became a game. A game that he's still exceptional at, as he manages to negotiate his sentence down to a measly 7 years. Until he hears that Kim confessed to her involvement in Howard's death, setting herself up for an expensive civil lawsuit from his ex-wife. And in his last phone call with her, she recommended he turn himself in. This shows that Kim is stepping up and taking responsibility for her actions. She can't run away from herself and hide in a series of lies, which is what Jimmy has done his entire life. He's finally lost faith in his own ability to change for the better, that no matter how many times he's given the chance to stick to the honest and righteous path, he wavers. And that's because he never personally pays the full price for his actions. He always shirks responsibility or convinces someone to give him one more chance. Maybe he is just Slippin' Jimmy, the guy who can't resist an opportunity when he sees one. So with Kim as his witness, he purges himself before the court by going against his sworn testimony and laying out everything he's ever done wrong, even some things that aren't crimes, finally throwing himself at the mercy of his brother's altar, the legal system.
Law is sacred.
That's stupid.
Imprisoning himself for
dumb
86
double
years,
standard.
but freeing himself from the weight of his guilt.
No.
This is the moment he earns back the name
Why does
James
she not
McGill.
have to
The name's
be
Miguel.
punished? That's fuck that
James
shit.
Miguel.
Fuck that type of writing.
No longer wanting to be tainted with the persona Saul Goodman. But while Jimmy is responsible for his own decisions, other influences in his life
She didn't go
made
to jail.
choices for him too.
Oh, she felt bad about it.
What if
It was
Chuck
a
had
fucking
simply
she felt bad
supported
about
his
it.
brother and tried to
She
nurture
had to
him
create
into
any consequences.
HHM? What if other law firms didn't look at the blemishes on his record as irredeemable, or permanently close doors in his face? These small choices we all make collectively place individuals on a road. Some find it easy to turn
Alright, I'm
off,
back.
others find the courage to turn back. But for Jimmy McGill, he just kept accelerating forward, as everyone kept telling him he's the type of guy to keep driving. He
Yeah,
asked
right.
Mike and Walt what they would do if they had a time machine. They both had clear answers of the moment they would go back to help them avoid this fate. But the tragedy for Jimmy is that there isn't just one clear moment. There are dozens, maybe hundreds. It could have been all the way back in his father's store, or in HHM, or even in his brother's kitchen, if he had just stayed and talked about other potential paths. But he didn't. And he now has a lifetime of memories to sift through, haunted by the prospect that maybe he wasn't lying to the world when he said he could change. Maybe he was always lying to himself. Chuck never believed he could change, but in court, Jimmy proved him wrong and right at the same time. Because he really did change.
He was a
by
lawyer
finally
too.
accepting
So
that he
yeah,
never would.
he just proved his brother saying he couldn't be a lawyer. But he also didn't change.
If you enjoy
Like a
content
lawyer
like
job
this
is a
and
perfect
want to
job
see
for
more
a
of it,
con man.
please do consider supporting me on Patreon,
He was
as it
built-
really does make
you're
a
built for
difference
that
to
if
how
you're a
much
con.
content I can pump out. Or if you can't afford that, then simply like the video, subscribe, and leave a comment down below to help the algorithm do its thing.
Like I know a lot of people who were in law school
pointing out the shortcomings
who
of others,
only
is there?
wanted to learn the bar just so
This
they could
video was
be
made
able to
possible
get away
due to
with
those who
breaking the
support
law
me on Patreon.
and getting
I'd
away
like
with
to give
it.
a big shout out to patrons Bedside Milk,
That's it.
Chris Hutchison, Conrad
That's
Sherritt,
helping,
Dan
right?
Ray, Eric Navarro, Flake, Frame by Frame, John Deere,
This is the
Jose
reason why a lot
Flores,
of lawyers
Joseph
go to the
Abrams,
bar.
Josh Draper, Kyle Kramer, Elsie
These are
Maestro,
selfish reasons,
Nathan,
opportunist
Majin
reasons.
Weeaboo, Ness Lee, Stephen Dillon,
There's no
and
real
Tyler
good
Findle.
lawyers.
Thank you
Or
all
it's
for your
very
support.
rare. You'll find some
So,
that are
how do I put
they want to
this?
be decent.
When adhering to precedent, Better Call Saul is a show that shouldn't logically
talking about
exist. When it was first announced that Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould would be developing a prequel series to the acclaimed Breaking Bad, showcasing the origin story of morally dubious criminal attorney James
Jimmy
McGill, aka Saul
Slippin'
Goodman,
Jimmy.
I, and I presume many others, responded with a
They made
resounding...
a cartoon called Slippin' Jimmy, actually. Actually,
Given
that
the
gives me an
quality
idea.
of its source material,
Let's
I
listen
didn't
to that.
expect the show to be bad. I figured it'd be along the lines of an enjoyable episodic comedy where we witness Saul represent
Slippin'
a colorful
Jimmy.
collection of criminals indulging in wacky shenanigans to keep them out of prison.
Cartoon. It got pretty dark in places, especially when his brother killed himself. That's pretty dark. That's not hilarious. They thought it would. I guess they thought it would be like that because this is, Bob Odenkirk from the Man. No, not the Man Show. The Mr. Show. Slippin' Jimmy. Cartoon. Slippin' Jimmy is worse than you thought. Okay, let's listen to this. It's a Better Call Saul cartoon. It's like
So
Muppet
Breaking
Babies,
Bad's
Better
having
Call
a little
Saul,
bit of a
really bad.
renaissance right now. Everyone's watching it. It's in every single meme. You can't get away from it. But I'm not complaining because it's a fantastic show. And so is its spin-off, Better Call Saul, which has also been getting a lot of attention as of late. And it's not hard to see why with its incredibly rich three-dimensional characters. One may even say it's the best show on television right now. Or at least, so we thought. In 2022, we found out that Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul were both pawns in a larger game.
Yeah.
Mere launching pads so that AMC could unleash upon the world the real show they'd been planning to make for all this time. And that show is
Slippin' Jimmy.
Suddenly, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul comparatively seemed like trash.
Yeah. That cartoon's
Since
way
2008,
better.
AMC had been flying
That
the
shitty
world's
cartoon.
finest writers in secret to write and rewrite episodes. Over a 10-year period, the episodes were refined to the point of perfection, like carbon being compressed into a diamond. Ever wanted to see Saul Goodman as an animated kid? Well, now you can.
Yeah.
Every
That's
frame
what I've
is a
always
painting.
wanted.
Every joke lands. And they make those paltry Better Call Saul jokes look feeble in comparison.
Squad cobbler. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm done goofing around. I'm gonna be serious now. What the fuck is this? Who commissioned this?
Yeah, enough
Why
cap.
is Peter Gold listed as
That
an
show is
executive
terrible.
producer? Why did you let this happen, Peter? Someone at AMC genuinely thought to themselves that a show in the style of Big Mouth was the next logical step for the Breaking Bad universe.
Yeah, it's like Big Mouth. It looks just like a
Fucking
bad.
Big
Well,
Mouth.
Big Mouth
Oh
is
my god. I can just
Big
imagine
Mouth
the
is a
business
terrible
meeting
show.
when the suits at AMC were like, hey,
looks
Vince
really bad.
Gilligan, thanks for giving us 2 of our most successful dramas. If you don't mind, we're gonna turn it into Family Guy now. That's cool, right? Okay, great. Just to set the stage, the market is already oversaturated enough with these awful adult animated shows, mostly thanks to Netflix, that all recycle the same predictable joke formulas and all share the same low-effort character designs. I can barely even tell that Slip and Jimmy isn't just a character in one of these other shows. The only real indicators are that the movement is a little bit more jagged and the outlines are weirdly thick, which makes everything look a bit uglier. Why do all of these shows look the same? When I was Googling Slip and Jimmy, I literally found fan posters that had a better looking character design than what's in the actual show. Whereas we get spammed with dozens and dozens of these terrible shows every year that no one wants, adult animated dramas are almost non-existent. Where are the adult animated dramas? Oh, right, I forgot. They require effort and talent to...
There's very few, like, dramas, or, you know, more serious type of chroniclings, animation-wise, in the West. It's all comedy crap, or toilet humor crap. Some very, very rare that you find anything like, you know, that's like Better Call Saul, only animated, or like Breaking Bad, or even like anime you find. 1 second. Like that's why I like the Breaking Bad anime parody. That's just Grappler Baki. It's just edited Grappler Baki. That's even better than this shit. This Slip and Jimmy cartoon that we're gonna be hearing about.
make, and you can't mass produce them with a team of Flash animators and a Seth MacFarlane wannabe. And this is an especially egregious case because these are such weird characters to pick for a comedic, wholesome show. Like, Jimmy and Marco? Spoiler alert for if you haven't seen Better Call Saul. But, Marco fucking dies at the end of season 1. And it's a really depressing death, too. His heart just gives out, and Jimmy's left cradling him alone in an alleyway. You do realize that the whole time I'm watching the show, I'm just going to be thinking about the fact that it all leads here, ultimately. Right? Okay. Anyways, we're going to slip our way through all 6 episodes of this show and figure out not only why it exists, but if there was ever any chance it could have been good. Episode 1. Fistful of Snowballs. So based on the fact that this episode is called Fistful of Snowballs, you've probably already worked out that this is going to be a Fistful of Dollars parody. It feels like a strange choice to open the first episode with a mostly silent scene like this, because with no dialogue, there's nothing to distract me from how awful the animation looks. The art style of the backgrounds does not match up with the art styles of the characters, and you can see that they fucked up the export at points, leaving white pixels around stuff.
Hey, fellas. You seen Marco around?
You may also notice that the guy voicing Jimmy doesn't sound anything like Bob Odenkirk, but if anything, that's a blessing because it helps keep this show feel separate from Better Call Saul. It's at this point, after 2 full minutes of almost nothing but Clint Eastwood stares, that we get our very first joke.
You bring a sled for me? I guess we're shy one sled. I think you brought 2 too many.
I don't get it.
Listen, you've got 3 sleds, but I only need 1. There's 4 of us, and then I take 3 of you out. And then 1 of me takes 1.
He's trying to make us do math!
Get him!
So that was fucking awful. My personal advice to you, if you want to make a joke funny, is don't linger on it for so long that it becomes painful. Almost every joke in this episode is conducted like that, by the way. Get used to it.
Who's the fastest snowball slinger in town? Me or the boy with no name?
Wait,
He doesn't have a name.
He has a name.
So he has a name, but you don't know what it is?
No. The no-name thing is like a nickname.
Oh, that makes me feel like you don't know his name.
Oh my god, I get it. So if it wasn't clear at this point,
yeah,
the main joke behind this episode is that it's a reference to Old West films. In fact, there are a lot of jokes throughout the show that expect you to laugh just because it's referencing something. Reference humor can be funny, but you have to make sure that your joke stands on its own as, like, an actual joke. Good reference humor is funny even to people who don't get the reference. Community comes to mind as an example of a show that references pop culture constantly, but does so in such a way that the references work within the story and stand as jokes of their own.
I don't always do this.
Nobody can hear you. Well, I'm hot and my balls are touching a zipper.
Like, yeah, they're referencing the Gimp from Pulp Fiction, but they made an actual joke about what it would be like to actually have to wear that suit. They didn't just recreate a scene from Pulp Fiction exactly as it was and just think it was funny because it's with different characters now. I watched this show when I was a kid, and I didn't get half the pop culture references, but still found the jokes funny. And if you want an example of an animated show that pulls this off, look no further than Futurama. Okay, back to Slippin' Jimmy. So basically, Jimmy's friend Marco has been captured by some bullies, so Jimmy has to rescue him. So you'd probably expect some hijinks to ensue along the way, or at the very least, some kind of unexpected ending. Right? So here's what happens. Jimmy throws snowballs at bullies, then he finds Marco, then there's an extended scene where he throws more snowballs at bullies, then he rescues Marco, and they leave. And that's it. That somehow takes 10 minutes. There's no surprises, there are no twists or turns. Well, if you want to be generous, I guess there's one moment at the end when a bully gets up and throws a snowball at Jimmy, and then Marco dives in front of it, but then he just gets back up and the episode ends. Everything, including every single joke, is so painfully predictable that it robs them of any chance they might have had of being funny. An important element of comedy is an element of surprise, but this show does not have that at all.
Dr. Quackenbush said your rash won't go away unless you wear your special mittens, Christian.
Now, I understand that you shouldn't subvert expectations just for the sake of subverting expectations. I'm not David Benioff. But you can at least subvert them a little. Let's just look at an episode of Futurama for comparison. In one episode, Fry has to deliver a package to a mysterious planet that's very hot. So he goes there, but he gets very thirsty in the sweltering heat. So he drinks a bottle of water conveniently laid out. Except, surprise, turns out that that was actually the emperor of the planet because it's inhabited by water people.
You drank our emperor!
So now he's fucked. Except no, he's not, because surprise, in their constitution, the person who drank the last emperor becomes emperor.
Your fate is sealed! All hail the new emperor!
So now he's emperor.
Hey, thanks. Wow, this got here just in time.
Except he's in incredible danger because every emperor gets assassinated within about a week of taking power. But before anyone can assassinate him, surprise, it turns out the last emperor is actually still alive in his stomach.
He's still alive! Now cut this creep open and drain me out!
Oh, God.
My tummy hurts.
So now he needs to find a way to get the emperor out, unless he wants to die.
Why did you just sweat him out? Forget it. As emperor, I refuse to be dripped out through somebody's armpit.
So he decides to try to cry the emperor out, but he can't get himself to cry, so then everyone just fucking beats him up until he cries the emperor out.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the emperor. Thanks for crying me out.
Oh, you're welcome.
And that's the plot. And I love it. It keeps you on your toes, but it's constantly funny. And there's still a lesson to be learned in there. Because Fry creates all of his own problems by never listening to Leela and never accepting anyone's help.
You drank a bottle of strange blue liquid? It could have been poisonous acid.
True.
It could have been, but chances were equally good it was an emperor.
This feels like the bare foundation of an idea for an episode, you know? Before they added actual jokes. As it is, it's just so painfully flat.
The special mittens with the ointment in the lining.
Yeah, you want to write a plot, and then if you write a comedy, you want
Episode 2. The
an
Exorcist.
actual story and a
Oh
narrative
my god.
that's going on.
Is
You want to
gonna
write
be a
the jokes
reference to
after you have the
OMG,
actual
The
outline of the plot.
Exorcist! It's referencing The Exorcist, guys!
You don't just do
Jimmy Marco
random
gets sent to detention at Sunday school because
Oh,
Jimmy put a
also
sheet on the
random
teacher's
bullshit.
back that said "poked me." I'm still
This
trying to
very
figure out how that's an
ad-lib type of
insult
shit.
or why this resulted in Marco getting sent to detention as well, but I'll just button my lip. So they arrive at detention and the teacher farts
Improv
tadpoles on
bullshit.
them.
You don't do that. It's not good quality. You can do some good shit with improv, but a lot of people suck at it. I just gotta say it. That's how a
I
lot of
would like
movies
to
are
remind
made
you
these
that
days,
this is
especially
permanently
comedy
attached to Breaking
and
Bad
TV
universe.
shows.
Uh-oh, their detention
Sometimes.
supervisor is actually possessed by a demon. Then she barfs purple liquid
They
on the
think a
bully.
storyboard is just a good. It's an all right enough substitute for a script and
Causing
plot.
them to
But it
start
isn't.
talking
Storyboard
about
is not
crypto.
a plot or a storyboard or a script. You either have more than a storyboard going on.
The bubble will rise, world without end.
Congratulations. You referenced the
It's just
existence of
lazy.
crypto. That's fucking hilarious, man. That is indeed a thing that exists. Never mind that this show
Yeah, it
takes
certainly
place in the
does.
fucking
References are
70s and it
funniest
makes no
shit, right?
sense. Let's
Yeah.
just reference more random things. You
More-
know, I'm
more
disappointed they
referential
didn't throw any Will Smith
nonsense.
slapping Chris Rock jokes in there. Because that would
Yeah.
have been an absolute knee slapper.
Did they do
There are
that?
two types of jokes
Did they
in
do
this
that?
show. Super telegraph
Did they have a
jokes for
Chris Rock
babies that
slapping
overstay
joke?
their welcome.
There's one, two,
Three?
three, right?
And references.
Richard Nixon?
There is virtually no joke in the entire show that is not one of these two types. So here's the premise of this episode. Their teacher is possessed by a demon, and they have to try
An
to
exorcist
exorcise her.
parody.
So basically, they do that.
I mean, that would have been
and
a
then
movie that
portal to
came
hell
out
opens,
when
and
he
they
was a kid, I
squeeze in a
guess.
few more crypto references.
The whole functioning full capital depends on reasonable government regulation.
And then it's fucking done. That's it. Again, the writers established a conundrum in the first few minutes. The characters formulated their plan A, and then they just did plan A perfectly, and then it ends. There's nothing unexpected. You already know exactly what's going to happen.
Why are
3
they
minutes in.
referencing
Okay,
other
if I can give
media
credit
in
where
a
credit's due,
show
they
that's
have one
already
kind of twist in this
supposed to be based
episode
on
right before the
another
end, which is
media?
that the demon comes back and then possesses
Why don't
this
you
guy from
reference
the
shit
beginning.
from the actual
But
show?
instead of turning
that
evil,
you're
he just kind of
making a
acts the
cartoon
same way he did before, but now he crawls on walls, though.
Pull your pants up. No one wants to see that.
Why this random shit?
Rivals aren't going to study themselves.
And that's it for surprises. Couldn't you have saved the reveal that the teacher is possessed by a demon for the end? You could have had it start small.
It's
Jimmy and
probably
Marco
correct.
want to escape detention, so they cook up a plan.
has been on
but then
for a
everything
long
starts
time,
going
so I'm
south
not
for some
surprised.
bizarre
This
reason.
game has
Maybe
been
the
on
door suspiciously
since I
locks
went to
itself
bed
or
last
something,
night.
foiling their plan, and then generally more
I
and more
accidentally fell
weird
asleep
stuff
at the
starts
game.
happening. You could even throw a red herring in there and make it seem like this guy's responsible for messing with them, before revealing at the end that the teacher was the culprit
Yeah, it
all
crashed.
along. And oh yeah, she's also possessed by Satan. It's
I'll
called
just turn it
raising
back
the
on.
stakes,
It'll
something
be
that
fun.
should be done gradually throughout an episode.
My
As
system
it
runs
stands,
cool, so
everything
it's,
goes
not a
berserk
big
at the
issue.
very beginning
I'm
of
just
the
surprised it
episode,
lasted
and then
so
it just
long,
stagnates,
the game.
staying at the exact same intensity the whole time. Which, suffice to say,
Thought it would've
makes
crashed
the
along.
viewing experience quite boring. Episode 3. After bedtime. I don't even know what to say about this one. It's like Jimmy and Marco want to get a new comic book, so they sneak out
Which
at night,
one?
but then the taxi they get into
Which
is actually
comic?
driven by a pirate who wants to kill them, I guess, because
Oh,
that's
One
what
Piece,
pirates
obviously.
do. So Jimmy pretends to be the son of Poseidon, and it works somehow, and then some bullies show up, and Jimmy throws baby powder in their faces, and then they get the comic book. What the fuck kind of randomly generated plot is this?
Yeah, this is
And
like
yet
some
they still
AI
managed to make it as predictable
story
and
that
telegraphed as possible. The writers make sure that you
There's
know
no
about the baby
cohesive
powder before
writing
it gets
going on
used in
in
the
this show.
climax.
Remember that time we found a fiver in your pencil case? Maybe we'll get lucky again. A surprising amount of baby powder.
They ran into a
Gee, I
random
sure wonder if this
script
baby powder
generated
that they're
AI.
stopping the whole episode to show to me is gonna be important to the plot later. But before we proceed, let's take a moment to talk about the
I would explain a
slipster
lot of the
himself,
bad writing. A
Jimmy
lot of media
McGill.
did
I
that.
don't
A lot
expect
of
him
it just
to act
ran
the
into
same way he does in
some
Better Call
AI
Saul, obviously. This
plot
isn't the same kind of
regurgitated.
show. But I did expect him to, be slippin'. He's supposed to cook up elaborate schemes that involve manipulating people in
He's not
clever
doing any of
small
that.
ways into doing what he wants. That's a great vehicle to derive comedy, and even Better Call Saul, which is primarily a drama,
I
does
mean, there are
this.
cartoons that even do that, like Ed, Ed, and Eddie. It's basically a Better Call Saul cartoon. They could have done that. That's all that show is.
Right?
That's
Any
Better
one
Call
of
Saul
Jimmy's schemes from Better Call Saul
as a
blows
cartoon.
anything from
It's
slipping
Ed and
Jimmy
Eddie.
out of the water. Squat Cobbler,
They had
of course,
easy
coming to
mode
mind at the time
already
he
if they
defended his
just
client
copy
by
edited
convincing
it.
the
They didn't
police
even
that
do
he was
that.
a fetish video artist.
Stupid.
What the hell is a squat count?
It's when a man sits in pie.
Oh god. But yeah, that
Wiggles around.
It's some weird fetish that they
Which then
made
meant
up.
that to prove his innocence, his client had to record actual fetish videos.
There is, however, one little tiny hanging chad.
I don't know if that's a real fetish or not,
Chad.
but it's something
You're
that
gonna have to
he
make a
had to
video.
pretend to hang.
Now that's the kind of slip in Jimmy I want to see.
Ooh, yummy. Who left this pie here? I think I feel berries.
But for some reason,
All
this
they had
comedy
to do
show
was make
hardly
Ed, Ed,
ever
and Eddie.
utilizes
That's
Jimmy's
all they had to
schemes
do. How
for
do you
comedic
fuck this
effect.
up?
In fact, one of the only
You had
times
a-
we
you
ever
had
get to
something
see him
to copy
manipulate someone
already,
is in
dude.
this episode when he convinces the
And you would have made
pirate
a
driver
very
guy that he's
convincing Better
Theseus.
Call Saul
I
cartoon.
am Theseus, son of Poseidon,
They fucked
master
up.
of water. Now let us out, or be washed away by my father's power.
Sometimes it's like the writers start to become self-aware as to how childish the show is.
They didn't
so
have
just
writers,
throw in
dude.
a
They-
random
they ran this through an
adult
AI.
reference.
There were no writers here.
Or slightly
Stop
inappropriate
lying
word.
to yourself. You know there's
And
no
this
writers
is
for
another
this
case
shit.
where the episode ends so straightforwardly that I was actually taken aback. They go to the comic book store, and then, spoiler alert for Better Call Saul Season 1 if you haven't seen it, they have a line that references
Dude, how
Marco's
did-
death.
This has way more range than it usually does, man. I don't get it.
Jimmy, you know what?
That's insane how much range that shit has.
Greatest week of my life.
And
Why the
frame
fuck
rate
do you
cut.
want me to be
Baby
thinking
died.
about that right now? And then they just head inside and buy the comic book successfully with no line for some reason, even though they
You know,
said
this
there'd
fight
be
would
one
be
at the
easy.
beginning.
I'm still trying to figure out in the back of my mind how to handle
So we
like
gotta be there, in line.
because
And
that
then
shit
it
one
just
shots me.
ends.
I don't know what the
And it
hell I'm
seems
gonna
like
do
they
about
ran out of what little animation budget they must have had because they just conduct the ending through voiceover as you stare at the outside of the shop.
Oh man, number 100 is ours. It is everything I imagined it would be.
There's no comedic twist at all. They just succeed. And I don't want to see success with no struggle. And of all the jokes they could have ended the episode with,
The
they
part of
ended
the
with
episode.
this.
Wait,
We just did
what
it.
do you know?
We just went to the comic book
It is
shop.
cheese.
Yeah, it's a clever one, because at the beginning, Jimmy asked Marco, what do you think Lady Labyrinth will find at the end of the labyrinth?
We'll finally know it's
Labyrinth?
at the end of the maze of malice.
And then Marco was like, I bet she'll find cheese.
Oh, it's cheese.
Yeah, that's funny.
I can feel it.
And then the audience
Monkey
explodes
cheese.
with laughter because he said the cheese word. And then at the end, it turns out that it actually was cheese.
It is cheese.
Okay.
This is something paid writers came up with. There's like
think
an
my game crashed
uncountable
again.
number of other twist
guess
endings
that's
you
an
could have gone
indicator
with that would have been
we'll try
infinitely
to come and
cleverer
fight
than
this
this.
boss
What if the pirate
tomorrow.
driver taxi
I'll
guy
see
was
you
actually just a big fan of comic books, and the reason he was
We had no
acting like a
success
pirate
today,
is because it was a reference to a comic book.
Well, we
And
did
he
kill
wasn't
two
trying
bosses.
to kidnap
We
them. He
had
was just
something
trying to
else.
take them to his house where he had a copy
But,
of the comic they wanted. And then it ends with
we're
a
gonna
sad
really
shot of
hunker
him next
down
to a
and kill
giant
this
pile
boss
of
tomorrow.
comics, being like, I
And
just
we're done.
wanted to read the comics
We'll
with
have a good
someone.
night or a good rest of the day.
Sad
It's
pirate.
kind of really
Literally anything would have been funnier than LMAO cheese. Now, if
One
there's
second.
any slip-in Jimmy
Let me,
stands out there arguing,
Pause, yeah. But yeah, have a good day if anyone sees this shit. This will be my long background noise for work. I'll have a lot of content for the week, I guess. This will get me through a day or two. Take care.